we're the new kids in town. Breaking walls, blowing bridges, leaving rubble like a wrecking ball. Go ahead, call us outlaws. Cause we tear the roof off. Yeah. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. Better run for some shelter, cause we're blowing down this house. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up, cause we are a hurricane. We are a hurricane. Better get your umbrella, cause this wind's gonna kill ya. There's no stopping us now, we'll blow down this house, yeah. We are a hurricane. I'm blowing in and we're taking names. Bring in the storm, here we go. Put your hands up.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. You are watching live pictures of downtown Miami with the cityscape there in the background, and not too far away from downtown, specifically in the city of Doral. We have the Miami Pro Waterski Tournament, the very last tournament that we see this season. A brilliant season for 2024 on the Waterski Pro Tour, and just look at that. It's a little cloudy. It'll probably rain a little bit during the course of this event, but there is some sunshine. We're attempting to poke through, and hopefully we'll see more of it as we see more of the downtown. And with that, let's check in for the first time this weekend with Wade's World.
Welcome to the Miami Pro Slalom. 5-star Waterski Pro Tour event. Largest cash prize of the year, and the men's champion has already been determined. It looks as if Will Asher will wrap that up with a 4-point lead, irrelevant of what happens in the field. But second through fifth, there's a lot of room to move. And trust me, at the end of the year, being on the podium is a huge deal. So whether it's the silver or the bronze, or whether you're just trying to crack the top 5 for the first time, huge deal. What is a bigger deal, though, is the ladies' champion is yet to be determined. So it's going to be determined right out here, guys. We got 70 years of water ski history. This place was designed in 1955, and ever since, people have been flying in, being members here, being associate members, just enjoying the warm water like we are here in November. We're going to have a great weekend. Back to you guys.
All right there. Thanks a lot, Wade. And as you can plainly see, sitting next to me on my left and to the right-hand side of your screen is none other than Freddie Winter. Good to have you back.
Thank you, Tony. You're not sick of me yet?
No. I absolutely quite enjoy having you sitting here, although we kind of wish you'll be out there on the water, but we have to wait until next year to have that pleasure. Looks like we've got our schedule up. Women's slalom round 1, men's slalom round 1, and then we got the second rounds repeating, women and men. The Best score from 2 rounds, the top 8 women, top 8 men advance through to the final round of the competition. And yes, as Wade alluded to, pretty much the top position in the men's competition in the Waterski Pro Tour pretty much sewn up. Will Asher cannot be caught, but there are certain scenarios in play for the remaining places in second and third. But what's interesting, what's more exciting, for the end of season, is what could potentially happen in the women's competition. Because right now, Jamie Bull currently in the lead with her points total, as you can plainly see on the screen, 310. But Regina Jaquist back there on 172. Now that may seem to be an unassailable lead, but let's take into consideration that this is a 5-star tournament. That means that 80 points goes to the winner, and that could have a significant bearing going along. And what it essentially means, at least towards the top end of the table, is that if Jamie Bull does not finish within 1 or 2 places of Regina Jaquist, under the assumption that maybe Regina Jaquist could win the event, if Regina wins this event and Jamie Bull does not place at least second, then Regina Jaquist could potentially pip Jamie Bull to the post there, Freddie.
Yeah, I mean, it's so exciting, isn't it? I mean, we're in the extremely glitzy and glamorous city of Miami, and that's reflected in the prize purse here, meaning that we've got a huge amount of points to finish the season off. The drama is amazing. We've got 5 of the 6 podium spots still to be completed on the leaderboard. That's not even including the Miami Pro standings at the end of tomorrow. So very exciting, Tony.
Indeed. And with that, before we go on to our first competitor, let's have a look at the pre-show. Here I am with Corey Vaughan out of Bumpus, Virginia, now looking to try and move up a place or 2 in the Waterski Pro Tour standings. And what better place to do it right here in South Beach?
Yeah, this is my first time getting to ski this event. It's late in the season, and usually coming out of Virginia is really hard. But with King of Darkness last weekend, I got the chance to stay in Florida and train. Just took my first practice set here in Miami, and it felt fantastic. So I'm super excited. I think the scores are going to be big this weekend. It's going to be a great show.
Now, having listened a little bit to what you were doing out there with your set, you're highly appreciative of the opportunities that come with skiing in this part of the world. So you've got 4 sets to kind of make some hay before the season ends for you.
Well, after that one, I'm now down to 3 sets. So, I'm hoping 3 sets, 2 prelims, and hopefully a final. And I'm going to miss skiing once it's gone, so I'm going to try to make these count, stay out there on the water as long as I can, run as many buoys as I can, but then I'm going to put the ski away until it's time to start back up again in 2025.
A great season right up to this point. You've run into 43 off once, and you've had a couple of major wins. What's gonna seal the deal for you?
I mean, the way I feel, it's been an A+ season so far, but this weekend it's a 5-star event, so it's the most cash prize of this year. That would be a nice cherry on top, and I've got a really long drive home, so it would be nice to take that stretch of road with a lot of positive feelings. I got my wife and my son waiting at home. We're going to celebrate a great season either way, but the cherry on top here in Miami would sure be nice.
Well, Regina Jaquist here at the Miami Pro. Now, last week's performance of the King of Darkness has kept you in contention for possibly snatching the win on the Waterski Pro Tour standings. How do you feel about that?
No, that's awesome. That's a big deal to see how everything's gone. I didn't get to do some of the Europe stops, so kind of set myself behind and been trying to battle its way up. But we'll see how this weekend goes and see where I can land on that.
Okay, bearing all of that information in mind with the Waterski Pro Tour, how's that kind of altered your training and your prep for this event?
Oh no, it doesn't change anything. The goal is to go out, take it set by set, and do what I know I can do.
What kind of performance is it going to take for you to feel really good about what you've done out there in the Miami Pro?
Well, being that in the dark last weekend, I ran at 3 at 41. I hope during the daylight I can get to 3 consistently.
Here I am with Mario Pagozzi now. Mario, you've driven a number of tournaments during the course of this season, but here we are at season's end, Miami, Florida, the Miami Pro. This tournament has a real different vibe about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think because it's the last one, so all the people try to do his best. And for me, it's the first time being here, so I'm really emotional about that.
Excellent stuff. So kind of, what do you do to get in the kind of frame of mind that you need to have to be able to drive at this elite level for both the women's and the men's competition?
Well, trying to be focused with every single skier and try to do the best, you know, to give them the best pool ever.
Okay, so what do you reckon is going to be the top score at the end of this competition in the women's first and then the men?
I hope at least a couple of 41 off, at least. We can do something better, perhaps.
All right there, so good to see that pre-show and good to see our women's starting order. This is Sally Schweinhofer from the United States. She'll be our lead-off skier. Then we got Alicia Bagnoli, then Paige Rini, Elizabeth Montavon, Manon Costar, Ali Nicholson, Whitney McClintock Greeny, Regina Jacquis, and Jamie Bull. 9 skiers on the list, and 8 advance through to the women's final. So we're only losing 1 between the elimination and the finals, and we'll see how things progress going right ahead. And a unique facility here at the Miami Ski Club. You know, these lakes have been around since the 1950s. Much of what was dug out to make these lakes was used to create the interstate infrastructure, at least at that time, and also construction of the runways for Miami International Airport. And here we go, 2024 Miami Pro underway. This is Sarah Schweinhofer.
Unusual for us to see someone out on the water that we haven't seen before. I'm not familiar with Sarah too much, but here she is. She's skiing, you know, early on in the pros. I've just had a quick look at her scores from the year on the world ranking list, and she's kind of she's probably done 12, 13, 14 rounds of tournament this year, and generally runs into 12, midway through 12, and is you know, looking pretty good on that first pass.
Absolutely. So, 14-meter start, going to the restaurant end of our facility right here. And with that, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, so while Sarah settles down there at the end of her first pass, after her very first pro slalom pass, I just did a little background info, and yeah, this is event number 1 for her. So yeah, as our nerves sort of settle in, we have a look at what we have here at the Miami Pro. Look at all the grass along the shorelines, lots of sort of stuff in the water to help break up the backwash. What we don't have yet is any breeze at all, and we've got no sun. So no sun means at least no sun glare, but we have these really tall trees. The lakes run north-south here, so you have an interesting sort of sun glare combo, sort of like a baseball field, if you will, but we don't have that, but we have what we would call flat light. So it's going to be interesting to see how the skiers are seeing their path out there. So anyway, back to you guys. It's going to be a fun weekend.
All right, then, that's interesting to take on board. 1:20 drop time at each end. You know, the site here at Miami, obviously an artificial site. Much of the shoreline is lined with concrete, and there is a little bit of vegetation breaking up some of those waves. But yeah, the 1:20 is necessary on both ends to try and mitigate the effects of those potential waves coming off the shore side, as you can plainly see there, Freddie.
Yeah, just seeing Sarah come through, you can see there's a little bit of a bump here and there, but it's she's getting through this. She'll get over to 5, an onside left forward skier, a little bit of a wheelie, and around 6. But no, I think weighted on the head there. I mean, you can see. I mean, this is a man that won I don't know how many professional titles and is one of the most decorated water skiers ever. So to have him on shore, you can really understand. I mean, he understands and can help us understand the mindset when you turn up to a pro tournament. You've got to look. Even if you don't get a practice set in the day before, you've got to go and look at what's happening with the conditions. You've got to go and look at the lake. I know that Wade was a guy that used to walk around the lake a lot and kind of have a bit of a visual, and he's giving that the benefit of his experience by examining the site for us. Sarah's run the 13. She's in that way completed her second pass, and she'll be happy. She's got two pro passes under her belt, as Wade was saying, and she'll be coming back in at 12. Season's best is 4.5. She's been running halfway down 12, not quite finished it off. So if she can get over to that buoy 5 here on this third pass, a little bit of pro event adrenaline in her body, I think she might feel pretty good about turning that on site. So let's have a look and see when the boat comes back the other way.
All right then, and during the course of the event, we'll mention some of our sponsors, including the Doral Auto Group. We've got a couple of their vehicles along the shore side. We opened up with Wade standing next to a Ford Bronco, and there are a couple of other vehicles along the shore side as well. So we're grateful to have those folks supporting this event. And a lot of great support. I mean, we're able to get this event to 5-star status, which means that the prize money is jacked up quite considerably compared to a lot of other events. $42,000, the total prize money for this competition on offer between the women's and men's events. And this is 12 meters. Good start.
Yeah, she's looking really good here. Okay, so let's see what happens at buoy 3. It's a good buoy 3 inch. That's a real shame. That's a real shame. Just after a fantastic start, she just maybe got a touch aggressive and tried to roll that ski over a little bit too hard, and didn't quite have the line at the end of the turn. But that's what's good about that, though, I guess, is that I think it was one of her better starts of the whole set, but even though she didn't get the score that she would have wanted and maybe thought she would have got from that start, she set herself up, and in the second round she'll feel confident that she can go out there and really go a bit bigger.
All right there, so we're looking at this once again. Just tried to load up a little too soon before she got fully balanced and ready to go.
A little bit of rain falling, Tony. I'm just slightly sticking out of this tent here. I can feel it on my left shoulder. So not the best of news for Alice. I don't think. I'm not sure they're going to be stopping too much for rain today. Well, they might be. We've got a lot of skiing to do today, and I think there's 62 sets to do. Yeah, that rain's coming down, isn't it, Tony?
Yeah, indeed, and that's going to be that's going to affect our camera in the boat, which means we're going to have to stop for a few seconds and cover it up.
Well, that's definitely to the benefit of the skiers, because you don't want to be skiing in rain, as everyone knows that's tried to go down the lake with the boat going at 30 plus miles an hour. There's a lot of pain that can be felt with water going in the eye at that speed. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Tony, going back to the prize purse. I mean, I think it's fantastic, to finish on a season in such a way. I mean, really, pro skiers, they're turning up not just for the bragging rights, but they've got to make a living. What better motivation to have the biggest prize of the year, the last tournament. And of course, we saw it in Formula One a number of years ago, where they would artificially double the points the last tournament of the last race of the year, in order to try and sort of give more emphasis to mix up the standings, if you like. But that's not the best way to do it. I think that's not really fair. So the best way, is for it to happen like this, where the biggest prize purse of the year is on the last tournament. So as you mentioned, Regina could go ahead of Jamie Bull into first place, and Whitney's right there as well. All of those last placements really, I mean, as much as it's already quite tight, they can really be jiggled around, just because there's so many points on offer.
Absolutely right. As the rain peters down a little bit here, we've got our electronic equipment covered, and we'll get the green light hopefully. Hopefully things will settle down, and the rain will get on out of here. We saw little glimpses of sunshine break out over Miami Beach with our as we see some industrial-related activity close to us. It sounded a little bit like a thunderclap or something like that, but nothing of the sort, fortunately. As we see members of our crew taking shelter as well to keep the electronics nice and dry. But it doesn't. And with that, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson in November in Florida, right? Little muggy, little rain, but no big deal, right?
Yeah, it's been kind of raining this morning, sprinkling a little bit right now. Hopefully it moves out quickly. I got a couple more skiers. I don't know if we're going to kind of delay or what, but kind of wrap up the season here in Miami.
Yeah, so big, long year, but a lot of cash prize here this weekend to keep you motivated, right?
Yeah, I think this is the biggest event of the year, so that's pretty exciting. Kind of cap it off with a nice ending.
Well, good stuff. We can't wait. We're going to see her in the water soon. Back to you guys.
Yeah, the rain stopped here. There's not much happening behind us, but of course we've got to sort of make sure there's nothing coming right in behind those clouds, because like you said, Tony, we've got some pretty expensive equipment on the boat that we got to to give our viewing public the goods, the visuals that they want to see all day. We can't have the camera go down. That would be quite a pain. So yeah, making sure that everything's working. But I mean, as Wade mentioned, apart from that, very flat. Not much sun. I mean, I imagine that as the sun comes in, it's going to burn off the clouds, so we won't have to deal with rain all day. It was. I started this morning on South Beach, 30-minute drive on the way over here, and there was quite a bit of rain. But yeah, it's looking good. I mean, I think.
It looks like the rain has seemed to have completely petered off a little bit. There's no drops on the water, so it looks like we could proceed on very, very, very quickly.
Yeah, I'm conscious. I mean, there's, with 1 minute 20 drop times, it's going to be a long day of skiing. So hopefully we can see some people get on the water soon, so that we're not going to be struggling with darkness at the end of the day. But we'll see. Alicia Vagnoli is next. Her last two rounds of tournament we saw last weekend at the King Dartness. She ran 11 both rounds. She ran half in the first round there. She ran 1.5 in the second round. She's obviously skiing very well. Of course, it's we're 1 week on, or just over a week, I guess, because that would have been last Thursday. Yeah, she's finishing the season strong. That's a good tournament for her. I think it was the first tournament she ran 11 in both rounds. So she'll be looking to go and add to that and to finish in exactly the same vein of form.
And for the very last time of this season, you have the opportunity to win a ski of your own choice. Could it be the ski that Freddie rides? Could it be that Ion?
I haven't ridden it recently. I'm not on an Ion 3 either, but good effort. I want a Neo 2.
All right, Neo 2. Okay, Neo 2, Ion 3. I mean, there is a difference between the two, ladies and gentlemen. I could have been flippant and says, what's the difference?
Well, I can tell you the difference if you like. if you want to get really boring. But
all right then. Okay, we got a little
down.
bit of time. We got the rain coming down. Okay, so let's just say that one of you good folks out there manages to be fortunate enough to accurately predict the men's slalom competition.
Or smart enough. It's no easy feat. I mean, to predict the podium in any men's event this year is basically impossible, right?
All right then, smarty pants. Okay, you accurately predict the podium. You're smart enough to do that. Plus, you get the backup score close enough to it. You win yourself a D3 ski. You have the option. You can go for an Ion 3. You can go for the Neo 2. Or it could be something else.
Or the R3.
Or the R3, okay. Give us the difference between the three. Go.
You're putting me on the spot here, Tony. I mean, I'll first go with the ski that I've been riding. I had a very, very happy year on it last year when it first came out, the Neo 2. It's a bit more of an aggressive ski. It sits tail down. It's not the fastest of the three, but it's got the it's very stable in the water. That's what I like the most about it, and it can really turn when you're pushing it. Then you've got the Ion 3 that I'm not super familiar with, but I mean I know the Ion 2 pretty well.
But you could easily jump from one to the other if push comes to shove.
Yeah, I mean I think
which you have done before.
Yeah, I mean I've actually been on an iteration of all three of the skis that are in the D3 line. So my first D3 ski was the NRG R1. Of course, there's now the R3, so 2 iterations iterations later, which I won the Masters on in 2021. Really, really good ski. I loved it. And then the next year during COVID, I was sent this Ion ski that I was unfamiliar with, but I really liked it straight out of the box, and I was on that, and then the Ion S and the Ion 2 for like 3 or 4 years. And again, I was sent the Neo 2, and I wasn't sort of looking to change, and I got on it in a couple of weeks, and I'm like, wow, this thing's amazing. And so here I am, and I don't, I'm very happy to be with a company that keeps sending me skis that I keep liking more and more. So I'm excited to see what next year might bring in all the years afterwards.
Do they send you placebos?
No. I mean, I don't have time for that. And they don't have time for that. They don't want to,
Psych.
Yeah, exactly. They send me some stuff, maybe with a different, I don't know, rocker or whatever. And there's some stuff that I've said, oh no, that's not for me. But again, it's all personal preference, and that is why the ski company has like D3 has multiple options, and they all sort of have that stable D3 DNA. But they're all very, very capable of running big scores, and you'll see that they do run big scores very frequently, and that's I hate to be sort of a massive salesman, but I'm very happy with where I've ended up. It's exactly where I want to be, to feel that I don't have to do much. I'm not a Will Asher sort of guy who's changing his ski all the time, or filing it or whatever, or trying to find the next move. I like to say, I can outsource that to someone that's much smarter than me. And Will Bush has been creating great skis for a long time, so I'm very lucky. It's a situation that very much suits me. I can just get a ski and ski on it, which actually is kind of what most of the public like. I mean, they might be changing the fin numbers and stuff, but they want to sort of just get sent a ski. They don't want to design it. They don't have the ability to design it. So I'm very much sort of a stand-in for the general public in that regard.
Now, in this competition, there's also the women's side, and the women, the person that would pick, the smart enough to pick the top three and get closest to the right score in the women's competition wins themselves the Conley ski of that choice. Now, you're not quite as familiar with Conley, but I believe that you are a friend of someone who skis on Conley.
Me and Lucas Cornell are good buds.
Yeah, indeed. We jest, okay. It's Manon Costard, okay. I mean, you've seen her ski enough times. You train with her, on occasion. You should know what the fin depths and fin lengths and everything are in relation to that ski, at least be able to relate to the ski. But based on your perspective, what are the traits of a Conley ski?
I think I know the ski fairly well. I mean, I've skied on it. There was that year in 2018 where I basically tried everything when I was sort of unaffiliated with
even a plank of wood.
I would ski on a plank. I tried to ski on everything, Tony. But yeah, I know how ski works. It's good. I mean, it's a great ski. I don't know the new stuff obviously quite as well, but pretty aggressive, turns well, turns hard, and carries direction pretty good.
Tail ride's pretty deep.
Tail ride's pretty deep. Well, 'cause it's very narrow. It's a narrow ski, so it tends to sit fairly deep in the water, which is actually thing is, and this also comes down to personal preference. There's some people that struggle to generate speed, and they want a really fast ski to do the work for them. And then there's some people that can generate the speed, but then want to have stability in the turns. I would say
the ski doesn't pop.
Exactly. So I would say that I've tended to sort of ski on skis that are a bit maybe slower. I've liked those because at the turn they just have that little bit more traction, that little bit more hold in the water, and that's I'm fairly aggressive in the turns, as much as I try not to be. When it comes down to it, I like something that's gonna sort of stay in the water more than pop out. So yeah, I mean that's why I'm on the ski that I'm on, and I think that the Conley is not a million miles from there. Mm-hmm. Without sort of having any first-hand experience of that recently. But I mean, yeah, look, anyone that's watching right now, you would be absolutely mental not to
enter. It's free.
It's free. Get on your phone.
Yes.
Worst case, you can have it and sell it, right? It's. I mean, don't. But
I'm sure that the folks that are giving the skis would appreciate that sentiment.
You'd never do that. But I mean, it's you'd be mental not to try and I mean get a free ski. I was sitting there in bed, Tony, watching the Oxford Pro-Am, and I went to put my for the women's podium. I put my first, second, and third with the score, but I did it I did it the day of the final, so it was during the second round, so it didn't actually count. But I was very annoyed because I actually got the winner, which was Manon. I guessed the 2.5 for 10.75. I had Jamie second and Ali third. And I would have won. It would have been pretty cool. I would have won a ski, but shoulda, woulda, coulda.
We would have had issues if the little piece of paper that had the winner had your name on it.
Well,
we would have had issues.
I would have had issues if you hadn't given me something that I'd fairly won. Yeah, so
no, we're not allowed to play here.
Well, at that point, I wasn't really. I mean, I certainly wasn't part of the TWBC crew. I hadn't done it. I'd sort of maybe jumped into the webcast.
No, you were still lying in bed.
I was still lying in bed, not doing much. That was. I mean, look, if we're gonna, maybe we can look back at the season, Tony, while we watch the
yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. Let's do that.
But I mean, that to me was, I'm slightly biased, right? But that to me was a real highlight of the season as a viewer. Watching the Oxford Pro-Am. I mean, night events are always amazing. We saw one last week at the King of Darkness. That was a phenomenal event. But I sat there in France in my wheelchair watching the skiing happen. Saw Manon win, saw Corey win, and it really was special to see. And I loved that you guys were able to transfer your in the day ability to put stuff out. Let's say not nervous, but I was interested to see how you would manage to do that during the night when the cameras there had to be set up a certain way. And
we were full on military mode.
Oh no,
not in Oxford. We had the finest military tent that the MOD could provide us at that time.
I'll bet you. Yeah, no. Well, Oxford has a strong relationship with the RAF there, but I think I thought that was a phenomenal event. I thought that, as a slalom fan, that was great. I know that it would, touch tricky. We saw some strange scores from some of the skiers who, maybe just didn't quite get their eye in early enough. But it was a great event. We saw, Manon's performance getting midway down 10.75 was pretty spectacular, wasn't it? Really. Wouldn't it be funny if I just said, "Hey, Vince, why don't you re-rack that?" Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to have that ability just yet.
He wishes.
That's a 2025 innovation, I think, to be able to do that in a year's time to look back. But no, it was pretty great.
If you want to watch it again yourself, then you can go back to the TWBC YouTube channel and actually go back to that event.
And that is the beauty. I mean, you're 2 clicks away from watching it all. And so that was one of my highlights of the year. What would yours have been, Tony?
Lucas Cornell.
Yeah, Travis. Well, we sat next to each other and watched that, didn't we? It was pretty special.
Absolutely. I mean, you called the win. It was like the first skier on the water because it actually was the one who qualified last out of the initial opening rounds, and then he freaking just sent it.
He threw down.
Yeah.
He threw down. I haven't actually seen Elizabeth today. Is he here today?
No, he is not.
He's not.
Right,
he just dropped the mic. He just won a tournament and got out of town. What a way to do it.
But the thing is, though, I mean, you get your first win, and you're all excited, you're all pumped up, and like thinking, okay, I've got this season, I'm going to go out there and try and parlay this into a few wins. But the reality is very, very different in the sport. I mean, we could look back to someone like a Charlie Ross, who got through 10.75 meters for the first time over at Swiss, and it took him quite a while beyond the scope of that performance to really get to the kind of consistency that it's going to take for him to excel at this level week in, week out.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's a good point. I mean, Charlie, we know is an incredibly special skier and a guy that will have a lot of wins. But he ran that first 10.75. I think was it in 2020? I think he was 15.
Yeah, in the COVID year.
And it was a hell of a moment. At the same time, he's only really, I'd say, this year or last year, just he's made it to be consistently in the final. I mean, he invariably basically is in the final. Didn't quite make it last week at the King of Darkness, but of course that was a pretty high level and almost an outlier in terms of how big the scores were.
If you permit me an additional moment of the season, it was Corey Vaughan last weekend who got through 41 off for not the first time in his career, but at least the first time in a tournament of that level, and actually had the opportunity to talk with him for a podcast episode, which is just dropped. You can go to the TWBC podcast and listen to him, and I've also added some 10 questions towards the end, and I do actually have the card deck from where those questions emanated from. So maybe we can do a few questions live. Okay, I know you're looking at this nervously, but
it literally says "What the heck" on the on the card box.
yeah, this is the what the heck deck. Okay, I'm going to be judicious with some of these. Okay, so all right,
I'm just going to put my filter in place so I can sort of not say anything that's going to get me in trouble.
all right then. Here we go. Question 1: what's your favorite microwavable food?
Curry. I mean, I like curry of all kinds, of course, but you know, that's an easy one. You microwavable curries are actually pretty good.
Yes, it turned into a soccer chant, didn't it? Vindaloo.
There we go. Yeah, that's right. Those not familiar with 1998 England national anthems for the tournament.
Fat Les.
Yeah, Fat Les. What a great song.
There we go.
Amazing music video. That's on YouTube too. Anyone watching Vindaloo, Fat Les, it's worth. That's some British culture right there.
There you go. Describe your sense of humour in one word. That kind of tells from what we share.
I don't know.
Eclectic.
Eclectic. Sarcastic.
Goofy. Wry.
Yeah, straight-faced.
Straight-faced. Okay. All right there. So, okay. Question number 3: if you could bring a famous person back from the dead, who would you pick? And you could join in with this conversation as well. Why not? I mean, we've got a live chat here, so as I'm reading these questions out, you can always plint in with an answer of your own. So, if you could bring a famous person back from the dead, who would you pick?
These are tough questions. I would say, I mean,
already had one a suggestion, and it was actually echoed by Nate Smith, who I interviewed yesterday as well for the same podcast. Andy Mapple, we all wish he was here today.
Yeah, but I mean, for sure. I mean, but I think it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I mean, is it back from the dead for a day, you know, to have dinner with him, to catch up with him, or is it like, you know, for good? I mean, there's a, I don't know. If I could bring back one person to play a concert, it'd be Kurt Cobain. I'd love to see Nirvana live. That would be pretty cool.
All right then. With Courtney Love?
No. I mean, his murderer. I mean, why would we bring him up?
Oh, we're hitting the controversial buttons this morning. Okay. All right then. Have you ever had
a lawsuit in from Courtney, dear Courtney, who actually I'm a fan of?
All right there. Have you ever had a weird Uber experience?
I think some Uber drivers of mine have had a weird Uber experience with me, sort of, you know, taking me back home at 4 a.m. But no, I can't imagine. Maybe we would have a weird Uber experience, Tony.
Yeah, because I do drive Uber on occasion, you know, but that's neither here nor there. Looks like the boat is going to make its pass up and down. Just enough time for 2 questions. If you're a villain or a criminal mastermind, what would be your calling card?
I know what if we were off air, I would say one thing. On air, I'm not sure what I would say. There'd be various entities I would destroy, put it that way.
Would you be the person that leaves that card behind, you know, another British commercial, you know, for the lady who loves milk tray?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good idea. There you go. I'll take that one.
All right then. All right, and one final question. What's the longest you've ever waited in line for something, and what was it? And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm excluding airport TSA lines.
Oh, yeah, I had a nightmare on the way in. I did an hour and 40 minutes in Chicago last week, missed my flight. Missed my connecting flight, but yeah, I don't know. I'll have a think about that one, Tony. I think we're going to go.
We're going to send it over to Wade, and maybe he's got an answer for one of these questions.
Hey guys, here with Miss Whitney McClintock-Rini, and geez, you had a really good year. You had a couple of wins here recently, and now we got a lot of cash prize that you guys get to go fight for this weekend, huh?
Yeah, it's been an awesome season. We started out at Swiss early on. Well, actually, we were in Australia to start the season, but it's really nice to finish the season down here in Miami. Hopefully, the weather turns better, so the rain goes away and we can have some nice sunny skies for the rest of the weekend. But super excited to be here and thankful to the club for having us.
And got the family, so it makes it that much more special to be here, right?
Yeah, we actually decided this year to stay on the beach for the weekend, so we're making kind of a vacation out of it. We'll get a little afternoon on the beach and then the morning tomorrow. It's nice to have Matt and Zane here with me. See if you remember the Miami Ski Club. That's what you get to do, ski and go to the beach. Back to you guys.
Yeah, I wish I could go to the beach. This round's pretty much at this rate. It's probably going to take much of the day. But at least we're joined by the likes of Ruth Brierley, who is saying good morning to us from München, and also Jean Cloutier, who would love to see Elvis return.
Elvis ain't dead.
No, he's
that would assume that he's
no, he's working.
Dead, but, yeah.
He's working the Winn-Dixie somewhere off.
That's right.
Of Corsi in Baton Rouge.
That's right.
I saw him the other day. Yeah.
We'll keep those questions coming in.
Yeah. I went up to shake his hand, but it had already been shook up.
Very good. that was good. I like that, Tony. How do we call your sense of humour?
Eclectic.
Yeah.
Non-existent sometimes.
So Alice's had a bit of a moment as we see her sort of sitting on the dock getting ready. She's had a moment, maybe 20 minutes. We started at 8 on the dot, but it's now borderline 8:30, and we've had one skier. So Alice,
let's see,
had a bit more of time to think about a set than she would have thought, but nothing that'll phase her too much. She's skiing well. Let's see what she can do here.
Let's see. In the quiet words of Pitbull, let's see if she can feel this moment.
That's right. We are in the realm of Mr. 305.
Yes.
Pitbull is from Miami, and
he's joined by Mr. 225.
Who's Mr. 225?
Me.
Are you 225? Okay. All right. Well, Alice, as I said, 2 scores into 10.75 or 39 off last weekend at the King of Darkness, finishing her season strong. She's been to basically, I would say, every tour event this year. I'm not sure I can think of one that she's missed. I've seen her ski on all of your webcasts, Tony, and maybe just missed out on California. That's a long way to go if you're in Europe to return. But apart from that, I think, of the 11 Waterski Pro Tour events this year, I think she's been to 10, which is pretty good going. I think that's rivaled only by maybe Ali Nicholson, who did all of Europe. Maybe Ali's done all of them. She tends to. I think she did all of them last year, bar one.
All right, then. Here we go, folks. This is Alicia Bagnoli. Looking good on the opening buoy, 14.25 meters. Conditions are at their elite best here at the Miami Ski Club opening pass. And as she clears the opening pass, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Miss Shara Swiber, right? Sweihofer. So her first pro event, she was a little nervous and she got some rain. So tell us about your ride, and then, hey, we get to ski again this afternoon, right?
Yes, I'm super excited to ski again this afternoon. This morning didn't go quite as planned, but it's just fun to be here and fun to be in the warm water too.
And first pro event ever, and you had to go first, which is a lot of times the way the ranking works out. So how were your nerves like the last 30 minutes before you went out?
Oh, I've been nervous for like 3 days. So, yeah, I had a lot of nerves going out, but it was a lot of fun.
Well, you did really good, because what the rest of the skiers want to see the first skier do is go down and back a couple times. And you did that, so hopefully you shook out all the cobwebs and we'll get some sunshine this afternoon.
I hope so. I'm looking forward to that.
Okay, good stuff. Enjoying it. We're going to get to see her again. Back to you guys. No.
All right there. So looks like we got our driver there, Mario Pogozzi, and we should be less than 10 seconds away from hearing the 3 beeps that will constitute. There we go. Those are the 3 beeps. Minute and 20 is expired, and mash the throttle down, and here he goes, approaching the course on our arena lake, so to speak, at the Miami Ski Club. Here we go, Alicia Bagnoli. 13 meters. This is where it starts to get a little tricky.
Yeah, it is, but also, that's for a normal skier, but Alice has not missed this all year. I think there's very little chance of that happening today, and I think we're going to see her go through 12 and good chance through 11 as well. She's been Yeah, skiing very solidly all year. I think, like I say, I think she's probably, I would say her worst score of the year might be, well, I think we saw it at the Travis Grand Prix where we saw her get a half at 11, which put her into a runoff. But, she's always been between that sort of, start of 11 and the end, more towards the end recently, which has put her into many, many finals. I think she's probably not missed too many finals this year, Alice. And will feel pretty good. Those are a good couple of passes. You can see there's not much wind, so there's just that little bit of movement on the water, that little bit of...
I'm looking at the wind vane, and it's there's a little bit of movement, but not too much. 22 degrees C, 72 degrees Fahrenheit. There you see about 5 kilometers an hour of wind, about 3 miles an hour coming to us from the north.
Very, very protected here, though, isn't it? I mean, we've got these huge trees. It's a pretty narrow lake. And huge trees on either side, if not industrial-sized buildings. So that's just going to take a lot of the wind off. And it's one of those things, like, it can be blowing really, I mean, I've been here and it's been blowing really, really fast. We're not so far from the sea, but when it comes from a sort of a half angle, 90 degrees to where the lakes run, it's very much just taken off. It's not even a factor. When it starts running, it has to really go basically directly down the lakes in order to be a factor. And there's not much out there right now to speak of. And Alice is going to feel pretty good. So first 2 passes, like you said, I mean, 13 it starts hotting up. 12, on this could be a bit trickier. Again, Tony, we're often just looking at this and seeing how things are setting up for her, and how she's going to attack that 11. I don't think she's going to miss 12. I think she'll feel pretty good about running it. She can do it with a couple of mistakes. We'll see how she does. It's a very good one.
There she is, buoy 1.
It's a good 2. She looks very
done.
safe here, very safe and stable. A little bit
so
more
far
aggressive
so
there
good.
In 3.
Good edge change into 4.
Well, to me, oh no.
Oh no! Oh, look at this! And but thankfully, she generated enough room to spare to make. To at least mitigate anything that she might have done around buoy number 5, and there you go. I mean, it's the kind of experience that you build up during the course of the season. Not every pass is going to be perfect. I mean, but those that are less than perfect, you can at least be able to ski your way out of.
Yeah, I really thought this was a very, very good pass, and I was about to say, such an easy. Pass will give her a lot of confidence going into 11, but as we see her come around, 3-3 was a little bit big, but nothing too bad whatsoever. And 4 very good, and then we'll see here at 5. We'll see what she does. Yeah, just nearly fell in, dropped the shoulder, and you see the shoulder dropped all the way over sideways, and then she had to really bring the shoulder back up, so she lost all of her angle, but just was in good enough shape to make it happen. From 5 to 6. Of course, if she was a little bit later, she wouldn't have had the space to do that. So it really does pay to ski up course and not just do enough. There is a time for efficiency, but getting those nice turns that she did got from 1 to 4 was really the name of the game. Bring that ski through, don't get too deep, and very, very good, good for the first 4, which will be able to give her a good shot at 11 if she can just continue with that.
Okay, so looking at the 0 settings right there, and this lake is actually pretty deep, so the ski does settle into the water quite significantly.
Yeah, Alice has taken the lead here. She's going to want to run this 11. She has done it. We saw it very well the last couple of... that's not a very good one. Over to 2. It's a very good 2. Come on, Alice. Let's a bit of patience on 3. And she's in good shape here. Come on, Alice, over to 4. 4 is good. I think she's going to go over to 5. And if she can get a half-decent 5, she'll turn it and she'll run it 3 times in a row.
Yeah, there you go.
Out the exit gates.
Yeah,
congratulations to Alice. Well done.
Good skiing there from Alice Bagnoli, And I do have to say that earlier on the season, if she'd have turned a few of those buoys like she did there, we wouldn't be saying that she'd gotten to 10.75 meters. She would have been halfway in the water.
Yeah, back in the early part of the season, actually, I was skiing a fair bit over at Swiss with Alice, and we were sort of having a look at her buoy 5. She would often get to 5 in this sort of shape and try and turn it too much. Well, here she was just very patient. And it wasn't her best buoy 1, but watch what she did at 2. She just let the ski do its work, moved with it instead of in front of it. And over to 3, and really from here I was pretty excited. I mean, that's a solid 3, and then 4 the offside, always difficult, but definitely enough to get over to 5. And I thought, so long as she didn't just try and rush it too much, she moved with her knees instead of her shoulders, and that gave her enough space to get around 6. And that's the first woman through 11 meters today, and
won't
that's
be the last.
And I'm going to say that that's probably confirmed her place in the final. We are only losing 1 woman between today and tomorrow. There's 9 for 8 places. It'll be a different case for the men later. There's going to be a huge fight for those final places. Only 1 being lost between these 2 qualifying rounds in the final tomorrow. But having done that, I think that we're not going to see everyone beat Alice's score here. So I think she's probably 95% sure that she's put herself in the final with that score. Remember, her best is, I believe, 3, Tony, which is the Italian record, tied Italian record.
With Irene Reinstahler.
That's right, with that famous Italian name that I always get a kick out of it. Here she is at 10, so let's see, over to 1. Let's see what she does out of 1. She's a little on the tail through the, that wasn't
There's
the gate
1.
that she wanted. She was very much through the tail of the ski on that gate, and as soon as you start moving to the tail through the middle of the weights, you're not going to get your speed into 1, and that was going to be tricky for her.
All right there, but definitely a commendable performance there from Alice Bagnoli. I mean, she gets into 10.75 meters, and it's typically a score of 1 when she gets to that run. But
she ran 1.5 last weekend and was trying to turn it. So she was right there. And an interesting quirk here. Just to look at, compared to her last 2 tournament rounds, she was skiing behind a Mastercraft boat last weekend. We're behind the Nautique today, so there is a change there associated with just getting used to the different boat. She'll be very happy. She ran a half at a 1.5 in the tournament that we sat and watched together last time. She ran a 1 today. She sort of split the difference, but potentially, I thought that her 11 was good enough to where she can feel like she can run that again and maybe go and get a better gate. She'll watch that gate again and she'll realise that she didn't have her weight riding over her feet through the second wake. She had a weight behind her feet, so the ski kind of peeled out in front of her, and she went straight at 1 as opposed to moving over in front of it.
And actually, the change between the boat from Mastercraft to Nautique, skiing behind different boats was a question that I asked to Thomas de Gasperi during the course of the TWBC podcast episode that I recorded with him yesterday. And if you want to listen to that, you can go to podcast.waterskibroadcasting.com, or check out Spotify or our YouTube channel. And speaking about our YouTube channel, yes, absolutely, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be informed the next time we go live, which will be next year. And you can also check out the playlist that has the episodes of the TWBC podcast. That episode to which I alluded to will be published very, very soon. And also you can be a part of the live chat. So sounds like Alice Bagnoli's getting a few cheers along the shorefront. A highly vibrant Italian community here in the Miami area.
Look at that plane right
Look
at
at that.
How cool. This is just beautiful.
Yes, and we're going to see plenty of that. That is just remarkable.
Well, yeah. So everyone that's subscribed, get your questions in. We're going to have a lot of drop times at the end, so we can have a bit of a discussion. We can talk around water skiing as well as about it.
And I've got plenty of questions here if you want to have a crack at them.
It's quite enough of that, Tony. Let's get the questions in from
more germane
from the people,
to the sport.
Yeah, from the people that are supporting the webcast. It's a good day. We're finishing the season, and I think people are going to be. I think my parents will be watching. They're over in Greece right now. They're all excited.
James Barron is tuning in from Peru.
That's right. A very international audience, and everyone will be cherishing these last couple of days of TWBC for the year. TWBC has become. I'm allowed to say this because I'm not part of the crew. I'm a guest. I'm an associate, but it's become an institution, and I know that everyone watching is so grateful and excited to every time TWBC goes live.
All right, then looks like we're getting viewers from all over the place. We got one individual tuning into us from Puerto Rico. we're certainly grateful for our international performance audience, especially those that are tuning in from Europe at this time. I'm not too sure what time it is in Central Europe. I think the time change is a little skewed from one weekend to the
5 hours.
It's 5 hours.
And tomorrow it'll be 6.
Tomorrow it will be 6, yeah, because we lose an hour going because we're falling back, and then.
I think they had their change last weekend. Yeah. It's
okay.
All a bit confusing. But yeah, so I think 5 hours. What would that make it? It would be 1:42.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, someone's confirmed. Anyway, this is Paige Reaney, who comes to us out of Lake County in Central Florida, and her work during the week is as a wedding planner. And yes, it is about 1:41 p.m. there, Central European summertime.
Or wintertime?
No, it's summertime.
Is it still summertime?
Yeah, still summertime apparently.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know. Time changes always confuse me. Paige Reaney is on form as well. She's been skiing very solidly. We saw her at the Travers Grand Prix. She ran a bunch of 11s. She looked really good. She looked really good last week at the King of Darkness. Didn't have her best second qualifying round, but the first round was very solid. She ran, I think, two at 10.75. Yeah, finishing the season strong. She had a very good season, Paige. She came, I think, second at the Monaco Slalom Cup on June 26th, a date that I remember well personally. But,
okay, you don't have to expand upon it. I think we all know what happened, Freddie. You can only milk that for so long.
No, I was able to remember the date, Tony. I was trying to be professional. But anyway,
the date that will live in infamy.
In my head, at least. But. And I think she came second at the Masters sometime in late May, so very, very solid season. I would say probably her best in slalom, which is something she can be very proud of. She's really improved that consistency, and she was someone that was kind of running somewhere between 1 and 2 at 10.75 just a couple of years ago. Now she's getting over to 3 very frequently, and she looks good doing it. So let's have a look. One-handed gait. More abnormal now, but similar to Whitney, who we'll see later. Of course, they come from very similar. They ski in very similar places,
and they ski on the same ski.
The same ski, yeah. I mean, that's a very easy pass. That'd be 13, right? Or, no, probably be 12. 12, sorry.
Oh, right. She started on 13. That was 12, and here is Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Alice Bagnoli, and Alice, you started the weekend off right, huh? Ripping the 11 right out of the get-go.
Yeah, I'm so happy. Honestly, I didn't really have the expectation on coming here and running the 11. I knew I had to do it. I was just not really feeling it. First few passes were okay. I was losing my balance a little bit at the buoys, but at 11, I knew I had to attack, go for it, don't think about it. If we can see here, I didn't have a good start actually. I think it was all the way in the back at 1. Quite a bit of slack for me, for my kind of skiing, but from 1 to 2, I just pulled really strong. I attacked at buoy 2, and I just kept following Mario going all the way down. I knew I didn't have to make any mistake in order for me to run it. And I actually, if you can see here, I was super scared of turning 5 because that's where I usually fall or drop my shoulder. But here, I paused just a little bit, just enough to get around 6. Took a big hit out of 6 and extremely happy.
Well, not bad. No, it's always good to get that out of the way the first round. And so have a go here at your 39. And what would you do differently if you had to do it over again?
I think I was a little bit too passive in the gate. I almost missed my gate. That's why I had to slow down the turning of the gate, and I went straight to 1. So second round, if I get to run 38 again, just pull out a bit stronger and get a little bit wider.
Okay, good stuff. We'll back to you guys on the water.
All right there, so here we go. We got Paige Reaney. She's gotten through 13 and 12. This now is 11.25 meters, or 38 feet off the standard 75-foot line. It leaves with 37 feet to get round. Of course, it's 37.5 feet in width.
Or she's in trouble.
Oh, and she's down, and that elevates Alicia Bagnoli one more spot, keeps her in the lead.
That's right, she does stay in the lead. I thought, yeah, I mean, I thought that Paige made a little bit of a mistake there from 1 to 2. I thought she had a solid 1, but she moved her feet very early into 2. So that kind of, you end up, again, sort of like I was saying with Alice, you can end up running a little bit straight to the next buoy, which is her offside. So watch this. This is good. And then she I think just kind of moved her feet a little early. Maybe I'm being a touch harsh there, but that to me was where she just stood up a little bit too much there at 2, and then 3 overturned, too big and not enough line tension. For her to continue from there. So unfortunate for Paige, but at the same time, she is well, we can say she's in 8th place, assuming everyone beats her, so that's enough to make the final. There is a little bit of leeway for people of this standard. That this is not a good score for Paige, not even close, but it's something that she's able to do enough to get above that 9th place skier. And she will be disappointed, but she'll have some pointers and she'll be able to improve for the second qualifying round later today.
All right, so that is
Paige swimming into the side. I remember I've had to swim to the side here a number of times in the last couple of years when I've skied. She'll be looking to get picked up by a golf cart. It's not the grassiest, most comfortable bank on to walk back on, but yeah, it's yeah, like I say, disappointing for Paige. But again, she lives to fight another day, and she's put herself provisionally in the final with that one skier below her.
all right. Looking at some more of our folks. Michael, who is saying good morning from Vancouver in Washington State, not the Vancouver that's in BC. No, they're on the opposite sides of the border.
They have a Washington on both sides.
Vancouver on both sides.
Sorry, they have a Vancouver on both sides. It must be pretty close to each other, no?
Yeah, they are.
Oh, how confusing.
Yes, it can get confusing. No, it's confusing enough for some people that there's actually more than one Washington. There's the DC, and then there's the Washington State.
That's why I'm here, Tony. I'm here to learn.
Yes.
Learning from the master.
Well, I don't profess to be a master of anything.
Well, you're the master of commentary, Tony. That's why you're here. That's why you're sitting in the seat every weekend, and we're very lucky to have you.
I think that was just luck. I don't know.
No, I don't know. We used to some dedication.
Just being in the right place at the wrong time.
Exactly. Yeah, punishment for life dealing with Vince Talabau. What a horrible situation. Anyway, sorry, Vince. Elizabeth Montemont is next. She has she's won this tournament. She won the first. She won in 20. Yeah, she won in 21. The first time that it ever happened. She won in 21. She won in a runoff. She ran 11 off the dock in the runoff, and ran I think 1.5. Regina Jacobs, who had tied her in the final, ran 1.25, or yeah, she threw herself outside of the ski. Not enough to take the win. So Elizabeth is a former champion here. I think her only pro win so far. She's been on a bunch of podiums, but this sticks out as the biggest success story in her career. It's been 3 years since then, so she'll be looking to add to that. And I'll say for myself, I've won tournaments the last tournament of the year. I think I've done it twice, and it's the best feeling you can possibly have in Waterski. I think is to sort of finish the season strong and go into your next year, realizing that you've kind of you finished high and you can really enjoy that instead of having that enjoyment curtailed by going to the next tournament very shortly. So everyone looking to finish strong here. Jamie Bull and Regina in this division, I think capable of winning the tour, which would be another huge achievement. But of course, there's a lot of contenders to win this tournament. This year, I think in the women's field, we've had 5 winners. We've had Jamie. I'm not going to be able to do the numbers, but we had Jamie with Regina, who's won, I think, the last 2 of the last 4.
Ali's in there too.
Whitney's won 2 of the last 4. Ali has won 1. She won in Marrakesh. Manon won 1 in Oxford. So, yeah, 5 winners, and they're all standing on the dock today. So, very exciting. They are actually our last 5 skiers of the day. due to their, the scores they've got, the wins they've got, the podiums they've got, putting them high on the Waterski Pro Tour list, or the leaderboard, improving their ranking.
All right there. So Elizabeth Montavon on the water, resides, and she's an American, and so's this.
What a shot.
There we go. You see what I did there?
Very good. That's why they pay you the big bucks, Tony.
Yeah.
But yeah, Elizabeth has tasted success here. I think she'll be, she's familiar. She doesn't live too far away. I think she's maybe an hour and a half up the road. As we see this American flight, we are very close to the airport, Tony. Right? I mean,
we're less than 2 miles away downrange.
Is that right?
Yeah, we're
just 2 miles. Well,
touchdown.
He's made it.
Yeah,
he's made it. Congratulations to that pilot. He's added to his 100% success rate so far. Hopefully, it'll continue for a long time. There's a lot of people with their lives in his hands. Elizabeth Montavon coming back on 12 meters, starting on 13, and she's got a solid, well, not the best start, I'm going to say. Pulling along to 3, she's good enough skier to make this work, but she's not going to be super happy about how she's run this. Better start, better finish than an end. But yeah, that buoy 2 wasn't what she wants. She's not going to have too much space to work with over there from
and flying across the wakes,
from 2 if she does that on 11.
All right there, so 100% success rate on 12 meters. Let's have a look. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, one thing that water skiers love as much as their skis or their boats, their vehicles. Huge thanks to Doral Automotive Group for sponsoring our event this weekend, the Miami Pro Slalom, and bringing us these awesome vehicles. This Ford Bronco here, Lincoln Aviator right up the beach there. Come on out and check it out.
All right there, so we've got our good folks there from Doral Auto Group. They've got Fords, and they've got that Ford Bronco, the white Ford Bronco right there, and
it's a pretty car, isn't it, Tony?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just come back, right? The Bronco. I think it's not a car you see too much in Europe, but over here you see them more and more. They're very nice. I'd drive it. Put it that way. If anyone wants to gift it to me, anyone in the comments, I'd have one.
I wouldn't say no to a white Ford Bronco.
But no, thank you to our sponsor there, Doral Automotive. It's great to have their support, as it is to have the support of all of our sponsors that help put this tournament on. And what Gonzalo here, who's the chief organizer of this tournament, has put a huge amount of effort into putting this event on. As we said, the biggest cash prize of the year in any single event. We've got all the best skiers in the world here, and Elizabeth will be trying to run this 11 to try and have a piece of the lead or to get the lead outright.
Here she comes.
She's into buoy 1.
There's number 1. Oh, one goes down on number 1, and up another placement is Alice Bagnoli.
So yeah, Alice looking good here, and I think what's interesting actually is that there's a couple of surprises. So our viewers at home, we saw last week, everyone was so excited to see those absolutely massive scores, and as were we. But I think that what's also quite interesting for fans at home is to see some surprises at the other end, where people sort of almost have we don't know if people are going to go all the way to their personal best and beyond, or sort of have an early fall. So, as much as no one will be celebrating Elizabeth's early fall there, which again she's in that top 8 provisionally, so there's nothing terrible or too terrible for her there. So there's a mistake out there. There's something strange, maybe something strange going to happen. So we can't sort of guarantee that these next 5 skiers who've all won tournaments this year, and certainly the last 3 that have won the bulk of them, are going to just run right through, and it'll be the sort of almost typical battle between the 3 of them.
Hard to say at this point whether there you go. There's our world famous water can there, the schematics of it, and I was about to ask you, Freddie, whether it's too early to say at this stage that if Alicia Bagnoli actually skied extraordinarily good, or is it just everyone else has been extraordinarily under par?
Yeah, well, I mean, Elizabeth will be very disappointed because that's below. I think that's probably her worst score of the season, I would imagine. Paige, it would be around her lowest scores of the season, and then Alice ran one of her best. So, yeah, it is interesting. It's difficult to say. What I will say is, watching both Paige and Elizabeth there, they're both lefties. They both turned their onsides. It looked like they were just coming around the back end of the turn, and it didn't look like they were in sort of terrible shape, but they just didn't sort of, they didn't even try. We weren't risking a crash, let's say, to sort of try and wrangle that turn. I thought they were, maybe confused as to why they didn't have the rope back into that turn. So that can come down to a lot of things. And as you say, I mean, it's very deep here, Tony, and maybe a little bit of confusion at their part why they ended up in the water. Similar sort of falls. Actually, a similar sort of fall to what we saw from our first skier, Sarah Schweihofer, coming a little bit deep out of the onside. Maybe Alice, a bit of a, I don't want to say a stronger skier, but Alice's, she's got a bit more maybe grunt to her, where she can come out of that turn. She skis very powerfully, so maybe that helped her in her through her 11 and through those earlier passes.
All right then, so as we get ready for Manon Costard to take to the water, we've got a few folks plinting in. The Ski Berries out of Belgium are tuning in. Bugs Island Waterski Club, good morning from the Old Dominion. Would that be England or would it be Virginia, I wonder? Yeah, because Virginia's nickname is the Old Dominion.
I've never heard England referred to as the Old Dominion, but it could be. There's a lot of things I don't know, Tony.
All right there, Tony Rabondonzi, you're tuning in from Texas. North Bay, Ontario, the hometown of Jamie Bull, that has a fan in Kelly O'Grady. And Dale Bloodgood, good morning to everyone from Chesapeake in Virginia. And yes, Bugs Island Waterski Club is in Virginia.
There we go. Yeah,
the Old Dominion.
Wouldn't want to get that wrong. You mentioned Jamie Bull's hometown there. I think, didn't Jamie have a screening of the Unknown Sport of Water Skiing, the TWC film? Didn't she have one there last year? So I'm sure she has a lot of fans, and
they hold parades for her.
Well worthy. She's won a lot of tournaments. She's a 2-time world champion and a 3-time Waterski Pro Tour champion. Will she be a 4-time by the end of tomorrow? But yeah,
she's currently the leader.
Go and watch the Unknown Sport of Water Skiing on YouTube. It's free and it's amazing.
And the sequel to that will be coming up, we expect, in the early part of next year, as we see Manon Costard riding that Connolly C1. Doing a pretty good job.
She didn't like that buoy 5 though. No. As you saw, she came into that buoy 5. It's sort of weird, like we saw Alice, because actually, talking about mistakes, right? Alice, as much as she didn't, she ran a very good score, she still made a pretty serious mistake at buoy 5 on 12. That same buoy that Manon just made that mistake there on buoy 5 at 13, going away from the dock. So there's maybe a couple of little, just people need to be a little bit careful not to come up a little bit too early. As the water gets deeper, you tend to run a little bit slower. This is known as a fairly slow lake, which is very, very good in terms of losing your speed. But if you're not building your speed enough, then you're not going to get out to buoy width.
I mean, there's a lot to be said for skiing a little bit cautiously, but sometimes you end up skiing too cautiously, and much to Alice's credit, I mean, she was like full bore all the way. I mean, she was like full send, full commit on 11.25 meters, 38 off. Which a pass that a lot of these other skiers that come after her are about maybe 85, maybe 90% committed in doing, because they do it on a daily basis. What they want to conserve some of their energy for a deeper pass, and it's resulted in subpar scores for at least the last 2 free skiers.
Yeah, I think Alice maybe got her little wake-up call there on 5 on 12 on 35, and maybe Manon will have the same thing. I'm not sure we're going to see a replay here of that buoy 5, but it was, she sort of came up and it looked like she sort of flinched because she was a little bit narrower than she thought she might have been. But that'll tell her something. That'll tell her that she's got to go just that little bit longer into her onside turn to be able to get that width that she needs. You need width. You can't just sneak around the buoy. You need to be out there in front of it to be able to have a look at it, to get that nice arc and finish your turn at the buoy. As we see Manon come back, it's 12 meters, 35 off, and that's very solid buoy 1. And buoy 2's solid, not spectacular. little bit of wrangling with the rope there at 3, and she's not looking her tip-top best there at Manon. I know her practice went pretty well yesterday. She ran back-to-back 38 and came in, called it a day after 4 passes, was pretty happy. So she'll feel good that she can, she's made a mistake there, but she looks still pretty solid as we go to Wade.
Yes, indeed. Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Regina Jaquist, and so tell me about your best moment of the year so far.
Oh my goodness, there's been so many. I think that's a hard one. But I would say the best one would be winning my 10th Masters title this year. That was pretty special. Every time you win is amazing, but to kind of be in that category, like close to Andy Mapple and Freddie Krueger, and getting close to how many? I think they're both 13 times. So I got a few more to go, but it's that one was pretty special for me.
Well, do you guys at home hear that 10 times? I skied with guys that never got invited, or that was their lifelong goal to ski once at Callaway Gardens. So to go double figures, yeah, next level. So on to business at hand. Great purse, yeah, lots on the line, fun stuff, right?
Yeah, no, this is great. Great to be here in Miami. It's a cool event, Miami Pro. All the organizers that put all this on, they've done a great job. It's nice to be able to have the Nautique boat out there, and they have such a cool vibe here. They're just all about having us here and seeing some skiing, and hopefully seeing some great skiing for the next 2 days here. But great tournament, and happy that they had us back.
We're happy to be back watching her. Back to you guys.
All right there. So she needs a huge weekend. In essence, she needs to take the win here to at least keep herself in contention for the end of season title. Here is Manon Costard.
Big one over there, and Manon must run this, and she's in a little bit of trouble here, I'm going to say. I mean, she's very strong, and she'll be able to get through.
Oh, look at this,
Will
though.
she be able to turn 4? Solid 4. She's really battling. Then 5. She's around 5, and that is not. I mean, look, she ran it, and that's
she
great.
ran it,
and
which is good.
We've seen Paige Reaney barely get halfway down it, and Elizabeth fall at the start. So these are phenomenal skiers. So Manon will be very happy to get through it. I'm going to say that Alice's got the best 11 of the day so far, but at the same time, Manon's building. She's understanding. I think what she did well there was she stayed calm, and that's what you'll see from. These skiers that have been there, done that have been on podiums, so many times, and a lot of wins. Manon didn't panic. She knows that she's got this, but yeah, no, not a vintage pass by any means. I think that she might just be. I don't think she can hear me here. She's at the other end of the lake. I'm not sure if the speaker down there, but she might just be perhaps a little bit. Maybe confused. She looked great yesterday, and she's not looked her vintage best the last couple of passes. Very solid turn here at 5. I really like that. She knew she didn't need to turn backwards. She had enough space, not tons of space, but she didn't want to do too much. She's through 11. She's gonna we have the lead at 1. She's put 3 skiers behind her. If she gets 1, then she's going to be tied with Alice with 4 skiers after her. Really, Manon's going to want to get a fair way down this. She has run this next pass this year at 10.75. She ran at San Gervasio in the head-to-head. She ran a 4 last weekend. She's been, very much, at the other end of this pass a good number of times. So let's see what she can do. She'll be coming back in. She'll need that wide gate, and then, a good start. She can go down it, but she hasn't looked her very best so far. So let's have a look. Manon Costard is pulling out for her gates, and I'll leave it to you, Tony.
All right there, here we go. This is Manon Costard. This is 10.75 meters. Needs to get more than 1 to take the lead, and she will. But not a terribly auspicious or encouraging buoy number 2.
Yeah, disappointing for her, because actually I thought 1 was pretty good, and then just came over. She's just came over to 2, and I think too much pressure on the front of the ski, which caused the tail to wash out. You need traction on the tail of that ski, especially on an offside turn, to stop the ski from sliding around too much. And yeah, she did a good job holding on and getting the full 2. That might come into play later, but might be a bit disappointed having had a better 1 than what we saw on the earlier passes. But yeah, I mean, 2 is it's no disgrace. I'm going to say that she'll probably be, not particularly happy with that, especially with the ladies that we're going to see just coming up now. I thought the gate was good. Have a look over here to 1, and I think she moved through quite well. That's a good one, and then yeah, I think we're going to see here that she's going to just lean a little bit forward, put a bit too much pressure on the front, and the tail of the ski just overslide, and then have to jump on the tail even to stop the ski from popping out. So 2 at 10.75. She's 1 boy ahead of Alice. She's in the lead, but that's not gonna be too helpful to her. She has ambitions of winning this tournament, or at least getting on the podium. Something that she's capable of, having won tournaments earlier this year. So yeah, not her best set, but something to build on for sure.
All right there, so as we continue to motor along, so to speak, our next competitor up is going to be Ali Nicholson. Ali Nicholson, who has won already this season over at the Carmel in Marrakesh, the Carmel Marrakesh Pro. Looking to see what she can do on her opening pass. I believe that this is going to be a 13-meter start. Yep, the green loop confirmed there with the graphic. Running with Alpha 2. Halfway down the course. 2/3 the way down. 5 of 6. 6 of 6. There you go. 6 buoys there all the way through. Opening pass. And skiing towards the restaurant end of this show lake here at the Greater Miami Ski Club. That is Ali Nicholson riding that Syndicate slalom ski, and as a matter of fact, she is a member of the Syndicate ski team. Well, we'll pop up that graphic in just a moment to show you who she is aligned with, and there you go, as if by magic. And it is announced, it is guaranteed that Syndicate has won the brand leaderboard contest ahead of Good and ahead of D3, and the other teams contesting the brand leaderboard. And there it is, the brand leaderboard. Syndicate ahead of Good, ahead of Radar, and it is a done deal. Those folks on the Syndicate ski team will come away with a big brand new shiny trophy to add to their new facility that they have just opened in the northwest part of the United States, not too far away from the Hilltop Ski Club, which we hope to make a trip to maybe next summer, we hope. So their new facility, they're kind of like synonymous with like Maranello, the home of Ferrari, so to speak. Their track and facility that's known the world over. Maybe this new facility up there, up in the outer reaches of the United States, could well have that similar kind of importance going forwards for those folks. Here we go. This is Ali Nicholson on 12 meters. A skier that really piles on the aggression behind the boat and is nearly as aggressive on the turns as well to keep her pace going and to keep everything running. There we go. That is Ali Nicholson. She will drop down towards the opposite end of the course, and looking pretty strong so far. 2 passes in, 13 and 12 back to back, with Mario Pagozzi at the wheel. First time that he's actually driven this competition, first time in Miami. And with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Thanks, Tony. Here with Miss Manon Costard, our new leader in the clubhouse here, and we're going to let her walk us through her 11-meter pass.
All right, let's go. I thought the gate was pretty good, actually, from what I remember. I was happy with gates on 1. The whole set I struggled. Yeah, 1 was good, hooked up good, get to 2 fine, and then I've struggled a lot with looking for rope out of, well, that's 10, okay. Well, my 1 at 10 was nice too. Yeah, I was gonna say, I remember from my 11 and my 10, just struggling on 2 4s, looking for the rope if I don't go as if I don't move forward on my ski a little bit on 2-4, and then at 10 I try to move more forward, and it just overslipped. So that was 2 at 11. You can see I'm just finishing a bit on the back, looking for the rope, making me late for 3. And I think at 4 the same thing happened. Just looking for the rope, the ski not really finishing, and that's just because I'm standing a little back on the ski compared to what I should be. So I tried to correct it at 10, but overcorrected obviously, and I just overturned. So I'll try and fix that for the second round.
Well, that's it. We'll see her up late this afternoon. Back to you guys.
Ali Nicholson, 11 metres. We've seen a couple miss from people we didn't expect to see them miss from, and that's not a very good buoy 2. She'll get over to buoy 3, and she's hooked up pretty good, and I think she's going to be fine here. And actually, after a bad buoy 2, that's a very solid 11. I'm pretty impressed with that, because
I think she very quickly realised that she has to be on her game. She has to ski this pass as if it were 10.75 metres now.
For sure, but I think that what I can say is that she looked very solid through the back end of that pass. She hooked up well. She got very balanced, and I think there was no questioning where she needed to be. It was all very she didn't do too much. She wasn't trying to overturn, but very good one. Sort of perfectly over to 2, and then just a bit of a wheelie. But we've seen Ali do that, and I mean, sort of most famously in my mind, she ran that first 10.75 that she ever had with a bad buoy 2, just like that. So no dramas for her. She knows how to ski, but I think that was a very sensible 11, and I think that's gonna very no dramas 11, the best 11 we've seen today, even with that sort of, I'm going to say, a 5 out of 10 buoy 2. And I think we're going to see her actually do some damage here at 10. She looks very good. Just anyone Shazam Whitney's music? I'd like to know exactly what she's listening to as she dances there for us on the dock. very much her own style, but something that we saw before her runoff at the Travers Grand Prix.
She actually likes to listen to a little bit of Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
I'm not familiar. Maybe we can. Maybe we can jam to that later, Tony, during our lunch break.
Yeah, I actually asked her what she listens to on a recent episode of the TWBC podcast. You can listen to that afterwards. Here we go. This is Ali Nicholson. This is 10.75 minutes. Oh, good start on number 1. She's on pace for a good number 2. She's taken the lead, and I tell you what, she's skiing very, very well at that point. A little shame that she fell on number 4. It looked like a pass that could have been run, but it's a 3.5, and I think she'll take that. Very solid. Very, very solid. Yeah, I think Ali looks like she's dialed in right now. I mean, I didn't... we didn't see her at the Travers Grand Prix. She skied the Mastercraft Pro, and that definitely wasn't her best tournament. But this looks great. Perfect one. Really good control too. And I thought that we were maybe going to see a repeat of last week when she ran the pass in the head-to-head against, I think it was Whitney. But yeah, coming over to 4, and I thought just a bit of a half turn. But yeah, just losing a bit of line. I think that's what we've seen so far from a lot of the skiers. That if there's one thing that we're seeing, which is a commonality, is that they're coming around the back end of the turn and just not having the rope, which means probably I think the lake is a little slower. Okay, so that means that you have to, it's a deep lake, so you have to run a little bit longer to get your width. But that, of course, the longer you run across course, the more down course speed you have. You're sort of converting that across course speed to down course speed the longer you pull. And so yeah, just finishing that turn, not enough rope. I do think that when we see the men later, and maybe even some of these next women, that we might see people try and hold on just that little bit more and take up that slack a bit more, with their muscles. And of course, there is no need to commit for Ali. She knew that she was, by far in the lead. She's in the lead at that point by 1.5 buoys, and she's in good shape to make the. I mean, in incredibly good shape. She's 99.9% going to make the next round, the final after qualifying. So. Good skiing from her, and here we have Whitney fresh off listening to Casey and the Sunshine Band. There we go.
13 meters. Looking beautiful out there. I mean, this is a very, very nice sight. It's very pretty. The driver of the pilot of this drone just needs to be a little bit careful not to hit the huge trees that are on either side, but keeping it very centered. And looking good there from Whitney. That's a very, very easy pass, very symmetrical, as we know that she can ski and really has been skiing. She's, just to go back, she came second in the tournament last weekend, narrowly losing to Regina with 2 at 10.25. Regina getting the 2 1/4 to beat her in, I think, the best women's slalom head-to-head final of all time at the King of Darkness. The time before, she won a runoff at the Travers Grand Prix, beating Jamie Bull, running 39 off, just straight off the dock. And and then going back even further, 2 tournaments before that, she won the California Pro-Am. So Whitney is skiing really well. Jamie there, sitting pretty at the top of the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard, but our next skier, Regina, has something to say about that. She will want to win it. She's the reigning champion, Regina. We can see from the red bib that she has on in the background, as we see just next to our commentary booth here. So huge amounts of pedigree. Whitney's won 2 of the last 3 tournaments and a second at the third one. Regina won the last tournament, is racking up those points on the Pro Tour leaderboard, and Jamie, lots of success throughout the year, which has given her the top of the tour leaderboard so far. Although, of course, with all the points on offer, Regina could sneak it just at the last to take her first Waterski Pro Tour championship and take Jamie's run of 3, not allowing her the 4th. Before that, Whitney McClintock coming back on 12 meters, her second pass. Should be cake, should be easy. Let's see how she does that.
Looking good, one-handed gate shot, double bindings.
Kind of old school in that way, isn't it? I mean, we
is.
don't see too many one-handed gates, and we don't see many double bindings. It's not a full double binding; it's that sort of that half reflex, isn't it, at the back?
Yeah, kind of looks like a long track speed skater.
True. That's actually very true. And actually, Joe Howley, when we see him, he has an actual speed skate boot on as his back boot.
Yes,
which is typically absolutely welded into. He's not getting out of either of his front or back boot. But Whitney, she's not following any trends. The one-handed gate. Basically, everyone was doing those 15 years ago, but not very frequently seen these days. That sort of rear back boot, you'll see Ali Nicholson has one of those. I don't think there's one of those in the men's field particularly, but no, I mean, she does a phenomenal job, Whitney, and I think that my favourite part of her skiing is the way that she gets over her feet into her offside. I think she does a phenomenal job there, and that's where we'll often see her get a little taily, maybe out of a 3 at 10.75, but get over to 4 and just turn it very, very, very balanced, rotate instead of dump over on the side. And we're going to maybe see that in a couple of passes' time. I think she will think, she'll feel very confident, Whitney, that she'll run this 11. She's run it, probably 10,000 times? I don't know, but she's run so many of these in her.
She's run it enough to where we stopped counting ages ago.
Oh, a long time ago. Yeah, I think she ran it. One of her most important 11s that she ever ran, or 38 offs, was when she ran it at the World Championships in 2009, where she ran 2 at 10.75 to win, I think, in Canada. Was that right?
Yeah, and she credits that as one of her signature wins in terms of tournament water skiing, and she said as much in the recent interview that I conducted with her as part of the TWBC podcast, which you can listen to on Spotify and even right here on this YouTube channel. Let's have a look and see what she's got. 11.25. Oh, she's all over this. Come on.
Very, very easy. Very, very easy. But it's an interesting point there, Tony, isn't it? Because that just shows how far the sport has moved on since late 2000 and since the late 2000s. Whitney, of course, being a huge part of that. To win a world championship back then was 2 at 10.75. But we've already seen 2 women run 11. I think on that day there was only two ran 11 at the World Championships, and Whitney's really pushed that sport from being an early 10.75 for the win on a good lake to now it's not even early 10.25. It's you're going to have to get really a piece of 3 or to guarantee a win. And we've seen the last few tournaments, it's been 2 hasn't been enough to get a win. Jamie lost in a runoff, having run 2 at 10.25 in the final at the Travers Grand Prix, and then Whitney herself ran 2 at 10.25 in the final and got beaten. The improvement in women's slalom skiing has been phenomenal, and Whitney through her career has been as big as a part of that as anyone. It's been very, very special to see that. And yeah, I mean the success that she's had has she's in some ways it's been unfortunate that she's not sort of the only her and Regina were those 2 people that just started to run 10.75 consistently around 2011, 2012, 2013, and it's really been a ramping up, and these scores are not these scores that 15 years ago wouldn't stack up today, not even close. Okay, so 10.75, Whitney McClintock. She has to beat 3.5 to take the lead. She has to beat 2 to get second. She'll want to get all of it, and she's very capable of getting all of it. We don't often see her miss it. Let's see. She's turned 1 averagely. She's out the back. Will she be able to turn 2? And that's a great 2. So good. Long pull to 3.
There you go.
And 4 is so controlled, and this is a big 5. You see that
huge
head?
5. Managed to get it all the way through, and I tell you what, that was a significant turn on buoy number 4. She turned. She was on the races, but she didn't fully have the rope at that time.
4 to me was her best turn, because she had that really. It's kind of a function of Whitney skiing. We'll see that she'll finish with quite a lot of load at the back end of the turn, but she is so strong. And as we saw a couple of the ladies earlier, they didn't try and take that big hit, but I think there's just Whitney does obviously a lot. I'm not familiar with her routine, but she does a lot of work to try and get strong in the gym, and she's so good at coming out of the turn. Even when there's a lot of pressure, she'll hold on. 5 being a huge example, 1 being a huge example. And watch this buoy 4 turn. She was a bit late. She'd pulled long to 3, had a bit of a wheelie turn, but this is really good. So controlled. You don't need to turn backwards when you have an onside turn coming up. That is a wild turn there at 5 though, Tony, when you can see that the handle comes up, her head's moving around, she dropped her shoulder, but
all over the
enough. And that's, again, talking about the progression of women's slalom skiing, we would not have seen that 10 years ago. No one was running that badly, and as Wade has said before, to run passes that badly, you need to be skiing very well. To be able to to have that balance, that composure, to get through to the other end of the course, having not had it really many good turns. So I'm going to say Whitney ran that with 1 good turn and a few average turns.
All right, then. So a few of you folks there that have chatted in on the live chat regarding the sound, we have addressed that issue, and everything should be good for you right now. Please contact us back if anything significant changes. But let's have a look and see. This is Whitney McClintock-Greeny, round
narrow 1,
and one and only person into 10.25 meters, scores 1. So I think probably safe to say that she's through to the final, even though we still haven't done our second round yet.
She's for sure into the final. I think running halfway down 11 will probably make the final today. But yeah, no, pulled a little long, and then just looked to me to be a little bit narrow there. That wasn't what she wanted to do on that gate, but still 1's good. And what we've seen, what's been kind of interesting, I think, watching the women's field with you, Tony, is of these last 3 skiers, it's rarely been the skier that skis well in the first round that wins the tournament. So in the first round of the Travers, Whitney ran 1 in the first round, ended up winning the tournament. I think Jamie and Regina were ahead of her in the first round there. And then last weekend, Whitney ran 2 in the first round ahead of Regina, who had a 5 at 10.75, and Jamie had a 1 at 10.25, and she ended up second. So yeah, it's not where you are on the first. I mean, what's great is you get through that 10.75, get that confidence, get that feeling that you're really in the mix, and then dial in your gate throughout the weekend at 10.25. There are 2 more. There was another round, and then a final tomorrow. So Whitney will feel pretty good. She'll be able to hopefully, I think, tidy up that 10.75. Very impressed she ran it with that buoy 1, shows her level. And then Regina coming up here, and as we were mentioning, as Wade was talking to her earlier, Regina, she wants to win this tour. She wants to be, she sees herself fairly, I think, given all that she's achieved as one of, if not the greatest women's slalom skier of all time. But one of the things that she hasn't managed is to win the Waterski Pro Tour in the 3 years that it's happened. Jamie has all of those titles. Jamie is sitting at the top right now, and Regina doesn't ski too much outside of the US. She tends to just do the tournaments, around Florida. She goes to California. These are the tournaments that the sort of her bread and butter. She doesn't. We haven't seen her in Europe, but for I think once in the whole time that I've known her. For a pro tournament, she would have done the Worlds in 2017, where I believe she won. She won in 2017, right? In France.
Yeah,
and
she
then,
did.
And then she did. She's done San Gervasio, I think 2016 or 2017 maybe. But doesn't tend to get out. So what does that mean for the tour? You don't have to do all the tournaments here to win the tour. You have to. Your top 6 scores are taken into account. But I think.
But it helps.
There are only. She's only done 5 tournaments so far in the tour. This will be the 6th. So, or maybe she's done 6 now. But she basically, the more tournaments you do, the more sort of throwaways you have. Okay, and of course, as you turn up to as such a competitive skier, as you turn up to less tournaments, then there's more opportunity for your rivals, for your competitors to go and get big scores. So, Regina really making it as hard as possible for herself in some ways to win the tour. But that's the way she likes to do it. It will be quite a feat having really only skied in the USA to win the tour. It's something she hasn't managed to do before, and she, as we said, she must win today. And if Regina wins, then even then, if Jamie comes second, then Jamie will take the tour. So Regina, in order to win this tour, to make it in very clear black and white, Regina must win, and Jamie must come below second.
Yes, indeed, and in that battle, and that battle starts right now. Regina Jaquess opening pass. I mean, she's realistically got to take the lead at this point in the proceedings, which requires her to at least run the first few opening passes and get more than one on 10.25 meters, and that challenge starts now.
I'm sorry, Tony, I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think she needs to take the lead right now. I just think she needs to feel good, because she's of a standard that she's going to make the final. She needs to get above that provisional ninth place spot. She needs to get halfway to 12, which she will do.
Let's turn that around a little bit. I mean, the expression is that you can't win at this stage of the game, but you can possibly lose. Okay, and with that, let's check in with Ali Nicholson.
So hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and she's avoided this all year. This is the first time she's had to watch, for the good or the bad, her replay. So do we have 11 or do we have 10 here? 11, here we go.
Okay, so yeah, there was a bottle kind of near the gate, so I had a little bit of a weird gate here. I didn't really love my start. Okay, 1 ball, 2 ball here I don't think was very good. And then yeah, kind of fall out the back there, and then after that we were kind of on like a hair on fire was what it felt like. So kind of out the back again at 3 at this point. I was just trying to stay in it. Oh, no, that was 39. Okay. Yeah, I would have thought that the start looked a little bit better than that. So I thought it felt pretty good actually out there. It definitely was a bit out the back at 2 ball and 3 ball there. So I don't know, not a bad score. I felt a little bit more settled yesterday in practice than I did today, but overall pretty happy with that score, and then hopefully we can push it bigger next time.
Well, let's talk about that. We didn't have this technology when I skied, so we didn't get either a good gratification or a sour face. But yeah, you didn't know that was 39, but then you're like, wow, hey, 1 was actually really good. Did that surprise you? Because you seem to have a decent amount of space at 2.
Yeah, I thought the start was pretty good. The gate, I was a little bit slow there, but I thought the start was okay. 1 ball was pretty good. 2, I definitely fell at the back looking at it, and the same at 3. So next time, just kind of try to savor my ski a little bit more. Probably try to hold a little bit more speed through the gate and see if we can get a little further down there.
Get all 6 of those, right? This afternoon, back to you guys.
All right, here we go. Regina Jaquist getting the job done. 3 passes in, or actually 2 passes in, I beg your pardon. We're even getting a little bit confused up here, Freddie, but
it's very easy to get confused here, Tony. You've got the spotlights on you. I'm always at home going, how did they miss that?
I don't know.
Then I make all the mistakes myself.
It's the end of the season, you know. We're
lazy.
No.
Tired. Long day. We'll have more excuse by the end of the day. There's going to be about 10, 11 hours of skiing today. So let's try and not be sloppy at the front end so people forgive us for the back end.
Look, you want to talk about a long day? How about day before yesterday for me, driving 16 hours from Baton Rouge to get here?
16 hours from that's fair. I was grumpy yesterday after 2.5 hours from Midway down from Orlando, but
that's why I drive alone.
Yeah, it's better to drive alone in some ways. You're in charge of when you stop. Don't have to stop for anyone. Can put on your own music. Are you a podcast guy or a music guy?
Music, although I do publish a podcast, which is the TWBC podcast.
What a segue there, Tony. Well done. Yeah, no, listen, I'll often put on the TWBC podcast when I'm in the car. I love it.
All right then, and looking at that beautiful watch that Will Asher won at the Marrakesh Pro.
So jealous. So jealous.
Yeah, there's Will Asher with that watch on.
That's a Breitling, no?
I think it is.
Yeah, and well deserved. I mean, Will skied incredibly that day. He ran 10.25, the first one of the year at that point, and he did it in front of me, and I was pretty impressed, I have to say. a little bit stressed out.
Yeah, he definitely got the bit between his teeth with when you put enough incentive in front of him.
Oh, no, Will doesn't need a watch ahead of him, but he deserved that watch, and good to see him wear it. Regina Jaquist, 11 meters, looking very good so far. The first 2 passes, no dramas whatsoever. Losing a little bit of line there, maybe Regina. This is not looking very good. It's 2 and 3,
oh my
not
word!
great.
11.25 meters, and almost going down halfway down the course here.
There's some slightly funny stuff happening, right? So we watched Regina the last 3 events. She didn't make a mistake at 11, not even close, and she barely made a mistake at 10. Here, great one, perfect one. 2 little sort of reared up, and then 3 nearly over the front. And we have actually seen it's a ridiculous year in a lot of ways that we've seen Regina miss 11. We saw her do it in the first round of the Swiss Pro, the first round of the Waterski Pro Tour this year. And then watch this buoy 3 here. Just on the front, tail slide, but she's strong enough. And that's, like I say, like if you look at these ladies, I mean, these last 3 or 4 or 5, they're so strong, and they're not letting go for anything. You'll never see them throw a handle. They would rather die than to drop the handle, and that's why Regina's through the end of that. A lot of people would drop the handle there.
All right, as Jamie observes another plane landing in at MIA, we continue on. High flying skiing in the Waterski Pro Tour standings, currently on 310 right now, ahead of Regina Jaquist, who is on about 272 right now. Still all to play for in the women's Pro Tour standings. Men's Pro Tour standings pretty much a done deal at the sharp end, with Will Asher taking the win. But there's still a lot to play for with the remaining podium spots on the Waterski Pro Tour, not only in the women but also in the men's competition as well. All right there, so let's have a look and see what Regina Jaquist can do, coming to us from the restaurant end. There's one. Oh, takes a hard one on buoy number 1 there. Look at that, round number 2. Good. Oh, and I don't know what happened there onto number 3. It looked pretty good up to that point, but just rears up, and very rare occurrence to see that from Regina.
I don't think I know a more mentally strong skier than Regina, I wouldn't say, but that was potentially, if I'm going to guess, I think that she kind of realised that at buoy 3 on the previous pass she got a little bit deep, but she didn't want to do that here. So I thought, 1 and 2 were actually very good, a lot better than on her 11, and yeah, I was surprised to see that. But again, Tony, I'm going to say, going back to our conversation earlier, I don't think it matters that she's not in the lead. What I do think matters is that she didn't probably feel that good. She's made a couple of mistakes. I mean, this is a 1 and 2 at 10.75 that we've seen her run 95% of the time from there, and then we can't see so well. But I think that just something strange happened there at 3. Just maybe didn't commit in the same way, having had a big buoy, having had a big buoy 3 and 11. But yeah, what will concern Regina, knowing that she wants to win, she wants to get another title here. She wants to win back-to-back championships or back-to-back titles here. She also wants to win the tour. She also wants to win the tour, and she also, she'll feel that she's not maybe on her or feeling on her A game here. That there's a couple of funny things out there. She's not used to being, we'll see what happens here, but she's not used to being sort of down in 3rd after the first round. Jamie, she could end up 4th, Regina, depending on what Jamie does. So, very interesting. There's a couple of strange little things happening here and there. Regina will, like I say, not be especially happy, not necessarily about not taking the lead, but just not maybe feeling that good out there.
Yep, a lot of room for movement going forwards. It's the Waterski Pro Tour, and here we go. The leader right now on the water on 310 points is Jamie Bull, the current and 2-time world women's slalom champion. Will have a chance to defend that around about this time next season, or a little bit sooner than that, in Rocchetto in Italy. And let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Miss Whitney McClintock-Rini and Zane. And we're going to have a look at our leader in the clubhouse. We're going to have a look at her 10-7 pass. Walk us through this, Whitney.
All right, so I was just trying to figure out my gates out there. I did not quite get the gate I wanted, so therefore I did not get the 1 ball that I wanted there. But I was just a little heavier on the line than I wanted to be, a little more down course at 2 than I really wanted to. I just reset at 3, gave myself a second, turned a little down course to get back in rhythm a little bit. Didn't quite get the rhythm I wanted, and I just kind of stuck with it, kept getting pulled up. 5 ball, my standard. But I was really happy to be on my way to 6 and get out the exit gates this morning.
No, but that was nice to see, because you thought, well, 1, and I even heard you say in the math that your gate wasn't great, but yeah, you had tons of space coming out of 1 into 2, which gave you that ability to, get down the course.
Yeah, I think that it looks better. Oh, that was 41. I was really soft on my gate at 41. I was trying to see what I actually did at 39. I fell into a lean pretty early, which made me come up into 1 ball a little bit. Then at 41, I just had to wait way too long to get any space into 1. So happy to have a score at 10.25 at 41 this morning, and have some work to do on my gates for next round.
And we got your score out of the way, and we're going to get his hellos out of the way. Who you saying hi to, Zane?
Yeah, she was.
All right, there. Here we go.
Jamie Bull on her first ever appearance at the Miami Pro. We've had 2 editions so far, but she did not. She was not here in 2022, and she wasn't here in 2021. So Jamie here trying to defend her Pro Tour championship. She's won 3 in a row. She can win 4. She doesn't need to win the tournament because she's already ahead, but she needs to, I think, get second, or I think Regina needs to miss the top 3. So she is in control, Jamie. She had, of course, if she wins, then she's got it, and that would be a huge win for her. She's missed a couple of wins so far. She's not won, since let's see, would have been, what was the second to last tournament in Europe there, Tony? You were there. It would have been before Oxford was Botas.
No, it was San Gervasio.
San Gervasio. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I think she won San Gervasio. So yeah, it's been a couple of tournaments. She might not appreciate me saying that, so apologies, Jamie. But she's always there. She was very, very, very close to the Travers Grand Prix a couple of months or a month or so ago. And she's very capable every single time of going to win every tournament that she enters. And I think probably she'll feel she's due it. Things haven't really gone her way, so I think that she'll feel good about today and tomorrow. If she wins the tournament, she will win the tour. If she comes second at the tournament, she will win the tour. These are big things for her. She's 100% record on the Waterski Pro Tour 2021, 2022, 2023, and she'll want that 2024. And it's all in her hands.
Indeed, and good to hear from the folks that have taken some time to be on the live chat. Tony, thanks a lot as well for communicating with us, and I'll mention some more of our folks. You've just noticed something there, Fred, with the ski.
Yeah, we won't be able to see it just now. We will on the next when she drops it after her. Well, hopefully drops after her 10.75. She's got a bull. She's got a sort of dip-dyed ski with a bull, I think, on the front of it, looking very cool. I wonder if that's something she did herself or if HR are putting that in for her. Anyway, let's watch 11 first before we talk about that. And that's not a great 2. It's something we've seen from Jamie, though. She'll get a good 3. It's a very good 3. Better than, what we've seen before, thinking of Paige and Regina not getting the best boy 3s there at 11. But that's an easy pass. And she's through it, and I think that again that's going to give her some confidence. That's a good pass. We'll often see Jamie rear up a little bit on 2. It's kind of how she skis. Loses a little bit of speed there, but just stays in control. Pulls very well gets very much over her ski. Pulls very well to 3 and 5, and then and turns very well. So all good stuff so far from Jamie Bull, and she looks dialed in.
Yep, you're right. We're there. That's Jamie Bull, and. Just trying to feel out the lake and feel out the facility more than anything else with these first few passes in the first round. Doesn't want to be surprised by the time it comes round to the second round and indeed the final. So Jamie Bull looking in fine fettle so far. Okay, so current lead score 1 at 10.25 meters. Whitney McClintock-Reaney.
So yeah, Jamie has less experience on this lake than the rest of her competitors do. We've seen everyone, I think, compete at least once. I'm not sure Whitney was here the inaugural year in 2021, but I think she was hurt, actually, wasn't she? That's when she had her concussion from that crazy crash at Worlds, but she was here in 2022, I'm pretty sure. Obviously, Elizabeth winning in 2021. Manon's been here in 2021, or maybe in 2022 as well. But anyway, we're going to see 10.75. It's a great one. Pulls to 2, and it's very good 2, I think, and she'll turn 3 well, and I think a little wheelie unusual maybe, and she's going to be in this very good 4, and over to 5, and she'll get around 6, I think, and that's very good skiing.
She does. Very much under control.
Very good skiing, and I think what I really loved about that was that we'll sometimes it's unusual that we'll see Jamie rear the tip of the ski up in the air on buoy 3, but 4 was as good of a buoy 4 turn as I've probably ever seen her get. At 10.75, it was very, very special, and that really allowed her to run the pass. Really, very good skiing. She's obviously in very good form. I think I saw her run 5 yesterday in practice, but she's got the whole lot today. Very much moving towards the big scores that she's going to need to get to win this tournament, or to place very highly in order to win the tour and become the tour champion for the year. 2 and 3, not the best she's ever had, but we'll see a little bit of tip rise here. Well, can't see it from behind, but watch this 4. Very, very good. Leaves the handle inside, rotates very well. Ski on, never really losing that edge. And I we all knew that 5 was going to be very good, as it always is. That's really the bread and butter of her skiing, Jamie. Really good offside. My favorite offside of the year so far that I've seen from the commentary booth was her buoy 5 at 10.75 at the Swiss Pro, the first one of the year. Tony, I sat here with you. Let's see. I want to see that little bull insignia on the front of her ski. We're just slightly off angle here to see it, but maybe after she comes in, we can have a look. Which will be after she runs some sort of a score at 10.25, she'll definitely want to take the lead. She's got that good offside turn on buoy 1. She's run 2 a lot. Her Travers Grand Prix 2 tournaments ago was 2 at 10.25 every single round. Canadian record is a piece of 3, a 2 1/4, which would be a tie with Whitney, who's already skied. So let's see what Jamie Bull does here. It's 10.25.
Step right up. Here we go. This is Jamie Bull. 10.25. There's one. And that will tie the lead with Whitney McClintock-Rini.
So Canadians on top. And yeah, thought she had a solid gate, but I think just pushed a little bit on the nose there. Had her weight a little bit too far forward at the end of the turn. Not something we often see from her. But yeah, very good skiing. Not spectacular, but by her, she'll be hoping to get over to 2. I think it's probably going to be a piece of 2 that will win the tournament tomorrow. But yeah, it's very, very good. Her and Whitney at the top. And when you see the likes of, Regina not run 10.75, the likes of Paige Rini and Elizabeth Montfort not run 11, it says that it's maybe not the easiest out there just now. There's some room to just be consistent, just get through your passes, and you're going to have a very good chance here at this Miami Pro, the last tournament of the season.
So the leaderboard as it stands right now, and our Canadians at the top holding their own with a tie for the lead, Whitney McClintock-Rini and Jamie Bull. In terms of the Waterski Pro Tour, that doesn't change much with the standings. Maybe in second and beyond it might do some stuff, but we'll try and work that out for you. Ali Nicholson currently in 3rd place right now with a 3.5 at 10.75. Regina Jaquist on 3. Manon Costar on 2. Alicia Bagnoli on 1. All of them at 10.75, and then the remaining scores. 2.5 at 11 for Paige Rini, Elizabeth Montavon on 1/2 and 11.25 meters, and Sarah Schweinhofer with 2.5 on 12 meters. And some good skiing so far. We're going to go into the men's very, very soon, but this is continuing coverage of the 2024 Miami Pro. We're lining up 1 or 2 interviews, and we'll use those to put a button on round number 1 here at the Greater Miami Ski Club. And beautiful facility. I mean, and they continue to improve it as well. I remember a couple of seasons ago, and that they've done some renovations since then. But they've done some renovations to the kitchen and the facilities here. It's just absolutely state of the art right here with the facilities that they have. And it's one of the best ski clubs in the world, and it's for good reason too. As we line up a couple of folks to talk about their sets, and maybe we'll get our tied leader, and might also get a look at the tip of that ski, maybe. But with that, we'll send it over to Wade and Jamie.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, our tied leader in the clubhouse. So you sort of said you were in survival mode out there. Tell us what was going on.
Yeah, I just didn't feel like the normal rhythm that I would usually have. So it was just kind of like, feel like I slow down fast. I kind of am at a weird spot width-wise when I get to the buoy, and then by the time I turn, I'm not getting the line until the first wake. So kind of messes with the rhythm a little bit. It makes kind of have to be on your toes the whole time. So hopefully next round it feels a little better, and then, yeah.
So during the practice round yesterday, it was bright, sunny, with a decent amount of Florida wind, and then today, gray, hardly a breath of wind. What was your eyesight different? You're talking about, not maybe finding the line, or was it any different out there?
Yeah, the light's definitely flat, so it's pretty dark, and then like the greens, especially down here, they're really bright on the like white light. So yeah, it changes things a bit, but yeah.
No, I'd mentioned that in the opening that we don't have the tree glare coming from the side, but with the flat light, it poses its own difficulty.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different. So
well, good stuff. Good round. We'll see you again this afternoon. in the final Mar as well. Back to you guys.
All right there. Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot there, Jamie. And hey, look who we've got here. We seem to have attracted another announcer here, Freddie. And let's please welcome Matt Reaney. How you doing, sir?
What's up, gents? Enjoying this event. It's awesome so far.
Not too bad. You look a little better compared to last week. You had some surgery done to your arm, didn't you? Some long-awaited surgery.
I did, yeah. So I had some nerve issues going on in my elbow, got them fixed, and I've just been working on getting it straight again.
Okay, and that's definitely going to help for ski testing, I would imagine, huh?
Absolutely.
All right there. So that concludes round one of the women's competition. We've got Matt here helping us out for round one of the men's competition. And whilst we wait for that, we'll give you folks the opportunity to grab another drink from the refrigerator, find a nice comfy couch or something like that, or you might even be working. I don't know. Some of you folks live busy lives even during the weekend. So no matter what the case is, you're most certainly welcome to continuing live coverage here at the Miami Pro here for 2024. And when we return, we'll have the opening round of the men's competition. And that'll be coming to you right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions. And the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
See you in Vienna.
All right there, welcome back to continuing coverage here of the Miami Pro for 2024, and let's have a look at that shiny running order for the men's competition. But first, before we do that, let's go to the women's slalom leaderboard, and there is someone that you're quite familiar with right at the very top, Winnie McClintock-Reaney, and a one buoy at 10.25. What's your take on that?
I thought she skied great this morning. You know, we got in late last night, and then we're kind of rushed to get here this morning. So I think, you know, for her first round here, I think it was awesome.
All right there. So Jamie Ball currently in second, also with, well, actually a tie for first. It's a 1 at 10.25 meters. Ali Nicholson in third, Regina Jacques in fourth, and Manon Costard running off the top 5 with 2 at 10.25 meters. 6 is Bagnoli, then it's Rini, Montavon, and Schwalhofer. So, all right, so Freddie's back, and getting ready to ski is Carter Eaton, and there we see our men's running order. Carter Eaton is our lead-off skier. Then we'll have Austin Abel, second off the dock. Then we have Nicholas Nelson, Robert Pagozzi, Tim Tornquist, Thibaut Dayon, Stephen Neveu, Brando Caruso, Charlie Ross, Joel Poland, Dane Meckler, Sasha Deska, and we've got another page with some other names on it as well as we see Carter Eaton get ready. And that second page consists of Rob Hazelwood skiing number 13 off the dock. We've got Cole McCormick on skiing number 14. Then from there it's De Gasperi, Travers, Vaughn, Smith, and Asher. Okay, and apparently Thibaut Dayon is going to be a scratch, apparently suffering a little bit of back pain from practice yesterday, so a little unfortunate there at game time, but we still have a pretty darn good field going forward there, Freddie.
Yeah, it's a full field, isn't it? I mean, we've got all the guys that have been performing all year, and I mean, of course, it makes sense. Anyone that can be here will be here to ski this last tournament of the year. I mean, there's a ton of money on the line. There's a lot of Pro Tour points. Everyone wants to finish, as close to the top as possible, and I mean, we're in for a very, very interesting round, interesting couple of rounds. Conversely to the women, where there was only one woman that was not going to make the final, that we take 8 out of 9. Here I'm hearing that we're going to have a scratch from Thibaut and from Joel. So that means that we're going to have 19 skiers here, so 11 won't make it. The score is going to be, I mean, it's always going to be big to make any final, but I think that, with a lot going on, we saw, crazy big scores last weekend. That level seemed to have risen. What do we think it's going to be, boys? I think, going to be a 3 and a bit, 3 and a backup score probably to make the final here. Potentially, we saw a couple of strange things. Regina missing 10.75 doesn't happen very much, so maybe it'll be any 3 or any piece of 3, but it'll be somewhere around there. Actually, as we see the rain come down, actually just mirroring what happened with the men, with the women earlier. The first skier of the men, we have rain, so might just have a little bit of a break here. So maybe we can talk around what we might see going ahead, because we've got to stop with the electronics on the top of the boat.
All right, then we get to play the game show that has been going around the world and been winning rave reviews. It's called Pick Your Pass. What pass would you love to see from the women's competition there, Matt?
What do you mean? What pass? What?
Can I go first?
Yeah.
Can I see Whitney's 10.75, because it was.
You stole a mark.
Well,
come on.
we were all going to say it, right? So let's see Whitney's 10.75. It was a rodeo, and Matt, maybe you can take us through it. Actually, I'll give you the honor.
Yeah. So it's been so windy in Orlando for the last month. It's been ever since I got back from Columbia right after the hurricane, and she's just over skiing and being super, super aggressive everywhere just from training and all this wind. So I think her gait was a little bit off, and then she just goes into like beast mode, which when she talked through it, she was super patient. That 5-ball, like everybody loves those 5-balls. She throws one of those in there every tournament. So hopefully that's the only one we're going to see this weekend.
I thought her 4 there was exceptional. I thought I mentioned it earlier in her set, that how patient she is on buoy 4 and how that really can sometimes save her. She'll get the big buoy 3. This is 10.25, I think.
Yeah, and when I watched this from behind here, I said, "Oh, that was a bad gate," and Zane said to me, "That's not very nice, Dad." And I'm like, "But sometimes I got to watch as a coach and not as a cheerleader." So, yeah, she's just figuring out her gates, and there's such long run-ins here. And you've been to my place, Freddie. It's super short. So she said she was off a little bit at the shorter line lengths on her gate just because they had, it's such a long run-in here.
Well, you'll know better than anyone, Matt, that it's a difficult line to walk, isn't it? Because when you're dealing with an elite athlete, they need honesty, but when you're dealing with your lady, they need maybe some encouragement. So you've got to find that balance.
Well, I mean, anybody who's been around me at all knows sympathy's not one of my best traits. So 4 or 5 years ago, she used to say, "Could you just talk to me like, my husband instead of my coach?" And I'm like, "If you need me to," but now it's all just, "Hey, talk to me like I'm your coach. You're my coach."
That's fine, but your gate sucked, all right?
Yeah. I love you, but your gate sucked.
All right then. Okay. Now, we discussed enough about Winnie McClintock-Reaney. It's okay. So my pass, Alice's 11.25.
Good shout.
There you go. Yeah, I've got to ingratiate myself a little bit to Vincent,
You've got a long way to go, mate.
Well, she was super excited at the end of it, so it's got to be awesome.
Yes, indeed. And look at this gate shot. And what do you see here, Matt?
I mean, solid one there. That little rock back's normal. That two's so solid. This looks really good so far. Controlling the line really good. Good balance off the second wake. Little down course, but no panic. I think 5 was a little big, if I remember. Yeah, there we go. Really good. Awesome skiing.
All right then, and a little bit squirrely around buoy number 6.
There we go. Look at that fist.
And
the only fist throw of the day, I think,
that
so
was
far.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really
The third consecutive 38 off pass that we've seen from Alicia Bagnoli, spanning back to the last tournament, which was the King of Darkness, and just almost missing the gate there on her approach into number 1, at least according to her, and the poster performance interview with Wade. But there you go, good performance, and that was a 1 buoy count. All right there, which leaves us with you, Freddie. Pick your pass.
Oh, okay, I got to pick a second one. All right, let's do Regina's 39. Okay, because that's probably one of the more interesting parts of the day. I think in the way that you normally see her really run it with the great 1 and 2 that she had, and then there was just something strange there at 3. So we're going to want to look probably more at the boat view to see what happened at 3. But we can definitely see how good her buoy 1 was. I mean, that's a little shoulder drop, but I mean the balance she had through the wakes and into 2, and then 2 was a very good turn. And then 3, I still haven't figured out exactly what happened here. She just, maybe just moved a little bit on the front. The ski kind of caught. She didn't get that turn, and that'll be disappointing for her. And again, we're talking more than just the Miami Pro this weekend, as much as it's incredibly important. But in the context of the whole season, she wants to finish the season very strong, and she wants to win that Tour leaderboard in order to get the credibility that she deserves, and that she'll feel that she's owed. Being such a consistently good skier, always there in or around the top.
All right, then, on top of her game, and also on top of her game as well is Charlotte Melchers, our chief judge, who is in the TWBC trailer right now. She's taken on the role of VAR.
Let's not call it VAR, because VAR always messes up. Hopefully the judges won't. But I think what's really great looking at that is you have it in that trailer. You have a dedicated judging station, which they're using fully, and that really minimizes the opportunity for mistakes. I mean, the thing is, we're doing a sport that happens very, very fast. But with TWC, we have slow motion cameras. We have the best angles, multiple angles, to make sure that we can get correct who went around the buoy, so that no one gets screwed, so that everyone has a fair shake at it. And I applaud the judges for being in there and using that facility that we don't always see used, funny enough. I think that's that's definitely a benefit for today. I think we're going to see the best judging happen as a result.
All right, there, Carter Eaton getting strapped into to that binding and that ski, and getting ready for his opening pass. We'll see what he's got in store for us.
Yeah, they're not up
Those are being measured at this point to make sure that they are within the specified tolerance. There isn't too much of a tolerance, is there? Like about a centimeter and a half.
2.5 centimeters. 152.5 centimeters is the maximum that your handle is allowed to be after you ski. So people measure before, give themselves a little bit of leeway. So that they don't get disqualified having had a handle that's too long when measured after their ski set. Very important. We've actually seen it happen. I remember Chris Parrish had it happen a couple of years ago. We've got an incredible fin on the back of.
Oh my word!
Of ski.
Is that a fin or a cheese grater?
I think that's. I think actually that somewhere Adam Caldwell is freaking out that Austin is riding a Denali fin without putting a towel over it. I think that Austin might be getting a phone call, or at least he might be getting a few text messages after his ski set. But before that,
I don't know. Maybe Clint should come down with a great big wad of Swiss cheese.
Well, I'm interested to see how that thing skis. Anyway, Carter Eaton. I think Carter's from Alaska. Am I right?
Yes. From the last frontier.
From the last frontier. That's right. A very small population of people overall in Alaska, but also the population of water skiers must be absolutely tiny, right? I mean, it's very cold most of the year, but I guess you can ski all night at some point.
And if he claims to be the state champion from Alaska, he probably has dominion over the largest hunk of land to be a champion of, you know?
That's why we like sitting next to you, Tony. We're going to learn stuff. What is that? What is that land mass? What is it equivalent to in terms of some other states?
Well, it's number one. It is the largest state in the union.
How many UKs? How many UKs?
UKs even better.
Yeah,
exactly.
Quite a few, I would say.
Quite a few, yeah. A lot of bear as well.
And moose. And caribou.
And ice.
Yeah.
And polar bears.
Jinx.
Well, Jinx, right? Tony, you got to be quiet now. Anyway. So Carter ran a pretty good opening pass there. I've seen him ski. He's not done a ton of pro tournaments. He was down at Moomba, I think, 2 years ago. I saw him ski down there. I saw that he has a season's best score of 4 at 10.75. So you know, really getting up there. That's a very good score. Going out early because this seeding is based on the Waterski Pro Tour list, and if you haven't skied in a Waterski Pro Tour event or got points at a Waterski Pro Tour event, it then goes to last year's Waterski Pro Tour list, and then if you don't have any points there, then it goes to your world ranking according to the International Federation, which is an average of your best 2 scores. So that's how the starting list works.
Speaking of the International Federation, they released the news not too long ago. The worst kept secret in water skiing is that the World Championships next season is going to be in Ricetta.
Yeah, it's nice to finally have confirmation so we can sort of start making plans for that. I think it'd be nice to have that a little bit further out next time, which is actually we do. We do know for start of 27 that it'll be in Australia, so we can start planning ahead, which we need to for an off-season World Championships. Anyway, 12 metres, not his best boy one. Over to 2, he's in good shape here, riding that radar ski that you're so familiar with.
He's look at that.
A little bit nervy on that onside, I think. Much better there at 5. But yeah, he looks like he's sort of jamming the ski and catching a little bit there at 1 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, I got to see Carter. He's been at our last two seasons of radar photo shoots, so it's been fun to watch him ski a little bit. Just first pro tour. I'm sure he's a little nervous. He's doing well. He's looking good.
So from one ski model to another, let's send it on over to Wade.
So Tony, here's a water ski history lesson. This place was formed in 1955. I think it was a part of the airport dig out. And so 70 years we've been water skiing here. And I was a part of water ski history here in 1992. I ran my first 10.7 meter pass, 1 at 41, which was then the U.S. record. And then 5 years later, my heart was broken when the late, great Andy Mapple ran 41 off here for his very first time ever, and he set a new world record. And then it wasn't until 2 years ago when Nate Smith finally tied the lake record. So a lot of water ski history right now. So I almost get goosebumps thinking about how great this weekend's going to be. So sit back and enjoy, guys.
All right there. So 1955. What was happening in 1955? Well, Disneyland opened.
No, really?
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was 72. Or that's Disney World.
Disney World.
Yeah.
It's very Florida-centric there, Matt.
Yeah.
There's Disney outside of Florida.
Well, it was the year I was born. So
Is that right?
that's why I know that year.
All right there. Here we go. Carter Eaton coming into the course right here, right now on pass number 3. Rain still coming down a little bit, and this is 11.25 meters, all rearing up on buoy number 1. And a little flat-footed into number 2, and he's still there on 3. He's determined.
Come on, mate.
Oh, just not getting the turn that he realistically needed to keep that pass going. Although he was a fighter.
Yeah, he just looked defensive on 135 that whole time. He was on his back foot a little bit, and it's just hard to get the acceleration and get the swing up on the boat on the second side when you come out of the ball on your back foot like that.
I was pretty big fan of buoy 3. He really went for it. We saw him really hold that handle and make sure he got to the next buoy and gave himself a chance. Didn't work out for him, but that's the commitment that we like to see.
Absolutely.
Yeah, little bite there.
Got really broken over, and he was barely had enough time before he hit the wakes to get back into somewhat close to a stack. But there you go. All right, there, one skier down, however many that we have to go. We have 17 skiers remaining, and just a little under half of those skiers will advance through to the 8 skier final, which will take place tomorrow. But we still got another round between now and then, so I would imagine that Carter Eaton has a bit of catching up to do, I would say.
So interesting hearing Wade talking just a second ago about how he ran the US record here in 1992 with 1 at 41, and then Jeff Rogers ran 41 for the first time in 96, I believe. So really 4 years between running 39 for the first time and running 41 for the first time, and of course in the 28 years since, there's not been any more passes run than that, and still it's very special to see anyone run 41. Of course, the parameters are a little bit different now. The boat's going, let's say, a little bit straighter. It's a little bit stronger. We've got, the things are maybe, a bit more consistent, let's say. I mean, the speeds with 0 off are always very, very accurate. You never see slow times anymore outside of, complete disaster situations. But yeah, I mean, that increase in the level over those years as you move to something that's impossible to do, right? I think running 43, people talk about it, but it's going to be very, very long time before we see that happen.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, 41, like I say it all the time, 41 is that pass that gets run often, but not a lot. Like a few guys do it, and there's so many guys that are so close. So there's that's definitely, but 39 almost never gets missed anymore, right? So
yeah, and this year actually probably the year with the least 41s run of any year for 8 years or 9 years. I would say there's only been in pro tournaments. Has been Will did it. He ran a 6. I think there's been 6 run all year. Corey, Nate with 3, and yeah, I mean.
But statistically, I mean, Nate was not skiing full time at the beginning. You haven't been skiing since June. So I mean, you're 2 of the guys that would pump those stats. So I mean, I think that has a lot to do with it. But it's that pass that and the thing is too with 41, like it's not a secret between the pro men. Like four's making you money a lot of the time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's hard when you're going into 4, to commit and drop the hammer when 3.5 you're probably going to be maybe just outside, and 4 you're going to be in for sure, almost.
Yeah. All right then. So who is coming up next? This is Austin Abel, and riding that Denali slalom ski
with the cheese grater on the back of it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's hardly any surface area of the fin left after he put some holes in it.
Well, I'm really interested. I'm going to ask him afterwards. I wonder if that's the same fin that Adam Caldwell was hiding so
closely, so guardedly
indiscreetly.
at the Miami, at the Mastercraft Pro a few tournaments ago.
Maybe. But in the meantime, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, so we were just speaking about lake records, and yeah, it was 2 years ago. Nate Smith tied Mapple's lake record. That was a big one to tie, man. It'd been since 1997.
Yeah, I didn't know that record was set here for him, and that was a long time back there. So for nobody to touch it for that long, I was just honored to go out there and ski my best and kind of match somebody that was the best this sport has ever seen and probably will ever see.
And we're watching airplanes fly over now. You're like, hey, I fly one of those right there. Yeah, so how's it going?
Yeah, it's been good. Trying to balance flying a full-time job and skiing. I've gotten better at the last half of this year, been able to ski more and build a schedule. So, but yeah, I've seen a few of our jets fly over while I've been standing here.
You may see him on a flight soon. We're going to see him on the water really soon. Back to you guys.
And actually, as an addendum to what was just mentioned there, I had the opportunity to talk a little bit with Nate Smith about not only about his skiing but also his career in the air, flying those Embraer 175s, out of Indianapolis Airport, and and what his future holds for him going forwards. You can tune into that by going to the podcast, TWBC podcast. That will be. That should be populating Spotify and the YouTube channel and within the next few minutes. So listen up for that and find out some things you've always wanted to know about aviation. Here we go. This is Austin Abel. There's number one. Good strike on a little bit narrow on buoy number 2. Ski being brought in a little narrow there, but stands up a little flat-footed into number 4. Helps him with his stability and gets around 5 and number 6. And good effort there, Matt.
Yeah, it looked good. He looks a little guarded on 246, but his 135 is really, really working today. So it'll be interesting to see as the rope gets short if he can trust that 2.4 a little bit more.
We'll see if he can trust his cheese grater a little bit more this time there, Freddie.
Got to trust the cheese grater. That should be like a sticker that you can get with your Denali ski next year.
Yeah.
It's doing the intended.
Austin's one of the bigger guys today. We're seeing the other guy who could do him for height, but I think Austin's got maybe an inch on Steve Neville, who's our other giant. Austin would be what, 6'6"?
I think he's 6'8", and Nev's
is he really
6'5" or 6'6".
I said Nevi's he's puny compared to Austin.
Is that
he feels to Austin how we feel to Nevi.
Is that with the binding on or what? There we go. A little bit of game time engineering going on there with Roberto.
Changing his fin, huh? That's an interesting one.
But it's not his ski, it's someone else's apparently.
Yeah, somebody else's. Maybe he's setting up a customer's ski or something.
Does this person have knowledge?
Yeah, well, that would be a big move to go out on a new fin setup in between practice. And I mean, we've seen it happen. I mean, I think we saw Will Asher switch skis at a tournament earlier this year between rounds. So
I've seen Will Asher at the Malibu Open one year in Wisconsin change skis between in a runoff. He came out on a different ski in the runoff.
Yeah, insane.
All right, there. Here we go on that Denali. I believe it's the C95. Here we go. That's number 1. Round number 2. Oh, a little bit back on number 2, but he's still there. He's still fighting his way out of this. Oh no! And he makes contact with the with number 4 and gets sent catapulting over the tip of his ski.
God, that was wild. I mean, this replay is going to be interesting because I thought he was really skiing well. I thought he skied, extremely well. Robert Boghosi, self-promoting. Fair enough. Go buy those gloves. As we see a Ski Pro Gear gloves graphic come up on our screen, never miss a beat. Do we, TWBC? But yeah, 1, 2, and 3 very good, and over to 4. And I mean, the ski stopped absolutely dead. I wonder if he hit a roller, but watch this. It stops dead, goes straight behind him, and he's over the front. Those can be pretty unfortunate. You don't want to make contact with the ski, and those are the ones where you sort of can have the biggest chance of doing so.
Oh, wow. But let's have a look at this from the boat, and it looked pretty good. I mean, it did. I feel we kind of started a little bit narrow. Didn't get enough swing on number one there, Matt.
I don't know. That one looked pretty good to me. He's guarded on 2-4. He's like staying back on his ski a little on 2-4. And obviously here he wants to commit to it, and he just like moved over it, and that thing, look at how much ski went in the water. That ski went so deep in the water.
And actually, we probably won't see it again there, but the approach into buoy 4 there, you can see the ski chattering. He was standing on it slightly weird, so the nose of that ski was coming up and down, so he was already kind of, the ski was already having a weird interaction with the water into the buoy, so that's why maybe out of the buoy, the nose went down, as you say, Matt. It caught and he went right over the front.
Yeah, that was really quick. The water break went forward really fast there.
All right, there we see about to take to the water. A one-time. I don't know what's going on back there, but obviously someone wanted to make themselves heard. But I was about to say that Nicholas Nelson is about to take to the water very, very soon.
Got some sound effects happening.
Yeah,
there's a lot happening around here, isn't there? I mean, it's a busy area. We can hear the industrial equipment, the big trucks and all that sort of stuff on the other side of the lake. And I again, like you mentioned earlier, Tony, I was like, where's that thunder? But no, they're just jumping over the bumps. Yeah, we're right in the heart of Miami. These things don't happen on a ski lake in the middle of nowhere, but it's great. You know, it's a change of scenery. Like I say, you know, are you staying on the beach, Matt? I think I heard Whitney say.
Yeah, we last time we stayed close to here, and we didn't get much sleep. There was lots of partying going on, so then we
you didn't join them?
No.
Or maybe because you joined them, that's why you didn't have much sleep.
No. Just the walls were really thin in the hotel we were in. So she sent me down, after the first night and said, "Hey, we're going to the beach. Go get us our money back." So we just ended up staying out there this time in the hotel we stayed at last time. So it's beautiful out there.
It's great. I mean, it's sort of something like Moomba, where you can stay in the city and have like a getaway, as opposed to kind of going into the middle of the countryside and sort of you're struggling to find somewhere to go eat in the evenings. Here the only thing you're trying to do is to not spend $150 on your meal.
Right. We drove and stopped at Boca Raton on the way down to see a friend, and we get out of the car and I'm like, I love. You can tell you're in South Florida. I'm like, I love South Florida. Whitney's like, are we going to retire in South Florida? I'm like, wait, retire? Who does that?
Who does that these days?
We have a 4-year-old.
A lot of people only go as far south as Orlando or Kissimmee to retire, but all right there. So we've got Nicholas Nelson, one-time junior boys slalom champion of the world, took that title not in the previous cycle, which we were witness to this season, but the one before that in Santiago de Chile,
where he beat Lucas Cornell, who won the tournament at Travers maybe a month ago, and shows his level. I will say that Lucas has kicked on from there. My God, he's improved. But Nicholas, I think at the Worlds in 21, was it, or no, it was the Travers Grand Prix in 22, or he ran a really good 10.75.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Good, man. Hey guys, I'm here with Dane Meckler. And Dane, you got the monkey off your back, so to speak. 2 events ago, won the Mastercraft Pro. You'd been knocking on the door for years. Backed it up with a 3rd Travers Grand Prix. A lot of points and a lot of money on the line here, huh?
Yeah, no, super happy. Very fortunate that these events are late enough in the year that I'm able to, compete in them after, having to sit on the sidelines most of the year. So this is one of my favorite tournaments. I'm knock on wood, but I usually ski pretty good here. I like the way it skis. And there's something nice about the last event of the year. It's just, you find a little extra motivation. We're going to have fun with the guys and see where everything shakes out.
Well, and then I started skiing down here late 80s, and you could just tell there's a South Florida vibe. It's different. It's not Orlando. It's not Tampa. And I think that sort of adds to the flavor, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I got to give a shout out to Gonzalo too, and everybody on his team that helps out here, because they do a lot to make us feel welcome and nice. They have great food. I just got a coffee. It's definitely a good vibe.
Good stuff. We're going to see a good vibe on the water soon. Back to you guys.
All right, there we see Robert Pigozzi getting ready to go. with his own brand of gloves and getting ready to get a grip on the competition, so to speak.
He likes making things, Pagosi.
Yes, he does. Here he comes. We got Nicholas Nelson coming to us from Mexico.
Looking very good here, very composed.
Oh, I love that edge change into 4.
Yeah, and he's one of these young guys that's using the soft boot, sort of emulating Dane, Corey, and Nate.
You mean the T Factor?
With the T Factor, yeah. We're seeing them. I think James Jaime Palomino's another guy. Like we talked about it before. Most everyone has at least spent some part of their career on a hard shell boot. The only guy that hasn't is Nate Smith. He's always been on that T Factor ever since he's been involved in pro skiing, to my knowledge. Corey's moved back to the T Factor, and Dane did after only a short amount of time on a power shell. But yeah, I mean these younger guys, they're looking at it and going, well, that can just work straight away. Like they never thought to get off the reflex boot, which is a move that everyone's made 15 years ago, and he's making it look pretty good.
Yeah, I certainly remember the times that I've skied on a reflex, a hard shell boot. I was actually one of the I was actually the first skier to actually use a hard shell binding in the British Nationals all the way back in the late 1990s. So I hang that distinction up there, and didn't do much with it though. I mean, it was still very much in the research and development phase in that respect, but.
So Nicholas will be coming back in on 11 meters. He's a guy that, as you mentioned, Tony, he can deal with some pressure. He won the Junior World Championships in a runoff. This is a situation where you've really got it at a young age. You've got to have a solid head on your shoulders. He's coming in at 38.
All right, here he comes. Rolls that ski. Nice turn on buoy number 1. It's really settles in nicely and has full control over that rope, except there for buoy number 3. But managing to get on it round number 4 and 5. Just enough time to get round buoy number 6. And whenever push comes to shove, he's always got something there to work with there, Matt.
Yeah, and you guys were talking about big guys. I don't know how tall he is, but this kid's big. Like, when he's tall, and I just really like his rhythm. I mean, he got in a little deep there at the end of the course, but the rhythm he skis, I watched him. Where did I just see him? I just saw him. He just won the Pan Am Championships, right?
Yeah, the Pan Am Championships
down
in Colombia.
Colombia, and I really like the rhythm. This kid feels the boat. Obviously, swings real good on the boat. So we'll see what happens here at 39.
He won the Open down there?
I believe he did.
Did he really?
Yeah.
It's pretty good skiing. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's not. Pan Am's isn't really on my radar, I'm afraid, but that's...
Well, and the problem with Pan Am's is a lot of people ski in 2 different divisions, so I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he won the Open because Nate flew down, had a little mishap on his gates in the first round, and I think he won.
That's pretty big. That's a very, very big accolade, actually. I mean, he can't be... I think he'd be Lucas and Charlie Ross's age about there, so he'd be, what, 19? That's pretty serious. I mean, to be Pan Am champion at that age, it's pretty special.
Well, down in Colombia, too, you bigger guys get the disadvantage because the boats barely go speed.
Oh, it's altitude?
Well, yeah, it's super high there, so the boats were struggling a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you mentioned Nate Smith there with that little mishap at 35 off, and actually spoke to Nate Smith as part of the podcast, and one of the oddball questions I asked towards the end is, have you ever experienced a this can't be happening moment? That was it. Here we go. Nicholas Nelson, let's focus back.
Ooh, I think he's in trouble here.
Loose off
might
number
get around
2,
3, but
3, and that's about it.
I think he's inside of 3. I think I saw the water wrap around the ski, so I think he's going to probably get 2 here. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you, Matt, by the way. I like his rhythm. I think he does a really good job through the wakes of he moves slow. People always get that wrong. They think they've got to move fast through the wakes. But if your body moves slow, then your ski moves fast. I think he's very calm there. And I think, he'll have a very good future. As you say, he's very tall.
he's pretty compact. He looks strong, but he's not bulky. So that that's a perfect slalom skier's build.
I like it. I love his rhythm. I think you'll notice like he kind of shoots his feet out in front of him a little bit off the wake, and I think that kind of it's going to hurt you when the rope gets short. Like you can't have that ski shooting out in front of you off the second wake, or you just can't climb the boat. So I think that's why he got so pushed at 2-ball there. He came early out of 1, but then if you watch his skis like running off the wake, and the boat just leaves you. Let's see here if I'm right.
Yeah, when the weight distribution goes towards the back of the ski, it makes it turn long, doesn't it?
Well, it's not so much here. It's just like he got a little held up, but then
Like
see his
that.
feet way out in front of him here. So he's not climbing. He's not climbing the boat high enough as the rope gets short.
Resulting in being flat-footed and skiing for survival at that point. That is a 3-buoy count, and that's at 10.75. And with that, actually two at 10.75. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Thomas de Gaspre, who's won every event you can think of, and man, you added another European title this year. How was that like maybe a highlight?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a highlight. We had a lot of tournaments this year, so this is the last one. Did good last weekend, 5:41, and the cut was the highest cut, so it was pretty good for me. Yeah, this is the last one, and yeah, hopefully the weather's gonna hold up, and then I'll be ready to take maybe a little rest after this.
Yeah, so you typically always go down under. So are you planning on, after your break, training up and going down to Australia again?
Yeah, I was talking to my friend in Italy, and I was like, we're in November, and if I go to Mumbai, I have to start thinking about it already in like a month or so, and so it's coming up quickly, and there won't be much rest.
Well, we want him to rest up and rip it up really soon. Back to you guys.
All right there. So that was a Thomas de Gaspre, and yep. I'll talk to him a little bit prior to this competition on the TWBC podcast, and you'll be able to listen to that episode very, very shortly.
I want to say, Tony, that episode you did with Whitney and Lucas after the Travers Grand Prix was awesome. I mean, it was cool that they were asking each other questions. I don't know if everybody listened to it, but I was so impressed with Lucas's answers. Like, the kid's wise for how young he is, and I think it comes from his mom telling him, like, have fun, man. Like, chill out and have fun, which I think is a message a lot of people could benefit from.
There you go.
Completely agree with that. I mean, we can all get a bit serious about this, but at the end of the day, water skiing is, as much as it's everyone's jobs, and where we base our whole life around, it is meant to be enjoyable.
Yeah, I tell people, when it comes to pros, I'm like, it's like working a full-time job and not really getting paid all the time,
100%.
So it's understandable when you guys get like, mad and not doing what you should be or want to be or being able to do. But it's been, if you listen to that interview, it's been key for Whitney to, this year she's had a lot of success, and it's coming from just mindset of like enjoying, gratitude, like appreciating the life we get to doing the sport, even myself included.
But I think that's quite obvious in some ways, and I think that's one of the coolest stories of the last few years in water skiing is that Whitney, she would agree, I'm sure, and you would agree that like in 2018, 2019 were not her best years of her career, right? Then she has a kid, and you'd expect maybe that she's busy with all that sort of stuff, and then she comes back and then she wins on his birthday and just does so well from here on out. At that point, as we go to Wade.
Oh, they're doing it down and back. I'm gonna have it close and speak loud. Hey guys, I'm here with Nico Nelson, who just finished up, and so Nikos, this is going to be your 10-7 run. So walk us through this.
Okay, so my gate wasn't the best. I think I was a bit too heavy towards number 1, and I changed a bit too early. So I was really missing some height on the buoys. That's why my number 2 wasn't as good as I would have liked it to be. Hopefully, I'll ski the better the next round.
So what's going to be your first train of thought to change? Would it be with the setup on the pre-gate or the gate turn in itself?
I think it would be maybe maintaining a bit more two hands towards number one because it's a bit of a slower lake, I feel. So yeah, I think I'm missing that extra height that I normally have.
Okay, well, anyone you want to say hi to at home?
Yeah, to my parents and my brother. I think they're watching at home, so yeah, hi.
Good stuff. I know they are. Back to you guys.
Looks like the rain has returned, and it's starting to get a little windy as well, which is, yeah, it is.
Where are you sitting?
Yeah, I see the trees. They're starting to sway off to one side.
There's at least 3 mils each way at the top of those trees. There's
it's got to be blowing half a mile an hour.
Sorry, Tony.
Look, now we see a gust.
There we go. There we go.
Fair enough, Tony. Prognosticator.
Good call.
But anyway, Matt. So maybe we can go back to talk. As the rain comes down. So that's it was very special. We saw Whitney win on Zane's first birthday at the 2021 US Open, I believe, and from that point on was the form skier. I won the Malibu Open 10 days out from the World Championships and was I thought the favorite to probably win the World Championships with the form that she was on. Unfortunately didn't go her way, but like that, is there something that you can, was there a change of mindset? Is there something that you can enlighten us on, that's helped her?
Well, for sure. I mean, I think what I said earlier is accurate in that, like, there was always this battle between coach and husband, like, how am I supposed to be when she skis? And then when she came back, obviously things were harder, with her body changing and with not sleeping and that. So she got to that break point at the beginning of 2021 where she's like, okay, just tell me how to get back to where I was, which was like an opening for me. Before that, I was just trying to be a cheerleader and not really push her too hard. So that technically was when things changed. Like, we broke everything down, kind of rebuilt some of the crazy things that you see in her skiing show there, like 5-ball today is kind of the way she was running 38 at the beginning of that year. And then, after the Worlds last year, where obviously she missed 35 off at the World Championships in the final, it was like a big moment of like, she's not going to do this for the rest of her life. Are you going to enjoy the last years that you do it, or are you going to look back on it and think, I should have quit a long time ago because I've been miserable the last 5, 6, 7, however long she's going to keep skiing. And so that was the next turning point for this year, was like just to enjoy it, like enjoy the journey, take Zane with you, have fun, and it's just changed her attitude. I know it's kind of cliche attitude of gratitude, but it's really what has changed this season. So it's been fun to see her enjoy it again.
And when you don't have all that pressure, she could almost say that everyone would have, let's say, expected her to not be as competitive after having a kid, that maybe the pressure came off a little bit.
She's always pretty competitive. I think.
Sure.
Yeah. I just think that she didn't have the body or she just couldn't do it. She wants to be there. Mentally she's there, but physically she wasn't. So.
All right, there. Let's send it over to Wade's World once again.
Thanks, Tony. John and I were sitting there shooting the breeze about other stuff as usual in a rain delay, but I brought up to you, man, these scores have been crazy recently. The King of Darkness, you were on the board 5 at 41 early on, and it just kept, all weekend. It was crazy.
Yeah, after that 5, I came in and a few guys said, hey, I think you're going to be in the top 4 with that. And I was like, no, it's skiing too well out there. And everything just felt really good in the last few weeks at the Grand Prix as well, getting to 4-ball for the first time in a pro event this year, and then going to the King of Darkness and getting 4 in a head-to-head. That's kind of a new one for me. I've never done that. So that's at 36, I'm taking every little PB I can get. So it's really cool.
Well, what we haven't talked about is what I always really, really enjoyed about skiing in Florida this time of year. The water cools off a little bit. Not a lot, but we do get some rain, some of the hurricanes. And next thing, it's like spring skiing again, but yet we're in really good shape. Unlike spring when we're like, trying to get rid of blubber and trying to get a tan, right? But yeah, all of a sudden, these extended seasons that we've had now, this is their 5th year. I mean, it's been fantastic for you guys, right?
Yeah, totally. This year has been a tough year for me, just with stuff just trying to stay together on the body, but I'm hanging in there, and yeah, after that hurricane, the water dropped 10, 15 degrees, and if the lakes weren't flooded, it would be skiing even better. So it's just been really good. If we can take anything good from a hurricane, it's definitely that, getting the water cooled down, and we're in good ski shape, so it's been a good fall tournament.
Well, for those of you at home, what we're basically talking about, as soon as that water temp cools off 10, 15 degrees, we get our side-to-side swing back, our speed, and it's almost like if you're towing a boat with an underpowered vehicle, unhook the boat, and then you're back up to speed again. Is that like a good analogy for that?
Yeah, that's really good, actually. It's just less energy on the body. You're getting side to side faster. You know, and it's like here, it's going to be really great because the water is cooler. It's really deep. It's 30 feet at this end, 25 at the other end. So the ski sits really deep in the water, but with the cooler water, it still gets you side to side quick.
So we can't wait. We're going to let him sort of get his rain brake on. Back to you guys.
All right, there, moving from the current rain break, we've got on the water right now, coming to us from the Dominican Republic. This is Robert Pigozzi. All right, here we go. Robert Pigozzi, 30-meter start. A skier that's... oh, no, and he's inside too!
Did his boot release? What's going on?
I don't know. I honestly do not know, and we're going to have to take a really, really close-up forensic look on this, because that is just crazy pants right there.
I think he's indicating that his boot release. He turned right
around.
around.
Look, do you see how the water breaks on his front binding there on his gate shot? But take a look at this.
He's clipped in here, I would say, and then just inside of it.
Ooh.
What?
I don't know there, Matt. Come on.
I don't know.
Matt, you know his skiing better than anyone, or certainly better than us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he usually doesn't go inside ball too on his first pass, but he's wiggling his foot, but I don't think his binding came off. No.
He was maybe a little narrow on that gate, and then I thought, but I mean, nothing that would have made that happen. So yeah, no, that's incredibly confusing. I mean, maybe we'll get a word with him from Wade when he comes in, which will be very interesting. I mean, that is a huge shock. This is a guy that's run big scores and won tournaments and been on a bunch of podiums and
been in the Masters.
Yeah, it's a huge shock. I'm very surprised. It's like one of these things we don't really pay attention all that much at 13, at 32 off, because Becky's the same. She was very confused also. So yeah, one that we're not really going to understand until we have a word with Robert, I think.
All right. That's going to be a rather short conversation, I would say.
Yeah, I can't imagine you'll come in the best mood all the time. I mean, that's not what you pay your entry for and move come down here to do is to get one boy in your first pass. But that's sad for him. But I mean, of course, the format that we all like the best, which leads to the best scores, is this one with 2 rounds. So he's not out of it. He will almost certainly start the next round first, which can actually be a good thing for him. He can go out there and just really attack and try and get a big score. He'll know kind of the score that he'll need to get. But yeah, very disappointing for him. Very, very surprising for us.
All right, so Robert Pigozzi returns to the dock. A rather short-lived set there, but we'll see what he can do in round 2 a little bit later on this afternoon. This is the 2024 Miami Pro. Glad to have you on board. Also glad to have our sponsors on board as well. We appreciate them very, very much. Without their support, we would not be in a position to have such a tournament. And moving on from the Dominican Republic to our next competitor, coming to us out of Sweden. This is going to be Tim Tornquist.
Big Tim. He's another big guy. He looks down on me, and yeah, a guy that can ski. He's done a lot of tournaments throughout Europe the last few years. I'm not sure I've seen him over in the States too much, but a guy that's very capable. He'll run 10.75 frequently. I think at Monaco this year, did he run a 3 at 41? I think he might have run a 3 in the first round. So, I think that'll be the score that it's going to need with all these great skiers to make the final. I think it's going to be a full three, probably, potentially with a backup. But yeah, he's capable. But, I think we can see Tim going to get a big score just now. He's got everything in his favour.
All right, there. Here we go. We have got on the water at this time. This is Tim Tornquist. Opening pass, 13 meters, or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line length, 43 feet to get round a course that is 37.5 feet in width. And there you go, with 5.5 feet to spare on each turn. Looking pretty darn good there, Matt.
Yeah, it was a good opener.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen Tim at a lot of the junior worlds and under 21 worlds, but I haven't seen him at too many pro events. So I don't know where this lies in his climb up the pro scene, but that looked like a pretty solid opener.
Yep, a confidence boost in opening pass, getting through that without too much trouble whatsoever. And getting ready for pass number 2, which is going to be 12 meters, skiing behind that wonderful correct craft Nautique, the official towboat of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation and of the annual Masters Waterski event.
I haven't seen an all gray boat before, and it just looks awesome with those black stickers on it. I think they did a really good job.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whose boat it is. Or
Becky's boat.
Ah, right on. It's Becky's boat. So she must have picked the colors on it. That's cool. I love it.
Mm-hmm. What's the most impressive color scheme you've seen on a boat?
Oh, but by far my original Ski Nautique, black metal flake with red, gray interior, red pinstriping. I mean,
you had pinstriping?
Well, the piping.
Super nice.
Man, just amazing.
Was that a Nautique or a 200?
That was a Ski Nautique. And I had to push a little bit. That's the last colors I designed. I had to push to get no white on it. I wanted no white on it. And they're like, no, you got to have some white. I'm like, no, I want no white.
I like that.
And then when it came out, everybody's like, whose boat's that one? I love it. So
and you see quite a few with no white now.
Yeah.
I feel like.
Well, at the ski school, when people are jumping in and out of it, it's better not to have white.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But the customers are so annoying, aren't they? They just. I remember when I was at the boarding school, just dropping their stuff everywhere, and you're like, oh, God, if only this business could run without customers.
Very good. Sometimes they do. Here we go. Round 5 and round number 6. Tim Tornquist doing a fine job out there. Okay. All right then, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, just here chatting with handsome Rob Hazelwood. Thanks for coming out and helping me out with the Syndicate Tour yesterday.
Yeah, no, that was fun. Awesome to see people riding the skis. Yeah, it's always a fun day getting to meet new people and having a good time.
And you got a little bit of homework left. I see you got a Works one over there to mount up, so I'll be short. But hey, you're digging this club atmosphere. It's kind of like skiing in Europe, right?
Yeah, it kind of feels like home. Everyone's getting dug in. It's awesome to see all the club members coming out and supporting, and yeah, it's a good vibe.
They got couches for us, espressos inside. Not bad, huh?
Life could be worse.
Life could be way worse. We could not be watching him rip, but we're going to watch it soon. Back to you guys.
Big Steve Neville is back, and we haven't seen him in a few tournaments, but this is a guy that's got some big results this year and every year, so good to see Steve.
He's a full-time working man, got married this year, so
Finally comes up to 6.
Life's in full effect for Steven.
Certainly is, but he came third at the Worlds last year, didn't he?
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, really good skier. Riding that radar ski that you know so well, Matt.
Absolutely.
And Tim's on a D3 that I know fairly well. I haven't actually ridden this model, but he's on the Ion 3. I know the Ion series fairly well. And 11 meters. Tim will feel good about running this. It's a good one. Big onside turn he has as a lefty. It's a good 3. And he's over to 4. He's looking very balanced here, very even. That ski's turning pretty well both ways. Bit of a safety check there at 5, but
there you go.
Very solid skiing from Tim.
Yeah, he's very balanced on both sides.
Yeah, but it looks like he's attacking this course and doing it with a plan.
There's really no other way to ski a pro event other than full attack mode. So I think he's got the right plan.
There you go.
He's looking good. He'd be, what, 24, 25, Tim? But yeah, a guy who can really ski. Skis mostly in Sweden, where he's from. Moved to the US for a while. I think he was at Monroe, the Superior Louisiana University, for a year or two. And he's actually set up to take the lead here. He's only our second skier. It's sort of unusual. We've seen 2 misses of 38 and we've seen 1 miss of 32, which is very unusual. So Tim, if he gets to round 3 here, he will take the lead with 13 skiers remaining.
Of course, as we continue on, a big shout out to the Raging Cajuns, who have snagged their 5th consecutive national team overall title in recent weeks over at San Marcos River Ranch.
So they'll overtake Monroe in 2047?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. Around there.
There we go. We've got a Colombian jet airliner coming in, and
good idea to move away from staticizing collegiate water skiing.
Statisticizing.
There you go. Not a good fight to have with someone from Monroe.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah. All right, Tim Tornquist, 2 1/4 for the lead. He'll want to run all of it. He'll need to run all of it, I'm going to say, in order to make the final. Let's see what he does here, Matt.
Oh, not bad off number 1. Oh, and rocks forward and back on number 2, but he's recovered. Look at this one, Matt.
Are you serious?
This is good.
Unreal, Tim. That is fantastic. I did not give him a chance of getting to 3 after that, too. That's very, very good skiing.
He kind of went back a little out of 1 ball and then had to pull long into 2, and then... But man, he stayed cool and managed it. That was impressive.
He was so close to falling at 2, I thought, and I almost sort of switched off. But he's through the other end of it, and I mentioned it. I mentioned it actually with Whitney's 10.75 earlier. Like when you can run it sort of without skiing it that well, it means you're skiing very well.
And it means you run it a lot. If you're not panicked when
exactly.
something goes wrong, so that's just a testament of probably how much he runs it. It looked to me like he got a little held up at 1 ball, and then pulled a little long to. Not too bad, but
yeah, this 2
and
I
then
didn't
he's
love.
just like handle in the chest at the end.
Whoa.
Yeah, crazy.
Wow,
crazy.
Very good skiing. It's very impressive, and he's our second skier through 11 and our first through 10.75, and he's taken the lead. Very good fall there. I mean, offside turn, having had such a bad boy 2 to commit to that and get through it. That's really, really good skiing, and he'll be very happy. That's yeah, I mean, I've seen him ski a handful of times this year, and he doesn't always run 10.75. I think he went to Marrakesh and didn't run it every round. So let's see what he does here at 10.25.
I tell you what, and all right, there, Tim Tornquist, and like your typical average Swedish Eurovision Song Contest entry, coming through in the clutch on that previous pass.
All right, Tim Tornquist, let's see what he can do. 41 off, 10.25. He's already got the lead. He's going to want to get a full 3. I think 3 will probably just about do it, given what we're seeing here. So let's see. He's out for his gate. Lefty coming into that onside turn, and boy 1. A little bit of a big... he's done
Great
quite well
on.
to get out of 1 and over to 2. And will he get outside of 3? I think he's inside. He's not even going to try and sell it. He is inside.
Yeah.
That's good, honest skiing from Tim there. We like to see that. Don't try and fool anyone.
As opposed to
dirty cheating, which don't love that when you see people fake it. No, Tim's a great guy, so not surprising. But yeah, actually, dropped the shoulder, but actually came out of 1. The ski did a really good job of holding and moved well into 2, and he was.
That's a great 1 ball.
Yeah, he was close to getting around 3.
Just a little separated into 2 there.
Let's see how close he was. Yeah, no, he's
inside. Well inside.
2 at 41 though, solid score. In the lead by 6 boys, and with 13 skiers to go, that's going to put him in the mix. I'm going to say I think we said that Joel Poland's a scratch, so there's 12 skiers left. So that means that if 4 skiers, or 5 skiers, I guess, can get less than 2 at 41, then he'll be in the mix and he'll know what to get in the second round in order to make the final. So let's, we can say very good skiing from Tim. He rode that set pretty well to kind of get that very average 2 at 39 and run the pass, and he's put himself very much in the mix.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a good backup score. It might need more, but depending on what he runs next round. But it's always good to get a solid score that first round.
Yeah, I mean, it will certainly need to ski pretty much at its maximum in round number 2. To where that second score might not matter as much.
I think. Looking at the names left, we've got Brando Caruso making a return to the Pro Tour, having not moved over from Europe until today. Charlie Ross, Dane Meckler, has won a tournament. Sasha skiing well this year. Rob Hayes has won a couple of tournaments this year. Cole McCormick's won a tournament. Thomas de Gasperi always there. John Travers on a huge year for him, or John and Corey on massive years for them as they, they're a bit older, these guys. They're having their best years. And I think finally we'll have Nate and Will Asher, who don't need any introduction. So a lot of skiing to go. I'm not sure 2 at 41 is going to cut it, but as you say, Matt, could be a good backup. Well done to Tim for skiing well.
All right there. So we see on the starting dock a skier who resides out of Houston these days, originally out of the great Canadian province of Alberta. This is going to be Stephen Neveu. Stephen's been known to throw a good score up there, isn't that right, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Stephen's always in the hustle there. He's, last fall he got 3rd at the World Championships, which was huge. His first World Championships, I think he tied for 3rd.
Yes, he did
against the table over here.
I don't know who that was who tied him.
A couple of rookies that year. What year was that?
2013.
2013
yeah, that's a while ago.
In Santiago de Chile.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a runoff. That was a pretty special moment. Yeah, because we tied first round and final. 5 and 3, I think.
Yeah. The crazier thing is, I think it was two or 3. It must be 3 seasons before that. Is like Whitney and I were doing like a talent search thing up in Predator Bay, and
you found it.
He showed up there, and he's like this big, huge kid on the end of the dock. And I'm like, "Are you Canadian?" "Yeah, I'm Canadian." And he started at 28 off, 36, ran 3 at 38. I've never heard of the kid before, so I'm like, "Hey, you got to come back and do a tournament. There's a tournament in the middle of the week." So he came back, did a tournament, went to the Nationals, and he ran 3 at 38 and won the Nationals that year. And then the next year he ran 3 at 39. Then the next year he ran 3 at 41. So
wow,
yeah,
special,
unbelievable. He's just it's been so fun to watch.
Meteoric.
Just watch his career grow from that day, and it was just like all these kids showing up to this clinic, and then we see him.
All right, then let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with our new leader in the clubhouse, Tim Turnquist, and you had quite the little cheering section over here, man, with quite the names: Thomas de Gasperi, Whitney McClintock, among others, going, "Yeah, Timmy!" So good stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to say thank you for that. I mean, my 39 was a roller coaster.
We're gonna have a look at it right here.
I mean, I like my start. I like my gate and my one ball. My one ball was actually good, and I don't know what happened into 2. I mean, I kind of got a little nervous, had so much space, wheelie. Whoa. And then at 3, I think I hit the buoy so hard with my buckle on my reflex that I got loose. And at this point, I'm just trying to turn, keep on turning. I mean, 4 ball isn't good either. Guess I'm going to have to work on that offside a little bit. 3 and 5, they were amazing. I'm glad I ran that pass. That was not exactly what I'm doing in practice right now, but I got it done and got the job done, got a chance at 41, so that's all I wanted. What is 41? I like this gate too, and one ball is a little, I'm trying to turn harder than I needed because that was a good gate, and at this point I'm just trying to do whatever to try and turn, but as you see, I mean, that's pretty close to 3 ball, even though as a slalomer you know you're not really close.
Well, no, that's what Freddie goes, well, man, he did what we're supposed to do. He sort of tried to sell it, but you knew sort of in your heart. But the great thing, you got knocked a 10-7 out first round. You got a great score on the board, and now you sort of get to relax a little bit before the second round, huh?
I wouldn't say relax. I think it's going to take more than that to make the finals, and I mean, finals is my goal. Hopefully that's a good backup.
Well, good stuff. We'll let you guys get back on the water with Steven. Thank you, Tim. Congrats.
All right, Stephen Neville back on the water, pass number 2, about 2/3 the way down and all the way through right now. That is pass number 2. That is 12 meters. And, just another day at the office there for this Canadian athlete.
Well, Matt, you know Steve skiing really, really well. You probably still are his sort of main coach. He comes and skis with you every year, I believe, and he used to be, when he was based in Florida, he would ski with you every day. So, we saw Paige, we saw Whitney, and now we see Steve. The 3 skiers so far, I think they've got a one-handed gate. It's obviously something that you're a fan of.
Oh, yeah. So I'm a fan of those 3 names, Gates, very much, but I'm not a big one-handed gate guy, even though it may look like that. So I would never tell somebody at the school who's doing a 2-handed gate, oh, you should switch to a one-handed gate, unless they're getting tons of slack and can't get the timing right, and we might just do it for a short time. But if you look at Steven and Paige's gate especially, they never really get a full reach. They keep the handle kind of low, and it's a little bit like a hybrid 2- and one-handed gate. So they're just comfortable with it, and I tend not to fix what's not broken.
Yeah, don't mess with the winning formula, and that, it has been very, very good for Steve. He's been a very good skier over the years, and actually, funny enough, we saw Joel, I think at the the King of Darkness last weekend. He had a bit of a hot gate on, I think 39, and he took his hand off and did a one-handed gate. So
Joel's very good at that. He does either or on a regular basis, depending if he's fast or not fast.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Good thing to have. That's not very good for Steve.
Oh my word!
What
what happened there?
And that's, and this is
calamity
where. We see someone of Steve's stature. He's a big guy. It's so easy to get broken over, and that's where I always get so impressed with these guys that are that tall that they don't get broken over as much. Well, I think that Steve came around the back end of 2, the ski bit a little bit, and he just got pulled over the front. He had no way of getting those hips back. But yeah, another huge surprise here from Steve, who he always runs 11, and he basically always runs 10.75, and. Yeah, perfect one, just like you say, and then just separated here, and then goes towards the wake. The shoulders go down, and that is you can see that it's anguish on Steve's face there as he goes towards the water.
It's really strange because Steven's a big guy, but he's strong. Real slow at his gate here, though. Super narrow and slow at that gate. He's a big dude, but he's super strong and agile too. So it's surprising that he couldn't pull out of that. Oh, that ski dug in pretty hard right before the wake there.
Yeah, his shoulder was going down, wasn't it? He was moving more and more towards the front of the ski when he needs to actually get the ski more in front of him. Yeah. Big shame there for Steve Neville, and a shock. And again, we've seen it a couple of times today. There's a mistake out there. There's Regina missing 10.75. We don't see that. There's Paige missing 11. There's Elizabeth Montfort missing 11 at the very start. This is unusual to see. So maybe Tim Tornquist, who's in the lead with 6 boys behind him, maybe with 12 skiers left, maybe he's got a chance with that 2 at 10.25. Maybe we've been too optimistic so far.
I think the theme I keep seeing is gates here. These guys are slow and narrow on their gates. So I don't know if it's the long run in or what it is, but I think we're going to see better scores. Obviously, better scores from them, but better scores in that second round when people get a little used to it.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. I think that, this, as I recall from when I ski here, I think this when you've got that little bit of a headwind and it is a long run in and it's the water ski's fairly slow, we can end up getting a little slow on that gate. So you end up taking a shallower angle towards 1. Even if you get the good buoy 1, you're narrower into buoy 2. That was Steve's offside there. Onside. So yeah, I'm surprised that even happened.
Okay, so 2 buoys, actually rather surprisingly confirmed there. He managed to have the handle in his hands crossing the wake after number 2. I would have pegged it for 1.5, but 2 it is. But it's not going to make much of a difference there for Stephen Neville going forward. He's going to have to, just dig deep.
Improve 12 buoys at least. I mean, probably more actually. Brando Caruso, he's in America once again. This is a guy that had a very good European season. We only saw him there in Europe. I think he made the podium in Marrakesh, not in Europe, of course, but sort of the start of that sort of Mediterranean tour. He's a guy that's very familiar with 4 at 41. He's getting it more or less once a tournament, and he would dearly love that today to qualify him for the finals tomorrow. Interesting to see him here and not the earlier tournaments. I mean, I guess that I don't know what his work commitments are and all that sort of stuff, but I think he mainly focuses on his skiing and was able to spend 5 weeks in the summer just doing pro tournaments. So potentially, I wondered why we didn't see him necessarily here for the Travers and all that sort of stuff earlier on and the Mastercraft Pro. But anyway, he's here now, and he'll be very competitive. I'll be floored if we don't see him run 10.75 and go, have a very good shot at 10.25.
Well, coming in on the opening pass, and the last Caruso that made it to Miami had a very successful acting career on CSI Miami. But this is Brando Caruso right here and now.
What a reference, Tony.
Yes. And let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Austin Abel. And Austin, we're not going to talk about your run today or your real life issues with your boo-boo. We're going to talk about real life. Tell us about your place after the storm, and you're going to be open next summer.
Yeah. So good news is the property owners did a great job getting everything prepared and kind of doing a bunch of cleanup and stuff. But yeah, it's kind of crazy to wake up one day, be everything fine, go a few days later, and there's just pure devastation around. So we luckily got blessed. We got some damage and debris, but for the most part, we'll be good and be ready to go for next summer. But a little earlier end of the year. But luckily safe and everyone's good. Everyone in my circle's good, so we're blessed. It could have been much worse.
So for some background, guys like Don and Kim Trope from the West Coast, others from up in New England, they come down to Lake Lure to your ski school, and it's sort of an annual deal. If they've got family nearby, they always pack their skis. So I know they're prayers are answered that, you guys are safe and you'll be open next summer.
Yeah, the good news, like I said, going into the fall of the year that it happened, you got enough time to recover and everything, and everyone's got their plans for next year to kind of open back up and be good to go. So that would be nice. But yeah, little crazy, hug your wife, hug your kid, and be like, hey, life could have been very different. So
they went through a Hurricane Helene, and hopefully you'll never obviously have to go through another one again, right?
Yeah, that kind of one of those. This happens once every 100 years. Let's make sure I'm well past never seeing it ever again.
Right. No, man, we're blessed to have you here. Thanks so much, and we can't wait for next summer. Yeah, back to you guys.
All right, there's a little bit of our wildlife straying in towards the slalom course. Hopefully there won't be too much of a distraction going forward. And here comes Brando Caruso.
Big lefty onside turn. We'll see that come into play more and more as the line gets shorter. I mean, he has one of the biggest onsides in the world. He has, his own style comes out he's pretty straight-legged. He's, something. Maybe Ali Nicholson would be something of a similarity in the women's field. But he's so powerful out of that onside, and that's why he's able to run 10.75. I mean, I've seen him run 10.75 this year without turning his offside. I mean, it's been pretty amazing. This is efficiency. Of movement on the offside.
Yeah, we went to Europe last summer for those string of tournaments they had, and I got to watch them quite a bit, which I hadn't in the past, and I just couldn't believe how he gets to 4-ball all the time. It's like, you think he's done it 1, nope. You think he's done it, nope. And he gets to 4. I was so impressed with, his skiing. It got a little wild at 41, but like you say, at 39, I mean, he's just locked in all the time.
Yes, indeed, and personally, I'm getting locked into this bar that Freddie imported in from the United Kingdom. Tony's Chocolonely.
I'm really sorry to disappoint you, Tony. I bought that at the gas station last night.
It's the thought that counts.
Well, I saw your name on it, so I had to get it for you.
I know you do the hours, mate, and no one's working more out. I know, commentating all day is not always easy, and you do it better than anyone. So yeah, a little bit of chocolate.
Okay. So what are you trying to say here? That I need a little bit of an energy boost from time to time?
I was surprised, Freddie, that it's not been opened yet.
I know, it's pretty rude actually. I bought it for him to share it with us. Anyway,
I'm trying to lose some weight, and you're not helping. All right.
You've got to enjoy some moments off to motivate yourself in the moments on, Tony. That's what I always say. But anyway,
here we go. 11.25.
Big boy 1 over to 2, looking good. A little bit of a wheelie that's kind of typical, but he does that sort of fairly aggressive onside, like the handle, his spare hand goes out, but he rolls that ski over so abruptly and really knows how to turn that ski on his 135.
Oh,
yeah, he doesn't lose any speed over there. Like, it's very efficient. It's
extraordinarily
aggressive.
Efficient.
It's aggressive but really efficient. So I think he leans on that.
Brando Caruso, part of a little minor controversy during the course of this season at the European Africa Waterski Championships, where he actually tied for the win with Thomas de Gasperi for the European men's slalom China. It went to at least 4 runoffs, and there was nothing to separate those two. 3 runoffs, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of skiing to be done. I mean, him and his compatriot Thomas de Gasperi tied, and they shared a gold medal. Controversially, maybe, but certainly unorthodoxly, but he is, as a result of that, he's the European champion, along with Thomas, who we're going to see ski a little bit later, and a first career Open win for Brando. So, yeah, I mean, he's well deserved. I mean, I think he's a guy that I would say probably he's easily good enough to win a pro tournament, and we've seen so many people tick it off their list, the guys that hadn't won it so far this year. I'd say that, of all the guys that haven't won it, he's probably the next guy that probably deserves it. So, who's to say that can't happen this weekend? He's very, very, very capable, and you never should count Brando out.
And could it set the scene for next season with the World Championships being in Richeto? Maybe the titanic matchup between Thomas and Brando, possibly.
It could be. I mean, home soil does sometimes count. I mean, they both would have skied there a lot. But let's keep an eye on his 10.75. We're looking at a big boy 1,
Boom.
I'm sure. Very, very good. Let's see how 2 is. 2 is good. He looks very good, Brando. He looks very balanced. And this is, a pretty easy 10.75 so far. Not a very good boy 4, but no problem for Brando. He'll turn 5. And you just know, most skiers, you see that boy 4 and you go, oh, yeah, okay, he might be done. But Brando, you see it so often that he'll just get that kind of wheelie 4 over to 5 and turn it backwards and actually be waiting on 6. And that's just how Brando skis. It's a huge weapon that he has, that onside turn. And as a lefty, when you have 3 onside turns like that, you can really use that to your advantage.
Yeah, he got a little held up at ball 3. He just didn't put his weight quite where it should be, and then, man, he corrected it at ball 5.
Second skier 3.10.75. I'm going to, I'd put a lot of money behind Brando getting a good boy 1 here with that huge onside turn that he has. It's just the question is, what is he going to do at 2? The start of this pass, Matt, I think was very good. 1 and 2, and like you say, 3. It was 3 and definitely 4 that put the pass in jeopardy.
Yeah, this 1 and 2 was good, and then 3 you'll see like he's kind of beside his back foot instead of beside his front foot. Well, we can't see it from there, but.
And what I noticed a little bit off number 2 into number 3 was
stood up straight.
Yeah,
he got
looking at number 4, but. Also on number 4, he didn't really crank down all the way off number 4. He just didn't bury himself. He knew exactly the amount of lean that he needed, the exact amount of leverage that he needed, and he was disciplined enough to actually take it there and no further, despite being a little bit late down course there, Freddie.
Yeah, well, he knows his skiing, very, very well, obviously. I mean, he knew that he didn't need to go crazy towards buoy 5. He wasn't going to be narrow. He's done this 100 times before. It's not like that was the first time. Like we saw Jade Need at the Mastercraft Pro. He got a very average buoy 4 like that and pulled as hard as he could to 5 and made it work. But Brando doesn't. He sort of knows his parameters. That's kind of how he skis once in a while. But yeah, he'll need to do a better buoy 2 than that in order to sort of get that 3 that we think he needs. Let's see what he can do. I'll leave it to you, Matt.
Pretty good gate rolling in there.
There's 1.
Big 1 ball. Really good 1.
There's 2.
This is what I was talking about.
There's 3. Does he fight for it? Yes, he does.
He's taking the lead.
That's what I was talking about. Like no turn at 2-ball, and
Yeah.
he got one more. That's what I saw last summer with him in the fall. Last summer in Europe was he'd get a lot of 4s where you think he'd barely get 3. So that was good skiing. That 1-ball was just money that time.
I wasn't counting him out for dropping the shoulder and trying to make a turn and go to 4, honestly. I mean, like I say, like you said, we've seen it so many times, but that's very good skiing. And, you know, he hasn't done a pro event since, I don't know, July, and I think he won the Europeans in maybe late July or early August. So he's sort of out of the high-level competitive tournament water skiing. God, that's crazy.
See those knees come apart off that second wake? Like that it just blocked him there.
Yeah.
And he knows how to S-turn.
He knows how to S-turn on your onside, and that's not very easy. And he's got a good score there. I think that'll be a very, very good shout for making the final.
All right, then we'll see if that transpires as we have a look at our boat shot once again, getting the turn that he needs off number 1.
That 1-ball's perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Then he just gets that little bobble right there. Runs straight for a second, and he's got no line.
There you go. There's number 3, and he just S-turns his way out of that one. And part of the reason why he was able to continue on with that pairing with Thomas de Gasperi, the Europeans, was his ability to perform the S-turn under that kind of duress.
Well, and that's really when you start to see the next level in skiers that can get a turn like that at 41 and still manage to, like, he knew he was getting 3 there. He just dropped his shoulder off the second wake, and so that's really that next level of people at 41 where sometimes it's not perfect and they get down enough to at least be in the conversation still.
And that's the thing, you're not going to be perfect all the time, right? So you might as well at least have some kind of contingency, some physical or mental or emotional contingency in your back pocket, ready to invoke at a moment's notice.
And I agree. I think with what you said also, Matt, where that's been the improvement in his skiing. It used to be that he would get the big 1 at 41, get over to 2 and kind of be stuck. And that would sort of be it. But he's now figured a way of being able to get over to 3, and even when with a bad 2, and then sometimes with that crazy onside, just go and get the 4.
Yeah.
A2, I'm keeping it boring. A232. Let's do it. How are you? Good, how are you doing? Good.
Charlie Ross had a disappointing King of Darkness, below what he would have hoped he would have done, unfortunately. But you know, back here and aiming to finish the season strong. A season that started out very well. He came 4th at the Swiss Pro, I think. Ran 3 in the final there to just barely miss the podium. Of course, Rob and Joel. Well, Rob ran 3s the whole way through and came 2nd. So you know, Charlie really wasn't so far away. I think he's, you know, is he still waiting for his first pro podium? I'm not sure. So we'll see what he can do here. And I think, you know, Charlie's been another guy that's sort of improved so much in the last couple of years, where, you know, he's so young. But he's managed to kind of make it work from getting those 1s and 2s at 10.25 or 41 and to getting the 3s that he's consistently getting. And also, I mean, he did get a score earlier this year of a 5. So he's, you know, capable of really lighting up this field, and he'll feel capable of doing so, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been fun watching Charlie's journey. You know, it's been really quick. Even though he's been around a while, it's been really quick and just fun to see him. And he's you know, I think he's just trying to find his way in the pro tournaments. I think, you know, obviously when there's a number out there or a cut, it's completely different than when you're in a record tournament on a perfect lake and you're just trying to, like, you know, run the first 41. You just go for it all the time. So it's been fun, and technically he's just so solid. Like, both sides are just money. This kid is just so good to watch.
And then he's got to temper that with the level of expectation that comes with someone being this good, this quick. You know, especially after the Swiss Pro Slalom that he had, what was it, in 2020? It was like highly regarded as the next big thing. And then you kind of have to wait a while before you can kind of mature to the level where you're actually performing that every single weekend.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, when you're young, you show up and you just go for it. You just throw everything out the window and just go, because you know if you don't, you're not even going to be in the running. And then once you get better, then it starts to get a little bit more calculated, a little bit more like, well, I'm capable, so I've got to, you know, I've got to, you know, you start to see the cut and you start to think ahead and whatever. And so once that transformation happens and you get past that, that's when you start to see, you know, 3s, 4s, and maybe even 5s in pro events, which you know, we're expecting from him anytime.
Got his first pro podium this year. I was wrong. I just looked it up. He came third at the California Pro-Am. He made the final, lost in a head-to-head runoff with Nate Smith. I think he ran 2.5. Tried to turn it. So I mean, he's been skiing really good this year. So let's see what he can do. He's as you mentioned, Matt. He's so good. He's so balanced on his ski. Does such a good job of moving side to side and not losing any balance off the second wake. He rides the ski very well. You mentioned before someone else was throwing their feet. He doesn't do that. He keeps over his feet very well. I think that's a really good part of his skiing.
Yeah, my favorite part, like, I send a lot of people to watch his gait. Like, if you watch his gait glide, the way he's connected, and as he rolls in, like, he's not super strong, so he's got to roll in smooth and get his strong pull at the right-hand gate ball. And, you know, he doesn't get separated in his gate glide. If you watch this next gate, the way he glides up and rolls in really easy, I just love it.
All right, then, and with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with our new leader, Italian Brando Caruso. And we're talking about the World's going to be in Rocchetto, Italy next summer. We're super excited about that, and we're super excited about your score. Let's have a look here at your 10-2.
Oh yeah, I wish I had a better gate to get a better start, because for some reason I kind of used my body too much in the pull out, and I didn't have the speed I wanted. So I was like, let me focus, let me just try and hit the right buoy and try and get 3, and that's what I did. Hopefully it will be enough, because there's a lot of guys. They're pretty good, so we'll see. I'm happy with the start. Felt better than training, so that's all that matters.
Well, I think up until the King of Darkness a few weeks ago, everyone was kind of happy with maybe a 3 or 4, but all of a sudden 5 at 41. So we really don't know. But no, at least you do have a good backup score. You had some good feels. So yeah, what would you change on your gate at the 41?
Just more confidence, use my body less, you know, so I can keep up the speed, because here it's very easy like to lose your speed and then you're done. I mean, if you want to get deep 41, everything has to be perfect, as we know.
Well, good stuff. We're going to let him change and enjoy his ride, and we're going to see him out again this afternoon. Back to you guys.
And changing 1 or 2 settings, or at least getting back into his binding in a way that is comfortable for him, was just what we've seen just a moment ago with Charlie Ross right here. And there we go, 11.25 meters, gets a good start, opening couple of buoys, not looking too bad, halfway down the course, 2/3 the way down the course, 5th, 6th, nicely done.
Yeah, the balance on that ski is just so powerful off the second wake. He's not a big, huge, strong guy, but the way he stands on a ski just gives him like so much drive off that second wake.
And so aggressive around 135. I mean, this is, yeah, as we see the replay, this is Charlie before his 11, after his 12, making the use of that 1 minute 20 drop time, which is extremely long for a pro event, to I don't know what he's doing. Is he took his boot fully out of the binding.
Looked like he had some tape or Velcro or something on
maybe
the top,
just
and I think
maybe
he
just found a stone somewhere on the course.
He got gravelled. Someone was playing jokes on him. Very, very good. That one is, is really perfection. And if you look at the back end of 3 here, look how aggressive he is. He lows the nose of that ski, but not too much, just enough to where he can raise the tail, get the tail moving, and in that way, I think that if someone who was a fair bit heavier than him, or not much heavier than him, if it loaded the front so much that it wouldn't come out in the same way. But he's, we're all driving our own vehicles. We're all sort of, uniquely built in that way. Like with all, if you're very heavy at the top, or you can't push on the nose so much. But he's light. He uses that. I think he's only 135, 140 pounds. He uses that to his advantage to move that ski very well.
And that ski he's riding on is a D3, which you could possibly win if you enter your name in for the audience prize.
And you'd be mad not to. I mean,
absolutely insane.
Get
Freddie.
yourself a free ski. Just make an educated guess.
Yeah.
There's been so many interesting situations this year with the podiums and the winners, but it's not always so easy. But here we go. Charlie Ross, 39 off. We're going to say he's probably going to run it. He's been running it very, very well so far this year. It's a good one, very good one. Good drive into. Well, that's not a good 2 though, and he's going to need a 3, and he's got the 3. Very good skiing, and I think he's done really well.
Oh no! And he overloads on number 5, and
I feel bad for saying that actually, because I thought he really did not have a good 2, but that 3 was extremely good to put him right back in the past, and I thought he'd weathered the storm, and then I think we mentioned that he pushes quite on the front. The tail of the ski just overslid here, and he ended up with the shoulder in the water.
Succumbed to the FBM, the 5-ball monster.
The 5-ball monster. Okay.
Yeah, it looked like the ski slid a little, and then he rocked way back to try and guard it.
We do see him wheelie a little bit on his onside, but I thought 3 and 4 were very good. We're not going to see much from this angle on buoy 5, but it'll be interesting to see. I mean, he nearly exploded through the wakes here, very close to holding on, but wouldn't have been sensible. So that's Charlie Ross, yeah, and again, Tim Tornquist, we mentioned, was kind of a guy that was putting a mark up early, and here he is with 9 skiers remaining, and he's in second, and there's a mistake out there. Again, every skier left is someone that's either won pro tournaments or been very, very close. In fact, every skier that we have left has won pro tournaments in the past. I'm just looking at the list. So you're not going to bet on anyone making a mistake, but if a couple of them do, it could be that two might make it in, depending on, of course, what happens in the next round. Wow.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was weird. Yeah, I mean, to me, like the tail didn't blow. No. Like he kind of moved too much on the front a little bit. It just stayed in, but it was close to a tail blow.
Yeah, it was weird. He halfway through, he just hesitated, kind of safety a little.
All right, there. Let's continue on. Our next competitor to go is Dane Meckler, the winner for the first time on the Waterski Pro Tour at the Mastercraft Pro just a few weeks ago. Let's see what he's got.
Yeah, that was really cool to see him win his first tournament back. And, it was 2 years ago here that I thought he was going to get his first win. He had a runoff against Nate.
Was it a 3-way runoff? Am I making that up? Was Rob in there as well? I could be completely wrong. I feel like...
I know they went a couple times.
I think Rob, Nate, and Dane went off.
Okay.
And then Rob fell away because he didn't get the score. Then Nate and Dane tied, I believe. I could be wrong. I'll have to look back at that.
All right, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. Another thing water skiers love to do is camp. Huge shout out to La Mesa Rec Van. You guys got to come out. If you want to get off the couch, come out, enjoy your day, come and just check out these vans. We've got a bigger version here with an outdoor television. The only thing we're missing is a barbecue grill. So, hey, there's a whole bunch of different models that they have. La Mesa Rec Van. Check it out. Thank you guys so much. Back to you.
Fancy something like that, Matt?
I'll be honest. I just casually walked over in the rain to see Paige ski, and I looked up and I saw the number on the front of it. I'm like, 20 grand for that thing? That'd be good to have at tournaments, And then I missed the one spot. It's 200 grand. So it's a beautiful. I just went inside it with Zane. It's beautiful, beautiful inside.
That's chump change, mate. We're professional athletes out here.
Absolutely.
Internationally
Absolutely.
world famous, all right?
Absolutely.
There we go. All right, there. Looks like we've got some T-shirts on sale here on site as well. If you are around the greater Miami area, Miami-Dade County, why not come out here to the Greater Miami Ski Club and be a witness to this action yourself? I mean, we've got the webcast here, and we've got plenty of screens that will show you the webcast, but there's no substitute for actually being here. Dane Meckler, second pass, 12 meters, and he's just so smooth.
He's very smooth.
Smoother than a
well-buttered
banister.
That's right.
We've been doing this together too long, Tony.
I got to ride in the boat at the LCQ 2 years ago at Drew's with him, and I could not believe how still his like head and shoulders are through passes like 39 and 41. Like, it's unbelievable how still he is.
All right, then, let's send it over to Wade in the meantime.
Hey guys, sorry I'm getting distracted. I'm sort of checking out my bed here, bathroom. All right, here we go. Well, it's a little odd watching myself on television, I ain't gonna lie. But hey, from these digs, I think I can make this work. Yeah. If y'all need me, holler.
All right.
Double the Wade, double the fun.
Double the pleasure.
I wonder if he found the rum in the fridge.
All right.
Well, it's a pleasure watching Dane Meckler ski on that note. So let's have a look and see what he's going to do. It's 11, and you mentioned how still he is and how Matt and how capable he is of being symmetrical, Tony. So I completely agree. I think he looks really good. He's always skied quite well here. I remember the first year here he ran over or went inside of buoy 5 at 41. So I mean, which would have been, I think, a PB at the time, or at least close to. And I think, you know, he obviously, as he was very close to winning, he came second in 2022 with a, you know, in a runoff. He knows how to ski here, so I think we can expect big things from Dane. He's been skiing very well. He ran dual 4s at the King of Darkness. He ran a 4, a 2, and a 3 at the Travers, and he ran a 2.5 and a 4.5. Sorry, a 2 and a 4.5 at the Mastercraft Pro as he went on to win. He's been on the podium at 2 of the last 3 events. And he would dearly love to be at the very top of that podium tomorrow.
The big question I have about Dane is, how has he never run 41? I know he ran it in a runoff at the Worlds, but like,
you're really going to take that away from him?
No, I'm not going to take it away from him. But he's
run
down
41
in a tournament.
Well,
yeah. Okay. I'm just saying. That was
you
how
mean
many years ago?
in the rule book? Yeah, 2021.
Yeah. I mean, he's so good.
Yeah, he's so
always
good.
At the end of the course. It's like, I just can't believe that.
Well, he talked earlier this year, or at the Mastercraft Pro, like about how he needs to, you know, he's been to 4 a bunch of times, but he said he was frustrated last year because he'd been to 4, I think, twice and ended up coming 4th. He ran 4 twice and came 4th at the Lacanau Pro and the Mastercraft Pro. He came 4th with 4, so he was disappointed. So he said he's just now committing to turn 4, and so, you know, that is tough. As a lefty, you have to be able to commit to turn 4. And then it's all easy stuff there at buoy 5. It's your onside turn. He's got a big onside, so I think we're going to see him do it again. But I mean, I'll quibble with you, Matt. I'll say that, you know, that 41 is up there with the most legit 41s of all time. You know, all this record stuff, but behind closed doors, in my opinion, it's secondary to what Dane did when he ran it in front of the eyes of the world at the World Championships.
Here he comes, 10.75 meters. Nice extension on buoy number 2, allowing the ski to whip round. And once that ski gets underneath the line, then it's down to business.
That is so easy.
Oh my word, it's just ridiculous.
My point about Dane at 41 is, I think once he gets through it one time, it's like it's going to happen a lot once he gets that mindset right, because he just looks so good all the time.
And he has another attempt at 41 coming right up. That is Dane Meckler. And all right, so let's have a look. Current top score, Brando Caruso on 3, Tim Tornquist on 2, Charlie Ross on 4.5 at 10.75. Those are your top 3 at the moment. Obviously, now that Dane Meckler has run through 10.75 meters, that vaults him straight into 3rd with a 6 buoy count at 10.75 and continuing to ski.
Very, very good 10.75 from Dane there. And I think, you know, it's really the only, we've gone through, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 skiers, and we've only seen 2 run before this. So
we're not really at the point where we're going to say, oh, this was the best 10.75, this was the worst one, but I think this is going to hold up as very much among the best at the end of this round. Dane looking extremely good. This buoy 4, so. I mean, that was sort of like Whitney's buoy 4 earlier, just so balanced on the offside there, and no, Dane looking really good so far.
And I like the way he uses the handle, and like his line management coming off the right side into the left side. Coming from number 1 into number 2. He has that knack of going through the wakes, keeping the handle relatively close, and then just stretches the line and stretch, and at the apex of his extension, then the ski whips round, and then he's off to the races. He's just unique like that. Here he comes, 10.25.
I think we're going to see a big score here. Let's see what he does in the gate. He's coming into his onside turn, that buoy 1, and if he gets that going, it's a perfect one. Ooh. Absolutely perfect. We see 2 is not very good. He'll get around 3, I think, and he's going to try and go 4, but that's a 2.5. And frustrating for Dane, because his 1 was, I don't know about what you think, Matt, but I think his 1 was textbook.
Yeah, it might have been a little too good. He got so much speed out of it, and then we'll see what happens into 2, but he was definitely narrow at 2 for how good that 1 ball was.
And maybe that's slightly slow on the gate, like we've seen a couple people being. I mean, it's not uncommon for people to be narrow at 2 here, and as an offside turn, yeah, he is quite narrow.
Yeah.
And did well, got over to 3, and still thought he was going to be able to turn it, and really wasn't far away. I mean, really close actually.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to notice with gates, like. They're probably going to still get a decent 1, but then the rhythm of swinging up on the boat's not going to be what it needs to be.
He doesn't pull super hard through his gate, Matt. I've noticed that the last few tournaments. I feel like there's people that are more committed into that first wake, and do you know why that might be?
I don't. I just know, like at 41, like if you're too fast and wide on your gate, you're kind of done. You know what I mean? Because you're going to start hard to try and get the line and get going, and then you're going to get peeled. So it may just be like, lay up a tiny little bit.
Yeah, to be efficient.
Yeah, and then you can work really hard off the second wake.
Yeah. Well, good. So that means that Brando still is in the lead with 3. Dane Meckler with a 2.5, and again, that's I always say it, but that's sort of the unfairness of this sport, right? Dane was trying to get to 4. Sorry, Brando was maxed out at 3, but Brando ends up ahead. But that's the way it goes, and Dane had to make a decision there to try an S turn or to try and go for 4. So there's tactics that come into it. Dane knows he's got 2 rounds, 2.5. I mean, he's not safe. I'm going to say. I mean, he could end up on the outside. I think actually watching everyone ski, I think I'd be surprised to see him on the outside, but he's opened himself up. I think that probably says that Brando's going to make it through with 3. I mean, obviously it's early, but I think 2.5 might be that sort of 8th spot. We saw Lucas Cornell get the 8th spot at Travers with 2.5. So, we'll see. But yeah, Dane potentially opening him up to needing a good second round to guarantee himself getting in.
All right there, so we're down to 8 skiers remaining. So basically, anyone who takes the lead at this stage of the game provisionally has an inside track on making it through to the next round. And in order to do that, one has to take the lead. 3 at 10.25 meters from Brando Caruso currently holds the sway there. And our next skier about to take to the water, coming to us from France, from Lourdes, is going to be Sasha Deskin. So far so good. 8 skiers remaining, and twisted my head to see that view. I don't know who that is. Corey Vaughan, actually. Just trying to stay far from the madding crowd. All right, there. Let's see what we've got. We've got Sasha Deskin from France. He's looking for a win in on the Waterski Pro Tour. Last chance to do it here before the season concludes. We'll see what he has. It's going to be a 13-meter start, pretty much run-of-the-mill. And a skier that is that as he's continued to pile on the seasons, he's finding easier ways to go through some of these latter stage passes. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, so if you're on shore here and you want to take home memorabilia, come grab one of these really cool Greater Miami Ski Club shirts. The one thing they always bring is all the good stuff for the skiers, all the stuff we love, like t-shirts, cool cars. We already talked about the Ford Bronco over there, the Lincoln Aviator. We got Doral Automotive Group here, and they are setting up for lunch, South Florida style. So once again, if you guys miss me, I'll probably be over at the food table. Back to you guys.
Yeah, lunch sounds good around about now, doesn't it, Matt?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 20 to 12 Eastern Daylight Time, and tomorrow it's going to be Eastern Standard Time. We lose an hour, but we get an hour's sleep, which is always nice.
Are you young enough to gain an hour's sleep, or you just wake up at... You got to be old enough to you just wake up. You don't use an alarm, do you?
I do use an alarm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sometimes I wake up naturally. It just depends what time I go to bed. You know, I can normally knock out 7 hours before before I get up naturally. But I just have that safety mechanism of the alarm on my phone. All right there, so one pass down. Here's the next one coming up for Sasha Deska. Now Sasha Deska has locked horns with my good friend from England here, Freddie Winter, on a number of occasions, dating all the way back to 2010, or might even be a little period before.
The earliest I can remember skiing against him was in 2004, when I came third to last, and I think he got in the top 3.
All right then, with that in mind, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, Dane Meckler here, and we've got his 10.25, his 41 already up. And so, yeah, let's hear your thoughts about this, Dane.
Yeah, I actually thought the gate in one was all right. I'll be honest, the lake is deep, so it kind of takes a long time to accelerate, and then to me the ropes feel soft, and so that combined, it's like kind of this rocket ship off the second wake, and I just couldn't manage that to 2, and fell to the back of the ski, and then just not the best. Not the best 41, but I guess I got another round.
Well, and then let's talk about that right at the backside of 3. Was there that should I stay or should I go thought?
Yeah, there was, but it's my onside, so it's like, there's never that like stay and sit on it. I probably should incorporate that in my skiing, but I usually try to backside it and go, and didn't happen there.
Well, you certainly don't feel bad about it when you run right through 41, though, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. So we'll see next round and just manage that rhythm of the boat and the ropes a little bit better.
All right, good stuff. Any one you want to say hi to at home?
Yeah, just my parents. I'm sure they're watching, so shout out to them.
Good stuff. See you guys.
All right there, so we continue on. We're using, incidentally, we are using the Syndicate line, the stretchy version. Stretchy-er version, I would say.
Less stiff, I think we can call it. Not quite as stiff. Sasha on 11. He's been there or thereabouts the last few tournaments, sort of always in the top 8, but not getting that close to the podium just in the last couple of events. He got a podium in Marrakesh earlier this year, and I think 1 or 2 more somewhere through the season.
So Sasha Deska looking good there, and let's have a little bit of a debate, shall we, about certain line stretchiness, that kind of stuff. I mean, the rope manufacturers, pretty much the 3 major ones that we know of, each have each have a stiff line and a stretchier version of that line, so to speak. So, what are the performance advantages for each one? Would you say? Over to you, Matt.
I mean, performance advantages are a little tough. It's based on, like, you know, obvious. Like I always tell people, like what Freddie Winter here at the end would like off the second wake is not the same as what Paige Reaney would like off the second wake. So, like, I think it's weight based. I think, you know, if you go to extremes and you say, okay, if we were skiing on a steel cable, the boat's moving at 36 miles an hour, like 52 feet down course per second. I mean, you can't ski on a steel cable. So there has to be some sort of...
You'd feel everything.
Yeah, you have to be some kind of stretch in the line to allow you, when you're behind the boat, like when the boat's going down, you're behind it, it's when it pulls you down course the most. So you need the rope to relieve as you go from whitewash to whitewash, so the boat's not pulling you down course as much. So it's all personal preference. I'm sure if you made everybody switch letters, they might like a different, like, I mean, it's all based on how, you know, where you load the line, what you need out of the rope to, you know, to support the way that you ski. So I think it's like the last element of tuning in, you know, somebody who skis on A versus C. Somebody likes a little more give in the rope. Somebody likes a little bit stiffer.
Indeed. Let's have a look and see what we've got here on this pass, 10.75 meters. Sasha Deska looking really, really good there. A little bit of an aerial edge change into 5.
That's a good pass.
Yeah, nice. Got it situated.
It's a little down course, but he kept the same rhythm the whole way, so he was in good shape.
Mm-hmm.
What I'll say though, Matt, when Paige skis, if she and I ski on the same rope, whatever she's skiing on is going to be way closer to a steel cable than what I'm on, because she doesn't pull anywhere near as hard as me, right? She's a lot lighter. She's maybe, I don't know, like I would even pull hard maybe for my weight. So, you know, she might want a softer rope, but if it's relative to the amount of effort we're putting in. I mean, I'm going to stretch the rope way more, so she's going to, you know, she will have a lot less bounce back than I would. So it's you know, it comes down to not just what you prefer, but also even just the amount of effort that you're able to put against, or the amount of leverage you're able to put against the rope.
Yeah, and I've always said, like, I mean, you know, the rope, how much it stretches is one thing, but it's the recoil, like it's the rate of stretch. If you can slow down the rate of stretch, then obviously you can handle more stretch, because, you know, falling back at the ball and then the recoil off the second wake is what everybody hates. It doesn't matter who you are. You don't want to feel, you don't want to feel that. So, like, if the rope could give behind the boat, but flex, you know, slower
to pull you back over your feet.
Yeah, totally.
That's no bad thing. But I mean, like, I'm going to get in trouble if I start naming names, but I mean, there's one rope especially that you know, does that first thing that I think we're talking about, where you do come out of the turn and fall over, and I think that's where, when you look at, like, there's often, you know, it's not something we say too much, but you can see which ropes tend to be favored by the pros in terms of which they choose. Anyway, Sasha Descan's coming in. He's very good for 3. Frequently, many times this year, he's run 3, and that is the lead right now, to tie with his friend Brando. So let's see what he can do. Full 3 will put him ahead of Dane, and tied for the lead. Let's see. It's not a very good 1. He'll turn 2, I think, and he's not going to get over to 3, I wouldn't have said. Or maybe, I don't think he got that.
He's trying to sell it.
I don't think he got that. I think the ski. What's really easy to see watching, and we're watching on a small screen, is not so much where the ski is, but you can see the water wrap around the buoy, and you see what I call the artifact in the spray. You see that kind of spray up. So I don't think he got it, but of course, you know, the judges have a better view than me. Let's see what happens here.
That's a big delay there.
Big delay. I was surprised he got that close, but
yeah, no, he's inside.
Inside, well inside.
Yeah, and last thing about the rope too, Freddie, is like when you come to an event, and like if you're skiing on your own rope, it's one thing, but you don't know exactly what those things are going to flex.
Yeah.
So, like, you're always going to pick the one that flexes a little bit less in a tournament, because you don't want to get surprised by something bungee out there.
Completely agree with you.
All right, then, and with that, let's send it over to Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, Tony. I know I should be fully engaged here, but I keep getting lost with all these cool toys around. Check this out. Thank you, Doral Automotive Group. This awesome Lincoln Nautilus. I mean, that thing just looks hot sitting there. So, yeah, once again, if I disappear, I might be taking one of these bad boys out for a spin. So come on out and enjoy. Back to you guys.
I'm a little bit worried that we're going to lose Wade over the winter. Someone's going to see this and hire him for their showroom. He's doing a good job here. I think we need to take him away from this sort of stuff because otherwise we're going to lose Wade. We need to keep him. We love him at TWBC.
Could you imagine turning on your TV and seeing Wade in an infomercial? How awesome that would be.
Or like one of those,
do a good job.
Or one of those 30-second live hits from an auto dealership or something like that. Or if you've ever seen that, there's a movie in the 1980s called Used Cars. It starred Kurt Russell, and you guys ought to see that one. It's a rather dark comedy, but I mean you'll watch it and you'll know exactly what I mean, and the reference that I make there with Wade and one of the scenes there.
I was watching an 80s Kurt Russell film this week called Overboard with Goldie Hawn. It was on TV. I saw about 10 minutes of it. It looked absolutely terrible, but yeah, funny you mentioned that, Tony.
All right there, so Sasha Descombe with 2 at 10.25 meters. That puts him into a two-way tie for third right now with Tim Tornquist. 7 skiers remaining. Currently our leader 3 at 10.25 meters. Brando Caruso having an inside track on being able to make it into the slalom finals right now at this stage. Next competitor to take to the water is going to be Rob Hazelwood.
And I mentioned before Dane trying to turn and get that 4. It was a ballsy move, but I think that, I think we're slowly seeing, I'm speaking for myself, I think maybe that score is just coming down a little bit that might take to make the final. Maybe that 2.5 might be safe. We're going to have to see what our next 7 skiers are going to do. But, it doesn't, there's not like a huge score gone out there yet. No one's looked extraordinarily settled. Maybe with the exception of Dane, who his 39 was really, really, really good. So, yeah, interesting things coming up here. We're going to see things start to take shape.
All right, with that in mind, we've got a few folks messaging in on the live chat. Oh, and incidentally, Freddie, the UK fits inside Alaska 6 times.
Is that right?
Yes.
Wow, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a big old state.
Indeed it is. Obviously referring to the earlier comments that we made about Carter Eaton being from Alaska and all of that discussion. Pretty superfluous right now. As we see Rob Hazelwood, originally out of Lincoln in England and the winner of a couple of professional stops during the course of the season. His first ever pro win was Lake 38 earlier on in the season on the Waterski Pro Tour, and he was pretty hyped about that, as he discussed on a podcast episode which we publish shortly on the TWBC podcast. So check that out.
Tony, I'm looking down. I'm wearing. Well, we'll go to Wade before I get to that.
Indeed.
Oh yeah. Hey guys, here with Sasha Descombe, and Sasha, step in here a little closer so you can see. Here's your 10.25 pass. So walk us through this.
I don't remember if 1 was very good, but 2 was so bad. I pulled to 3, and I was impressed that I was so close to 3. I throw myself, and boots are really soft here, so I didn't know if I was around or no. So I said I take the change to Western, and yeah, but it was not the best 10.2 of the year, that's for sure.
No, it's interesting that you said that about sometimes when we come off the water, we don't really remember if one was great or not, right? You because you move on and you're already thinking about what you're going to do at ball 2 or ball 3, not what's already happened, correct?
Yeah, I don't know, it just goes so fast. I ski just instinct, like I'm not using my brain at all. And yep, but it's okay.
No, at least you got through the 10.7. You had to look at 10.2. So, any changes you make?
No, I mean I'm gonna try to have a good gate 1 and see, and turn 2.
All right, and turn 2. We'll see you back this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, there. So a little bit of quotation gold there from Sasha Descombe. I'm sure you two guys might want to pick that apart, but In the meantime, Rob Hazelwood getting the job done on pass number 2. 13 and 12. So, all right, Freddie, what do you have to say about Sasha?
Well, I was going to say, Sasha doesn't use his brain when he skis. Do you use yours when you commentate?
Seriously?
Well, they're both. I'll say that both activities require a lot of brain power. So, I mean, I think Sasha is using his brain more than he gives himself credit for, and we know you're using yours, Tony. I'm just joking. We got to keep ourselves amused. We got a long day. Secondly, I looked down at myself, and I'm wearing a Grab Matters podcast T-shirt, which I'm surprised you didn't take it off me and throw it in the lake, given how much you've been plugging your own podcast.
I love the proliferation of water sports media.
It's pretty good, though. I mean, that's what I always say. I mean, like, this is the golden age of being a water ski fan. I mean, when I was growing up, it was like you got a magazine once every 2 months, and, you know, if that in the UK, and like there was a little bit of, you could maybe download a video of, you know, Marcus Brown's 11 meters at like some random old tournament, and now you can watch everyone. It's so great.
Yeah, and I think people who are in this community like you guys are, I mean, you know the personalities, you know the lifestyles. It's really fun, but it's been awesome to see over the last 5 years how much more access the public has to, like, you know, you listen to Joel's or your podcasts, and they're just funny. They're just fun people.
And they realize that it isn't all Robin Leach with mansions and all of that kind of stuff either, you know.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
No.
Speak for yourself, mate. I woke up at the Ritz today. Got my private jet over.
I thought that's like what hashtag life of a water skier means, that you live in a mansion.
Yeah.
All right there. So, trying my best to imitate the voice of Robin Leach, but there you go. It's not going to work. Here we go. This is Robert Hazelwood. Round buoy number 1 and number 2. This is 11.25 meters. Should be relatively straightforward for him.
This is really solid skiing. Little hiccup there, but such a good start.
And there we go. And just to answer a question that was just posted, is he related to the legendary Mike Hazelwood? Yes.
Probably a couple caravans down at Hazelwood Ski World.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I saw him over at Hazelwood Ski World this summer. First time I've been to Hazelwood Ski World in quite a while. I don't normally venture into the United Kingdom all that much, but
not allowed in.
Pardon?
No, I'm kidding. I turned you away, mate. Because you say things like semi.
Look, you have to adapt, okay? just.
Yeah, that's right. And then, aluminum. You've turned into an American, Tony, which is fine. It's just not who you are.
Look, hopefully, if all things go well for me on December the 12th, I've got that very, very important interview.
Well, I'd say you've retained that British accent pretty good, considering you live in Louisiana. It could be a lot more twisted than it is.
Twisted is putting it mildly.
No, that is impressive, Tony, I have to say. I mean, you've been here, what, like 25 years?
25 years, yeah.
25 years, and you still sound as English as the day you left.
But you're a history teacher, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I mean, the test you have in December, I'm assuming, is American history. It should be pretty easy for you to pass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, good man.
Yeah.
Are you a citizen, Matt?
I am not.
You're not?
I'm Canadian. I've had a green card for about 25 years.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have to do it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking
I'll
of doing
help
mine
you.
as well. Oh, Tony, can you help me too?
Yeah, I can help you as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
There we go.
Tutoring by Tony.
Yeah. All right, then. Here we go. Let's continue on. Someone who's probably a million miles away from getting either document is Rob Hazelwood right here. 10.75. Wow. Look at that. Oh, look. Oh, he really, really nails that one. Early as you like into number 3. Look at him go round number 4. Now, stay up. Stay up.
Go.
Round 5. Round number 6. There you go.
That was a little wild, but solid.
And you were kind of wondering a little bit coming off number 4 into number 5 whether he was going to dump it on the inside, and go. But he took the handle up and he delayed it, and they still had enough room to get round number 6. We were pretty much in lockstep in agreement with that one, Matt.
Yeah, his 135 super solid, but he got that kind of fall over at 4 ball, so you weren't sure if he was going to have a little too much speed and safety, but he didn't. He just kind of.
It was playing mind tricks with us.
It was very good.
All right there. So Rob Hazelwood, he's now through 10.75 meters, and and it used to be years and years ago, or rather more recently, that we would jumping up and down, hooping and hollering that skier made it through 10.75 meters. Not so much now.
Dude, yeah, it's like a warm-up pass for these guys. I mean, especially in the tournaments where they make them start at 35. It's definitely like, pass number 3. It's not like it's way down. It's pass number 3. You got to own it.
Well, and that's where it's an interesting conversation there, Matt, because if you look at like where we were 15 years ago, where like 5 guys would run 39, or maybe a little bit more, let's say, but 15, 20 years ago, everyone started at 32 off. No one started at 28. Well, here everyone runs 39. So, what do you think about that starting at 35?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean,
do you think it should be mandatory?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think, I love the girls starting at 32, the guys starting at 39. You got to run 39 as a woman or 41 as a man to get that 5th pass. It condenses everything and it makes it.
I agree.
Let's
talk about that a little bit more. Rob has 3 to beat. I'm not sure he's been over the 4 yet this year, but he's got 100 threes. He seems to get a 3 based every time he goes out. So let's have a look. 3 is the lead.
Or a little bit wobbly into 1.
He'll get a big 2, I think, and he'll get that's 1.5. He's
wrapped the fin.
Nearly wrapped in the rope. Probably 1.5. Frustrating. I thought he'd be able to get the big 2, like we saw him do on his earlier passes, like that big 4 we saw on 10.75, but.
He's just narrow there at 2.
Knows that he's skied well enough to get to that point, but I mean, it's, and I'll repeat this, ad nauseum for as long as I'm still doing this. But when Marcus Brown said that statistic, or
he hit ball 2,
that your width in order to get it right is the width of a garden hose with the gate shot, he's not kidding.
Yeah, he's not kidding. It's very crucial. He shot his feet a little bit there at 1, and I thought he had a slow one, but I thought he was going to go a little bit further. But again, everyone's narrow at this point too, and you say he hit it, Matt. So does that mean that could be a 1, right?
No, I think it just hit his leg. Like he was so narrow and stretched.
We maybe can get another replay of that. I think there's a review happening there. So, the rule is if you ran over it, then it's a 1 if you went around it and you can clip it, but you're not allowed to submerge it. Now, of course, it's down to the judges to decide if it's a significant displacement, which I think is the rule. It's a 1. I think the official score has been confirmed as 1, and I think probably on the balance of what I've seen this year, I think that's fair. I saw, Joel Poland at the Travis Grand Prix, I thought he got around it and they didn't give it to him, so I think consistency, that was a lot closer to being a ride over than that. So Rob Hazelwood has a 1, and that's frustrating for him. And again, that moves Tim Tornquist, who I think maybe could be our bubble guy. There's 6 guys remaining, and Dane will be in the top 8 he's second now. Dane will be within the top 8 in the second round.
Now
when he goes out to ski.
Now the difference between 1 and 1.5 so far as placement is non-existent because
it's not right now.
It's not right now.
But as a backup, it could be.
It could be, yeah, because Charlie Ross is on 4.5 at 10.75. The placement directly below him, and the placement directly above him is 2 at 10.25 meters. The parity between our competitors at this stage is just absolutely competitive. Is absolutely incredible. Let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Corey Vaughn, and Corey, you had a good summer. It's been really good, huh?
It's been a great season, and now this is coming to the end. I mean, for me, this tournament will be my last sets of 2024, so I really want to make the finals, get 3 more sets to finish out the season, and get as many buoys as I can to stay out there on the water and enjoy water skiing until it's time to hang it up for 2024.
Well, same as Dane Meckler, same as Rob Hazelwood, you were one of those got the monkey off your back. We had a lot of podiums for a lot of years, ran 41 a long time ago, and now you've stood on the top of the victory podium.
Yeah, some dreams have been coming true for me this summer, and so this one really is about putting the cherry on top. I was saying to Tony yesterday, I've got a long drive home to Virginia after this tournament, so it was nice to be in an upbeat mood and feeling good versus finishing on a downer note. But nonetheless, it's been a great season, and I'm excited to get out there.
I'm feeling it for you, dude. All the good stuff, man. We're going to let him get busy and rip it up soon. Back to you guys.
Yes, and that conversation is part of an episode of the TWBC podcast. You can check that out by going to Spotify or indeed going to the TWBC YouTube channel where it will appear shortly, so be on the lookout for that. In the meantime, next skier to go is going to be Cole McCormick.
Current Masters champion right here. It's pretty cool. That was a real magical day for him that day.
It was.
It was really cool to watch.
Looking good. Strong on the opener.
So you guys were talking about a garden hose, like walking on or riding a garden hose.
Yeah.
The way I look at it is if you stop the boat in the middle of the gates and stretch the line out to the ball at 41.
Yeah.
And then you just slowly move that pylon ahead.
Face down.
Yeah.
Based on how much you can reach, the math starts to work against you really quickly as far as when you get down course, you just can't, obviously that's where height comes in because you have to reach to make up the difference. So when I watch it, it's not so much like the path you have to run is the garden hose. It's that you can't let that pylon get too far past.
It's just the room for error.
Yeah, it closes really quickly.
Really quickly. And you see, that's why we're so impressed with Brando getting that average 2 and getting around 3, getting the full 3. That's why it's so hard. The boat was way ahead of him.
Yeah.
And for him to generate the speed to get up on the boat again, it's incredible. And I can, exactly to that point, for the TWBC movie, the Unknown Sport of Water Skiing, I helped demonstrate, we put a buoy at 11.5 meters from where we attached the rope and had, I was lying down as we shortened the rope to 39 and 41. I mean, I'm lying there at 41, not really able to get my feet that much past the buoy. And I'm going, my God, how do I run this past? It's almost better not to think about it in those terms because it just almost feels more impossible.
Yeah, and I think this generation of people, barring maybe Andy, the person they watch the most running 41 is Chris Parrish. And when you watch Chris Parrish runs 41 down course more than you see you or Nate or Will or anybody, partly because he's big, but I think there was a time when people thought the rhythm was to run it like that. But the window closes mathematically so quickly on you that now you see Nate's turning as close to the ball as you've ever seen anybody at 41. So,
well, and Parrish with that, with his height being so much longer, he has a bigger turn radius, so he almost can't go up course. He has to finish. He has a long radius, so people always get it wrong that height is only an advantage. Well, your turn radius gets long. That's why Regina's able to with her short turn radius, she's able to kick that thing around. Parrish has to do this long turn.
Yeah.
And like you say, but at the same time, when you see Parrish run 41, it's gorgeous. It's so easy.
Totally.
I last saw him do it in front of me at a tournament in 2015 at the Swiss Pro, Tony, when you were commentating, and that was pretty amazing. He opted up. You were in the boat, Matt, I think.
No, I messed that up.
Oh, that was the next year.
No. I was in the boat. I forgot to shorten the rope.
No, I'm thinking of a different time.
No.
Okay. This time he opted up from 38 to 41 and ran it, and then ran 1.5 at 43. It's still the best score that's ever happened at a Swiss Pro.
Yeah.
It was unreal. Yeah. No, sorry, I didn't want to bring any bad memories back, Matt.
No, I got a really funny story about that. There was a Nautique promo guy came to the ski school when the new boat came out. He came to see it, and he gets there and he says to me, he's like, oh yeah, I'm friends with Chris Parrish, and he goes, can you believe what happened to him? He's like, that dumb judge forgot to shorten the rope, and I'm like, yeah, I had a front row seat to that. I was the judge. So it was almost dark. Chad was driving. We get to the end of the lake after he ran 39, and Parrish just starts yapping and talking and yapping. So I just was talking to Parrish, forgot to shorten it, but as soon as he turned ball 3, I knew. I looked down,
Whoops.
I'm like, uh-oh. So
but it was a hell of an end to the story, though, because he still went and ran 5 right after that.
Yes.
Which was incredible.
Yes.
And I think his last pro podium, actually, or most recent at least, it didn't throw him off too much. So it was actually a pretty cool story.
He was laughing. He was not mad at me at all, which I appreciate, CP, if you're watching.
Yeah, what a guy. Shame not to see him at this tournament. I haven't seen him too much this year, but he's a hell of a
probably
guy,
watching. Here we go, 11.25 meters. Cole McCormick skiing on that LaPointe slalom ski. And, we started to have a little bit of a conversation last weekend at the King of Darkness about a ski such as LaPointe, and we'll discuss that in a moment. But in the meantime, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Handsome Rob Hazelwood, and you may want to disappear in one of these La Mesa RVs and do your homework for next round, or what?
Yeah, I'll take a little nap. Honestly, I was pretty happy with that. I did not do so good yesterday. Practice was shocking, so happy to just squeak through the 39. Felt way better today, and yeah, it's just getting into the rhythm, trying to work with the rope, with the place, with the boat, with everything. I'm just a little out of touch, so just trying to find some rhythm on the 41, because realistically the one was solid, and I need to go back and look at 2. I think I had no clip the boy and skidded me out, but yeah, happy to get through the 39, and yeah, just looking for a little more.
And we'll see him get a little more this afternoon. Any changes you might make, like pull out, sort of distance-wise, anything?
Honestly, it was all better changes, just a little more of the same. Rushing off the handle a little bit, but other than that, it's just about confidence. You know, like my 5 at 39, it was obviously 2-4 was heavy, but coming to 5, fly off the handle, so much time to stare at everything that's going on, and then of course you sit back and wheelie, and kind of really the same thing at 1 at 41. I think their ski rotated really well, and I freaked out, and yeah, just a little more patience, a little more drive, and we're good to go.
Maybe we'll go get a nap then before the second round, right? Back to you guys.
All right then, so we've got Cole McCormick approaching the course, coming in, 10.75 meters now. Needs to get a good gate shot here to maintain his ability to run this pass. Oh, bit of a hard snap on buoy number 1.
But 2 was so good. There we go.
He gets the ski down. Really knows how to ride that ski, and it's a ski that's essentially made for him. And there we go. That is Corey Vaughan, and Jessica is along the shore, on the shore side, I think. Yeah.
I thought I heard a squeal.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, that was awesome.
All right.
That little wobble out of 1, but then 2 was really solid.
Okay. All right then. So this brings up the question that I've just formulated here. Okay, you got two aspects here. You got a Cole McCormick who has access to someone like a legend in the sport, such as Chris Lapointe, in being able to produce a ski and make changes and what have you. Is that an advantage compared to someone like a Rob Hazelwood or a Jonathan Travers, or someone that's part of a greater team that can pull together those experiences and continue to excel on that brand?
I mean, it's experience. Like KLP's got lots of experience, you know, like having that guy in your corner, I'm sure, is huge. But then you've got all the, you know, Will Asher. I mean, who's, when it comes to ski design, setup, like helping those guys on that team, I mean, he's got to be just as big an asset as KLP is, you know.
But I will say, though, Will's a very nice guy, but you don't want anyone beating him. Whereas Chris, you know, I mean, Will would be mad to try and tune up someone else's ski more than his own. I mean, it's not as an interest. I mean, I'm not saying he would ever do anything negative. I'm just saying, like, Chris Lapointe is 100% motivated to get Cole to be the best in the world, whereas Will Asher is motivated to get Will Asher to be the best in the world, as he should be. So I'm not so sure that. Look, I think you have access to different things. Let's watch this 41 first.
All right, let's see what transpires here with Cole McCormick, Masters slalom champion from this past Memorial Day in May. There's one.
Great one. Wow, fantastic one.
Superb one. Round number 2.
Oh, it's that narrow gate, slow gate, and the narrow 2, and it was a perfect one. And we've seen that from now Rob, who said his one was acceptable. It wasn't beautiful, but you thought he was going to go over to 3. Perfect one here for Cole, 1.5. Dane with a perfect one from this end, narrow gate, 2.5. Brando, same, very good one. So we're seeing that, you know, maybe this buoy 2 is quite tricky to get around. Not getting that same swing that people are expecting over towards buoy 2. This was a textbook buoy 1, Matt, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I saw it before he turned in for the gate. He was a little slower than he was on the 39, and yeah, the boat's getting ahead of him. You know, you got to be up on the boat with speed when you get to the ball, and the boat was just running away from him there the same way as you kind of see it running away from on his gate.
And just quietly, that 2 at 10.25 is now the 8th best score. Sasha and Tim sharing that 8th spot. So that means that Sasha
based on his superior Waterski Pro Tour ranking, will be within the top 8, so he'll know what he has to do in the second round. And Tim Tornquist, needs one more foul up in order to have a really good chance of making the final.
Well, Tim Tornquist currently is in third place right now. 5 skiers remain, so he is on the cusp. But if there are skiers that ski below him between now and the end, then that makes that whole process a little bit less stressful so far as he's concerned, as the towboat now makes its way up and down the course. I'm not too sure why, but yeah.
So yeah, I mean, going back to our discussion, I actually think Tony, to answer your question, I think it comes down to your personality type or what you're most interested in. I mean, like, there's a benefit of being part of a big ski crew and a big sort of factory team, if you like HO. You mentioned Rob and John at HO. That comes to the benefits. They're going to be able to get you tons of skis to try. They've got a bit more money to throw at that. You're going to have some group knowledge. You can maybe before you get to a ski, people maybe will have tried it first and made it sort of good. You don't have to sort of figure out fin setting, that sort of stuff. That's not in Cole's favour. He's Chris Lapointe isn't going to be able to give him 20 skis to try or whatever.
Yeah.
And Cole will have to figure out the fin settings personally for himself and where his boot sits and what sort of stuff. At the same time, that once he has that done, that first hurdle, he has the benefit of just incrementally improving it. We mentioned last time that I've seen Chris Lapointe. Cole finishes the tournament, they go into the parking lot, flip down the bed of the back of that truck, and start filing the rear of the ski. So there's pros and cons. I mean, what you don't want is to be part of a sort of boutique-y small ski brand with no help. That's disaster all around, because if you have a problem, there's nothing going to work for you. I mean, that doesn't work. So
couple of things.
Pros and cons on either.
Couple of things on the live chat. Andre Broussard, friend of mine from Louisiana, also reminds me that Syndicate also have on their roster Bob Lapointe. So the battling brothers, so to speak. And also Chris Parrish has a message through. Thanks, guys. He's about to board a flight to Mexico, and he's got the biggest smile on his face. Great memory. Fred spot on and agree with you on the path at 41 and the pro and cons of being tall.
There we go. Well, I love Chris Parrish. He's a very, very nice chap, and we spent a fair bit of time skiing together in years past. I miss that, actually. He used to come out and ski with me at the boarding school, and yeah, it was always a good time. And we'll talk about people that absolutely love water skiing as we see Thomas de Gasperigard in front of us. But Chris Parrish, my favorite thing about his skiing was, as much as he's very good technically, he skis very well. My favorite thing about his skiing is that he'll run 32 off in a practice day in November when he doesn't have a tournament for 5 months. And he'll come out of boy 6 and he'll have this huge smile. He's like, "Did you see that? Did you see that? I turned 4 so good." And I'm like, "Yeah, this is what we need. The energy's so great to have him around."
All right then, with that, let's check in with Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm here with Will Asher, and if your name is Will Asher and you're already Pro Tour champion before the last event, you get to hang out on the couch and enjoy yourself, right?
Yes, yeah, something like that. I mean, I guess thankfully I did really well at the beginning of the season. So, yeah, I'm in a fun position to not have to worry about that. But I need to redeem myself. Like, I'm not happy with what's been happening. So it'd be nice just to go out and have a solid last event and just have some fun.
No, and then as a pro, I kept wanting it to go away. The later I got in my career, I was like, well, why is this sort of apprehension or the anxiety there? It's because we care, right? We want to do good for ourselves and, yeah, for our team, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, we put so much time into this, and it's just a shame to go out there and just kind of squander it away and not just go out and have fun and do what you know you can do. So this place has so many memories for me, Rocky and Laura, obviously. Shout out to Laura. It's just a place especially in my heart, so it'd be nice to go here and ski well and just have some fun.
So we're going to enjoy it. We're going to let him get back to just doing his chill out mode. But yeah, appreciate it, man. Good stuff. Enjoyed it. Back to you guys.
All right there. Good stuff there with Wade and Will. and will have been on an absolute tear this season, especially at the opening part of the Waterski Pro Tour season. And here is Thomas de Gasperi, who's been skiing pretty consistently himself, the 11-time European men's slalom champion, and looking very, very strong out there. And spoke to him yesterday, rather looking forward to his first real off-season for as long as he can remember. And let's send it over to Wade once again.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Cole McCormick and another one of our newbies this year. They got the monkey off his back, our U.S. Masters water ski champ. But hey, let's talk about deep water. Water's really deep here. I heard you talking about keeping your speed. It's not very often we get to train in water that's this deep, correct?
Yeah, honestly, it feels pretty fast out there, which is not how I remember this place skiing, but I guess water's a little cooler from the hurricane and stuff, so maybe that has something to do with it. Felt like I was running the same issue that a lot of guys were. I had a sweet one ball and then got out to two and had plenty of space and width, and then I'm just out there so early and just kind of drifting back in and in and in, and then I'm like stuck and the ski's still out here because I'm trying to stay outside the buoy, and yeah, just kind of stuck. But it felt good out there. It feels like there's potential for some big scores out there.
Well, let's talk about for you at home at 41. Yeah, we can get too early, right? And so sometimes when there's that brief hesitation off one, it almost sort of sets up the tempo of the line. Maybe better at ball two.
Yeah, I almost feel like it's a negative thing when I miss my gates in practice at 41. Normally, if I miss my gates in practice, if I'm not 100% thinking about it, normally I don't run more than like 2 or 2.5, and then I almost even try to aim for like this far away from the right-hand gate ball, like inside, because the longer you're out there, the longer you have time to like run out of speed, because you're so wide and high on the boat that it's so easy to start coming inside before you're ready.
Slalom ski is about making adjustments, and he's doing a great job at it. Back to you guys.
All right, let's have a look and see Thomas de Gasperi. This is 11.25 meters now at the midpoint of the skis, and he had some real trouble with the slalom ski that he was riding up to that time. A lot of it was down to how the ski was riding in the water, at different temperatures. So he decided midway through the season, at great expense, to have someone go to his house, get his old slalom ski, ship it over to Italy, and ski off that for at least a few weeks.
But what I think is so impressive, and that shows how good of a skier Thomas is, that although he didn't love the ski that he was on at the time, he was able to work around it. I'm looking at his results. That mid part of the season, exactly what you're talking about, he came third at San Gervasio Pro-Am, he came third at the Oxfordshire Pro-Am, he came fourth at California Pro-Am, fifth at Marrakesh. This is all sort of between mid-June and late August. He came fourth at King Darkness last weekend, sixth at Travis. So he's skiing... he's skiing really well. He is going to have to run this pass again. We're seeing the boat path is out, something that's fairly unusual. So we have a cumulative of a cumulative who was out at buoy 5. So what does that mean? It means that Thomas is going to have to either come back and run it again, or I think he can carry on with an unprotected score. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't see him coming back down here to run it again. I mean, if he doesn't run 39, I don't think he's going to be sitting where he wants to sit anyway. So I would think he's just going to skip it and get to 39.
Yeah, I think that as much as the both path is rejected, I think Thomas will just continue as normal. I mean, everyone knows that slightly helpful boat path was not very helpful to Thomas because he was going to run it anyway. You could have it minus negative, minus cumulative, and he would still be fine.
All right, then I'm sure that the particulars regarding that pass have been explained to Thomas de Gasperi, and he's been given the two options whether to go on with the next pass or indeed repeat the previous one. Repeating the previous one will I believe protect it, will give him a score protection up to the point where the boat path deviation was the greatest in cumulative, which in this case is going to be 5.
And this may work in Thomas's favour if he's able to sort of eke out an extra few seconds. The rollers will clear if he can sort of sit down there and play down a little bit. Not, of course, that I would ever do this, but
no, of course not.
I'm just thinking.
You guys taking notes from Freddie?
But I mean, Thomas has been
Can
doing
you
this long
explain
enough.
that to me one more time, please?
If you sit down there and you kind of, and I mean, if he might be saying, I need to understand the rule. Anyway, I don't know if he did get any time or not, but anyway, let's see. He's on 39, and he needs to run this to have a chance of taking the lead and really to make the final. It's a good one.
There it is. Now, Thomas de Gasperi, beyond changing the ski in the middle of the summer, actually skied on it for a few weeks and then got a duplicate of that ski sent to him. So he's on a brand new ski and he's looking good there.
Good 39 there. Good 10.75. That was pretty easy, and that'll make the driver happy that the rejected boat path didn't cause anything. At the same time, it's human nature. Whenever there's a rejected boat path, then the boat path tends to tighten up. So let's see what happens going forward. But yeah, Thomas, I mean, he ran that really, really well. He's going to feel very good coming into this next pass. And he ran 5 last weekend. He's been getting 3s all year. I mean, I can't really remember a time when he hasn't run a 3. So let's see what he gets to in order to tie the lead. His compatriot Brando Caruso at 3.
And Thomas de Gasperi looking exceptional there off buoy number 5 into number 6 now for the 10,000th time. Thomas de Gasperi is going to have a pop at the Italian national record, which currently stands at 5.5.
Yeah, and I wouldn't think somebody who's as long in the tooth as T-Gas is that he's going to get fooled by this gate. I think he's probably been watching what's going on and can figure out what's happening. So I'm going to go out and say he's probably going to get a pretty good gate here.
I think he'll do well, and I think Tony, I'm not sure he's going to be focusing at all on the Italian record. He doesn't care. That's not something that's part of his ambition. I wouldn't imagine, particularly today. He's just wanting to get in that final. I think if he can get around 4, it looks like getting around 4 will certainly be enough, and I think 3 could be it, to be honest with you. So we'll see what he does here. Thomas de Gasperi coming in. What a view. All right, Thomas de Gasperi, 10.25. Let's have a look at this gate. Matt, you've been pointing it out all day that people are a little bit narrow. There's a slight headwind, maybe not.
Here
Let's
we
see
go.
What he does.
Pretty good.
Entrance number 1. Oh, gets a good start. Look at this. Round buoy number 2.
Narrow.
He's still there.
Still narrow there.
And he's round number 3, and 2 Italians will essentially tie the lead.
That was a pretty good gate, and he was still narrow at ball 2.
Score under review. I'm going to say that I would say it's a 3, but a good thing they're checking just to make doubly sure. I don't see a reason why they would necessarily do that. Did you guys?
No, I don't see anything that would mean that score is less than 3. He got the start. I mean, it wasn't exactly a rocket ship start on buoy number 1, but he's
hanging on.
Still hanging on with as long as he can into number 3. Yes, and there it is. It's 3.
Maybe they're confirming a gate. I don't know, but as people have said, that when you're a little narrow on the gate, it's easy to miss it. But I think, confirmed 3, and Thomas is in the lead, and I would have probably put a lot of money on him running a full 3 there.
Mr. Number 3.
Yeah, he's very good at it. It was a good one, but like you say, Matt, he did a good job. He got moving, and then he was stretching it too.
Yeah, still narrow. He didn't fall back on his gate at all there, and he was still narrow at ball 2.
So there we go. 2 Italians at the top of the heap right now with 4 skiers remaining. We'll have Corey Vaughan, Nate Smith, and Will Asher to come. But before all of those, we'll have Jonathan Travers. And it's looking pretty peachy at the top there for Brando Caruso. No relation to David Caruso, of course.
What I find interesting is that out of the top 5, there's 4 Europeans. Now, we've got 3 Americans coming up, and the 3 former Americans, they've been skiing really, really well the last 3 events. So that will probably break up the order a bit. And then we got Will Asher, Waterski Pro Tour champion for 2024. What did he won in 2022, I believe. And he's been on big form. So let's have a look. I mean, we've got a really interesting last 4 skiers here.
All right, then, with that in mind, let's send it over to Wade.
Well, hey, guys, I'm busted again. Sorry, Freddie. Eat your heart out. I'm in our little like Euro style camper van here. I could imagine traveling across the U.S. doing my Ski with Wade tour in this, or hopping on one of these and watching a little Tour de France or a little tour of water skiing. Good stuff. Sorry I keep getting distracted, guys, but if you're at home on the couch, come on out. Look at all the toys we have.
Wow, I thought Wade was about to invite me along for a ride, like we do a tour together. I mean, I'd be pretty pumped.
I don't know if I'd want to drive that camper on some roads in England anyway.
Oh my God, no. You get stuck, you get wedged.
Yeah. I'd rather go in a camper with Gordon Ramsay and Gina DeCampo than with him.
What, to get some good food?
Yeah, that
or
too.
just because they're good guys.
They're good guys.
You and Gordon, I can see getting on pretty well. You could shout at each other.
And there's the maitre d' that was part of that series. I mean, if you know what we're talking about, those Gordon Ramsay with two of his friends took a camper trip around Italy, and it was pretty hilarious when you came to watch it.
Very good. Well, let's see if we can get you inserted in there. I mean, it would be hilarity.
I don't have anything to bring to the table, though.
Well, you can commentate everything.
Maybe.
And he's searing the steak. And he's pulled it out of the pot too early. Oh, safety check, drops it back in. Just making sure people are going to be sick of us enough that they're not going to be too sad to see the TWBC coverage end for the year, Matt. Doing our bit. I'm not sure I get the reference.
Yeah.
All right, there. Here we go.
I think a lot of people will be sad that the TWBC podcast. I mean, all I hear is how much everybody loves sitting down and watching these.
Yeah, I think this is it's the new way as a water ski fan, isn't it? I mean, you know, if you're not watching it on the day and sort of having it on in the background during qualifying or whatever, and then fully focusing on the final, was that a throw of the fist from John Travers?
I think so. Let's check in with Wade.
Thanks, guys. I'm with Thomas de Gasperi, our leader in the clubhouse. Sorry, I was a little early there on my intro. And so tell us were you early on your intro here? You got a solid 3.
No, I found it on my first, third, and fifth pass. It was hard to keep up the gate on the speed on the gate. So maybe I just kind of let go a little slower into at the end of pull out. And I thought one ball was pretty good, but it was narrow 2. Just wanted to get it around 3 and make that funny face and see how the next one goes.
No, but I could tell right away when you turned 2, you knew you were getting 3, and you knew that S turn was going to be in the wheelhouse. But what adjustments might you make for a second round?
Good question. I think I'm just trying to get dialed on my gates, and also the rope is not a rope that we use so much, so it felt great. But maybe just better gates going that way, and see what the rest of the field does, and we'll see if we start at 32 or 35 later.
Well, he's got a great backup on the board, so we'll hold our breath and see him this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right, so continuing on, we've got Jonathan Travers. I don't know how deep this lake is. Just getting some figures here that suggest that it's about 35 foot deep.
Which isn't that deep. I mean, it's deep, but I grew up skiing at Thorpe,
You try finding your car keys if you've dropped them.
Yeah, when I have to ski on it, I don't need to put my car keys in it. But we're used to skiing on sort of 6 to 8 foot deep lakes in Florida. But I also think it's not that deep. But at the same time, it could be maybe deeper one side to the other. It's funny. Thomas mentioned exactly what you said there, Matt. That he on his first, third, and fifth pass, he felt narrow on the gate and narrow at 2. So maybe it's just a little deeper on the one side, which means you're a little slower, and that's what's causing a bit of an issue. You're faster on one side, so you're as you go. Obviously, back-to-back passes, you're actually getting different speeds on either side.
Yeah, it would make sense. I mean, it seems like it's catching a lot of people. And it's a tiny, tiny bit of wind, like headwind on your first pass, but not enough that it's going to slow people down.
The way it looks, it's almost like there's a 8-mile-an-hour headwind, right?
Yeah.
So I guess you've got to act like there is an 8 mile an hour headwind. The problem is, of course, that you do too much and you've got too much speed at 41, and then you really, the boat's too far behind you. You have loose line. You're going to struggle.
You're done.
But at this, that's why we have 2 qualifying rounds, and that's why the people that are making, let's say, mistakes, or not getting the best gates, they're going to be able to figure that out. And especially, someone like Thomas, Brando, they're going to be in very good shape to make the final with those 3s, depending on what happens in the second round. But they'll at least go out towards the end, and they'll be able to, on the first and third pass, they'll be able to sort of go a little bit more aggressive, having had that experience from the first round, and get those really good gates from their earlier passes, take them into their harder passes.
And there we go. We see the Pro Tour standings, 296 for Will Asher. Then you see a couple of the remaining spots, all to play for the runners-up positions on the podium. And of course, the Waterski Pro Tour season end awards will be given out after the conclusion of this competition. This competition being the 2024 Miami Pro.
And John and Corey, both these 2 skiers that were on the water are next. I mean, it's amazing the advancement they've made, the points they've gained in the last 4, 5, 6 events to admit through midway through Europe. They were on the podium together at San Gervasio, or maybe Corey was 4th, John was 1st, and they've just been getting podiums and podiums. John's been 2nd in the last 2 events, King of Darkness last week, of course, and then Travis Grand Prix, his own tournament at his own lake a month or so ago. He's been skiing really, really well, and we've had Khalid on the desk a lot, and we've been talking about how he just is making it look very easy by just being very still behind the boat and letting the boat do a lot of the work, pulling him across, being in a strong position, and then also pulling himself back over the ski so he can ride that ski into the buoy and finish very balanced.
Excellent skiing there from Jonathan Travers. One could even assert that Jonathan Travers, with all that has happened this season, is skiing with that fire in his belly, looking to try and put something out there that will really round off a good season so far as his on-water performances are concerned.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch John ski so well at the end of the year, and half the tournaments, one he hosted, the other one the other ones he's TCing at, and something I saw from last weekend that I loved was his little boy Alex in the boat helping him. Like as soon as John still had his stuff on, and Alex was in the boat helping John change buoys and stuff. So that's super special to see those kind of moments, and I'm sure those are amazing memories for John as well as skiing well, obviously.
And he puts a high priority upon what he does off the water. I mean with the TC and what kind of stuff. You kind of have to remind him, at times that he's still got to ski. So I mean, you've got to give him a little bit of time. But no, he wants to make sure that he gets enough of the job done before he goes back out onto the water.
Well, he's Mr. 360, isn't he? He's putting in slalom courses. He's TCing tournaments. He's helping run ski school. He's helping with ski development at HO. He does everything, which one might think would be beneficial to him, but I would say the opposite. I would say that it can be nice to have something outside of water skiing to focus on, but John, everything he does is involving himself in the sport deeper and deeper, which can cause frustration. You don't get a break from it. But anyway, he's arguably the formed skier. He's had 2 seconds in his last 2 tournaments, and he looks better and better. I think this is 10.75, and it looks easy. His offside's firing right now. We saw him get some beautiful passes last week. Fantastic.
Oh, look at that load off 4.
But that's it. Like last week at the King of Darkness, he did the same. Like he came into 4 in fine shape, but the 4 there. I mean, that is, you can't get a better buoy 4 than that on an offside at 10.75. To me, it's not possible. He's skiing so well. What I do think is funny about John though is he always makes a bit of a meal of his buoy 6 at 10.75. Always takes a big hit when I feel like he doesn't.
A little
need
bit
to.
of a rodeo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
makes me laugh.
One thing I've noticed later in the season with John is I don't know if he's got a different ski or he's got a different boot or fin setup or something, but his ski just looks a lot more locked in now. Like he loves to be aggressive and he skis best when he's aggressive. But I've seen in the past where his ski looks too loose for how aggressive he is, and now this looks like he can just be him and do his thing, and he looks super solid.
So dialed and so just so set. Very, very good, and that's okay. Maybe a little bit of a wheelie at 5, but no dramas. And I think that's up there. It's good of a 10.75 of the day. I think Dane probably still has it, but I think John really knocking on the door. But that doesn't matter. I mean, Dane might have the best 10.75 of the day, but he doesn't have the best score of the day. The best score of the day is a tie between Brando Caruso and Thomas de Gasperi, the two tied European champions with 3 at 10.25.
Oh, isn't that just fascinating, though?
It's poetic. It's falling into place. But anyway, John will have something to say to that. We saw him last week. He ran 3.5 at 41 to go and beat Corey Vaughan's 3 in the runoff. He had to go and get around 4 in order to put Corey out and get into the final. So we also saw John last week. He ran a 5, his best score of the year and his best score in a number of years. So let's see what he can do here. He's really going to want to get over, the full 3 would be fine. He wants to get over to 4 though, and we've seen him do it at Travers Grand Prix. We saw him do it at King Darkness. We've seen it a number of times. So he looks great. Let's see what John can do. 10.25, dodgy gate potentially, but let's see how. What do you think, Matt? What do you think of this gate?
It's pretty good. I mean, the wind has come up a little bit.
Oh, look at that start.
He's
perfect.
He's in this. This is good. Come on.
Oh my God!
Round number 3. No, he's not going to.
He laid up at 4. I thought he was on for that. I have to say, I think you can just see as he hit the second wake there into 4, you can see he didn't change his edge. He just went, no, I'm going to confirm 4, and that's super smart, and it's very, very good skiing. It's very, very good skiing.
It's weird because right before he went, I felt a gust of wind, and I looked behind me, and it's still glass calm in the gate glide, but you can definitely feel the wind, and I think he got that gate just right. That looks so good.
Watch his boy too.
Like the first one that's not narrow at 2-ball.
Just
look at that. It's
that's really good. I really thought he was going here. I have to say, I was pretty excited. But watch here, just he hit the second wake, just keeps going out, doesn't do an edge change, and just makes sure that he gets around that for S turn and takes the lead. Not so much as a fist throw. Oh, a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice to see that.
Yeah,
happy to see that.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that too.
Watch this 3-ball. This 3-ball is so good. Like no slide, no overturn.
Those clincher gloves working overtime here to make this happen.
With those 2 middle fingers glued together, working well over towards boy 4. And I mean, that's as easy of a boy 4. We've just seen him sort of manage to do that the last few tournaments. Like he ran a very easy 4 at the Travers Grand Prix in qualifying, and really in the final.
So would you say he goes for the pass the next time if the opportunity presents itself?
He's going to have to in the final, isn't he? I mean, look, he's tasted victory this year. I think it was his 3rd professional victory, and I mean, if he comes into out of 3 in that sort of a shape and only gets 4 in the final, I mean, it's worth getting the 3.5. Like you've got to go for it. Like he doesn't want to. He's come second twice. He's got podiums. So I think he's going to want to go bigger. And I mean, to me, if he'd have got half a turn there, he might have pulled hard to 5 and got the full pass.
Looks like our all-female boat crew appeared to be quite happy about the result there for Jonathan Travers. I mean, there's obviously that score of 4, isn't there? I mean, he gets 4, he stands up and gets 4, but then there's the other point, like saying, in my best Irish accent, you idiot. You had that. You had that pass going. Why not run it?
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, at the same time, you can only lose today, right? It's what we said earlier, Tony. So I think 4 will 100% be in. I mean, there's not going to be 8 skiers that go better than 4. I don't think there's going to be 8 skiers that tie. That he'll be tied with 4, especially what we've seen today. I think the scores of last weekend were a bit of an anomaly. If you look at the season as a whole, I don't think there's going to be tons of 5s today like we saw last weekend. So. John, I think, made a very good decision there. I think it's a mature decision to go, and I don't only think that he's going to make the final. I think he'll probably be in the top half of that final.
Okay.
Yeah, it was super smart.
Yeah.
I mean, 4, knock it out in the first round, and I agree with you, Freddie. I think next round he can do whatever he wants. He's worst off. He's got a 4. If it goes bonkers, he's got. I mean, I think that was super smart play.
Okay, then assuming that he's made it through with 4, I mean, when it comes to time for him to ski in round 2, does he?
I mean, I would think this is just another opportunity for him to run 41. As easy as that looked, I think he'll be out there going for it.
And he might. I think it might be a 12 start for the final tomorrow potentially. So he might go out.
Might want to audition the wind direction.
Yeah, and just have a look at it. I mean, and worst case, he can go and do a couple passes and come back in. And remember, he's sitting in 4th on the leaderboard right now for the whole season. But Corey's just ahead of him at 191, and Nate's it's only 210. So with all the points available, he could still get 2nd. So he wants to give himself every opportunity. I mean, he's gonna have to go and beat those guys by a little bit this tournament. But yeah, I mean, he'll want to get on the podium of the Tour for sure. I mean, that'll be in the back of his mind somewhere. Freddie Krueger said at a tournament recently that, you know, he doesn't focus on these things. He just goes and tries to win every tournament. Well, Freddie Krueger can say that because he goes and wins a lot of tournaments, whereas, you know, all these guys, there's a bit more of a tactical situation going on. But anyway, we're going to go to Wade.
Let's send it over to Wade one more time.
Hey guys, here with our new leader in the clubhouse, John Travers, and hey, we talked about big scores in our little pregame. Got another big score today.
Yeah, I guess I'm skiing really well, Wade. Last few weeks have been really great. This week's been a little slow for me. I pulled my back earlier this week, but hey, Becky and the girls out there felt really good today.
Well, they've got massage tables over here for you guys, man. I love that. Yeah, so back to our focus. You got the 4, so we got backup score for sure. Hey, maybe that's enough, but what adjustments might you make for second round?
Honestly, just watching this now, I had a really good gate. I had a good one. I came out of 2. My 2-4 has been really good. But right there, on the gate pull out and into 2 and 4, I can just feel my legs giving a little bit, like my back's not 100%. So you don't win round 1. So I'm just trying to get a good score to set me up for the finals.
No, nice. And then if you're in that great spot this afternoon, you can like almost rest the back and save her for tomorrow, right?
100%. That's kind of the goal, is to get a good enough score where I don't think I might have to ski again. But if I do, I'm still in a good enough shape to be able to do that.
Nice. And we'll hang out with him and see what's going to happen. Back to you guys.
All the more impressive, you know, pretty close to blowing his back out, you know, with that performance on a 10.25 meters. And, you know, if he can do that under that kind of duress, I mean, what's to say that he can't push it forward and maybe put something on 43 off? Well, we'll ponder that forward a little bit, but let's have a look at Corey Vaughn. This is 12 meters. He's almost underturns that one seriously on number 2, but I don't know. That left side not looking too comfortable right now for Corey.
I heard he had a very good practice set yesterday, so I mean, I think he'll be fine. And we often see him make a couple of little mistakes on his earlier passes, so I think he'll be all right. It's funny, I mean, going back to what John said there, I mean, I think it's very easy, I don't know if you agree with this, Matt, but it's very easy for the people that sit and watch. They think that we're so focused on scores, when I think more and more, at least in the men's field, because it's so competitive, it's not about what score you get, it's about where you are compared to the other skiers. And if you get 1 at 41 but you're ahead of everyone, then that's better than getting 1 at 43 and being behind 3 people.
Totally. And like, it's the end of the season, everybody's beat up, and that's about us. And John's right. You can't win today, but you can sure lose today. So it's like, you know, his strategies. It's all about strategy in a pro event, and like knocking out that 4 in the first round is smart. And you know, now he's got options in the next round.
Yeah, he's done really well there, and you know, I think it's very easy for us up here as well to sort of go, oh, you know, you should have tried to turn it, and you know, we want to see big scores, but he's trying to go out there and win the tournament. He's trying to go out there and cement a podium place on the tour leaderboard, and he, I think he's actually demonstrated very well what the mindset is. You know, we're target skiing. We're trying to get ahead of the people that we need to be ahead of, as opposed to, you know, running a set score. If you know, I've been going out there in tournaments previously, and it's like, well, yeah, there was a time when I ran a half at 43 and behind Will Asher at the Travis Grand Prix, and I was like annoyed about it. But then there was a time when I ran 5 at 41 and been ahead of everyone. I'm like, well, that was way better. You know, it's not
totally. I mean,
it's target skiing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any pro who's a threat of winning is here thinking about doing a PB. They're trying to position themselves and strategize for, you know, and then you take what you get in the finals and figure it out.
Corey Vaughn, 11 meters, 38 off. He's been very consistent, but you know, arguably the form skier has just like John has won. He's been on a lot of podiums, and you know, got a 1 at 43 last weekend, which he'd have been happy about. He said it was one of his aims. But yeah, I think, you know, with that in mind, Matt, like a lot of people watching who do tournaments, you know, unless you're doing nationals or regionals or whatever it is, you know, in your home country where it's competitive, people basically go to tournaments to get a score. It's a record round is a trial. You're not competing against anyone but yourself, which is actually, I think, very unfortunate for the sport, because if you look at the coolest thing about what we're seeing here and at King of Darkness and and all the tournaments out this year, it's the competition. And yes, the top score of the tournament last weekend was 1 at 43, but there's also been tournaments this year that have been won with 3 at 41. It doesn't matter. You're still the best skier on that day, and that's what's exciting. There's all sorts of different parameters.
For sure. Like, I mean, it's never easy to win a pro event. So, like, when you're at a pro event, it's just a different mindset. And the best road's the teacher. Why you see, if you rewind the clock 10 years, you're seeing the same names on there, especially in the women's. Regina and Whitney have been around so much, and it's you got to be in that. You got to make those mistakes of trying to run some big, huge score, and then you get eliminated. I mean, that's the way it works. And head-to-head adds a totally different thing to it, because like obviously you got to draw the person that you're going to draw when you land in the spot you're going to land. So.
But I tell you what, I mean, Freddie will probably appreciate this as much as I do. It's a bit like darts, really. I mean, you're not going to hit a 9-dart checkout every single time, But if you can knock down the doubles at the appropriate time, then that's what's going to get you the victory.
And relevant to this pass, Corey ran 3 at 39 to win his first pro tournament, and he wouldn't change that for any score. I mean, so. Anyway, let's see him do it. He's going to need to run more than 3 at 39 to win this tournament for sure. He's got a very, very good one. I like that a lot. He's over to 2, a little bit out the back, but that's kind of how he does it. 3's a little wheelie again, but he's very...
He's still there. He's staying relaxed.
Yeah,
he's staying poised.
That's not good at all.
Oh, no, not good at all. And relaxed way too much, and is inside number 6.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I think he just felt like he suddenly came up narrow at 5. I mean, that's insane. I'll tell you something about Corey as far as I'm concerned is I've seen him run passes that he 100% shouldn't have run. I've never seen him miss a pass that he should have run until today. Because he 100%, I mean, I'm sorry to say, Corey, but he 100% should have run that. And that's, I mean, his one was beautiful.
That one was the tightest 135 turn he turned the whole time.
Yeah, and
it was really good.
And that's just quietly put a dent in his chance of making the final, and therefore keeping his 3rd spot on the tour leaderboard with all these points left to get.
4.
He's going to be totally reliant upon an elite level score.
Wow, that was wild. I really don't know what happened there.
The second round.
Yeah,
so
just
he's going to have to go flat out on this one, depending upon what score that we see from the last 2 competitors. I mean, he's going to have to just...
Look at that one ball. Man, that one was perfect. Then he was a little narrow at 4, though. Like, he's a little down course, but then he's narrow here. Not too bad. Not too bad.
This surprised me big time. Yeah, just grabbed on the handle too early, just loose line. And we saw it, like I actually mentioned it with when Paige skied. She came into 3 and sort of seemed okay, but then just had a little bit of loose line out of the turn. And maybe that's, you got to pull a little longer here to get wide, to get a little bit more speed down course.
Yeah.
So we're hearing Nate Smith is going to start at 12 meters, which interestingly it's a confirmed 12-meter start for men in the second round and a 13-meter start for the women in the second round. Just we're running a little bit out of time. Had some rain earlier, so Nate kind of getting in the mode early. He'll feel good about these first few passes, and he's going to need to run 4 to tie the lead and a bit more. I wonder what that means. Is that a confirmed 12-meter start for tomorrow? Because I guess if they're starting the second round at 12, does that mean they're going to start the final at 12? You would imagine they wouldn't open it back up to go back at 13, but I wonder what the result is there.
That would probably only be the case if the conditions worsen to the point where a 12-meter start would just be crazy pants.
Well, I mean, I'll say I'll put my vote in for a 12-meter start tomorrow, right? I mean, let's get it going. I mean, no one needs to see, as much as it's great to see these great skiers run passes. I mean, no one needs to see Nate Smith's 13 meters or Will Asher's 13 meters. That is, watch their 12. It's not going to be any different.
Right.
Let's get it going. It'll make it a lot more exciting. We'll save a lot of time, and there'll be just more bang for your buck, I guess, in terms of you viewing enjoyment.
Okay, and just a quick reminder to you once again that the TWBC podcast is online. You can go to the Waterski Broadcasting's YouTube channel to see the latest 4 episodes, of which a conversation with me and Nate Smith is among those. And also as well, win yourself a ski. You know, Freddie, I say it once and I'll say it again. You'd have to be absolutely bonkers not to enter this competition.
You'd have lost your mind, and you've got 2 skiers left to do it. And actually, you know, it's really going to be potentially, I don't know, 8 passes or something like that, 7 passes. So really, you know, get it in. Go to the website. We're waterskibroadcasting.com. Predict your winners. You've got a bit of an understanding of how everyone's skiing for the most part. So put that in before Will Asher finishes his set, and then you can have a chance of winning either a Connolly or a D3.
Could be an Ion 3.
You would be mad not to.
All right, there. Let's have a look and see. You could win yourself the ski that Nate is riding right now if you enter and you accurately select the top 3 in the men's competition and also have the closest tie-break score. And there you go. That's Nate Smith. He's gone through 12 and 11 just like that.
So Tim Tornquist was the guy that ran 10.75 first of the day, and I think that, you know, he will now be inside the top 8 after this round. So it's a relatively low scoring round. Overall,
he could drop as low as 7th.
He'll be 8th on seeding because Sasha will go above him. So that would put Tim below based on the entry list coming in. So, and we're hearing that if there is a perfect tie, I believe a perfect tie will be run off, and you know there will come to be a backup score if it comes into play that there are multiple people with the same primary score, then their secondary score will be used, which is always exciting. And also I think, you know, I like that rule, to be honest with you, because it encourages people to go for it instead of skiing safe.
All right, they're moving right along on the water as it is right now. Coming in on 10.75 meters, this is Nate Smith, who's won a couple of pro events this season, all the while as he continues to pursue his new career as a commercial airline pilot.
Big 2.
Look at this, round number 3.
This is a very easy 39 right here.
Extremely easy. Yeah, no, he looks very, very good there. He's in good touch. He looks great, and yeah, I mean, early this year we saw at the Swiss Pro, just didn't look that good. Like, didn't look like the guy that we've seen ski all these years. Just kind of slightly wonky 39s. I think he never made it past 3 at 41, and went inside of 3 in the final to end up about 6th or something like that. And from there, he's sort of grown into the season. I think he. First win was California. Was off the podium at Swiss, at Masters, at the Monaco tournament that he turned up to. But I think from there he's on the podium and on the top of the podium or near it ever since. Second at Mastercraft Pro, 1 King of Darkness, 1 California.
Now, for anyone else, that would have been a good season, but.
Well, he told me at the beginning of the year that that's the longest stint he's gone without being on a ski in like 10 years or something. Or maybe it was even more than that. It was like a long time because he was in Indiana finishing all his schooling that he needed for flight school. So
I think I'll beat him in that regard this year.
Possibly. Possibly.
Not through choice.
Not by choice, indeed. There we see Will Asher on the starting dock, and Yeah, had a real interesting chat yesterday with Nate Smith as he kind of detailed a few things that not too many people know about commercial pilots and what they do, especially at the level that he's at, where he's a regional pilot with the 3 stripes that sit on the right-hand side of the cockpit, all that kind of stuff anyway. But that's superfluous to what's going on right now as he now makes his way in towards the slalom course. This is 10.25 meters.
Lead is 4. It's a good
Lead is
one.
4.
And he's over to 2, and I think that's a really average 2, and I think he's going to struggle to get to 3. No, he's around 3.
He's around 3. He'll saddle up on 3, and that puts him into a 3-way tie for second. So he is in the top half of the possible 8 that will make it through to the next round of the competition. Possible, because there is that second round to come.
And his seeding will put him 3rd to last off the dock at worst, depending on, of course, what Will does. But yeah, I mean, with that one, I was sort of ready for him to go, and then this was very strange. It is impressive how he gets that late. Completely stands up and doesn't have that boat sort of moving ahead of him, like you mentioned earlier, Matt. Which I like the way of thinking about it like that. And he still managed to get around 3 pretty easily in a very solid S-turn.
Yeah, Nate's got that dialed, how he can get that 1 extra ball. I've seen it for so many years. It's like the no turn at 2 ball. Show me how many guys can turn this little at 2 ball and still get to 3.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's incredibly impressive. And just puts the power on exactly the right spot. Gets the ski out there, S-turn. And it's a very useful 3. If it had been just a 2, would have been trouble. But as we go to Wade.
Hey guys, I'm here with a very special guest, Mr. Kevin Michael, the executive director of USA Waterski and Wake, and thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah, I just came out yesterday to ski at the Ski with Wade clinic, and apparently there's a tournament going on here too, a bonus. Yeah.
So this is the 3rd time I've seen you this summer. So I skied with you out at Nationals in California, saw you at Mastercraft Pro last month, and yeah, you're becoming a regular on this. You enjoying this?
Oh, that's why I'm here. If I wasn't enjoying it, I wouldn't be showing up. It's exciting, especially once you start to follow some skiers and their path through the season, the ups and downs, you get hooked. And
this was your first time here to the Greater Miami Ski Club. 70 years of history right here, and USA Waterski's what, 74 years old now?
Well, yeah, 1951 is when things started getting organized. Pretty funny history there, but yeah, Miami Nautique and the Greater Miami Ski Club, like lots of history here. I go way back with Miami Nautique, and like it's just you feel that in the air. We're in Miami, like it's different than like a backyard Central Florida tournament. There's the heavier atmosphere. Yeah.
No, it really is. They do a fantastic job here. We're standing in front of the Ford Bronco that Doral Automotive Group brought out, and we were already over in those super awesome La Mesa RV vans. So yeah, they do a wonderful job. And hey, have you got to chow down on their grub yet?
Yeah, I'm making my way over, man. Looks pretty swank.
So we have Hungarian goulash, man. It's just such a unique vibe, such a South Florida feel. And man, I always look forward to coming down. It's awesome having you.
Yeah, Wade, thanks for what you do, man. Just having legends stick around. Like in our membership, the men's 5, men's 6, men's 7, excuse me, great category and a lot of activity. So we're hoping to see these skiers stick around. It's a good thing that we have people that stick around that are lifers like yourself, man.
Well, maybe we'll do a little collaboration, Ski with Wade and USA Waterski for next summer. Look forward to seeing you guys on the water like this guy.
All right, they're continuing to roll right along. We've got Will Asher from Great Britain getting ready to go back in for his next pass as he tries to round off his season in style. He's getting a little bogged down a little bit with some subpar results of late, but he built up enough of the lead during the early part of the season towards the midpoint, and let's see what he can do.
Yeah, he's had a disappointing two of the last 3 tournaments disappointing. He finished in 10th at the Mastercraft Pro and Travis Grand Prix. But I mean, if you look at the start of the season, first at Swiss Pro, first at Marrakesh Pro, first at Monaco Slalom Cup, second at San Gervasio, with the best score at all 4 of those, which was it's pretty amazing. So that's giving him 8 extra points for those 2 points for each best score. Then Oxfordshire Pro-Am 6th, California back to 2nd, and then 10th, and 5th at King of Darkness. pretty special season. But yeah, he'll certainly be wanting to change sort of his view of it at the end. I mean, you'll know from Whitney, Matt, like how even if you sort of had a bit of a struggle, through the back end of a season, having one good event right at the end of it can really just change the whole complexion of how you look back at that year. I mean, I've had years where I had a pretty solid year, but the last one was bad, and I finished badly here in 2022, and I look back at the season annoyed.
Yeah, you spend all winter like mad about the last tournament.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So and like to preface what you guys said about the last time, I'm pretty sure he got 5th with 5 at 41 at the last tournament. So
but I mean it's the thing though. I mean, you had a good score, great, 5 at 41. I mean, I would be like jumping to the moon if I had that score. But it's 5th place.
It's true, exactly, and he's in 5th spot. It's the best 5th spot ever. But to him, it's the worst 5th spot ever because he ran 5 and didn't make the final, which of course a 4-person final very tough. But he's
but you guys got skiing scores that they don't normally ski.
It was a huge sort of jump up in scores, and that obviously things were just very much lined up over there. But yeah, I think that I probably knew coming into this event that it probably if someone runs a 5 today, they're gonna be top of the pile. I would say at the end 100%. Of the day.
All right there, Becky Lathrop doing a fantastic job. We have to give her some credit for the effort that she's put out there in keeping that boat straight and narrow during the slalom course, during this path in the slalom course. He's gone through 13 and 12. This is now 11.25 meters. Strangely, not going in on 12 meters as prefaced by Nate Smith, the previous competitor that came before him. So, not terribly convinced that 12 meters is the way to go with the opening pass. At least not in this round, anyway. But he'll be compelled to do it in round number 2, and we'll see how things shape up from there. But 3 passes into the effort, and looking at his pretty strong and immaculate best, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty smooth pass.
Did you see the little head shake he did it around at the back end of Voice 6? I don't know how much he loved it. I mean, I agree, he looks very good, but it's sort of he maybe gave away that he wasn't super happy with it there. We might see it just here at the end. But yeah, I mean, Nate went out at 12. Maybe he does that all the time. Let's have a look here. I think he a little bit of a shake of the head. Yeah, there it is. Don't like it.
No.
But yeah,
no, I wouldn't like it either.
Well,
could be water in his eyes too.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things. But yeah, I think Nate went out, and maybe Nate made the best decision. Although there's that slight tailwind from that end, probably it's not going to do a whole lot. But maybe it doesn't like the gate from this end. He knows the place, but he came in ski day yesterday, so he did a good job of maybe organising himself to take that sort of slightly difficult gate out of the picture, doing it at 39 instead of 41. And he got a solid score, if not spectacular score.
Well, I saw him after he was coming back bouncing on the rope. Like, I don't know, maybe the rope stretchier than Nate's used to. And that could be a part of why these guys are all getting, you see such good 1 balls, and then they're super narrow at 2. If that rope's unloading them different off the second wake, it's definitely going to change, how they're going to be swinging up beside the boat.
All right, coming in, 39.5 off, 10.75 meters. This is Will Asher approaching the course right here and now. Leading off a little bit of speed, rolls the ski in, buoy number 1.
Over the front.
Over the front there, as he typically does,
Good
but
too.
Manages to stay up over the ski long enough to get round number 2, a little behind on 4, but managing to keep on going. Round 5, handle up high. Round number 6, and sweet as you like.
Solid.
Yeah, that was really good.
He's missed it a couple of times recently, right? So he'll be happy to get that done pretty easily. He missed it at King Darkness and he missed it at Travers. So, yeah, I mean, that looks more like sort of vintage Will Asher, notwithstanding a bit of a push on the front out of 1. But, no, he'll feel good. And this is a lake he knows very well. He was based down here for a second, I believe, a few years ago. So he would come and ski here a little bit. So he knows what he's got to do. He's looking for... Will's capable. I mean, he's one of only two guys that well, three actually, sorry. No disrespect to Corey, but he's one of only three guys that have run 41 this year. Nearly forgot Corey's from last weekend, but and he's run a bunch of, he's run a 6, he's run a bunch of 5s. So, very capable of getting all the way down it. But if we're going to talk about target skiing, probably, 3 really wouldn't be the worst thing of all time. But, any piece of 4 would be very, very welcome.
All right, looking good. All right then, so Will Asher getting ready for 10.25 meters, 41 feet off the standard 75-foot line, leaving him with 34 feet of line to get round a course that's 37.5 feet in width. In other words, he's having to make up a deficit of 3.5 feet on each turn.
He is, and I mean, I'm just looking at his scores from this year. If he can get, he's already won the leaderboard. If he can get 6th, he's going to improve his points and really extend the lead and stamp the victory even harder. But before he can do that, he needs to get to the final. And to get to the final, I'm going to say he needs a full 3 and maybe a little bit more than that to 100% confirm it in this round.
Anything above
Let's have a look.
Certainly helps. Here he goes, round buoy
One
number. Good slide off buoy number 1. He gets round buoy number 2. He's still there on number 3. He stands up. 3 buoys.
Scores under review, it says. I would have given him 3 there, I think. I wonder what's been seen. But let's have a look. I think, like you said, Tony, that the ski came through really well out of 1. But if you looked at what was happening above the ski, it wasn't so good. He was hunched over the front. His hips were back. And, he's able to do that and get back in a good position towards the wakes. That's what, he's so athletic. But he won't have wanted to have been in this position out of the turn necessarily. It's a lot of slide.
That's a lot of slide at 1 ball.
But and that can really put you off your game and off your balance. But he did really well to take an easy 2, get the 3. I'm going to say that's a full 3.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm 3.
And that puts him in second. So
I'm on team 3 with that one.
I think, what does that mean? That means John Travers finishes the round with in the lead, and there's 4 3s between first Brando Caruso on his return tournament after having a few tournaments off. Thomas de Gasperi skiing very well. Nate Smith running a 3 when we might have thought he would have gone up further after the Great Boy 1, and then Will kind of getting that 3. Very good skiing, very, very good skiing from Will, and he'll be happy to. I'm going to say 3 is going to be in. What do we think?
It's going to be difficult. I mean, I would say yes at this point. 3 might well be enough to do, but I mean, look at the quality of skier that's beneath. You've got Dane Meckler, you've got Tim Dornquist, Sasha Deska, all are capable of getting at least halfway down the course. So, I mean, it helps, but it's not quite a done deal yet. So let's have a look at the leaderboard there, Matt. Jonathan Travers in the lead, 4 at 10.25 meters. That was some good targeted skiing.
Oh, yeah. Then we got Brando and Thomas and Nate and Will all tied at 3. So, yeah, I mean, those are solid scores, but there's a lot of big names after that. So it's hard to say that 3 will guarantee him, but that 3 as a backup is going to be solid for sure.
And those big name skiers are all going to be fighting to get round number 4 and maybe a little bit beyond to kind of cement their prospects in making it through to the next round of the competition. Yeah, that's kind of the point that we're making here.
Yeah, they're the ones who have 2 or less are not going to be holding back. They're going to be fully committed because they know that they need something big, not relying on that backup score.
But I think crucially, everyone that has 2 will be inside that top 8, so they're going to know exactly what they need to get. They can target ski. So if the skiers before them, outside that top 8, go and run 3s, then they can go and get a tire 3, and that'll put them through at the expense of the people in front of them.
All right, then, and there's the crucial thing, the handle measurement. I think it's intolerance. I think we got the nod from the judge. And with that, let's check in once again with Wade's World.
Hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with Will Asher. And Willie, 3 of 41, sort of standard procedure for you. You've done a bunch of those over the years. Was there anything sort of shocking or anything that was completely normal about that?
No, actually it felt really good. I got to practice yesterday. I had a nice little chat with Becky. I think we, I don't know, it was, to me out there, everything felt great. I mean, everyone's kind of whinging and complaining and just kind of boring to hear sometimes, you know. So, you know, we're all competing under the same circumstances. You got to go out there, you got to do your stuff, and we all got to be big boys at a certain point and get out there and run some buoys.
And man, I'm kind of enjoying this South Florida sun this time of year, man. The atmosphere, what a good vibe for a water ski tournament, right?
Yeah, I'm always shocked. You know, you start getting those first cold fronts just a few hours north, and then you come down here, and it's just endless summer. And you know, this place has a lot of history for me, like I keep saying, but just nice people, passionate about the sport, and you know, hopefully we put on a show, and they want to come back, and they want us to come back.
No, we want to come back too, and we're going to come back and watch him this afternoon. Back to you guys.
All right there. So good to hear from Will, and we would certainly wish him the best of luck going into the second round. And all right, that concludes round number 1. Round number 2 for the women, followed by the men, is coming up. This is continuing coverage of the 2024 Miami Pro. My thanks, my continuing thanks once again goes to Matt Reaney and to Freddie Winter, who are joining me here on the set to have a lively little chat with some skiing thrown in the middle. So whilst we take a little bit of a break, you grab yourself your favorite drink, grab yourself your favorite beverage. Round 2 coming up very, very soon. And all that to come with continuing coverage of the 2024 Miami Pro to take place right after this.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
You won't get better luxury options with an inventory this huge.
And you won't find a better name you can trust. We're family owned and operated.
You won't need to worry. We can make it effortless with pickup or delivery options.
Plus, you won't need to interrupt your day. We can come to you.
Or you won't need to go a million miles. We're practically right around the corner. And for amazing offers, you won't need to search for a better deal than this.
Doral Lincoln and Lincoln of Cutler Bay, your Lincoln dealers in Miami-Dade.
I'm so excited to introduce to you guys the NR1. Over the past season, we've been working on developing the ski shape that is now the NR1, and I truly do love this shape. I'm so excited to ski on it this season, and I hope you guys love it as much as I do.
I'm really excited to get on the Reflex NR1 this season and see what it can do for my skiing. Every time I get on it, it just feels better and better. So I can't wait for the 2024 season to get some new PBs on the Reflex NR1.
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
Get the right RV at the right price right now. Over 600 pre-owned RVs in stock. Top brands, low miles, no dealer fees. This 2023 Jayco Melbourne is just $597 a month. Visit LaMesaRV.com today.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Skiing is fun. It sounds simple, but it's what drives us to build the best products day in and day out. Radar was founded and led by skiers who have instilled in us the passion to push beyond the norm and make better products. This passion fuels our desire to innovate and create. It means early mornings and late nights, red-eye flights followed by dawn sessions lead us to conversations that flow to progression. We never stop dreaming of what's next and what we can do to make skiing even better. Our constant desire to push the sport leads us to where we are now. We have fun creating every day so that you can have fun on the water. Just go ski.
Denali. No hype, just science.
Pentalago, South Florida's most anticipated water sports community. 5 lakes, 4 slalom courses, year-round skiing. Homes now under construction. Where you want to live. Visit pentalago.com.
We are the place for your new Ford. With amazing features everyone will love. We are the brand built for everything, work, play, and fun.
We are a dealership for families because we've grown with the community. We are mobile, so we can make service easy wherever you are. We are the place for deals you can't beat, like this exciting offer. Because at Ford of Kendall, we are Miami.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Well, welcome back. Round 2 is imminent. We've got our first skier about to take to water, Sarah Schwalhofer. And the starting line length for each of our skiers is 1 pass deeper. Instead of 14 meters for the women, it's going to be 13 now. Joining me back once again is the man, the myth, the legend.
Very nice of you, Tony. I'm not sure I've earned those platitudes, but no. So we're very exciting couple of rounds left for the men and the women. I think it's going to be interesting seeing the women start at 13. I think that's fair because with the way that we had some delay for the weather this morning, we've got to get the day finished. Otherwise, the last skiers don't get a chance to go and ski. And if there's a lot of huge scores, then suddenly those last skiers of the day will really feel like they deserve to have a fair shot at it, and they don't want to be in the dark. So, 13 for women, 12 for men. That's the development, I guess. I liked what Will Ashford said just now. Maybe those people that maybe don't love that situation, they should just get on with it. Don't complain. It's where we are. So we move into round 2. Starting off with Sarah Schweihofer. She got a start on 12. She ran 2.5 in the first round as I look at the screen here, and she would have been a touch disappointed, but also nervous that she's in her first pro tournament. Her best score of the year is 4.5. I think she looked good enough to reach that and surpass it. And from here, we're going to see her go out on 13, so it will be her second pass, assuming she makes this first pass.
All right there. So Sarah Schwalhofer getting ready to go in. Opening pass, 32 off, 13 meters. Glad to have the pleasure of your company. Audience prize is now closed. Audience prize entries are now closed. We are locked in. And we will determine with this round and the finals, which will take place tomorrow, who has potentially won slalom ski, or it be a D3 or Connolly. Sarah Schwalhofer, who scored 2.5 on 12 meters in round number 1. And we'll see what she can do in round 2 in order to affect a kind of change in her fortunes beyond round number 1. She's essentially got to score more than half a buoy on 11.25 meters, because we take 8 through to the women's.
So Sarah will be, I'm going to guess, unfamiliar with starting on 13, but she's managed to make it through there and coming back at 12. So her first score, 2.5. She'll be thinking, of that second half of this pass. If she's running 4.5, then she really should be capable, I would imagine, of running the whole thing. So let's see what she does here. We're shortening the rope. Quite funny, isn't it, Tony? The there's an all-male boat crew for the women and an all-female boat crew for the men. That's not something you see too often. Very, very nicely organised, I think, by the organisers to sort of get a bit of...
Yes, indeed, as part of our commitment to gender diversity.
That's right. That's right. We love to see it. Mario Pagozzi, a very well-renowned driver and, very good driver. Tends to not drive the men quite as much just because often his son is in the mix, so that's just seen as a contradiction when it comes to like potential bias,
conflict
fairly
of
or
interest.
not. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Fairly or not, but so Mario very familiar with driving all the women, and a lot of these women have won tournaments or got big podiums behind him. So let's see, Sarah Schweihofer. She's going to come in on 12. She has a 2.5 in the first round. It's a solid one. It's a bit deep.
She
Over
has
to
to
2.
essentially run this.
Let's see if she
to
can
keep
get
her
over
in
3,
contention, and unfortunately, does not quite happen.
So that's unfortunate for her. I actually thought she was back in. I thought she did a very good job at 2. That does conclusively put Elizabeth Montavon into the finals. So Elizabeth, everyone besides her, Elizabeth Pedrini, Alice Bagnoli, Manon Costard, Regina Jacobs, Annie Nicholson, Jamie Bull, and Whitney McClintock are all in the final. And now it's really just a fight for seeding. Of course, we are going to see a huge fight to make the final. Nothing decided really in the men's later on, so stay tuned for that. But here we go. Elizabeth Montavon, our next skier, will be looking to improve on that half at 11. Sarah, I wonder if we'll get a word with her, but I think she can be happy with her first ever pro tournament. I wonder how often she's ever been out on 13, and she ran it pretty easily. And I thought again she had the start here. I think maybe just tried to turn a little bit too hard at 3, having done a very good job at 2 of getting back into this. Good 2, very 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 solid move over. And then, 3 just dropped the shoulder, and again, just a little bit too much pressure on the ski in order to stay with the handle in her hands and be able to move over towards buoy 4 and beyond. Our next skier, Elizabeth Montavon, getting into the water. She has previously won this tournament. She's triumphed here and done what very few people have ever done, which is to beat Regina Jacobs in a runoff. Often, Regina has won a lot of tournaments outright, and when she does get into runoffs, she doesn't tend to lose them too often. I mean, maybe I'm going to say Whitney's probably done it at some point, over the sort of 15 plus years they've been skiing at the extremely sharp end of professional water skiing together, or maybe probably it's even more, to be honest with you. Whitney might have done it. I know Manon's done it. She did it at the Masters and at the World Championships in 18 and 19. And Elizabeth Montavon did it here in 2021 when she ran 11 off the dock, out first, ran 1.5, and Regina could not get out of 1 at 10.75 with enough to beat her. Of course, that was at a time when Regina was coming back from her, her MCL, I believe it was her MCL or was it her ACL, Tony? But she just,
MCL.
Very, very quickly managed to come back from what would have finished most people's seasons. She turned around in May and managed to get second at the World Championships that year in 2021, narrowly missing first. She came, I think she won the Mastercraft Pro. I think she came third at the Malibu Open that year. So it was an amazing end to the year. But the final tournament of the year was Elizabeth Montavon's big win, and she took the opportunity with both hands.
Both hands indeed, as we see Mario Pagozzi line up the boat and just waiting for the timer to make its way down to the 3 beeps. Those 3 beeps will indicate that the 1 minute and 20 period of time at the end of each pass has expired. And we will see what occurs beyond this point. Driving the Nautique towboat, I believe it's the centennial edition of the Nautique. Craft celebrating 100 years of boat building excellence.
The original one's probably powered with oars, I would imagine, back in those days. Did you have powered boats back in 1926?
You say that as if I was present.
Of course.
So. All right then, so Elizabeth Montavon doing a fine job. Pass number 2, 2 passes under her belt, 13 and 12 meters back to back, and we'll see what we can do here. And Freddie, plenty to like here.
Yeah, she'll feel better about this. I mean, I have to say, I thought she was skiing pretty well in the first round. There was no problems, and and it can just happen where you get a weird gate. We've seen Matt was very on it, mentioning that the gate looks a little bit tricky from this end, and we saw a lot of skiers struggle a little bit with that. Maybe even, I think Thomas de Gasperi kind of had it figured out towards the end of that last round, and Will Asher, and of course John Travers. Elizabeth Montavon just going down early. It's unusual for her. We'll see her come back, and I mean, she'll feel confidence around 11. She's actually been sort of getting better and better throughout the season, more and more consistent. She's had a slightly maybe frustrating couple of years where she's been missing 11 a little bit through last year, but then the end of this year, more and more consistent, looking better and better, and getting more into that middle point of 10.75, which is really where you need to be to get it, in maybe if not podium contention, but into getting close to it. And I think she did a 4th at the Mastercraft Pro with a full 3 at 10.75, beating Whitney McClintock with her 2.5 at 10.75, which would have been very gratifying to her. Anytime you can get ahead of a 2-time world champion and someone that's won so many tournaments over the years, you're happy. So any full 1 will improve her score from the first round, but that's not really what she wants to do. Yes, she's made the final, but she knows herself it's not been the most competitive final to get into. She wants to get all the way down this to start challenging the skiers after her, and it's a much better 1. That's actually very good.
Very nice.
2's good, and I think she's looking really on this. Maybe a little bit late, and a bit big at 3, but it's going to be a fight from here on after a great start, and that's
just all over the back of the ski on that point.
Did she? I don't think she got around that, Tony. I think that was a 4, as much as she did the S turn. I could be wrong. We haven't got the score under review graphic on our screen just yet, but watch how good 1 and 2 were. She ended up, that's a perfect 1. You don't get better than that. 2 I thought was very good too, but then as she got to 3, she was running a little straight, a little down course, and then had to get a little bit deep to get that ski to turn in and roll over. A little late, deep, and then out the back. Over to 4, and it just wasn't the turn that she needed. She needed a good turn, got a bit too much slide, a little bit too much pressure on the front, and let's see, did she get around 5? I wonder. Yeah, I think that's a 5. Yeah, so okay, a little bit unfair from us in the commentary booth here, but that's why we're not judging the tournament. It's a confirmed 5. And that's not going to do a whole lot for her. I mean, it's put her above Paige Reaney, and but Paige also, let's say, fairly, I think we can say she underperformed in the first round, so it's provisionally above Paige Reaney, but let's see what Paige can do. She is our next skier.
I'm just looking at this once again. Elizabeth Montavon, 5 there at 11.25 meters. So fair to say that beyond this point, every skier that we'll see is a finalist. So with this, the second round, what's going to be the strategy for a lot of our women going forward? I mean, are they going to be seriously motivated to put themselves a little bit higher so they can start a little deeper?
I think everyone's going to start at 13. I can't see. I mean, we did see Regina last week start at 12, which was unusual. Very cool to see. I don't think it's going to necessarily happen today. I'm going to look down the list, and I think that from the skiers so far, I think Paige would have felt she left a little bit more. She could have got a little bit more further down the course through 11 and into 10.75. Manon probably, Alicia very happy. Ran 1 at 10. She's now consistently running that 11. Manon will think that there's more there. Regina will certainly think there's more there. Only running 3 Ali, I think, will probably be fairly happy with 3.5. I mean, she looked good enough to run the whole thing, but she did a good job. And then Whitney and Jamie both running 10.75 and therefore being pretty happy. Given, it's not about the score, Tony, is it? It's really about where you are relative to the other skiers. I think although one at 10.25 is lower than where Jamie and Whitney have been the last few weeks in terms of score, they're also above a lot of skiers that ski less well. So you can say that as much as their score is down, maybe their average position relative to some of the other skiers is up.
So where Elizabeth Montavon is right now is one place higher for the moment, because a score of 5:11.25 meters supersedes Paige Reed's current best score, which was from the first round, 2.5 and 11. But Paige has the edge by being second, by having the second round score to come right now. So in order for her to actually kind of keep her seeding at this time, Paige Reed would essentially need to get a piece of 6 on the pass of 11.25 meters. So Paige Reed, 13-meter start. Looking comfortable on 13 meters and getting the job done with the opener. There we go. That is Paige Reed to open up her account in round number 2. And certainly important to get dialed in with the opening pass and feel connected and stable against the boat. We'll see what transpires from here on out there, Freddie.
Yeah, really solid skiing. I mean, I think Paige is looking as good as I've ever seen her. She looks a threat at every line length, and I think that maybe one of the moments of her season, as far as I'm concerned, was seeing her, get the absolutely horrible buoy 1 at 11 that she ran at the Travers Grand Prix, and still running the pass pretty easily. I think she's really matured in that way. I think she's sort of learning almost to pick her battles in terms of, where to push and where to not, where to go a little easier. She's sort of understood the gears a little bit more of water skiing, and her offside's tidied up. I think she's in very, very good form. I was surprised to see her miss the 11 earlier, but I don't think anyone would bet on her missing it twice in a row. So we'll see this next 12. I think she'll run 11 going away from the dock, and we'll see her into 10.75 if my guess is correct.
All right, we'll see how things continue to roll on as Mario is at the opposite end of the course, the restaurant end. Call it the restaurant end because there are a couple of eating establishments all the way at that end of the lake. And here we go, folks. This is Paige Reed. Rolls the ski in. It's a Radar Vapor Pro build. Drops the ski in, uses the tip rocker to try and get her some good angle established, and then it's up to her to maintain that angle across the back of the boat before flipping the ski onto its inside edge and let it track out and make the turn on the opposite side. Pretty simple whenever it's said, not quite as easy for its execution on the water. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Miss Elizabeth Montavon. So we've got your 11-meter pass framed up here. Walk us through what was going through your mind and how your pass went.
Yeah, you know, these ropes feel a little bit bungee to me. It's not my personal favorite. So every time I felt like I was getting linked up with the boat, there was a little bit of a delay in the start of my swing. And I'm somebody who really values that kind of side-to-side real estate. So you kind of, you see it right there. Like my swing starts late, and then I stand up a little too early. I'm a little too fast down course, and it just kind of added up over time down the pass. I think if I'd been on a slightly stiffer rope, it would be a little different story today, but that's just the name of the game, you know. The variables change and we have to deal with it.
No, it's actually funny. I was just grabbing a bite to eat over here and I overheard some chatter and somebody just happened to say, yeah, but it's still the same for everybody, right? You know, when we go to a new site, new boat, whatever, new rope, whatever, yeah. It's new, right? But you have to adapt quickly.
Yeah, exactly. And there's variables like that different people have different skill sets where they can lean into it. Some people are really good in rollers and backwash, some people are really good in wind, and some people are really good on bungee ropes. And those people are capitalizing on that today, and I need to learn how to capitalize on that overnight.
No, I think that's it. You just had to learn how to adapt right there on the fly. You know, right? You don't get a second chance, although we do get a second round here. Ultimately, tomorrow, there won't be a second chance.
Yeah, tomorrow it's end game. Literally, the whole season.
Well, good stuff. Enjoy the rest of your day. We're going to enjoy some more water skiing here. Back to you guys.
And at this time, we just saw Paige Rini uncharacteristically rear up, which means that Paige Rini actually maintains a seeding because she had a far superior score compared to Elizabeth Montavon in round number 1. And even though they tied in round number 2, it goes back to the original first round score to determine which one is before the other, and in this instance, it's going to be Paige Rini above Elizabeth Montavon. So Paige Rini will start off the dock in the same position as she is today. And you'd have got long odds on 0.38 off passes between Paige and Elizabeth out of 4 today. If you'd have bet this morning, but there we are. It's a strange one. I'm slightly confused. I thought that we'd see at least one of them through it. I thought really both of them, to be honest with you. But there we are. I mean, it is a seeding round, and I wondered, hearing Elizabeth talk just now, Tony, that she's saying, "Oh, tomorrow's the big day," and I just wonder, as much as it's harder for the men to make a final, generally because there's just a lot more competition for those places. That there's often more than half the field don't make the final, and the standard is so high. Everything's over between first and 10th or 12th can often be 2 or 3 boys. In some ways, those guys that do make the final, they're already in some ways battle hardened, right? They're already set up. They've gone through the pressure. Every round, every turn, there's pressure on it. Whereas maybe for these women, it's just a little bit easier to get through, and then they suddenly have to turn it on in the final. They're putting a lot of pressure on themselves, but the external pressure, you can't really create that. So interesting to see what happens tomorrow. For sure, the women, especially at the top, they've been here 100 times before, or 200 times before. Maybe even over that number. It's we've got some of the most experienced women skiers that have ever skied. The longevity of the athletes in water skiing just goes up and up and up, which makes me very happy. With the ability to keep on going for longer, which allows for more competition because the young guys slot in, but the old guys are still there. So we're going to have a lot of fun for the rest of the day. But yeah, it is an interesting thought that when you can almost relax through the early rounds, maybe for the non let's say superstars, that the ones that are sort of below that pack, they can they really have to turn it on in the final to have any chance of doing well. Okay, and getting ready to go, coming to us from Italia, is going to be Alicia Bagnoli. We see her at the edge of the dock, and the first of our competitors today in the women's competition to actually run through 11.25 meters. But the main difference here is going to be Alicia Bagnoli would, in order for her to do the same feat, she'll have to do it in the opposite direction because of the starting line length being shorter this time around compared to 14 in the previous round there, Freddie. Yeah, but she's done very well in this round. I think last weekend she went out at 13 and ran 11.
I think the second round was a start at 13 situation. So she's done it, and she's done it recently. Not even 10 days ago did she complete this the 11, having started that line length. So yeah, I mean this is the only. There was only 2 skiers that this line length change affected in this 9-woman division. Sarah Schweihofer, who was the first skier of the round, and Alice. Everyone else starts at 13 typically, basically every day. So yeah, Alice will be affected by this, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem for her. She skied well earlier. She got up there fairly close to her personal best, and every time she runs 11, she's happy. So let's see what she does.
Yes, indeed. Let's see what Alice can do. See if she can run 11.25 meters omnidirectionally. I know that's a big word. Omnidirectionally.
It is a big word.
Yes, multiple directions.
Bilaterally?
Well, you could say.
All right.
But omnidirectionally sounds funny. Sounds better.
Well, of course, because it was yours.
Yeah, indeed. All right there. So there's another opportunity for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll get live updates as to when next time we go live, which won't be until next season because this is our last broadcast of the year. But subscribe to the TWBC channel anyway, and be sure to be notified as to the next content that hits the site, including episodes from the TWBC podcast. There are 4 episodes that have just dropped on the YouTube channel right now. There are conversations that I had with Thomas de Gasperi, Nate Smith, Corey Vaughan, and Rob Hazelwood.
And they are conversations that are robust but fair, isn't that right?
Yes.
That's your intro.
Yes,
is that right?
it
Robust
is.
but fair? Cool, I like that. And when is actually, Tony, when is the next scheduled broadcast? Would it be the Swiss Pro in
Swiss Pro Trick,
and that's
in
usually
April.
around the April 24th, around there. It's normally that Sunday, 2 weeks before the Swiss Pro.
But you never know. We could be going somewhere else beforehand. Who knows?
Could be. You never know what's going to be scheduled. But I think potentially not for the rest of this year. But we can see things develop quick in water skiing occasionally.
Indeed. All right, there. Here we go. Alicia Bagnoli, who's gone through 13. This is now an attempt on 12 meters, coming to us out of Milano from Italy. Little on the back, but nice turn. Lovely turn on buoy number 2. Now she's a lefty, and she's getting better turns on 246 than she's getting 135.
Very impressed with that.
Yeah, incredibly impressive. And let's check in with Wade once again.
We've got your 11-meter pass up on the screen. Let's hear what was going through your mind and what you think in your afterthoughts.
Okay. I thought I had a good gait. I'm just like pushing my ski out in front of me a little bit, so I'm down course at 1 to start, and so I'm kind of just fighting the rest of the pass. I haven't felt in sync here yet, but it's just good to get out there and start feeling what I need to for the finals. And I was just a little late here and couldn't do much. So
if you had that 11 start to do over again, what would be your adjustment?
I would definitely just try and create more space behind the boat instead of pulling longer, because to try and make it up there, I was pulling longer instead of creating space behind the boat, and I wasn't able to catch up. So
it's that sort of old saying, once you're behind in the beginning, it's really hard to catch up, isn't it?
yeah, and sometimes on 2-4 I can fix it, but I wasn't getting good 2-4 turns either, so I couldn't make a good and fast turn to fix it, but that's okay. So
it's all about making adjustments, right? And we'll see her in the finals tomorrow making those. Back to you guys.
Why, thank you there, Wade. Doing a fine job there with our skiers.
Alicia came back in at 11. She's run it 3 times in a row. Can she make it 4? She'll be very, very happy to. I had a chat with her just after her first set earlier, and she was very happy to run the 11. It was better than a practice set. Let's see what she can do. I agree with you, Tony. I think she's had a really good improvement of her offside, and I think she's more sensible on her onside. It's a
There's
big
one.
one. It's going to be in big trouble here, I think, and it's good
still
too,
there.
considering. Let's see, big. No, that's not it.
Just didn't get the start. She was behind right from the get-go.
Yeah, just didn't maybe. I thought. I keep thinking of Matt Reaney talking about the gate. I think that she just didn't really get the swing up and was a little bit narrow there. There's a tiny little bit of wind. It's not a whole lot. If anything, it's a tailwind on that gate. So in some ways that might help. Just give it a little bit more swing. But no, I mean just came over to one here and tons of angle, but just not able to hold it. And that's very, very tricky at that point. I thought she did a very good job actually to turn well here at 2. I mean, just she was late from having lost all that space at 1. But yeah, let's see. Let's see. Maybe there's another little clue. I thought she got. She looked very much on the back.
Really trying to bleed off the speed at this point.
Yeah, very much through the middle of the gate, almost through the left, which is unusual to see, especially from this end. Something to think about for our remaining skiers, that this end might be now the fast end if there's a little bit of wind behind us, offsetting that first round where it was definitely the slower end. And yeah, I mean at that point Alicia was, she was really having to pray in order to get to the end of that pass, so it didn't happen for her.
All right, there. That was Alicia Bagnoli, and but she does not in this round at least. I mean, she got, what was it, 1 and 1, 2.5.
Alicia in the first round, they won at 10.75. Yeah. So unfortunately, this finished a string of 3 tournament rounds in a row, all in front of TWBC, where she ran 11. But yeah, she'll probably have figured something out there from the gate, and she will know that she can't get that gate tomorrow. She'll need to start from this end. And yeah, so let's see where we end up after this round. I mean, again, it's a seeding round. There's not, the stakes aren't massive here. It's about getting confidence. It's about building for tomorrow. Manon Costard with 2 at 10.75, definitely capable of more than that. Regina Jacobs definitely capable of more. And then there's a little bit more there for Ali Nicholson and Jamie Bull and Whitney McClintock, our remaining skiers. But these guys are skiing for confidence. They're skiing to try and, make their other competitors maybe nervous by getting something huge to sort of, tell them that they're going to have to go 100% in order to beat them. Take that top seed. I mean, I don't know. I haven't had a conversation particularly with any of the remaining women of where they like to go out in a tournament, all being equal. Do they like to be last? Do they like to be sort of a few from the end to put a little bit of pressure? But these are all things that will be going through the minds of our athletes going forward. And starting with Manon Costard, who ran, not her best 11 of all time in qualifying today in the first round, but got a very good 1 at 10.75, and I was confused and surprised, I guess, that she didn't go a little further. We'll see what she does. She'll be starting at 13. Once again, no difference made by the compulsory 13-meter start. She'll go out and attack from the moment like she always does. Jamie Bull, who we see here, is the Tour leaderboard leader. She is the number 1 on the Tour leaderboard. She must fend off Regina Jacobs. If she can stop Regina Jacobs from winning, she will be the Tour leaderboard on for the 4th consecutive year. She'll be Tour champion for the 4th consecutive year, which is no mean feat considering the amount of phenomenal women skiers there are around her that are, fighting for every single victory.
All right, and with that in mind, let's. Ooh. Okay, so this is something to consider now that the skiers have a better sense of the feel of the rope. Maybe a few of them were looking to make some wholesale changes to the zero offsetting, because now Manon Costard is coming into the course on Charlie 1. Very interesting. I had a chat with her about maybe changing a letter. I maybe wouldn't have picked this one, but she looks very good. Looks balanced. She was saying that she was, she's not skied behind. She skis mainly in France, right? She doesn't get behind this boat. This boat is fairly unique in the way it skis. We like the way it skis, but a lot of us ski behind it a great deal because, there's quite a lot of tournaments behind it over here in the US, less so in Europe. So she doesn't get behind it enough, and so hasn't really got her balance behind it. So, trying to find something to make her feel a little bit different, a little bit more comfortable. So that letter change is there to try and sort of, make you feel a little bit more comfortable
if you, as we know, I'm sure we'll have that graphic pop up on the screen in just a second, but if you want an earlier pull out of the turn, you want to have a C. If you want a later pull out of the turn, you go A. B is more sort of in the middle or neutral. Your 1, 2, and 3, the 1 is a low pull increasing, a 3 is a high pull decreasing as you go across the wakes in terms of the revolutions that the boat's putting in, and a 2 is sort of almost a flat curve, sort of almost an average of the first two, of 1 and 3, I should say.
Well, I can actually use your reels now.
So basically,
I'll
if you were mad, if you were like completely mad and you decided to go with C3, I mean, it's going to hit you like a.
No, I'll
like
do
a
it
slap.
when you send it to me. But you gotta show me
Yes,
how.
I mean C3 is pretty aggressive, especially
No, but
you
you gotta
probably
show me.
wouldn't want that as for one of these women's skiers. I don't think any men's skiers would. I mean, but maybe someone who's sort of Jurassic level huge, like I don't know, Nick Parsons or I don't know, an Austin
Maybe.
Abel or something like that. But
Something like that.
It'd be unusual to see someone go C3. There's also a whole plus setting that which takes off the parameters and makes it, you really
It
gives
just
you all the
makes it
extra
nearly
revs that you need.
unskiable.
No, it can be good. It can be good if you set it up right, but not something I would necessarily recommend behind this boat. Let's see, Manon Costard, this is 12 meters, and she's coming in, and she's run a pretty good first pass, and very good one, looks balanced. A little bit of maybe slightly slow too, but she looks pretty solid. I think she's got good control of that ski. She's over to 5, running it maybe a little bit down course, but no, I think that was actually overall a very solid pass, and she'll feel pretty good. She's got the experience, as we saw earlier, to run an 11 that's not the best of all time. She's, as we talked about with Paige this year, she understands the gears. She knows when to push, when not to push. She's experienced enough to know that she's run 11 thousands of times. And she's an exceptionally accomplished skier, former world champion, former master champion, former Moomba champion. She's won a bunch of other pro events. She won early this year at Oxford. At night she ran 2.5 at 10.75 in the dark. She actually won that tournament from Jamie Bull and Ali Nicholson. She won by over 6 buoys, which you never usually see in a pro tournament. So she's got the ability for sure. Let's see how she does here. She'll be coming back on 11. She has run 11 already today, and she has a score of 2 at 10.75 that she'll feel she can improve upon. She ran 4 last weekend. She ran 3.5 at the Mastercraft Pro, going back maybe a month and a half, and then she ran 4. I think maybe she get over to 5 at the California Pro-Am. So she's got those big scores that could trouble the top guys. But let's see. 11 meters coming up.
Indeed, and definitely needs to get a pretty decent start at this point. Now that she's gotten through 13 and 12, she has a sense of what the conditions are like. Hardly any wind at all. I mean, it's about as good as it can get, really, so far as wind conditions are concerned. Let's see what she can do. Let's see what she can handle against the boat. There's number 1. Gets a good start. Relatively free of the rope into number 2 and number 4.
Oh,
but,
come on. Oh dear. Slide.
I don't know.
Big slide.
But what is it that's going on right now? I mean, at least a couple of these competitors, you could mortgage your house on them being able to get through 11.25 meters. What's up?
That's strange. I'm going to say I think she probably thought that she was a little fast on the gate maybe, and then I thought 1 was actually pretty good, maybe a touch taily, but not really. 2, that's a fine 2, and you've seen her run it from there, and then 3. It's a fine 3, but I think as we can see her here, she's just the ski overslid. She had too much rotation with the tail of that ski, so she just had her feet were sliding out from underneath her as she's trying to get some purchase on the water, and it's put her in the water. And that's unfortunate. That is not. It's funny. I quite like the gate, I have to say. That's not what she wanted to do, and that's not really going to give her a whole lot of confidence for tomorrow. But at the same time, she can also look at it a different way. She can also say, well, hey, you know what? I've made my mistake. I've found the other end of the parameters in terms of maybe the boat setting. I maybe need to go for a middle point. It'll be interesting to have a conversation with her. But yeah, I mean, the shoulder went down, the tail.
So Bravo
slid.
won.
Yeah, well, we'll have to have a conversation with her about that later on. But no, she will certainly be disappointed. I mean, I know her, she's a perfectionist, and she will be very disappointed to have missed 11. She has bad memories of 2021 when she was last here and she missed 11 in the final, only getting, I think, 1.5 at 11. But you know, as we keep saying, the stakes aren't super high right now. The tournament, you know, the first round was almost the qualifying round. You know, we already knew that she was already in the final, so you know, she was just getting some confidence. We also saw, let's not forget, and this is actually quite an important point, in the first round of the Oxford tournament that she ended up winning, she skied decently. In the second round, when she already made the final, she skied poorly, and in the final, she lit it up.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think, well, I know her quite well, and she's someone that needs to have some jeopardy, some stakes on it in order to ski well, a bit of pressure. She doesn't love skiing when there's no pressure. So we'll see how she does tomorrow. That's, you know, her 3.5 at 11 is not very good for her. It was disappointing, but it's also not going to have a big bearing, I wouldn't say, on what she will do tomorrow and what she's capable of.
Of course, all of our female competitors beyond Sarah Schweinhofer are through to the next round of the competition, so there's no pressure in that regard. And we see Regina Jaquist on dockside getting ready to go. Handle in the boat, and now she will select the starting line length, which should be 13 meters, unless she has a trick up her sleeve, because she has been known to go in on 12 meters.
Well, since last weekend, right? I've never seen her going on 12 voluntarily until last weekend, which was very, very cool to see. But I think it'd be confusing to see her do that. I would be surprised. We'll get word of that in a minute. I think that, you know, she knows she didn't ski her best in the first round. She definitely realizes that there's more there. So I think that overall, she will probably want to take, you know, every bit of getting used to the boat and the sight and the rope and the ski and the, you know, whatever it is that's going to help her run the biggest score today, but more importantly tomorrow.
It's a little hard to kind of tell just by looking inside the boat what the line length is because the rope is entirely red. So hard to pick out what loop this is going in for Regina Jaquist, and we'll get the indication up on the screen, and it is 13 meters, the green loop, opening pass. And Regina Jaquist, you know, I mean, one of the best skiers of all time, probably the greatest skier of all time, you know, when it comes to tournament skiing, especially in overall. And, you know, she made the decision, you know, in the early part of the 2000s, you know, whether she was going to continue being a great overall skier. But let's send it over to Wade. We'll have the discussion in a moment.
Hey guys, here with Miss Alice Bagnoli. And Alice, 13 meter start second round. Did that have any sort of effect on you were going to have a go with your 11 meter pass here?
Yeah, I definitely did. My fault, I don't usually start at 13, not even in practice, so just tournaments. I definitely had a stronger start just because 13 it feels a lot harder on the first pass. And from there, I was struggling to find my rhythm, but I was like, okay, go strong in the pull out at 11, but I actually went way too hard and I was way too late in the gate. So at that point, I knew I was in trouble. I tried to hammer 1 because my mind just went off. 2 it didn't turn great, still tried to turn 3, but I knew from the gate that it was a done deal for me. I just tried to keep fighting just to get as many wins as I could. So coming into tomorrow, hopefully the win is going to be for me. I still rather start at 14 meters, so it's going to give me a better rhythm.
Yeah, and you had the big score this morning, so you kind of had one of those, hey, a hall pass, if you will. You did get to go out with not as much pressure as usual, right?
Right. Usually, actually, I get the second round as a best score, but this morning I got it on the first round, so I was like, okay, my job for today is done. Just go out there in the second round, do whatever you can, the best I can, but I was completely happy with my first round.
Well, good stuff, and we'll be happy because we get to watch her in the final tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to Alice Bagnoli, as we see Regina Jaquist And on top of the conversation, or rather what I had to say, she made a decision years and years ago whether to be consistent and be one of the world's top overall skiers, or whether she was going to dedicate herself singularly to one event especially, and that being the slalom, and made efforts in the off season with a full strength training regimen to get her into the kind of shape that she is in that would allow her to excel in the slalom event, despite being noticeably lacking in height compared to a lot of other skiers or contemporaries of that time.
Yeah, but I mean, especially at the time that she made that decision, it wasn't that crucial, right? I mean, like you see short guys run 10.75. You don't tend to see him run 10.25. But you know, at the time that she would have made that decision, it was, you know, the pro events were being won with early 10.75. Now, her and Whitney, between them, have really pulled this sport by the scruff of the neck to extremely high levels, moved that sort of, you know, optimum performance idea of what would have been optimum performance from early 10.75 to early and really mid 10.25. So I think that height is, I do still think height is less critical in the women's division, because you're running passes at 10.75 to win tournaments and early 10.25, as opposed to having to run, you know, deep 10.25 at a faster speed. So I think that you can be smaller and still be effective, not taking nothing away from Regina, but I think that she also has done very well in developing a style that really uses every bit of her stature. She kicks that ski around so quick. She's got a very small turn radius, which means the ski can move quicker around the back end of the turn. So I think that all of that is in her favour, and she's done a really good job of maximising all of that. And you know, here she is all these years later, 18, 19 years later, sitting here as the most decorated women's slalom athlete of all time. And it's you know, it's on show here. She's wearing the red bib. She's won the tournament last year. She came second a few years ago, and it's not the best 11 I've ever seen from her, but, she'll still pretty easy. And it is the first 11 of this round. I mean, she won't have loved that pass. You know, we're used to seeing her run it with zero slack, with no difficulty particularly. I'll say there was a couple of little wheelies there, a couple of little grabs, but she's still you know, through the pass very easily, and she'll feel that, you know, she'll come through at 10.75 and show every confidence that she can run it. She will probably feel fairly, and you know, not negatively. I don't think it's negative that I'm saying this. I think she'll feel a little bit more pressure than she normally would, because she'll be going, oh my God, like I've just seen Whitney and Jamie run 10.75 around me in the first round, and I didn't get anywhere really close. But if there's someone who's mentally strong enough to go and deal with that, it's her. And I always look back, and I think one of the best moments of mental strength that I've ever seen in water skiing was in 2015 at the World Championships in Mexico, where Regina didn't ski very well in the first round and Whitney really did, and then, you know, she'd skied badly in practice and she just didn't look on it. She looked kind of average the whole way through her set, and then in the final she went and I think ran 10.75. And I think she beat Whitney, didn't she, that time? It was without the use of a runoff. I think it was a runoff in 2017, but I remember just being so impressed with the way that she was like, you know what, I'm just going to go and run a huge score. It doesn't matter how I do it. It doesn't matter how good I feel.
Whatever it takes.
I'm good, you know, it's going to happen. It's sheer force of will. So I'm not saying that you know, Regina's skiing badly at all. I think, you know, she's just had one subpar score, and we're certainly not going to count her out, because, you know, that certainly happens. It's just funny, we're so used to seeing Regina with these unbelievably consistent scores of 10.25. But anyway, here we are. It's 10.75. It's a pass that she missed in the first round unusually, and she ran 3, and she'll come over to 1, and it's a good 1, and I think she'll get the 2, and she had a really good 1 and 2 in the first round and only ran 3, but there it is. It's a great 3. She's hooked up, and she'll be in really good shape here. It's a 4, and she's actually smoking this, notwithstanding it at 5, and she really went for it at 5, and that's early as you like, and that is
there you go.
Very impressive. And again,
now she's back to where she is.
Yeah, and I think if I'm reading her mind slightly, just watching the way she skied that, I think she was maybe frustrated with herself. I'm reaching here, but I believe this to be true, that she was maybe frustrated with herself that she didn't commit enough at 3 at 10.25 in the first round, having had a good start. And if you watch her buoy 5 here, she didn't just go for the easy turn, she went for the big turn. she went to turn it, really big, so and you saw how wide and early she was at 6. So I think she was almost like making up, reparations or compensating for what she didn't do in the first round, and that's the best 10.75 we've seen today. It was a very, very, very good pass. Watch the commitment here at 3. Big turn, in really good shape. Big strong pull to 4. Big turn at 4, and then watch 5. I really enjoyed 5, the way she really just went for that as big of a turn as she possibly could, and very balanced. And it was actually a much better pass than her 11, I would say.
All right, then. So at this moment in time, because she has a superior score compared to Ali Nicholson's opening round salvo, that means that she has moved herself 1 place higher in terms of the potential final list. Now, whether it stays that way or not is going to be dependent entirely upon what Ali does, or even what potentially Whitney McClintock-Rini or Jamie Ball do between themselves, because they have even higher scores, each scoring 1 at 10.25 meters. And guess what? 10.25 meters is coming up now for Regina Jaquess. Anything more than 1 would take the lead and could potentially send her through to the final round, having been the last skier off the dock.
Blows the tail. So unusual.
That means that although she's superseded the current best score from Ali Nicholson, she won't be one of the last 2 skiers off the dock in the final.
Yeah, she'll be third to last off the dock. And I'll say that I can't think of a time that I've seen Regina blow the tail. Her ski tends to be so dialed and or so stuck to the water. And that's also, the taller you are, the more chance you have of blowing the tail, I'm going to say, because, you push, the more chance you have of pushing on the front. The skis, okay, she's on probably a 65-inch ski or so. What you'll see people like, Steve Neville ride, he's on 67. He's about a foot taller or more. So what's happened here, she's pushed too much on the front, and the tail's just slid around and popped out of the water. Not enough pressure on the tail of the ski to keep it in the water. And unfortunately for Regina, that leaves her with a half. At the same time, it's displayed her commitment to going hard, to getting those big scores, and she'll be very happy, Regina, that she made that mistake there than in 2 rounds ago when she was going up against Whitney McClintock in the final of the King of Darkness, which ended up being the highest scoring final of all time, because she got around that boy 3, which gave her the win, narrowly ahead of Whitney McClintock.
All right, and we kind of sense that battle may well continue right up to the very, very last tournament of the season, this being it, the Miami Pro. Now, you do mention a little bit about ski length and that kind of stuff in that previous statement that you made. Now, if someone was shopping for a skis and they're kind of like a little on the edge in terms of length, can you kind of take a longer ski and make it shorter by bringing the fin a little further away from the tail?
Yeah, I mean, you probably could. I'm really not the guy to ask about ski setup particularly, but yeah, I mean that would certainly be a move. You can also, make it a little bit shorter. Move your boots closer together, or move them further back, and that might help also. But it's generally you want to have a ski that's fitting your size. And I mean, for the majority of men, who are in relatively decent shape, that'll be a 67. Tony, I think you're in great shape.
Yeah, a barrel.
Self-flagellation doesn't help, Tony. You've got to love yourself.
Because very few others would.
No, we love you. And there's a lot of people. I'm sure you're going to get 100 messages from people saying, we love you, Tony. I hope so anyway, for all you do for the sport. But if you have, you want to be on there's a lot of men over over 5'11" or more would probably be on 67. If you're less than that, probably 66. Obviously, depending on your weight, if you're a heavier guy, you might want to go on a 66. Even if you're 5'9", 5'10", I don't know. It all depends really. There's a few parameters there, but if you go on the websites of the ski company that you're looking to buy from, that'll tell you, and that's where you can order it from. And we're definitely going to see someone win a D3 later on with the correct, or tomorrow with the correct prediction of the podium and the winning score, and also a Connolly for the women. That is unfortunately closed now, but all those smart people who rolled the dice.
So for the people that win, I mean, if they have a ski in mind, whether it be a D3 or Connolly, I mean, it would behove themselves to go and try it somewhere else, try the size, try the settings, and then actually make the order, right?
Yeah, if they can, I mean, that would be the smartest thing to do. But I mean, not everyone has access to that, so at the same time, you might be able to look at your favorite skiers and say, well, I ski a little bit like them, I want to ski a little bit like them, and then look at the website, make sure you got the correct size. That's probably the way to do it if you don't have the opportunity to try. I mean, not everyone's got a pro shop next door, and we don't all sort of live next door to Action Watersports or Performance or these sorts of places. So
here we go. This is Ali Nicholson coming to us out of Gallatin in Tennessee originally, and is a traveling nurse, and she will go back into that career path as soon as this tournament is done.
Is that right? So she's not back at work yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, pretty amazing. I mean, what a way to do it. She does 6 months on, 6 months off, or around there, and she's a traveling nurse, but she's also a pro skier and manages to make enough money to support everything as we get away.
Hey guys, here with Miss Jamie Bull, and Jamie, you already got a great score from first round, so you kind of get to sit back. I mean, I kind of jealous that you guys get this 2-round total, where back in the day everything was like Mastercraft Pro. So what's your mindset, and what are you going to do when you hit the water?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I skied well enough in the first round that I don't really have to worry about this round. So I'm just going to go out there and try and feel things out and feel a little bit better than I did last round. And yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And you already clock in with a 32 start every time, so no changes there. Any changes from this morning, though, that you might want to try or, fickle with?
Yeah, I definitely just want to try to feel a little bit better rhythm out there. So that's the goal for the set.
Keep it simple, right? We'll see her out on the water soon. Back to you guys.
All right, excellent stuff there, Wade and Jamie. And there is Whitney McClintock dancing to some happy music, getting ready to go.
She's our dancing queen.
ABBA, 1976.
Is that 1976?
Yeah.
Good for you. That's good knowledge. I'm jealous, actually. I like naming the years of songs. That was cool. Well done. All right.
Some of the simplest piano playing you could ever imagine right from the get-go.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
And here's Ali trying to make it look simple and achieving it. She's doing really well. I think she's on form. We saw her run 10.75 last week. We saw her run 3.5 at 10.75 or 39 off earlier today, and she looked very good for it. I was impressed with her 11. I was impressed with her start at 10. I was actually slightly surprised that she fell there at 4, which took her out of the pass. But she's skiing well, and she'll have some confidence having that run in that first 10.75 of the year, and I think probably her 4th overall just last weekend at the Kindergartners in a semi-final of the head-to-head, which actually we had all 4 women run 10.75, which was pretty amazing.
All right, looking at this again, one of our lighter skiers out there, and being light certainly helps you out on the water, and able to get across course very, very quickly indeed to set a turn and to set a path out nice and wide, and she really loves to ski backside in on these turns.
Yeah, you mentioned weight. She's one of the lighter skiers, like you said, and this sport really is. I mean, it's good to be light in this sport. You have to. The more you pull against the boat, well, the more weight you have, the more you're going to pull against the boat. The more you pull against the boat, the more you're going to slow it down. The more you slow it down, it's going to pull you back when you're not pulling, which is on the second weight, where you don't want to be going down the lake. You want to be going across it. So that's another part of it. You don't want to be heavy in this sport. It's sort of changed. It used to be that the heavier you were, or stronger you were, you could pull the boat about. Well, they're just not. We're dealing with 6.2 litre engines on a weekly basis now, and we just can't pull them around in the same way we used to. So, Ali is built pretty well that way. And the ideal thing is to have an incredibly high strength to weight. Some people are built differently to others. Some people are skinny and very strong. Some people are very heavy and very weak. You're trying to up that strength to weight. Ali will come back in and demonstrate that for us on 11 meters. She ran a pretty good 11 meters earlier, notwithstanding a bit of an average buoy too, but she ran it very, very easily, especially considering a bit of a slow two. And here she is. And it's not beautiful, but it's fine, and it's a much better.
It's manageable.
Yeah, and, this is good skiing. She's a touchdown course, but she's not going to make any issues. A little bit of a push on the front at 4 there, but over to 5.
Oh, there you go.
It's kind of her typical style, isn't it? Like she'll kind of get that ski out of the turn, like way back out of the back end of the turn.
She goes full tilt.
Ski a little bit ahead of her, but dead straight in the body, and then just riding that ski across. And you never see her compress too much. She's able to move side to side without ever bending those knees, which there's a lot to be said for that. That's a good thing to be able to do. You don't end up sort of absorbing the boat's pull. You get pulled all the way out to the buoy line. At the same time, she does tend to pull a touch long, more than the other skiers that we'll see. We'll see as she comes into buoy 2 here that she's on edge, maybe a couple of feet after the second weight, which is atypical, and then throws the ski out quite quick. But it really works for her, and that's something that I've been impressed that her improvement. It was only in 2022 that she won her first pro tournament, but I don't think she'd ever even turned 3, or maybe she turned 3 just a handful of times, and now she's sort of pretty much solid to get around 3 get around 4 and beyond fairly consistently. I mean, you never count her out. She made that. She needed to run 4 last week in the semi-finals. In the qualifying in order to make the final, and she did it without too much of an issue.
But save of a tournament win this season over at the Carmel Marrakesh Pro. Other big achievement was running through 10.75 meters for the very first time ever over at Kaiafa in Greece, and
last year, yeah.
Yeah. And hopefully we get a chance to actually make our way there this time around.
I would hope so. It'd be a real shame not to be able to go back there. What a play! Shout out to George Hatzis, a guy that a lot of people that are skiing today will think of very fondly for the event that he put on. It's a phenomenal event, and so on to 10.75, the pass that she ran at Kaiafa for the first time and ran last weekend. Let's see. She looked good in the first round. She's over to buoy 1. It'll be an onside turn.
There's 1.
She's down course. I think she's going to struggle to get too much further. She's very, very late. Will she get around 3? No, inside. And that's 2 at 10.75. A disappointing score. It was funny. I think she got the gate wrong because her buoy 1 was fine, but she finished way down course. And there she just had no space to play with. Of course, when you finish down course on buoy 1, you're coming into your offside turn. It means you're going to be at the buoy faster than what you want to be, no matter what happens. You can't get that arc out in front. Makes you rush. Not where she wants to be, but 2 at 10.75. It's solid. It's not as good as the last round. She will be 4th to last off the dock tomorrow.
So 2 at 10.75 meters, and that all essentially determines who the last 3 are going to be off the dock. Isn't that right? I mean, we've got Regina, and then we've got Whitney McClintock-Rini, who's about to go next, and then Jamie Ball. It's just how we figure out the order between those skiers. We know that Regina Jaquist at the very least will be 3rd from last off the dock. Now it's now to determine who is the second to last and last off the dock is going to be the skier that's taken to the water right now. It is going to be Whitney McClintock-Rini, and then we're going to have Jamie Ball.
Yeah, the seeding round continues. Whitney and Jamie will have known with 99.999 recurring % certainty that they made the final with their scores in the first round. Only a miracle would have stopped that from happening. So they kind of knew that this was going to be a turn up and get committed and get confidence. Confidence is the most important thing here. And the thing is that these 3 women at the end here that will end tomorrow's final they don't mind. They don't care about getting on the podium. That's just not what they're there for. If they come 2nd or 3rd, they're borderline disappointed. So I think that whereas with a lot of skiers in the men's field, you'll see even the very, very best, they're going to want to get as high up as possible as they in the qualifying round, so that if there's a, they can get a countback advantage or something. But like with these three, they want to just go and win, and if there's a tie, they will run off. As we go to Wade.
All right, then let's go to Wade and Ali.
Hey guys, here with Miss Allie Nicholson, and Allie, into the final before you pretty much left the dock. Tell us sort of what you maybe learned from that, or what you might change between now and the final.
Yeah, I felt like at the beginning of that set, I was kind of, especially like on my offside on 2-4, I was really sitting on the back of the ski. I felt like I kind of figured it out a little bit throughout the set. Other than that, my gates, I was struggling a little bit with speed. So 38, I thought my gate was slow. 39, it was really slow and I went way too hard, and that kind of bit me there at the start. So yeah, I take it into tomorrow. Every set's a learning experience. So learn a little bit more from that set, and hopefully we feel a little more dialed tomorrow.
No, good stuff. Well, I'm going to let you get and enjoy your day. Great skiing today. Always good to be in another final, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and happy to be back here in Miami after a year off.
Good stuff. We'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
There we go.
Romantic lunch.
Yes, indeed.
Blasting out across the world.
Well,
hopefully that's all above board and they're allowed to be having lunch together. Looks very romantic.
Yeah, I sincerely hope the hubby doesn't know.
Well, we're here at TWBC to broadcast water skiing, not to cause any personal conflicts. But anyway, let's see. We have here Whitney McClintock-Rini, arguably the form skier of the last number of events. She won in California. She came 5th at the Mastercraft Pro. She won at the Travers Grand Prix in spectacular style. And she just would have felt a little bit rough having lost in the previous tournament in the runoff of 2 at 41. I mean, that's just surprising. She was top seed, and it would have hurt. I heard her say, she sort of went past us with a smile on her face. She goes, at that time, she said, any other skier in the world, when you run 2, you kind of know you've got a really good chance. Well, unfortunately, it wasn't to be for her last weekend, but she'll be looking to make amends today, or tomorrow, I should say.
All right, so another opportunity for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and you can be informed as to next time we put content on the TWBC YouTube channel, including our live broadcast. The next webcast we anticipate producing for you. We anticipate in April the Swiss Pro Tricks, maybe even earlier with that. And but if we do go early, you'll be instantly informed as such. And also you can be a part of the live chat, and you'll also be informed as the next time we put a podcast on the TWBC YouTube channel, of which there have been an additional 4 in the last 24 hours. Rob Hazelwood, Thomas de Gasperi, Corey Vaughan, and Nate Smith. We've had those podcasts put on there. And, of course, by all means, take a listen. Some interesting revelations are present in each one. And we'll see what Whitney McClintock can do. She was the subject of a previous podcast episode after the Travers Grand Prix. She and Lucas Cornell told us a little bit about what was going on with them during the final rounds of competition there in Groveland, Florida. And that podcast episode is still available for you to listen to. Podcast.waterskibroadcasting.com or the TWBC YouTube channel. 11.25 meters for Whitney McClintock-Rini. Getting it done. And of course, the line's still the same for each of our skiers. Line length is different, 11.25 meters. 10.75 meters comes up, and interesting to see. I've been watching the rope now for a good few passes, and there does appear to be a little bit of a recoil, but not enough to really completely throw off the skiers at this point. We'll see going forwards as to whether it continues to be a challenge for our competitors, but so far so good for Whitney McLean-Tocquerini, doing the best with what she has and looking strong. So, looking at the schematics for the TWBC water cam, which does on occasion make an appearance on our webcast. Reason why we don't have the water cam is it's the water is about 35 foot deep, which when you try to anchor the TWBC water cam, it's a little bit of a challenge. You ideally need somewhere between 10 to 6 feet. All right then, here we go from Canada. This is Whitney McLean-Tocquerini. This is 10.75 meters, just trying to gauge her turn for the entrance gate. There's number one, gets a decent start. Round buoy number two. Now she's picking up the pace here. She's round number three, a little flat into number four, but she's still there. There you go, Whitney McLean-Tocquerini, huge turn off number five, round number six. There you go. 10.75 meters. Whitney McLean-Tocquerini. I tell you what, Whitney McLean-Tocquerini does not make these passes look easy, especially at 10.75 meters, but make them she does. Pulls out to the right-hand side of that towboat and gets ready to shorten down to 10.25 meters. Now, once again, I do mention this because it is quite relevant given the line length shortening. The Canadian national slalom record stands at 2 1/4 on 10.25 meters, and that's exactly the run that Whitney McLean-Tocquerini will attempt. Her best so far in this competition is 1. We'll see if for the sake of this competition being the last one of the season and with one more round of slaloming to go, that she may have a shot at a long-standing national slalom record, which she is currently the holder of at 2 1/4. There we see on the starting dock, we see Jonathan Travers, and then we see Jamie Bull, both of them from Team Syndicate. And Team Syndicate definitely been on a roll this season. They are the team leaderboard champions on the Waterski Pro Tour season.
They are bright. You are going to go right, like you're
Yep,
going to see them.
8:16, unassailable lead ahead of Good and ahead of Radar. Team Syndicate,
like the fluorescent of
your brand leaderboard champions. Skiing for Team Radar. This is Whitney McLean-Tocquerini. Let's see if she can get a good hook up here. Entrance gates put. Oh, good hook up on number one. She's round number two. She skis for the wake. And one of her better scores of this season. It's a 2 buoy count for Whitney McLean-Tocquerini. The score is currently under review, but if that ski is outside number two and it got back to the wakes on time, then it is one of her better scores of the season. No two ways about. Let's have a look and see. Entrance gates appear to be fine. Round number one. Getting a good turn. Does she make it outside number two? Yes, she does. Outside number two, tightens up the line. She turns with the best of them. Gets to the wake right on time. And it is a 2 buoy count at 10.25 meters. She takes the lead. Extremely close with the yellow boat guide for number three. But she got clear of number two. Then she waited for that rope to tighten. Was told it was that close, but close in relative terms, I guess. But there you go. That is a 2 buoy count. So great effort there from Whitney McLean-Tocquerini. She advances through to tomorrow. I mean, just by getting on top of the water, And here is the rub. Here is the additional. Should that score of 2 at 10.25 meters appear to be the best score out after the conclusion of the women's slalom round 2, she provisionally will be given 2 additional Waterski Pro Tour points for having the best score in the competition thus far. Of course, there's one more round to come tomorrow, and obviously if it's anything better than 2, then that takes the best score. But then we haven't even considered into the equation Jamie Ball. But ladies and gentlemen, as she skis to the shore, it is Whitney McClintock-Reaney here at the Greater Miami Waterski Club, the 2024 Miami Pro. Big shout out to our sponsors. They know who they are, and especially on top of the list, the good folks at Doral Auto Group. They sell you Ford, they'll sell you a Lincoln. And they'll do it at some of the best prices around. So check them out. The dealers that are a part of the Doral Auto Group here in this area. And I mean it's interesting to observe, you know. I haven't been to Miami that many times, you know, and I'm always impressed by this ski club and facility. But just generally the vibrancy of the city and the fact that the community has all embraced that Miami spirit, whether it's a community in Homestead or Doral or Coral Gables or other communities, Miami Beach, you know, they're all part of the greater Miami area, you know, and it's there are very few places like that. I mean, there are others, other communities around big cities around the world that like to, you know, staunchly protect their own small community identity, but so far as this area of the world, it's all Miami. Right here in the MDC, Miami-Dade County. Let's have a look and see our final competitor in round 2 in the women's slalom event. This is Jamie Ball. All right, Jamie Ball. Opening past 13 meters, not electing to go any later, not electing to change anything so far as zero off is concerned. The only major change that we've seen in zero off came via, I believe, Regina Jacques's move from where it was as an A to a C. But the wild ride continues, and Whitney McClintock-Reaney with 2 at 10.25 meters. Let's see what transpires as we check in with Wade one more time.
Hey guys, here with Whitney McClintock-Reaney, and she's going to take us through, first of all, her 10.7, because we heard from her hubby it was rather interesting. Here we go.
It's a rodeo out there. I actually liked my gait better, but then I sucked up rope at one ball, so it didn't look as bad as it felt. Two ball I thought was, oh no, okay, I slid a little bit at two ball. Definitely was struggling a little more out there, but here we go. Matt loves this. You missed it because I was behind the spray, but my head went really far back. But you know what? If you just keep hanging on, there's hope at the end of that rope, and the boat will keep pulling you strong through to the next side, and God got me through that one.
Well, I didn't have this advantage or disadvantage of having instant gratification but what I thought is what you just described there at your one at 39, it was better than you thought. Here's your 41.
So 41 was almost good. My gait was a lot better, but then right at the finish, I just lost my angle a little bit. Here, I actually thought that I dropped the handle, and I was like, oh my gosh, I still have the handle. I can do an S-turn. And I just, look at how close that was. I got back, and I was so excited. That was such a fun set. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure everyone at home wishes their sets would end up 2 at 41, being able to say, hey, I rodeoed through 39 and lost my head at 3. But no, well done. See you tomorrow in the final.
Hope on the end of a rope. Wow. Okay. I like that. I like that. There we go. So, two passes down. Jamie Ball getting the job done. 13 and 12 meters back to back. Jamie Ball, originally from North Bay in Ontario, but makes a temporary home during the winter. The slopes around Whistler in British Columbia. Actually had a recent opportunity to converse with her to kind of figure out what she's going to do in the off season, and because she is an alpine skier, backcountry woods skier. She's a guide for a lot of the slopes in that area of the Great White North, and she guides people to safely navigate and negotiate those slopes. And I don't know how soon she would venture up to that part of the world. Maybe a little bit later on this month, or even into the early part of December. But there you go. But there's still the whole matter of maybe conjuring a victory out of this competition, because she holds the lead on the women's Waterski Pro Tour and the slalom event, and needing to stave off the late season attack from the likes of Regina Jaquist. Now, if she wins, if Jamie Ball wins, then it's going to be fairly academic. But if she comes up short, then it could come down to the score from the likes of Regina Jaquist to determine who the season-long title holder is. Oh, look at this. She's 13, 12, and 11, almost leaving it out in the breeze there around buoy number 5, but still making quite a big impact there as things continue to roll along nicely indeed. So, Jamie Ball, member of Team Syndicate, as I mentioned before, the brand championship winners of this season for the second consecutive year running. They get a nice big shiny trophy for their efforts during the course of the season between Ali and Jamie, and indeed Will Asher, who are part of that triumvirate. That's another big word of the season, isn't it?
Isn't it triumvirate?
Triumvirate.
Is it?
Yeah. Which is a group of 3.
Take your word for it.
There we go. And looks like we've just entertain an airliner flying in from Lima, Peru. All right there. So as LATAM send in their latest flight into MIA, sending in their latest pass into the slalom course is Jamie Ball.
10.75, Jamie Ball, around 1. It's a little long of a pull to 2, but it's a very good 2. That's a great 3, and she's just so good at that buoy 3, isn't she, Jamie? And over to 4, typical sort of nose up, but it's a great 5 again. And it's just, it's clockwork from Jamie these days. She is so good, so accomplished, and so just balanced on the ski. And the way she attacks her offside is I don't know. It's up there with one of my favorite offsides in the sport. I think it's really fantastic, and it's something that we can all take something from, with the way that she stays. She gets over her feet, she keeps balance, and she moves along with her feet through the back end of the turn.
All right then. So we've got some additional coverage to bring to you in just a moment, but we'll wait for that because you are going to be shocked as we see.
What a great 10.75.
Oh yeah,
this is from Jamie.
10.75, about as good as it gets, really.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is that she just sat on her heels a little bit at 4, but it's what we're used to from Jamie. It's typical. You know, most right forward skiers would be nervous about what they're going to do on buoy 5, but it's her signature, isn't it? A little bit taily at 4, and then go to 5 and just turn the nuts out of it all the way backwards, and while keeping her shoulders balanced and level to the water, and that's why she's so consistent there, and she's able to do that all the time, basically. One notable exception, of course, wasn't able to quite do that at the Travers Grand Prix when she was really in the running to run her 4:10.75 of the pass of the weekend, but to take the win. But here we go, 10.25. We've seen Whitney run 2.
Here's the significance of this: if she wants the top score, then she's got to basically have a pop at the Canadian national slalom record to do it.
And she's been close, hasn't she? She's turned it a couple of times. She's nearly hit 3 at the Travers Grand Prix, I think in round 2. She's been knocking on the door. She's been close.
Here
Let's
we
see.
go.
Lead score is 2. Can she? That's not a very good gate. And that's a 1.
I'm not even too sure she made it round 1.
I think she got 1, but the significance of that is that Whitney McClintock now has the highest score of the tournament outright. So she now has the best score points of 2, something that Jamie would dearly like to get because every point counts. Regina, of course, what she does not want to happen, of course, is for Regina to get the two extra points. So in that way, it's almost to her favour that Whitney's got the 2 because Regina, if she ties it, will not get any extra points. So around
There's
1, and
yeah.
that is 1 at 10.25. It's back-to-back 1 at 10.25s. Her 10.75 was pretty spectacular, even better than this morning. So I think we're about to re-rack something here. We're hearing on our talkback from the guys in the studio.
We got a little bit of a surprise for you guys as we see Jamie Bull hook up off number 1. All right. Okay, so let's check on the inside of the boat. But first off, you're going to love this, folks. Just give us a moment here.
We'll give him a minute, but let's just talk for a second.
Oh, here we
go. This is 1 on 12, and we're looking for something in the water near Jamie through the edge change, and just in the water there, that is what we think is an alligator. Oh my God!
Almost grabbing her by the tip of the ski.
Literally hit the thing. So that's the tail that's hitting her ski, and the head is on the left of the ski, and she's had a set where she's gone around.
That's where you need the cheese grater.
Yeah, she's gone around 25 buoys, and she's hit a gator's tail. That's got to be some good luck, no? Fantastic. I wonder if she knew. I mean, it's a good thing she didn't fall in there. There's just shows this is. I mean, for a lot of our friends watching at home, they will be extremely confused, scared, puzzled, and bemused that we would even be skiing in water with alligators in it.
Yeah,
but we're in Florida.
Wade is definitely going to have to ask her.
Yeah, he'll get a hold of it. But no, I mean, in Florida we have alligators. Now we don't tend to be too worried about them because they're scared of the boat. But at the same time, that one didn't seem that bothered. He saw Jamie coming straight at him and only moved out at the very last moment. This is something that's quite interesting. Come to Florida, not just for the water skiing, but for the wildlife.
Well, that concludes round 2. Jamie Bull coming through with 1 at 10.25 meters. Whitney McClintock-Rini will be the last skier off the dock in the women's slalom final, which will take place tomorrow. Third off the dock in the final, third from last off the dock is going to be Regina Jaquist. And let's have a quick look at that beautiful, shiny women's slalom leaderboard. Whitney McClintock-Rini, your leader after 2 complete rounds. Jamie Bull in second spot with 1. Regina Jaquist on a half. That is at 10.25 meters. Ali Nicholson fourth with 3.5, 10.75. Manuel Costar fifth with 2 at 10.75, and then it's Bagnoli with 1, Rini with 5, Elizabeth Montavon with 5. This is at 11.25 meters, by the way, and Sarah Schweinhofer, unfortunately eliminated from this stage of the competition with 2.5 on 12 meters, but a commendable performance there in her first pro event. So, not too much to say beyond this, but we are going to get a word or two with Jamie Ball, and including showing that little extraneous piece of coverage, but
her creature comfort.
Yes. See you later.
See you later, alligator. I mean, we've just completed the women's. Looking at the men's, I mean, just looking ahead for a second, the men's here is going to be extremely interesting. We've got, I think, 17 skiers, all capable essentially of running this score. Right now it's a 2 at 10.25 to get into the top 8. That will start meaning that countback comes into play. But I think really a full 3 is going to be, if not enough, but a 3 with a countback I think will probably be about it. I mean, we're looking at, skiers like Sasha Skun, who's very capable of running a bit more than what he did. Cole McCormick ran a 1.5, having had a great start. Rob Hazelwood had a solid enough start that you'd think he would have turned his onside. Corey Vaughan's way down there. He's been the form skier, and he had a terrible buoy 5 at 10.75, which he led up for 1 minute and it was all over. Charlie Ross, I mean, look, it's everyone. Charlie Ross, very capable also. So, Tim Tornquist is sitting there in 8th spot or tied 7th. He'll be looking over his shoulder as everyone goes, but he will the last 8. So Tim Tornquist, Sasha will know what they have to do as we go to Wade.
All right, let's check in with Wade again.
Hey guys, here with Jamie Bull, who just ran another really cool, successful 10.7, got a shot at 10.2. So had another look at it. How was this gate, and tell us what was going through your head?
Yeah, I mean, I was just happy to get through 10.7. That was kind of the goal of the set, and I didn't really want a whole lot at this pass, but I did want to have a better gate than that. I just kind of wasn't really committed from the start, and so I was a little bit slow, but yeah, it was all right.
Okay, so now we're going to backtrack to your, I think it's your 13 or your 12 meter pass. Was it 12? So yeah, you were sort of insinuating to Allie that there was a bit of a splash, so maybe step up a little more so you can see this.
Oh no, I smoked it. I don't know what it was.
You don't know what it was. Okay, so yeah, she was seeing sort of what we were seeing first time through. Can you roll that, Vince?
Well, she freeze from my face out of 1. You can tell that I know I did it.
Say that again.
If you freeze frame my face out of 1, I'm going to be like this.
Yeah, here we go.
Yep.
So you knew that you could. Did you see the splash, or did you feel the?
No. I hit it on my fin. Like it went all the way down ice ski, and then probably through the wakes here, you'll see my reaction. It was pretty soft though, like it wasn't like turtle or anything, so it might have been a gator, but it was soft. But I did check my fin down at this end.
No, we sort of missed that, but no. So it's still to be determined if it was a gator or a very large South Florida fish.
It was pretty soft. I don't know. I've never hit a gator before, but I'm guessing they're pretty hard. But at 39, like before I pulled out for the gates, in between 1 ball pre-gates and 1 ball, there was like splashing going on, and I was like, just can you go underwater so I don't hit you again, please? But yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, another final for the lady. It's going down tomorrow. Back to you guys.
I don't know how I would feel if I hit a gator. I got very close to hitting one over in Gainesville in Florida during the tournament that I skied there a while ago, and it was that pass that I ran 35 off for the first time.
It's luck, isn't it? The gators tell us luck.
All right, then. So that concludes round 2 in the women. We're going to go to round 2 in the men. This is continuing coverage of the 2024 Miami Pro. And when we return, we'll have the first of our male competitors in round 2 next.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
At La Mesa and Rec Van, our massive inventory of top brand used motorhomes saves you thousands. Late model years of brands like Winnebago, Tiffin, and Integra, many with under 10,000 miles. Selection and savings at La Mesa and Rec Van. Visit lamesarv.com today.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. Place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right there. So, interesting round of skiing that was. We've got our women finalists for tomorrow, based off 2 complete rounds of skiing. There is your current slalom men's leaderboard, and Jonathan Travers way out in the lead at this time. Currently on 4 at 10.25 meters. Brando Caruso and Thomas de Gasperi each on 3. Nate Smith on also on 3, so it's a multiple way tie along with Will Asher for 3. Then the next outright spot is 6, which is 2.5 at 10.25 with Dane Meckler. Tim Tornquist in a 2-way tie for 7th with 2, alongside Sasha Deska. Then Cole McCormick currently in 9th on the outside, looking in with 1.5 at 10.25. Rob Hazelwood with 1 at 10.25 meters, currently in 10th. Corey Vaughan needing to pick up the pace and fast, with 5 buoys at 10.75 meters. And there we go with our current leaderboard. Our starting list, we've got Robert Pagozzi, Stephen Neveu, Carter Eaton, Austin Abel, Nicholas Nelson, Charlie Ross, Corey Vaughan, Rob Hazelwood, Cole McCormick, Tim Tornquist in it, Sasha Deska and Dane Meckler, and then the remaining parts of the list. Brando Caruso, Thomas de Gasperi, Nate Smith, Will Asher, and Jonathan Travers.
Okay.
First off is Roberto Pigozzi.
Yeah, Robert with a very, very strange first round. I was confused to see what he did. He ran 1 on his first pass. We never got word of why that was. It's very unusual to see someone of Robert's stature and ability doing that, but here he is, and he's over to 2, and he's improved on his first round score, but he's still
not by much at that point.
Yeah, and I mean, probably it's fair to say that it's not really what you want to be doing, having missed your first pass in the first round in such strange fashion, to then go out and run 12, shorten the rope and
doing the Jonathan Travers styling.
Yeah, and he's the only skier that hasn't run 12 already today. He now has, and he threw the fist, and we're all happy to see that. Robert's a very good skier, a guy, he's won pro events. A lot of guys this year won their first pro event, but
former Pan American Games slalom champion.
Yeah, look at that proper throw of the fist. We'd like to see that. Big, nice white gloves, nice contrast, very eye-catching, and this is a guy that, like I say, lots of pedigree, lots of good skiing behind him, and very unusual to see him do such a mishap as he did in the first round there. But he's passed that. He ran his 12. He didn't run, a bit of a strange boy too there, but I think he's all good. So we'll see what he's going to do from here on out. His dad drove the women's, which is pretty funny. His future wife, his fiance, is sitting there in sixth, Tony, in the women's, and that's Paige, of course. She, I think, this time next year will be Paige Pigosi if she decides to change her name. And
that kind of has a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
It kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, bit of alliteration.
Alliteration.
So yeah, he's surrounded by people that are doing. Mario drove the women obviously to a very high level, and Paige skied probably not to where she would have wanted to when she woke up this morning, but still solid enough. But she's set up to do well tomorrow, as is he. If he can get, he's going to really need all of 3 and really a piece of 4. I mean, he has the most inferior backup you can get, but he's capable of getting around 4. I've seen him do it a number of times. So let's see what he can do coming into the course here at 11 meters. It is a must run, as is the next pass. That's a pretty good start. Looks good. He's very committed. Gets so low, that shoulder very close to the water through the wakes. But what's going on?
No, I don't know.
Is Boy 6...
Has his ski broken down?
I am honestly floored. I am floored of what I've just seen again. I mean, he was cruising that pass.
Yeah.
The only thing I can say is it's okay. If we look at the commonalities, obviously different passes.
Yeah.
13 versus 11, but it just looks like he's peeled back up off the second wake. He gets low, he's pulling hard, and then suddenly he's pulled on the inside and narrow. He was all good here. 1 and 2, very easy. Very safe too. He didn't have to turn backwards. It was cruisy. What you want to see. And 3, very good. 4, the same as 2. Over to 5, and we're going to see
bouncing a little bit into 4, certainly.
Yeah. No, I'm interested to see what happens.
Over rotation off 5.
Yeah, but that is mad. Honestly, I've seen a lot of stuff in water skiing, and I would have put my house. He was going to get around 6. It was a good pass, and I just think the only thing I can think is that he's just getting pulled back up too abruptly, and I mean that's fine. He's wide enough there with enough space, and he is a very committed skier. And we mentioned with Matt, his future father-in-law, earlier that when you pull too hard against the rope, it can pull you back, and maybe he's just being pulled back, and he's moved a little bit up and on top of the ski, and he's not moved out. He's moved towards the boat and not moved out, and so that's unfortunate for him, and that's as much as it's moved him above Steve Neveu, I think Neviu's going to go out and do a lot better than in his first round. So yeah, a frustrating couple of rounds for Pigosi. Very surprising to see that.
All right then, and that pretty much that does actually eliminate him from further contention in this event. So unfortunately unable to make an impact in terms of making it through to the final. Now a skier that could potentially ski his way back into contention is on the water right now, starting on 12 meters. This is Stephen Neveu, coming to us out of Canada. A little loose into number 5, but I think that was more of a safety check thing than anything else. He gets the job done at 35 off 12 meters and gets ready for 11.25.
Yeah, and I mean, Neveu missed the next pass here in the first round, which would have been, again, it was another very confusing one, something that we just wouldn't have ever guessed would have happened. He's such a consistent skier. He's always there or thereabouts, Steve. A guy that's been on tons of podiums. He's won 2 or 3, 4 tournaments over the years. I remember he won the California Pro-Am, I think, in 2016. He won the Waterski Pro-Am in 2018, 19, I think. Yeah, very good skier. So yeah, I mean, he'll be looking to put behind that miss of 11 that we never saw coming. He's come here. He's from Canada or Alberta, right, Tony? Sort of Calgary
from Alberta, area.
Yeah. And he's living in Texas with his new wife. They got married in late or mid-June of this year, I believe. Caitlin, I think she's not here. I haven't seen her, but I've not got out of this booth too much. But if she's not here, then she'll be watching from Texas, I'm sure. But yeah, Steve, he's got a season's best of 4. He's run a lot of 39s this year, and I think he's going to need to run 3, and he won't be safe, but he'll have a chance of any piece of 4 will be really, really very, very valuable. I'm going to say 4 will definitely be, and I think 3 and a backup could be it. I think anything less than 3, it's going to, I'm looking at Dane Meckler's 2.5. He's opened himself up to being, as he turned that 3:41, he opened himself up when he felt that he might get usurped. Anyway, here's Steve at 11, and he missed it in the first round. He missed it, I think, here. He did. It's a pretty average 2, and he's much better at 3. Asiri does at 4.
Oh, a little bit of a bounce there off number 4, but he's still there on 5 and just about manages to get that under control.
Well, just losing his line out of 2 and 4. It's just, he's just not connected to the boat out of the back end of that turn, so it's very difficult for him to have continuity and feel that he's got flow between one side and the next. He's pulling on the handle, finishing on the tail, and he's got that good offside. But it just doesn't look. It doesn't look like he's doing. He's having his best day. Let's say around the back end of his onside turn, which usually is pretty strong.
Wow. And managing to get it going on that pass. All right, Stephen Neveu getting the job done. First couple of passes, everything seems to be rocking and rolling well for him at this point. But let's see if. But let's just see what transpires with pass number 3. He's gotten through 12 and 11, and now getting ready for 10.75.
I'm going to say Steve's going to need to. I hate to say it, Steve's a friend of mine, but he's going to have to step it up a little bit here. He didn't look good here on 11, on his 38 pass. He was struggling out of 2-4 to get any purchase on the boat. He was pulling the handle towards him and sucking up rope. So let's see what he does. He's got that nice offside. That's always been something that he's had in his locker, and that's a good 1 at 10.75. 2's a lot better, but his hips are back, and he's over to 3, and I think he's in pretty good shape here. So pulled a little along to 4, and he's over to 5. And he's sucked up the rope there, and that is so frustrating for him. And I have to say
that eliminates him too.
I'm sorry for Steve, because actually he had a good 1. His 2, he was a little hips back, but I thought 3 and 4 he managed it fairly well, and then just didn't get the turn at 5 that he needed. So, Steve, he's a guy I've been skiing against for my whole pro career, and he's very, very good. He came 3rd at the Worlds last year. He's so consistent. You can often bet on him running 3 at 41. He's a very capable skier, and just not his day today. And that's I hope to get to catch up with him before the end of the day. But no, not for the best for him. But this is a couple of upsets. We've seen Robert Pagozzi not get through 11. We've seen Steve Neveu not get through 10.75, and difficult. And I know how badly that hurts. I mean, turning up somewhere and not making the cut when you know you're good enough, and Steve is good enough. Look at that buoy 3. That was a great buoy 3. Just pulled probably a little bit too long and just didn't quite get, little taily again. Was still better. But no, that's going to hurt Steve. I'm sorry for him, but that's going to be the end of his attempt at winning the Miami Pro. That's Austin Abel's fin. He's had some very angry texts from Adam Caldwell, I would imagine. We've all got our screenshots, and we're going to be recreating our fins tonight to ski on tomorrow, aren't we, Tony?
I'm just about to reach into my kitchen drawer.
That's right. We've got our sheets of metal and little files. So it's a good thing he's got it covered up, so we can't get the finer details on it. It is funny. I think I guess. These fins, I mean, they're very interesting. I've messed around with some of these fins earlier this year, and they're very interesting, and that is definitely an avenue that we haven't really chased enough in terms of.
There you go. Lufthansa.
Sorry, there's a nerd next to me going mental for this plane. Let me just pass over. I'll forget about the skiing. What about the plane, Tony?
Yeah, one of the rarest airplanes running, a 747 -8. No, from Lufthansa. Frankfurt to Miami direct.
Jeez.
It is. It's really rare to see a 4-engine airliner in the sky these days.
Can you tell it's changed my life?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just sitting here grinning from ear to ear.
It should change your life.
I feel so privileged to have seen the 747 from Munich to
Frankfurt.
Sorry, from Frankfurt. From Frankfurt to Miami. Anyway, I'm glad you're excited, Tony.
We have fun here.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Fun with plane spotting. Anyway,
anorak, goggles, binoculars, little notebook.
Yeah. All right, then. So we jest. Let's continue on. Next competitor up, about to take to the water with a season's best of 4 at 10.75 meters. Skiing on a Radar Vapor Pro build, it is going to be Carter Eaton.
Carter coming from Alaska, which, as we now know, has a landmass of 4 times the size of the UK.
Yes.
And probably a population of
20.
20 people. It's about 100,000, is that right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, something like that.
100,000. So a 640th of the UK, or around there, whatever the population of the UK is right now. But that doesn't matter. He's coming in on 12 meters. Probably won't be that familiar with going in on 12. Probably hasn't done it a whole lot. It's not something that anyone would really choose outside of a pro event. At the same time, this is probably where you could argue it's less fair on the lower seeded skiers to go in on 12. At the same time, it's a pro event, and it's not really about trying to cater to the guys that are trying to make their way up the rank. It's about proper tournament at a high level all the way through. So putting that extra pressure can actually build in as we go to Wade.
All right, then let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Mr. Corey Vaughn, Peace, Love, and Water Skiing and USA. So, on a lighter note, what was sort of the highlight of your home life this summer?
Well, just before I came off on this trip, my wife and I celebrated a wedding anniversary, and we got a nice little date night, spent the night away, so that comes to mind. And I got to watch my son ski a whole bunch of times, just see that big skier smile come across his face behind the boat. I'm holding the other end of the rope. Those are the special things that come to mind, yeah.
No, it sort of changed it up a lot when I even said to John Travers, your kid gets to a point, or your kids, where you enjoy a weekend away and you get a little break, and then when you get home, you just sort of get overly consumed again because you realize how much you missed them.
Yeah, I'm in that place right now. I want to stay down here through tomorrow afternoon and ski my very best. And then, man, I want to be right back home. I don't want to be hitting the road tonight, though. I dug myself a little hole, so I got to dig my way out here.
Well, we're going to hang out here and cheer him on. Back to you guys.
All right, so we just heard from Corey Vaughn there, and Carter Eaton getting ready to take to the course. Incidentally, for those of you that are just wondering, the you anorak types out there, the population of Alaska these days is about 740,000 people.
Oh, okay, so a little bit more than, so probably 100th of, just over 100th
of the United Kingdom.
All right. Carter Eaton, 11, a lot better than the first round. He actually looks in this. He's got a good 1, 2, and 3 for the offside.
A little flat-footed on 2.
But he's all right. He's done well here. He little bit bitey. He looked a little nervous in the first round, but he looks good. And that 5 was very, very good. Yes. So he's run through 11, and that actually takes him away from last place in the tournament. Yeah, he doesn't want to be in his first tournament. So let's see what he can do. He's got a season's best of 4 at 10.75, 4 at 39, which is the next pass. Let's see what comes up for him. He'll feel a lot more confident after this round of skiing than the previous round. He actually looks very solid, very, very settled, despite starting at that slightly harder line length of 35 off. So, Carter Eaton, to get ahead of Neville, he needs to run a 5, because if he runs 5, then the backup score will come into play. But if he wants to have a contention, have any chance of making the final, he's going to have to run what might be his PB. I don't know what his best ever is, but his season best is 4. Let's see what he needs to do. He needs to run the whole thing this 10.75 meter pass in order to have a chance of making the final.
All right. So Carter Eaton, it's slowly but surely skiing his way back into contention. We'll see what he can do with the next run. He's gone through 12 and 11. Maybe that one less pass to start in with has maybe lit a fire under him. And we'll see what he can do at 10.75 meters on the return towards the restaurant end.
Just had a text from Glenn Campbell, one of our compatriots, Tony.
Yes.
What he's watching, so hi to him, and probably Charlie, his son, that's a big fan of the sport. Glenn's a great guy. Looking forward to seeing him around Christmas. Anyway, Carter Eaton, 10.75. He's got a season best of 4. This is by far his best round of the 2 so far. So let's see what he can do. He's got that nice onside turn. If he can get out of 2, then I think he's going to run. That's a good 1 actually. He's a little deep, but nice and easy 2. He's going to be over to 3. Turn hard. He'll get over to 4, and this is his season's best potentially. Come on, mate. And it's a kiss of death there. But he did really well. So it's a 3.5 at 10.75, and to be right there, half a buoy away from your season's best. That is a great result in a pro event, which I think it's definitely his first pro event of the year. I don't think he's entered too many beyond Moomba a couple of years ago, so he'll be happy with that. Congratulations to him. He'll be going home with a smile on his face, I would imagine. And actually, he skied pretty well here, Tony.
Yeah, skied very well, and a full 6 buoy improvement upon what he did in the original opening round. He opened up with 3.5 and 11. That is 3.5 on 10.75 meters. So he'll be heading back towards Anchorage or Fairbanks or wherever he happens to be from with his head held high.
Probably wearing a beanie.
Or a toque.
That's probably what they call it, right? That's the more Canadian way of saying it anyway.
Yeah.
Speaking of Glenn Campbell, I mean, isn't it cool? Glenn came second at the World Championships in 2005, I believe, in a runoff with Will Asher, who won. We've had Chris Parrish commenting today. We've had Camille Duval last weekend. I mean, isn't it just so great that as we sit here commentating with all these great skiers, on the water behind us, that there's just a great ski community that even though they've done everything in the sport, they've achieved so much. Parrish, of course, 3-time world record holder.
Yeah,
I think 3-4-time Moomba champion and all that sort of stuff. And they're all tuning in just to see what the future holds and
watching the future holds and listening to us. One side a big old winner, 2-time world slalom champion. Me, well, less said about me, the better.
Tony, you're the best webcaster in the world, mate. We're very happy to have you. Very lucky to have you, I should say. Austin Abel sitting on the dock with the fin in the water. I believe that Adam Caldwell phoned up and gave him an ear bashing. That's the only thing I can think of, because suddenly instead of his ski sitting off the edge, Caldwell, again, is a very nice chap, so I'm imagining this in my head, but he's probably phoned up and said, listen, I mean, I put a whole case on the back of my ski. I cover it all up just for you to show it off to the world, at the first opportunity at the last tournament of the year, so everyone can, make the fin themselves over the winter. The images will stay on YouTube, but we didn't get any more looks at it, did we, Tony?
No, unfortunately not. I almost wish now I could have mentioned to Vinny to give us a quick snapshot of that fin from round 1, just in case there was the off.
We're hearing from the trailer where all the big production is happening that we've got people. We got people tracking flights that are coming in. So all the nerds out here can see, with
whether the DHL planes are coming in.
That's right, and the TWC cameras are picking up all these flights coming in. And I remember there was a huge massive storm in the UK, and there was I tuned in somehow to a YouTube channel of planes landing somewhere, and there was sort of 500,000 people watching it. It made me despair that people would watch this nonsense as opposed to our glorious and wonderful sport.
So maybe we can tap
but
into that
you're part
audience.
of the problem, Tony. I guess if we can have a channel that does both, then maybe we'll steal some of those viewers.
Indeed. So, all right there. So let's see who is on the water right now. It's Austin Abel.
Austin Abel running the cheese grater fin that he's done well to hide, or better to hide in the second round than the first.
All right then. So 12 meters opening pass. What cheese do you like?
What cheese do I like? Cheddar. Some nice mature English cheddar, I think, would be my choice. Good for grating too.
Yeah. A good mozzarella or Parmesan for me.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Or a burrata from southern Italy.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, a bit of that. That's good on a pizza.
All right. Okay, let's go straight for whatever's
We have been fed today, unusually. They've actually looked after us in the commentary booth. Usually we go without. So happily we're sitting here with smiles on our face and not sort of angry stomachs.
Yeah, growl.
Austin just ran 12 pretty easily, I would say, but you'd expect nothing less. What did he run in the first round, Tony? Sorry, I don't have the score to hand.
In the first round, he got 3.5 on 11.25 meters.
Yeah, and he looked really good for it. I think his 1, 2, and 3 were fantastic, and he just got a little bit over the front into buoy 4, and just the ski caught. He went over the front.
And the next pass is 11.25 meters, so he's in a good spot really, about to get. I would suspect a little deeper on this pass and try and run up the passes a little bit more.
And I think we're 3 skiers in, and on average we've had each skier improve by a pass, right? So Pigozzi went from 1 on his first pass to 5 on his second pass. Neviu went from 2 at 11 to 5 at 10.75, and Carter Eaton went from 3.5 at 11 to 3.5 at 10.75. So yeah, I mean, look, all you pro event organisers out there, don't be afraid to set your start line length for the men at 12. Certainly in the second round, it's not hurting anyone's performances. Even these guys that are ranked a little lower, okay, we can say that Pigozzi and
so
Steve
what would that campaign sign look like out on the road? Vote for 12.
It'd be yes on 12.
Yes for 12.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, it just makes the show better overall, in my opinion. I mean, we're not messing around watching Will Ash's 13, which everyone knows he can run it perfectly.
No one wants to see that.
It's not interesting. Let's see what he can do when it gets hard. As we see Austin Abel here at 11, he's a little reared up there at 3, but he's taken 4 a lot better and a lot easier.
A little flat-footed into 4, but I tell you what, he recovers well off 5, and he runs 11.25 meters.
He runs 11.25, and in doing so, he improves. So we've got 4 in a row, all improving. So I think we can go yes on 12. I think to be honest with you, I think there's an appetite that a lot of the skiers want to see it too. Of course, the only reason you wouldn't want to have a 12 in the second round would be if there was a huge tailwind off the dock, right? That would give you a huge headwind off the dock, which would give you 10.25 with a big tailwind. That's just going to curtail all the scores at 10.25. Means we're going to have to start at 11. But all being equal, I think starting at 12 was the right call today. I think it's the right call most days. We saw it first happen at the Swiss Pro a number of years ago when there was a lot of rain between the first and second round, which caused that is a very tight tournament with 2 rounds and a final in the same day. And I think as a result of that, I can't remember if that was 19 or 20, but as a result of that, Charlie Ross then went out and ran his first 10.75, a very memorable moment for me and I think for you, Tony.
Oh yeah.
And he ran it starting at 12. So people, the skiers of this caliber are capable of doing it. And what plane do we have here, Tony? Tell me, please.
This plane is an A320 by Airbus. From Polaris, which is a Mexican airline. Actually, I think that's an A319. It looks a little bit too long to be an A320.
I was thinking the same thing, actually.
Okay.
Pixelated tail.
Yeah.
Just making sure there's nothing rude on there.
Why would there be anything rude?
I don't know. It's pixelated, mate. I don't know. It's an assumption. I don't know what they started with before they had to pixelate it, but it's better safe than sorry, I always say.
Anyway, let's continue on, shall we? We've got Austin Abel, and I'm trying to think to myself now, what benefit does that fin have for him, especially more than any? more than the regular one.
That's a 2 at 10.75, and that'll be it for him. But that's still an improvement of 4.5 buoys from the first round. So it's 2 at 10.75. It's still 6 buoys off his season's best of 2 at 10.25. But I don't know how Austin's been skiing. I think I heard him say that his sight up there got pretty destroyed by one of the hurricanes. It wouldn't have been Milton, would it? It would have been what was on before,
Helene.
I forget, Helene, yeah. So probably hasn't skied a whole lot. I wonder if he'd made this commitment to come down here and ski before all that happened about probably 6 weeks ago.
Oh, that ski was bouncing around all over.
It does bounce, doesn't it?
Yeah,
off the second
it's
week.
not like the Finns got a hold of that ski and keeping it stable. It's like bouncing.
Well, that could be the fin, it could be the ski, and it could be just how he's standing on it, right? I mean, there's so many factors involved, and we can't put anything that's not working below the feet necessarily just on any one part of it. It could be a mix of a number of things that I say, but we definitely saw that sort of bouncing, that sort of porpoising into buoy 4 on 11 in the first round and into 2 on 10 here. Look at that. That's is that Jeremy over there?
Yeah, that's Jeremy with some friends. Jeremy and Friends.
So
a new sitcom on ABC starting Monday night.
I always think if you could. I've seen behind the scenes at TWC enough to realise that you guys would be a sitcom all by yourself. I mean, it's the shouting, the moaning, the complaining,
more like a situation drama.
All this sort of this high stress environment at TWC the whole time. But that's what it takes to build perfection, right, Tony? And no, it's you guys, yeah, you care about the product, and actually deep down, very deep down, I think you care about each other.
TWBC cares.
But anyway, so our next skier is Nicholas Nelson, a guy that I'm trying to remember exactly when it was, but he ran a really good 10.75 at Travers. I think it might have been last year. Now I think about it, he ran a beautiful one pretty early on. Was it? It might even have been at the World Championships in 2023, a year ago. So he's very capable of running these big scores, and he will need to beat his season's best, which I think I saw was 2 at 10.25 to really to break into the comfortable area of that top 8. I mean, it would put him in the top. It would be, if he ran 2, it would put him tied for 7th, which would in three-way tie, which would mean that on the outside of it, assuming the other guys beat his other round score, what did he get in the first round, Tony? First round he ran.
First round score 2 at 10.7. Yes. So this is the first of our skiers that actually run into 10.75 meters at the very least in round 1.
Yeah. So he'll want to really get around that 3 at 10.25 to have a chance to join Dane Meckler with a 2.5 or so, and maybe even get the full 3. I think 3 would be probably a PB for him. He's a very good young skier. And a guy that Matt and I were talking about earlier when he was sitting in. He looks very good through the wakes, looks very balanced, doesn't move around a whole lot. So excited to see what he can do for us. He's about 19. Both of our next 2 skiers, I think they're the same age or close to. Charlie Ross on the dot with the Beats headphones that are sort of not that you see them in a lot of.
So we got
very legit high-end professional sports. You see all the English football players or soccer players.
Yeah.
With them,
that's very droll right there. And now we're seeing the first of 2 world champions. We're going to see Charlie Ross, the U21 world champion in the previous cycle, and in the last previous cycle, the world junior boys slalom champion from Santiago de Chile. This is Nick Nelson.
Charlie's the current world champion under 21, no?
Yes, he is.
No, that's a big title, and I think it's unusual to see skiers get so good so young, and that's maybe in the old days people could fly under the radar a little bit more, but not when the Swiss Pro, which is up there with the bigger, more prominent tournaments, an early season tournament everyone likes to tune into after a long winter of no TWBC, and we saw Charlie, as we mentioned, running 10.75 for the first time. He's there's a lot of a lot of I mean, happiness towards him. People like Charlie Ross, and he's he's got that under 21 World Championship title, which is a big title to get. Something he can be very proud of as he goes through his slalom career from now on.
Yes, indeed. And I'll tell you what, Freddie, no one's flying under the radar here at the Miami Pro. We've got a whole team of people tracking movements from all over the place.
We've got Jeremy on
drone,
on tower cam. We've got Jason on drone. We've got Connor on the dock. Santi's on the floaty cam. Lice's on the boat. This is pretty special. And then in the trailer, of course, we've got
Kelvin,
the man that makes it all happen, Kelvin Kelm, and Vince Dalabauer doing something. I don't know what he's doing.
Sitting alongside our officials.
That's right. And the officials there, using the benefit of the webcast trailer to see what's really happening. And like you say, it's not just the scrutiny of the people watching from home, Tony, for their enjoyment, but it's for the scrutiny of the judges we saw a couple of S-turn stuff that wasn't really fairly rounded, the boys, but you do see skiers sometimes try and hide it, try and fake it. Nicholas Nelson on 11.
Who's had some rather unusual training regimens in recent times, including learning how to slalom the course with one leg. Honestly, I don't know what that's about.
Well, I think it's very smart. His dad Arturo is a smart chap, a very nice guy actually, and he's someone who's got some wacky ideas. I mean, but wacky ideas are good, right? He's trying to develop a boat with a center drive. A ski boat where you drive from the middle, which would be something to get used to, but would actually potentially be much better than sitting on the right as we mostly do now in our ski boats. But I think skiing on one leg, it's a good idea. It's going to build leg strength, two make you understand the edges of the ski, and it's going to make it a lot easier. By the way, when you put your rear foot in. I wonder what he was actually able to run on one leg. I can't imagine it was anything too good, and I also think that there is a risk at some point of falling. Very easy to fall when you've only got one leg to stand on. As we go to Wade.
Let's check in with Wade once again. Wade's World.
Hey guys, I'm sitting here with Nate Smith, and we're talking football and airplanes. So, tell us about we know about water ski and boat technology. How much the technology's changed for a pilot versus 30 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it was 30 years ago flying because I wasn't here, but, we were just talking about different things that have happened in aviation history, and just the technology has grown, and kind of the information that we have today on board versus probably what they had 30 years ago, navigating storms or weather or turbulence and, avoiding accidents and things like that. So it's pretty amazing the things that we have on board up in the air, what we can see and, use to avoid weather.
Well, and you said sort of similar to our search water skiing, you learn something new every day, you said.
Yeah, I mean, it's with anything you're doing, you always learn something. But, I'm usually sitting with a guy that's been there for 30 years, so they always have some type of knowledge to pass over. And with flying, even when I was an instructor in the small planes, I even learned every day. So, it was kind of, it's a learning curve. And, early on, I've only been flying since May. So there's always something to learn.
No, good stuff. Well, we've been enjoying it over here. So if you ever hop on a flight and this guy's, your pilot, make sure and say hello. Back to you guys.
All right there, and a little bit of an incident out there on the water with Nick Nelson, not able to get through this pass of 10.75 meters. Now,
very good one. I was surprised to see this.
Yeah,
he looks like he's wide enough and early there, but he's not.
Rodeo's a little bit on number 2, and then round number 3 it looked pretty good too, but I don't know what happened here on number 4. He kind of overextended himself.
Yeah, I think he had very straight legs, and then he still got over to 5 pretty good, and then just it's a shame.
Oh, he dropped.
Did he lose the handle?
Yeah,
he was very late and narrow, but I think he might have dropped the handle. It didn't even sort of try seemingly to get the full 6.
So
but that's disappointing for him.
5.5, I would say, right?
Yeah, I'd say 5. Well, depending where he let go of the handle, they could give him a quarter, but I think he got around it. Very much in this. And, I mean, he'll be very disappointed because, A 5 1/4. There we go. So what does that mean? A quarter means that he let go of the handle at the point that his ski was still moving out. He had passed the buoy, but he was still moving out. If your foot gets back inside the line, that's a half. If you get around the buoy but don't move back in, that's a quarter. They don't happen too often. The ski tends to want to roll back in, but no, that's a pretty safe 5 1/4. Unfortunately, that does throw him out of the tournament. He's improved on his previous score of 2. But he's not able to, and it's so crucial. If he'd have just got that 6, he would have had a chance of getting, onside buoy 1, got the full 2, and that would have put him like right up there. It's an unfortunate situation for him, but still he's improved on his first round. And again, I think it's the 5th skier, is it? And then we've seen everybody improve so far.
All right, so getting ready, we've got Charlie Ross, who in the previous round to this scored 4.5 at 10.75 meters. And for those of you that are kind of wondering why that pink bandage is on his back leg, it's basically so that the release mechanism from the front boot doesn't take chunks out of his ankle.
And it's pink because that's the one that his sister had.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. No, I've had a pink handle for a number of years, so I can't say anything. I think he looks great.
No, you had a pink ski for the longest time. You skied on the O'Brien Camille ski for.
I did. Well, for a season, yeah. I won my first under 12 nationals in 2001 on it. I found the footage the other day. It's quite funny.
Quite revealing.
That was my mum's old ski.
Yeah.
It's a great ski. Loved it. Anyway, Charlie Ross will come in. He, probably would have thought he should have run that 10.75 earlier on. He just pushed on the front just a little bit too much on buoy 5 and wasn't able to quite finish the pass that he set himself up very well to actually get through. But here he is. We don't need to introduce Charlie too much to any Waterski fans. He's a lot of people's favourite skier, and I mean, he's a guy that everywhere I go, everyone always says, "Oh, what's Charlie Ross like?" And I can tell you, he's an extremely nice chap. Not only one of the best skiers in the world, not only probably the best young skier in the world. Him and Lucas Cornell could argue back and forth about that. But a very, very nice chap. And I mean, Tony, you accused me of milking my injury earlier, so I'm certainly not wanting to talk about it. But I'll tell you that when I we're going to go to Wade
quickly.
Hey guys, I'm just enjoying myself again in this La Mesa rec van. You guys really should check this out. This is a Ford Super Duty 2025, and it is got a master bedroom in the back, bathroom, kitchen, outdoor TV. Yeah, this is pretty insane. So if you got time to kill tomorrow, come on out, check it out. La Mesa Rec Vans, we appreciate your sponsorship so much. Thank you guys.
All right there, so continue on there, Freddie.
Yeah, so I mean, I was lying in the water with my leg in 2 pieces, and my mum I knew was watching, and I shouted out her number in order that someone would call her to sort of tell her that I was okay, given that it wasn't a TWC webcast and we couldn't really, there wasn't much information being put out there. And of all the people to pick up the phone and call my mum was Charlie Ross. He picked up the phone. "Hello, Mrs. Winter. Freddie's here. He's okay, but bit of trouble." And what a nice guy. And I mean, I think that was something that made me extremely grateful. I mean, I was very lucky to have a lot of people to be grateful for, but he was certainly one of them. 18, 19-year-old taking on that. It was I big fan of Charlie Ross. I'll say that.
And I don't know what the stat is, but I mean, he must be one of the very, very few male freshman skiers to ever win an NCWSA National Collegiate Men's Slalom title. Did it earlier on this season in San Marcos, Texas.
I think Sean Hunter did, a number of years ago. He won it first year, I think. But anyway, no, he did. I watched you, Tony. You were cheating on TWC and
was I?
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a non-TWBC webcast, and you were commentating. So I mean, I don't know how you got permission to do that, but it was nice of Vince to let you off.
No,
and to allow you back.
No, even Claire Balding has to make a living on Channel 4.
That's right. Not the best 11-meter pass that we've seen from Charlie. And you'll forgive us, maybe the audience at home, for not watching Charlie's 11 too hard, because we're just so used to him running it like it's nothing. This is a guy that even when he's not at his best, he runs things he runs the passes so well that it looks very, very easy. That's kind of his calling card, his trademark, if you like. But this maybe wasn't as good as we've seen him run it before. A little bit of loose line out of 2 and 4, but had to pull a little bit hard and long at the end of the turn. He's going to set himself up to run 10.75. He started off the year running 10.75 back to back to back to back to back, and without any issue whatsoever. And I think we'll see him come in, and I think there's a very good chance he'll run the next pass very easily. But at the same time, this wasn't maybe the way he would have chosen to run 11 given the choice.
All right, then. Now I think he has a pretty darn good idea of the conditions. I think his ski and bindings seem to be working for him after 2 passes. Do remember that after the second pass, he actually climbed onto the back of the boat to take his boot and boot liner off the ski, and then proceeded to put his foot and his binding back on the ski for whatever reason. Didn't really make any effort to find out why, but the difference is that was then, but now's a different situation. Here we go.
Charlie Ross.
It's
a must-run pass. Let's have a really good look at this. So he'll be perhaps a touch nervous. He didn't run his 11 the best of all time. He didn't run this pass at all in the first round, but he's actually got a pretty good start. A little bit of loose line, but he's in it. It's a pretty average 2, and I think he's going to need a good 3, and he's hustled really well.
He gets the 3 that he needs. He's round buoy. Oh, look at this. Round number 4. He's still on number 5. Can he make it? Number 6. Oh, he throws the ski outside number 6. But I tell you what, he gave it a good college try. I tell you that.
I'm going to say that's a 5. I don't think he got around 6 there. I'll say this, it's so special. That buoy 3 was incredible because he had a good 1, a little bit out the back, a little bit of loose line, but 2 was not good. Let's just have a look here. So over to 1, offside turn, comes through okay. He's got a little bit of slack, but he moves pretty well into 2. And then watch this, just the handle comes in a little early. He's on the tail and he has to pull pretty long and hard into 3. But watch the turn, the turn of this ski. Just
look at that.
A crazy angle from where he was. It's such a great asset to have. 4 was worse than 2, hips back, and did really well to get over to 5. I had no idea how he even thought about turning it. And then here I think you'll see that he's inside of the buoy.
Oh yeah, almost takes the buoy out.
Yeah, so that's
5.
That's 5 for him, and he, he's tied up his first. What did he get? 4.5 in the first round or 5?
He got 4.5.
Yes. So he ran a 5, 4.5 in the first round. It is a 5. It's an improvement, but it's not where Charlie Ross feels that he can or really should be. He is a skier of such quality. But this is, we'll get to this more. We're going to go to Wade in a second, but this is it's tricky as a young skier to get your consistency, to really figure out how to ski week in, week out at these tournaments and still manage to go to do your best score every time. And we're going to go to Wade.
All right, let's send it over to Wade.
Hey guys, here with Nico Nelson. And Nico, you upped your score from the first round, but it still wasn't quite what you wanted. Here's your 10.7 pass. Walk us through this.
I mean, it was a much better gate and a better one than I expected. And yeah, I think I was pretty inside this pass. I thought I was going to run it. But unfortunately, I was pretty much aiming for the exit gates instead of focusing on grabbing the handle. So yeah, that's a big detail that I should focus on my next competitions, to not get excited before getting outside the exit gates. But besides that, I thought I was pretty inside the pass. Yeah, just let go. Yeah, nothing else.
No, I can see the disappointment, but I saw similar to what you felt. G's off of 1, off of 2. You had space, tight rope, plenty of swing. Even in and out of 3 looked really good. Did you maybe safety check 4 or 5 too much, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's a new ski, so I still haven't been so confident with it. It's my 3rd set with it, so yeah, I was a bit nervous at 4. maybe blow out the tail or something. So really just safety checked it. I don't think it was a move to do.
Well, no, it was rather unfortunate because, yeah, what a great start, right mid, like we talked about. So what will you take from this, and what are you going to work on, and you're going to come back better next year?
I mean, I'm going to work on, of course, skiing more with pressure and being more focused on the next pass instead of just like focusing on getting 6 at 10-7 when you haven't even really finished the pass. Just, focus on a bigger score maybe. I was just focusing on getting past 5 and getting to 6.
Well, good stuff, man. It's great hanging with you. Say to your mom and dad again, and have a great winter. Back to you guys.
All right there. Thanks a lot, Wade, and thanks a lot there, Nick Nelson. And on the water, looking to ski himself back into contention here with a 12-meter start. This is Corey Vaughan.
Very confusing to see Corey not run the 10.75 in the first round. And as I said then, I'm still thinking on reflection that I've seen him run some passes he definitely shouldn't have. He was, always a guy that can make the next buoy, and that's always been something I've been very impressed with him. But I've rarely seen him, or if ever, seen him miss a 10.75 that he should have run. He came into 5 in good shape and just maybe got his head ahead of him and started thinking about what's going to happen at 10.25 and 41, and that could come back to bite him because he's now on the outside looking in, and I think that he's going to realize that a 3 would be helpful, but it won't be definitive. He may not get in with 3. We're looking at Rob Hazelwood here, a guy that gets 3 all the time, a guy that's very, very consistent, who didn't get the 3 that he needed in the first round. I think there's a number of skiers, Colin McCormick. These guys are really going to be pushing, these scores of 3 or more to push the guys with 2 out. So Corey knows that 3 is really what he needs. He's very capable. I think I heard he ran a 4 in practice yesterday, and he's also a guy that he had at the Travis Grand Prix last year. He ran, I forget what he ran in the first round, but he had his handle, it was too long, so they disqualified him. So he was first out in the next round, and he went and got 3 1/4 and then made the final. So he's a guy that does pretty well with his back up against the wall. So we can see what he is going to do going forward. He's on to his second pass, which is 11. And he looked good in that first pass, but he looked good at basically every single buoy of his first round, apart from the buoy 5, which was fatal to his chances of running that pass and getting into a final spot from the first round.
All right there. So continuing right along, Corey Vaughan coming to us out of Bumpus in Virginia. This is either going to be his last tournament pass of the season, last tournament set of the season, or the second to last. It's going to depend largely upon what he does by way of a performance here. And just look at this shot. This is just remarkable cinema photography.
Well, I think he said it would be, he's not going to ski again this year at all, let alone tournament or practice after this tournament. So, he's really looking at the end of his season.
He'll be trying to buy a snow shovel between here and Bumpus.
That's right. I imagine it'd be pretty cold up there in Virginia. But so he'll be done. Overall, I can't imagine he's going to do a Florida trip between now and the end of the year. It's such a big year, and we've got a big year ahead next year. When you have to ski into November, it's your body is a bit beat up, and you need that time off to recuperate and to actually frankly get your motivation back before
recharge
a big season.
Your batteries.
Yeah, recharge the batteries. Well, Corey doesn't want this to be his last set. If he doesn't improve on what he did in the first round, it will be his last set. He will not make the final, which would give him the one last set that he wants to do tomorrow so that he can end the season with a bang. I mean, his season has been very, very good. From sort of San Gervasio on, when he finished 4th, he then won at Oxford the following weekend. I think that he didn't do so well at the California Pro-Am, but from there, Mastercraft Pro 3rd,
and he's
Travis Grand Prix tied 3rd, King of Darkness 4th. So he's really been in that top 4 in of the last sort of 7 or 6 or 7 tournaments. He's only missed out on the top 4 once.
And he's skiing on a signature KD Platinum slalom ski, largely designed by his good friend Terry Winter.
I'm not sure that's true. Terry's with D3 now, so I'm gonna claim him. But I don't know who. I think the reason that it's got his name on it, I think, is the CV is because it's a collaborative project between him and Wayne Bryant, I believe.
Oh yeah, you're right. My mistake.
So this will be 10.75. It absolutely a must run. Corey's fighting for it to have another set to make the final. Gust of wind just picks up, but he'll feel pretty good about running this. He's run it consistently all year, and he looked great earlier. So over to 2, he's tailing at 2.
No.
Will he get the 3 he needs? And it's a
He's
solid
round
3, but
3.
he's going to need to really dig here.
He's going to have to
It's a
dig
good
off 4.
This is a much worse 10.75, but it's the one that he's run.
Oh yeah, there you go. He
the-
was dead and buried halfway down this pass.
And that's the Corey that I know. I mean, he's the guy that can sort of, make it work and get the turns in. And his body's all out of position. He's standing on the ski all wrong, but the ski's still moving enough to get around all 6 boys.
All right then, so making some moves here, Corey Vaughan. All right, let's have a look and see how far he needs to get down 10.25 meters to put himself in a position where he could be skiing in the final. Now, if he gets above 2, it will slot him into the top 8. And obviously, if he can get more than 2.5 or 3 or even 4, then that will entrench him a little bit deeper into the top 8. But first things first, he needs to get into 10.25 meters first, which is the next pass coming up. A little bit of a slide there on number 3, as you probably agree there, Fred.
Yeah, but he didn't do any big, particularly good turns the whole way through this pass, but he just made it work, and that was that's pretty good. I mean, his first set, he looked like he was running it so easily, almost too easily, to where he took his eye off the ball. And this is the Corey we know, and this, we've seen him run passes like this and then run big scores. He ran his best ever score in a pro tournament so far of 4 at 10.25 at Travis Grand Prix, and then ran 1 at 9 last weekend amongst all those huge scores at the King of Darkness. So yeah, let's see what he can do. Corey is capable. He's been, like I say, running big scores. He's had a very good end to the season. I'm going to say, to have anything more than a 20% chance of progressing to the next round, he's going to need more than 2. 2 will put him into the top 8, but he really needs a piece of 3. He needs a full 3 to have a 50-60% chance, and then to almost guarantee it any piece of 4. Let's see what he can do. It's Corey Vaughan. It's 10.25, 41 off, and he's over to boy 1. It looks a good gate. That's not a good one.
Oh
and there
no,
he is,
and that eliminates him.
And it's just so frustrating because that's
It
not
was
how you
skiing
want
so
to.
well up to that point.
It's not how you want to end a season. And Corey, he said it earlier, and I completely agree with him. He wanted to end with a bang, and he's not ended with a bang. He's ended, with a whimper. I hope you won't mind me saying that. He's a friend of mine, but having, like I said, been in the top 4 and really the top 3 for the last 5 or 6 events, including his first win, that is a surprise. He's a guy that ran 10.25 last weekend, and he's missed out on making the final. And I think that what that means is that John Travers, if he does any sort of score tomorrow, we're going to say John I think has at this point made, or not quite confirmed making the final, but basically he's there. John needs to get sort of any sort of score tomorrow that will put him in the top sort of 6, and I think that will put him ahead of Corey on the end of year Waterski Pro Tour list, which will be something that I think Corey he stated that he was quite excited about doing well there.
All right there. So Corey Vaughan won't move up in the standings on the Waterski Pro Tour, but he's had a sensational season. I mean, no two ways about it. He won his first Pro Tour event over in Oxford. He got into 43 off. So he may not have ended up the way that he wanted to with this competition, but he's going to go into the 2025 season with renewed vigor and looking to try and see out his next season, which will be his last full season of professional skiing on a full-time basis next year, which I think is a little sad. But he's got other commitments with the ski school and what have you. And he feels that the time is right next year to take a sidestep. And
that's written in mud, not in cement. I mean, there's no he can change that if he lights it up next season like he has. He loves skiing so much. He's not going to say, "Oh yeah, I'm going to leave it while I've still got more to give." I mean, I'm sure that there's been conversations at home, and he's living, like he told me, he's living a weird life right now. Like he's so committed at home and here. He's spreading himself quite thin. But I mean, if he starts winning tournaments consistently next year or getting on the podium, he's not going to go, oh yeah, I quit. That's just not going to happen. I mean, he's too much of a competitor to do that.
All right, then, let's send it over to Wade.
Well, hey guys, if you could sort of tell, there's a palm tree reference sort of to my overall theme. And I got to ski yesterday on the lake right next to us with the treasurer, Mr. Jerry Siver. And I tell you what, you should think about becoming an associate member or a member here, because if you're up there north somewhere it's really cold, you want to get away, this is the spot. We're in November. It ain't going to change till April. 80 degrees. Yeah, make it a little rain in the morning, but yeah, this is what you're going to get. It's too good to be true. Check it out, Greater Miami Ski Club.
There you go. Or we're just waiting for that rush of snowbirds making it in from the great white north, and which there are a few that want to extend their season. And looking at some of the messages, these tournaments that are webcast on TWBC always attract a large number of people. Getting behind Corey Vaughn, like Paige Topman and Dale Bloodgood, and a few of the other folks over in Bumpus in Virginia, and they've been faithful. They've gone behind him.
Well, he's a popular chap, and for good reason. I'm sad to see him not ski tomorrow. He'll be disappointed, I'm sure. He'll be eager to get back to his wife and kid, but we're not really paying much attention to Rob Hazelwood. He's
not at the moment.
Coming back in on 11. Let's have a look. That's not very good.
Not a good one.
He's in trouble.
Or
here.
a good number 2. Or an especially good number 3. Or not too good number 4. But I'll tell you what, oh my word, rougher than a badger's butt.
I think that I'm not going to ask you how you know that, Tony, but I think he only didn't nearly fall on 4 and 5. I think 5 was the safest turn, but 1 he's nearly in the water, 2 he's nearly in the water. This is the worst 11 of the year, which isn't something that Rob's going to be super happy about having, but it's also kind of cool. Maybe something for his Instagram tomorrow. So much slide, just caught it last minute, just avoided tail blow. Shoulder in the water there, hips all the way back. He's over to 3. We're not going to see too well from this angle, but he pulled long to 4. I think he reared up at 3. 4 was a little taily, but fine. And then 5 was the best turn of the whole pass. And he kind of needed it because he had no space. And then even at 6, watch here, ski outside, nearly overturns, and he would, if he'd have missed the exit gates.
He had to slam 6 to make the pass.
Yeah, he nearly missed that. But now the main thing is he's run a bad pass. What's great is he's got a minute 20 at the end here to just get the blood. Slow his heart rate down, get a little bit of oxygen in his veins, and feel good about the pass ahead. Forget about the pass behind. He's proven that he's athletic. He's got that to be happy about, but he's got to calm down here to get some breath, and that's really in his favour. That 1 minute 20, which is about 50% longer than what we're normally used to.
Okay, so calm down. My best scouts.
Is that scouts?
Scouts.
Okay, very good. I'm not sure our American viewers will understand the intricacies of the Liverpool accent, as beautiful as it is, and you're spot on, Tony.
All right, here we go.
This will be 10.75 coming up, I believe. And, that was, again, not a very good 11. I don't think you can run 10.75 quite that badly. So 10.75, let's see. He'll be wanting to do, it's a much better one. There he is. He's in better shape from the start.
Oh, and just got discombobulated into number 2 and just, oh my word.
We're hearing that there was a big gust at 2 there from the weather station in the trailer. But yeah, it's that's a shame for Rob. He's a guy that skied really well all year, really consistent. He's a guy, I think he came 3rd here on the podium at the last event we had here in 2022. His season started out really, really spectacularly. If we're going to, take a look back, he came 2nd at the Swiss Pro, ran 3 every round. He ran, he won the Lake 38 Pro, the very next event on the Waterski Pro Tour, taking his inaugural win. He then went over to, he was top of the Waterski Pro Tour at that point, and he went over to Europe and had a good few tournaments, won the Waterski Pro in a run-off, in a head-to-head against his cousin Will Asher, but this isn't what he wanted to do. This was a shame. So, Rob will be hungry for the winter, not the end of the season that he would have envisioned, having started out so well. But yeah, and finally they're giving him one, which is kind of the same. He ran over boy 2, and similar sort of thing. Like he came out of 1 in not the best shape, but just came over to 2. You very narrow to the point where he didn't even go around the boy.
All right there. So what that in essence does is this. Let's have a quick look at that leaderboard. You see that on the left-hand side of your screen. So now the only person that could possibly deny, at least for the moment, Tim Tornquist or Sasha Deskan's entry through to the next round of the competition is the guy standing on the dock.
Do they still have a pump there?
So yeah, that's pretty shocking, isn't it? I mean, we said,
or at least prevent the runoff. Because Tim Tornquist and Sasha Deska are currently in a two-way tie for 7th. Now, obviously, if one other person supersedes them, then it becomes a two-way tie for 8th. And
so I mean, in black and white terms, if Cole doesn't beat 2, then everyone after him is in, including Tim Tornquist, who will be very happy and skied very well earlier. Sasha Descans as well, they're the sort of bubble skiers at 2. If Cole runs 2, there'll be a runoff. I know it'll go to countback. So then it'll start coming down to what does Tim and Sasha do in this next round?
Not ultimately conclusive until both Tim Tornquist or Sasha Deskan ski. But for that moment, if Cole McCormick scores 2 1/4 or more, then
if Cole runs 2 1/4 or more, then it will put Sasha and Tim down into tied 8th with 8th and 9th, which means it'll go to back up. So they'll have to go and it'll be basically almost a straight shot of who can win this round that'll put them in the final.
Yes.
So it'll be very exciting. So I'm going to say that Cole, having not had his best round in the first round, will feel good about getting over to 3. Let's see what he does. These are very exciting few skiers. We can also say, is that with full certainty? Well, I think that John Travers is in, that Will Ash is in, that Nate Smith is in. I think Dane Meckler's in as well, right? He's
unless every skier from here supersedes 4.
Well, that's true. That is true. Yeah. So
which is highly unlikely.
Yeah, it's very unlikely. Yeah, I mean, I guess if Tim, Sasha, and Cole all run 3, then that'll push Dane down. I don't know if I'm feeling some rain. There is some rain coming down, which means I think we're going to have to stop for a second because we can't run with the electronics in the boat. So we'll get those cameras covered up, and Tony will, Cole will have to get back out of the water. Rain coming down fairly strongly out of nowhere, actually, and I think that
looks like Becky and Patricia, Johnny's on the spot,
making sure that the extraordinarily expensive camera equipment can not get damaged. And here we are. So, I mean, nervous times for Cole. He was amped up and he was ready. This is not going to necessarily be what he would have chosen to do, but he's we saw him earlier this year. I think he had to had some rain and some wind before round. Was it the Mastercraft Pro? So nothing he can't deal with. I wonder how long. We've got some fairly blue skies all the way around, so it won't be too long. I think this definitely confirms that the decision of everyone to go in at 12 on this round and 13 for the women was the correct decision. It means that we do have a bit more time to go before the daylight finishes, and we'll go to Wade to have a chat with Corey.
Yes, here we go.
Hey guys, here with Corey Vaughn. Corey, I'm going to make you feel better. U.S. National Slalom Champion, and you will be for like another 10 months. So yeah, all through the winter, U.S. National Slalom Champion. Hey, here's your 41 start. If you had to do it over again, what would you do different?
Well, I guess a lot. Is this 41 or 39? That's 41. I know I got a lot of load early. I'm probably hit the boat. Yeah. You can see that I kind of loaded up right after the turn, and so I created a lot of speed, and I'm sure that's why I didn't have the line right there, which is really uncommon. I rarely ever kind of blow it out at one like that. So it's been a strange day. Like, I don't normally miss a 5-ball, and I don't normally get a half. But that's what it was today. And I've had a lot of good ups this year. Good fortune has smiled on me, and today wasn't the day. So we move on.
No, exactly. Your first pro title over in Europe this summer, and then your first U.S. Open Men's Slalom Championship. Congratulations. It was a great year.
Yeah, it's been a great season, and, man, now I can't wait to get on home.
No, well, I know you're going home a little early than you wanted, but, yeah, safe travels, my man. See you next year.
All right, okay, it's time for the game show, which has been popular all across the world in recent months. It is called Pick Your Pass. So, Freddie, do your worst.
Well, I hope he doesn't mind me picking it, but it was quite an amazing pass the way that he was able to run it. Rob Hazelwood's 11. It was. I don't know how he ran it, to be honest with you. I mean, he was nearly in the water 4 times through the course. It's funny. I mean, that was just about 10 minutes ago, and it was sunny then, wasn't it? Before this rain. But yeah, watch the tail of the ski. Just caught last minute. He was, sliding all over the place. No hips in line here. He's going through the wakes doing a deadlift. A little bit of pressure on the lower back there. And 4, I mean, he stalled at 4. He didn't want to get too deep. Finished on the tail, but it was okay. 5, I was sort of relaxing for him. I'm like, okay, well, Rob's got it. And then over at 6, he nearly fell in, but then had to stop and make sure, almost went for the turn, but got out through the exit gates as he knew he had to do. Good for him, but yeah, that was, unfortunate. He didn't go much further than that, but I was impressed that he ran the pass.
All right there, so pick my pass. Okay, Charlie Ross, 10.75. All right, let's have a look and see. Skiing rather tall. Again, a good slingshot into buoy number 1, and I mean, I'm looking at the line at this point more than anything else, and just seeing a bit of quite a significant bit of recoil here as it tightens up. Getting off buoy number 4 and just getting broken over into number 5, and from that point onwards, it was a really, really hard slog to get anywhere close to number 6. But there we go. That is Charlie Ross. He's had a pretty monstrous season, and we'll look forward to seeing him compete next season. I think he's actually in a position where he could potentially defend his World U21 Slalom World title, and that will take place next season. And TWBC is hoping to be in a position to cover that event, the World U21 World Waterski Championships, live from the lakes of Castingstone at Predator Bay, Calgary, Alberta, Canada.
Well, why wouldn't they have you, Tony? I mean, it wouldn't be a serious tournament without you guys there, in my opinion. I think that the world, would be very happy to have you there. I watched the coverage from the juniors this year that was in Calgary, no?
Yeah, that was the lakes at Castingstone.
Yeah, and it was a very, very, very good-looking event. I watched, and weirdly, it finished off with that trick final, didn't it? It was unusually scheduled, so I thought that was really cool, actually, because actually, in a lot of ways, that was...
I think the reason why they did it is because the parity of the skiers at the top between Jake Abelson and Matty Gonzalez. So they wanted a good head-to-head matchup to really end off those championships.
And it proved to be really impressive. And there was the French chat. Was his name Axel Garcia?
Axel.
Yeah, which he did the. I was amazed that you guys couldn't pick it out. I was watching it sort of 2 a.m. in bed, he did it towards the dock. He did a 540 backflip ski line outside of the pass, which the sort of Joel Poland signature move, which was extremely cool. You and Carl were there saying, "Oh, what did he do?" And I'm like, "Guys, come on! This is the coolest trick in the world. How can you not know this?" Getting a lot of feedback in here, which I can't repeat from Vince. It's very a lot of expletives. Anyway, let's think about. That was very cool. So I hope you do manage to get that next year. They're sort of doing a trilogy, aren't they? They're doing a Senior Worlds at some point, are they not?
the trilogy that is Predator Bay. Triumvirate.
Anyway, Cole McCormick hasn't taken his ski off, I don't believe, so he's just sort of sitting there getting ready. A little bit of an awkward one for him, and actually for Tim Tornquist, because Tim's a guy that, he doesn't make every pro final, hasn't made 100 before, and he's probably going to be sitting here a little bit nervous because he knows that he's one skier away from getting into the final. He skied very, very well in the first round.
And the one skier that could deny him is less than 10 yards away.
That's exactly it. There's sort of an awkward little tension there between them. All friendly, of course, but he knows that if Cole doesn't get the score, then Cole will be out. And Cole had a very good year this year, and Tim will be in. So you don't really want to have someone that's been skiing so well between you and the final. But of course, no matter what Cole does, Tim does have the ability to beat Cole and whoever else. He can go out and afterwards and run as big a score as we've seen him run all year. He ran a 3, I believe, at Monaco in June, and he's he's all set up. But before, he's going to have to temper his emotions because he's probably a little bit excited about making that final. He's going to have to go ski. So we'll see what happens with this next skier. The camera is uncovered from the plastic. Cole McCormick is getting ready. He's going to go out there. He ran a 1.5 at 10.25 earlier with a very, very good one that I thought he was going to see him go down the lake. He didn't get that, and that set up these twos as sort of being in contention to make the final. So we'll have a few passes before we see that 10.25 pass. We're all excited to see it. Let's see what Cole McCormick can do, starting at 12 meters.
All right there, so game on. This is, this could potentially be a season-changing scenario here for the likes of Cole McCormick. I don't know where he is on the Pro Tour standings.
He's 6th.
He's in 6th. He has room for movement, doesn't he?
He has huge room for movement. I mean, it's all up. I mean, he could come second if he wins. He'll be on 225 points, which is ahead of Nate Smith currently. Of course, Nate can improve too. Anything above, let's see. So he's 155 points to get ahead of Thomas de Gasperi. He's on 167. He needs to come 6th and higher. So yeah, I mean, it's all to play for. These big points at the end of the year are very exciting. And Cole, looking at his season, of course, he won the Masters in May. He's had the next weekend he came 3rd at the Lake 38 Pro. He's had he came 3rd at the Monaco Pro Slalom.
So the minimum scoring place that he has had this season, Cole McCormick, you can submit your 10 best performances on the Waterski Pro Tour season. Six, yeah. So what is 6 worth?
His 6th. So he has. Let's have a look. So I'm just looking at the stats on the Waterski Pro Tour website. So his 6th best score. He has a 7th at the Swiss Pro Slalom. That's all the way back in May. A 7th at the Travers Grand Prix. That was just a month ago. A 5th at the Mastercraft Pro.
But an 8th place here will actually garner more points than the 6th or 7th place that he had at the Swiss Pro, because this competition is a 5-star event compared to the Swiss Pro, which I believe is a 2-star.
The prize money here is huge. I mean, it's big. So of course points are resulting from the prize purse. So we've got 80 points.
64,
it is the biggest
52
of the year. So Cole, he's won a tournament before. He's won a tournament at the Masters, and he's had 2 further podiums this year. So he's able to do it. Let's see. He's just gone through 12. He'll come back on 11.
Sure, turns more. But you get
seeing Brando Caruso there, a guy that went out pretty early on, not having done a lot of the tournaments this year, and he has put himself in very, very good spot. I think he is now going to make the final with his 3. Scores are very much down on last weekend, but they're sort of almost back to normal in some ways. This is kind of where we've seen the scores being over the course of the year, more or less. So Cole will come back in on 11. He looked pretty good through that first round, I have to say. He's looked balanced. Just got a weird edge change into boy 2 at 10.25, and apart from that, like I think he's looked pretty good.
Not looking bad at all. A little bit ragged in one or two places, but he gets the job done.
Very solid.
Yeah, good solid effort. 10.75 meters coming up very, very soon, and it's a pass that he's going to need to go through perfectly. As Cole McCormick, and there we go, and there is a plane from Condor flying in from Frankfurt. Looks like it's an A330 with those green and white hoops, very famous around the world, and also nearly as famous around the world is Cole McCormick for his slalom in talent out there on 11.25 meters.
Beautiful shots here. It really is, special. You can see all these angles.
Carving up dollar signs.
Very exciting, and I think these are perspectives that. I mean, it is cool, isn't it? I mean, when you're a Sunday league football player or soccer player, you might see someone film from the sidelines or whatever. You might see yourself play, but all the people watching back home, tennis players, when you're at a pro tournament, you get the professional level coverage. This is special to see these views, slow motion, all the angles from the air, from the side of the lake, sometimes from in the water with the water cam that's on your back, Tony, that I am such a fan of. Cole McCormick, 10.75, must run. He'll be a little nervous. He looked good. His first 10.75 earlier today was actually very good. I thought he looked very solid. There was no real dramas there, unlike some of the other skiers that we've seen sort of scrap through it. He actually looked very good.
He's 8 1/4 buoys from getting to the promised land.
Let's see. So it's a good one. Little wheelie at 2, but nothing too major. Very good.
He's still there, Little bounce
4.
into 4.
Long
He's
pull
good to
into
go
5.
around. Oh, a little bit of a delay off 5, but he manages to just sneak that ski around buoy number 6. And who screamed back there? Can you tell me who that is?
That's his wife. She does it every single time. I think
she's famous for it.
Yeah, has no vocal cords left by the end of the weekend because Cole tends to run quite a lot of 39s.
Yeah, absolutely. So there, good ski there.
Pretty solid. I mean, I was confused a little bit why he pulled so long into 5 because I thought he was actually very much on course. We're going to see the nose come up just a little bit here out of 2, but 3 was very, very good. He didn't really lose any space here to speak of. Early at 3, very good 3, and I thought 4 was fine. Let's have a look. He's okay. Just dropped the shoulder, pulled a little long, and then 5, yeah, just a tiny wheelie, and then like you say, it was pretty efficient, Tony. I mean, he didn't have a ton of space to work with, but no, a very solid 10.75. Maybe we were a little bit unfair there.
All right, so good skiing so far. We're back on, and okay, let's see what Cole McCormick can do. Okay, so on the dockside right now, we got Tim Tornquist. He's getting ready to go, and his destiny, his immediate destiny in terms of making it through to the slalom final tomorrow, rests so far on what Cole McCormick can do.
Tim's not watching. He's just trying to sort of get ready and do his own thing, but he does know that if Cole gets less than 2, he will be in the final. The same for Sasha Descans, and that will actually confirm our placements. Everyone hereafter will be in the final. So let's see what is going to happen. Eyes on the water, as you like to say, Tony. Cole over to 1. He had a very good buoy 1 earlier. I was confused as to why he didn't go further, to be honest with you, but
there's 1.
It's a solid 1. It's not a great 1, and he'll get over to 2.
He's round number 2, S-turns, and we now have, what do we have?
Three-way tie.
A three-way tie for 7th place. And because Cole McCormick actually has 2 scores, that means it puts him above Tim Tornquist and Sasha Deska, but both of those competitors have still got to ski, and they've got to ski better than Cole McCormick's backup.
So yeah, to put it in plain English, for Sasha and Tim to go through, they need to run more. They need to run more than 1.5. So they need to back up their scores. If they get dual 2s, they will go through ahead of Cole. Cole will be disappointed with that. He's left the door open. There is a chance that he'll have a 2 and a 1.5 and not be in the final. Not the highest couple of rounds of skiing of all time, unlike what we saw last weekend. But Tim, as much as he would have liked to have kind of gone in directly with his first round performance, he's now got an opportunity, and if he just does again what he did in the first round, he will be in the next round, and we'll go to Wade.
Let's go to Wade's world.
Hey guys, our executive director for USA Waterski and Wake was here on site earlier, Mr. Kevin Michael. Left us a couple mementos. Hey, the spring edition and the fall edition. Another reason you should join USA Waterski, old school, still have a magazine in print, right? So you get water ski information, club information, tournament news. So yeah, join up. Back to you guys.
All right then, folks, let's continue on. Tim Tornquist, 8th skier from last on the running order, coming to us from Sweden. His season's best is halfway down 10.25, currently 24th on the Pro Tour rankings, and needing to go better than Cole McCormick's backup score, which is 1 1/2 at 41 R4 10.25 meters. 3 at 10.25 meters, as I mentioned, on that D3 ski, a season's best. And so that's pretty much the target.
So Tim did exceptionally well in that first round. We watched it together, Tony, and we both probably thought that he was in at buoy 2 at 10.75, but he made it through and got the 2 that he needed to put himself in a good position as we go to Wade.
All right there. So what say you, Wade?
So we're here with Cole McCormick, guys, and so Cole, 39 looked clean. How was the 41 start?
I don't know about clean, but I got through it. 41 start was pretty bad. I was slow gate and got pulled up out of 1, and then I was pretty late at 2 and just decided to keep myself in the fight, and doors wide open, but at least I have a shot at making finals.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. You've got to hang out and wait a bit.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it'll go my way, but if not, well, it's been a good season.
No, it has been. We already know what we'd say the highlight was, yeah, the Masters, but yeah, you came back and had a great fall finish.
Yeah, it was solid. Wish it would have been a little better, but that's okay.
All right, well, we're going to hang out with him and see how it goes. Back to you guys.
All right, so continuing on, we've got Becky Lathrop at the helm. Patricia Burt in the passenger seat, our officiating seat. And here comes Tim Tornquist, pass number 2, 11.25 meters. All the minimum starting line length is 12. He's got to play this cagily here. He can't afford to do much wrong in the turns, and he can't leave much to chance behind the boat either.
Ooh,
very narrow into number 6 there.
Second time we've seen that, actually. Robert Pagozzi had to reach for it, actually third, because Rob Hazelwood had to reach for it. So, yeah, I wonder if we can get a boat view of that. That was he won't be super happy with that. That won't give him much confidence. You know, Tim's a guy that he might run 10.75, maybe 2/3 of the time, maybe half the time. I'm not quite sure, but he's definitely in this. He skied really well in the first round. Let's have a look at this. It was a touch scrappy. The thing is that he knows is if he can run through this next pass, he's got that onside turning to get over 2. All he's got to do is stand up at 2. That's a wheelie at 1. Good 2, very good 2. I think over, from here, like after a good 1 and 2, he was sort of in it. Let's see about 4. 4 a little ahead of himself, move with the shoulders before the ski, more trying to control the ski more with his shoulders than his feet. And then here, just came over the top a little bit. Maybe looked a little bit more dramatic from the long field view, down the lake as opposed to from across the lake. From our tower cam. As the sun comes out, it's a bit topsy-turvy today, isn't it, Tony? It rains and the sun comes out, and but yeah, Tim will be hoping the sun shines on his complete 10.75 pass that he's about to do. He you know, little bit of pressure to go and run it. He'll feel that he's capable because he didn't run it super well in the first round, but you know, I think he looks great on his ski. So let's see what he can do as he comes in on 10.75. It is a must-run pass. He's not out definitively because that will, if he doesn't run this, because that will come down to what Sasha Descans does. But he'll want to get through it to cement his place in the final definitively with a 2 at 10.25, and he's got the start at 10.75. Let's see what he can do at 2, and that's a pretty average 2. He'll need a big 3.
There's 3.
I
Come
think
on.
He's in trouble here.
He
4.
continues
Can he get
to
over
be
to
in trouble,
5?
but I tell you what,
Big 5 needed.
he's
Will he
back
get it?
in. Oh my word!
Congratulations, Tim Tornquist. What a guy. What a nice chap. I'm so happy for him because that looked over at Boy 2. I didn't think he was going to be able to get over really, you know, even to 4 and to come into the offside turn like that. We've seen a lot of very, very good skiers today, you know, not be able to make it work from a scrappy position.
Okay.
And he did it.
I know that a lot of slalom skiers probably don't mind this too much going forwards, but do you have any idea what the Swedish record is?
It would be Tim's, I think, with maybe Shaylander has something. I don't know.
That
would they run
if that was Shaylander, that would have been probably one of the longest European nation records still out there.
Jakob Bogner, maybe. He's a very good skier.
Jakob Bogner, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it'd be an interesting one. I mean, if it is Shaylander, then we can say that, you know, under current conditions, that doesn't really count. I mean, the boats were so small. You know, we're not doing the same sport as back then.
Record's a record. It's still
but
there.
taking nothing away from it, but the parameters have changed. I mean, there's no way that the driving was the same. The boat was going the same speed.
All right, you live chat folks, if you are Swedish and you know the national record, hit me with it. Come on.
I'm taking nothing away from Shaylander, I should say. I mean, all respect to him. I'm just saying that, you know, in the last 10 years, water skiing has, you know, the boat's going straighter. It's going the right speed. It's not sort of, you know, 35.8 like it used to. It's going 36. So, you know, under current parameters, it'll be between Jakob Bogner and
Johan Efferström with 4.
He has a 4, that's right. That's a good shout. Well, that's under current conditions. Okay, Tim, he must get a full 2. He won't go any further, I wouldn't say, but he's got that onside turn. He's a lefty. He'll come over to 1, get the one he needs, S turn 2, and that'll give him what he needs at a place in the final. It's a bit of a narrow gate. Come on, Tim.
Come on, keep
over
going.
to 2, S turn. Don't mess up the S turn. That's fantastic skiing.
He almost
and he's
bit
in the final.
Oh, my
and he's
word.
very, very, very happy, and so he should be. I'm very, you know, I don't know Tim super well, I wouldn't say, but he's a guy I always like talking to. He's very positive. He's you know, he comes from a nice family. His dad always likes to have a chat to when we see him at the tournaments in Europe, and he's done really well here, and I'm happy to see it. So what does that mean? What in the context of today? Currently, that puts him ahead of Cole McCormick. That puts him into outright 7th. Cole McCormick is in 8th with a 2 and a 1.5. Sasha is 9th currently with a 2 and no backup. So it's going to come down to Sasha's backup. It's a straight shootout. If Sasha runs 1.5, it'll be a runoff between him and Cole. If he beats 1.5 and gets 2 or more, he will go ahead of Cole. If he runs less than 1.5, he will lose out. Cole will go through the final at Sasha's expense. So this is all very exciting. Tim he's done exactly what he needed to do. Very sensible skiing, and very smart skiing at 10.25, and very brave skiing at 10.75 to get through, having had some pretty average turns basically the whole way through. Well done to Tim. He's going to be very happy. What a way to end his season. Hasn't made a ton of finals this year, but he'll be very happy.
And one person that's going to be happy is Ted, his brother, who is watching, who's just given us a big old shout out. Also gave me the information that 4 was the national record for Sweden on 10.25 meters. But to get within 2 buoys of a national record is highly commendable.
Very, very good. But yeah, Tony, I don't care about records. Honestly, I don't care at all. I care about what's happening today.
That's what I prefaced at the beginning. I'm just saying that maybe not too many people are focused on the record. I am. For the most part.
I know you are. It's funny. You're so hung up on these records, but this
records are meant to be broken.
Yeah, and I mean, in the context of today, it's about what happens in competitive skiing today, and then on the leaderboard of the tour, what happens throughout the whole season. Records. I mean, you can set up a record if you want. You can, put the
Pro
boys
Tour
narrow.
record. Come on.
Yeah, the person that wins the tournament is, has the record for being the best skier that weekend, and that's what I feel very passionately. I'm glad that you think a different way. I don't know. I'm not saying everyone has to agree with me, but we'll go to Wade.
Let's send it.
So, guys, here with Tim Turnquist, our first guaranteed finalist tomorrow. So I was thinking just the thoughts that you just mentioned, that from trying to run the pass or set your PB, all of a sudden it's down to you just simply have to get to 2-ball, right? It's a whole different scenario.
Yeah, I mean, that was all I could think about being down there. And I mean, the waiting time, 1 minute 20, was not helping me. I got in my own head, and I think that was a pretty decent gate. I mean, I got out to 1, and then focus was get to 2-ball S-turn, and that was not even an S-turn. I was just trying to hold on.
Well, let's talk about the sort of adrenaline that you have as well. Like what the amount of load that you could really handle there from 1 to 2 and not worry about, the hit that you're going to take. No, it's even the energy you're feeling now, it's different, right?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely different. And I mean, going into 39, I mean, I knew that was a must-run pass. And I mean, again, a good gate, good 1-ball. And for some reason, I can't turn 2. I'm going to have to figure it out for tomorrow. But I'm just going to have to look at it. I don't think there's anything happening. I'm just coming into the buoy and, waiting for the buoy to pass and then turn. I mean, at that point, it's too late.
Well, hope you sleep well, young man, and enjoy it because we get to see him in the finals tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Pretty exciting there. I mean, I've just had a quick scan back through the years, and I think this is actually only his second final. He made his first final at Monaco earlier this year. He's had a 9th at the Slastad Pro-Am a number of years ago, but yeah, he's looking at his best ever result. He came 8th in Monaco. He'll be looking for higher than 8th tomorrow to get his best ever pro placement. Sasha Desgan, coming at it from the other angle, Tim will be very happy based on his previous results of making the final. Sasha's a guy that really
getting
has
in
made
deep
many finals and has won tournaments, has been on a ton of podiums. So he'll be thinking that he can, he'll maybe feel a little bit more of that pressure that he doesn't want to screw this up. I'm going to say that he's going to run 10.75. I'm going to say. I mean, he looks good for it, and then it's target skiing. Tony, no one's trying to go and get big scores in this round. They're just trying to make the final and reset themselves for tomorrow. I'm not saying Sasha, if he comes into buoy 2 in good shape, he's not going to try and turn it. I'm just saying that he knows that the 2 will be enough to get him in ahead of Cole, and if you can push Cole McCormick out of the final, it means you've skied pretty well because Cole's a very good skier, and also if you push Cole McCormick out of the final, it means that there's one less dangerous skier in the final. So you've got more of a chance of doing well. So Sasha's got it all in his hand. He's just got to make sure he grasps it.
Yeah, got to grasp that brass ring that's out there, and really continue on with the pressure here. He's gone through 12, and that was 11. 10.75 meters coming right up. His best score of the season is halfway down, 10.25 meters. He's currently 8th on the Pro Tour, and he's still got room for movement a little higher should he make it through to the next round of the competition, that it being the final. At worst, it would finish in 9th, but could potentially go higher provided that he advances out of this round.
And of course, something we don't talk about too much, but it is a pertinent detail that to get paid, you need to make the final. So if you paid a $300 entry fee or whatever it is, and you come 9th, you are going home. You've got a lot of expenses staying down here in Miami and travel and all that sort of stuff. So he's going to want to do himself justice here, Sasha. Run this 10.75, run the 2+ at 10.25 that will guarantee himself a place in the final. Let's see what he can do. 10.75, it's a good one. 2 is solid. He looks dialed in here, actually, Sasha. He's moving his feet slow, which I always think is a good sign. He's over to 4, and it's actually a very good 10.75.
There he
5
is.
Takes it easy, and that's an easy 10.75.
All right, now it's within his grasp now.
It's very much within his grasp. The thing that I'll say that is against him, unlike Cole and unlike Tim, who are our previous 2 skiers that were trying to get around 2, Sasha is a righty, so he has an offside turn on buoy 1. At the same time, you know, he has done this gate, I don't know, thousands and thousands of times. He knows what he can do, so he'll get over to buoy 1. He doesn't want to go too hard. He can, you know, take it fairly easy, pull hard to buoy 2, get out the exit gates there and cement his place. Of course, if he gets 1.5, that will put him and Cole in a runoff after the remaining 7 skiers after Sasha, or 6 skiers after Sasha, go out. And then after that, if Sasha does not run, if he only gets 1 at this next pass or less, then he will put himself out of the tournament, finishing in 9th.
So no exterior factors come into play so far as a tie break is concerned. If it's 1.5, then it's a perfect tie and then a runoff.
That's what I believe. I mean, I haven't heard anything different. I've got the rules actually here in front of me.
So has to essentially get round number 2 and to the wakes, or anything beyond that to advance. Sasha Deska 1.5 would force a runoff, anything less, and Cole McCormick advances. So that's how it's playing out.
So interestingly, I'm reading the rule here. It says if in the runoff there's a tie for 8th place, then both skiers will go through. So there is a potential to have 9 skiers in the final tomorrow. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Let's see what Sasha's gonna do here. He's gonna want to, you know, again, if there's a 9 in the final, there's one person not gonna get paid. So Sasha wants to go out there. He'll go over to buoy 1. Let's see what he does. He's coming into his offside. He's want to take it fairly easy. He'll get over to 2, do an S-turn. We've lost the camera. Over to 3, and that's a 3, and that'll actually put him way up in the rankings. Unfortunately, we just lost the camera there at 2. I'm going to assume he got around it. I think 1 wasn't his best of all time, but he did hook up out of 2 and get around 3. Interesting to see what happened there. I wonder if there'll be secondary video there from the shoreline, so we'll get that in a second on the replay. I don't think there's any suggestion that he went inside of buoy 2, although as much as Cole McCormick might be praying that he did. As we didn't see buoy 2, we'll get confirmation of that in just a second. We'll see it here. I was actually impressed. I didn't think that 1 was his best particularly. I thought that he stood up and pulled long and hard to 2, and we're going to see here, he is around it.
He's around it.
Very much
he's
around
to the
2,
weight, and he's
over towards
advanced.
buoy 3, S-turn, and that's not only put him into the final, that's actually put him up quite a lot. It's put him tied with Brando Crusoe, Thomas de Gasperi, Nate Smith, and Will Asher. So suddenly he's put himself in a position where he could end up second to last tomorrow. Depending on what happens with those 4 skiers I mentioned, it'll come to backup. If those 4 skiers get a score of less than 2, then Sasha will go ahead of them.
And therefore that eliminates Cole McCormick from future contention.
Yeah, Cole, finishing his season not in the final, I think that puts him, can't say definitively, but I think he'll end up 6th or so on the Waterski Pro Tour. He won't be able to gain any points. I wonder if anyone can take over from behind. Sasha.
3 at 10-2 is confirmed for him.
Sasha is confirmed with 3. And I'm just looking at Sasha. So Cole has 155 points. If Sasha comes 4th tomorrow, he will actually push Cole down a spot. And Cole can't improve.
All right there, so skier on the water. This now is going to be Dane Meckler. Originally from the state of Ohio, has had stops in South Louisiana, in the Panhandle of Florida, in North Carolina, and then eventually in Central Florida, where he and his wife Janina have just started a family. And with that in mind, let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Sasha Descon, and awesome skiing, Sasha. Another final for you, but similar to Tim, man, it changes the scenario completely when you have to get an exact number. And I heard you say, yeah, so stressful, and yeah, lots of thoughts through your head, huh?
Yeah, it was not the easiest set in my head because, being a righty, 2 is not a big score, but you never know what can happen at 1. The glare is a little bit here on this pass as well, so I said, okay, be early at the gate, even if you narrow. Relax, like a easy one, pull all the way to 2, and and see what happened. But yeah, I didn't want to S-turn too because I take more risk S-turning than turning. So, yep.
No, it is. It's harder to, I think, for us righties to S-turn on the left side. But no, well done. Into the final tomorrow. What will you take from today and maybe change or keep the same for tomorrow?
I just need to trust myself on, as we said, on 135. I think I skied kind of good at 10.7, and I need to ski like this tomorrow. And of course, I need to do a better score because 3 is not going to be enough.
No, we've certainly seen that. But hey, well done, mate. We'll see you in the final tomorrow. Back to you guys. No, well done.
All right there, so well done indeed to Sasha Deska. He is part of the 8-skier final, and joining him is going to be Dane Meckler, whose performance of 2.5 in the round previous guarantees him that spot. Now the question is he going to ski a little harder this time around to try and put himself up a little bit higher? Because if he gets above 3, then that really starts to bring him up the standings. But if he can get 4 or more and take the lead at this stage, then things can get a little bit, I wouldn't say simpler, but a little bit clearer so far as what score he needs in order to make it onto the podium come the end of tomorrow's competition, or maybe even the win if he's bold enough.
I think if you look at the first round, I think really there's only 2 skiers that really turned 3, and one of them was John, one of them was Dane. It didn't work out for Dane. He was very late and had a lot of pressure on his body, couldn't quite hold it. But I think he skied very well in the first round. He didn't get a very good 2 after a perfect 1, but I thought did well to put himself in a position to even have a think about 4, which most other people didn't. So the question now is, does he really try and do that again? I think probably the sensible thing to do for Dane, as we mentioned, Tony, it's not about what you do today, but to set himself up pretty well for tomorrow, it would be not a bad shout to if he gets the full 3, I think he'll end up ahead of 1 or 2 well, he'll go ahead of Sasha Descans for sure, but based on countback, he'll go ahead of 1 of Brando Cruiser, Thomas de Gasperi, Nate Smith, and Will Asher. Dane nearly winning here 2 years ago, the last time that he skied here. Before today, certainly in a tournament. So very capable. He's been dangerous every tournament. He won the Mastercraft Pro. He was tied for the lead after the first couple of rounds in the following tournament, the Travers Grand Prix. Ended up coming tied for 3rd behind Lucas Cornell, who came out of nowhere, and John Travers, one of the leader today. And he was, had 2 4s at the King of Darkness and didn't make the final, which would have been a huge shock to him, and it certainly was to me. 10.75, Dane Meckler. He ran it really well earlier. Let's see what he does. It's not the best one of all time, but he won't have an issue particularly. He's got a very good 2, and he's really got a great 2-4 these days. Big 3, fine 4, over to 5, and not as tidy as the first round, but still very functional. And I think that that's a mark of him skiing very well. There's a mistake here and there, but he still carries on moving side to side without any issue.
And he's able to get quickly across the back of the boat and do it without losing an inch of direction going across the course. I mean, and here's a good display why with the entrance gates. Picks up the speed, goes cross course, gets a good turn here on buoy number 1, and doesn't lose his direction coming off the wake. In fact, the direction that he carries helps his rope management and extension. But here he loads up here, and even though he loses a bit of his stack, he's still able to maintain direction across the course. And even here off number 5 into number 6, just holds everything together. And even though he's a little bit late, the direction that he produces on that pass enables him to stay ahead of the course and run all 6 buoys on that particular run. That was a pass, I believe, at 10.75 meters. So, leaderboard, you just saw Jonathan Travers still very much in the lead, seemingly unchallenged at this point in the proceedings, and will not be denied a spot through to the next round. He's already done enough with his first round.
As have all the skiers that
yeah,
we're going to see from here on out. And I think John said that his back's so sore that if he, despite how well he skied, he said that if he can make it to where he doesn't have to ski in the next round, from a great first round score, then he wouldn't ski the second round. So I don't think we're going to see John ski. It'll be interesting to see what everyone else does. But yeah, so Dane, dangerous Dane. I think he's very capable. I think he's had a lot of fours this year. He got around 5, that 4.5. Let's see. A little on the tail through the gate, but it's actually it's not a good one at all.
Horrible one, unfortunately.
I didn't like that gate at all. I thought what he does very well, I think, Tony, normally is he gets very centered over his feet through the wakes, and I think that here he just kind of like his feet got peeled. So he'll be happy, Dane, because the 2.5 he did in the first round really wasn't the slam dunk score that would make a final all the time. So I think he's probably a little bit happy that he ran that solid score in the first round to put himself in. Of course, if he'd have run a 2 in the first round, which for a second it looked like he might do, he did a very good job getting over to 3, then he wouldn't have made the final with that. But if my uncle had wheels, it'd be a bicycle, or whatever the saying goes. Ifs and buts.
Our berries and nuts.
So we're hearing whispers that if John Travers is in the top 3 of the skiers after this round, which I'm going to say he 100% will be, then I say 100%. There's a lot of good skiers left, but I think there's a very, very, very good chance. I'm going to say there's a 90% chance he'll be in the top 3 with 4 at 10.25, given what we've seen today. Then he will not ski the next round. But I think that John, he skied very sensibly in the first round, so that he didn't want to do too much to hurt his back, but he looked great. And so we've got Brando Caruso on the water. We've got potentially 4 skiers after him. We've got everyone so far has ran a 3 in the first round or more. The next 4 skiers, including Brando, have a 3. John Travers has a 4. So John will at worst be 5th. I think he's probably going to be in that top 3, if not keep that top spot. He looked great in that first round. But one of the guys that can take it away from him is Brando Caruso, a guy that knows 4 quite well. We've seen him get 4 quite a lot this year. He got over to 4 to come second at the Marrakesh Pro middle of June. And starting at 12, it looks very, very easy for him. That big sort of expressive, almost Italian style, the big flung around arm, the released arm on buoy 5 is very much on brand for an Italian as we go to Wade.
Indeed. Let's check in with Wade.
Hey guys, here with Dane Meckler, and Dane, you are already in, but you got to do a couple things. You got to do the 12-meter start, because I heard you say to Nate, you're right on the fence about going there the first round, correct?
Yeah, no, it felt good to start at 12. I just never found my rhythm that set. I don't know. I think sometimes, to be honest with you, I struggle the second round when I'm already in. It's such a nice feeling. You just like de-stress, and I didn't really attack out there. I tried to learn a little bit on my gates, and I didn't learn much. I was a little all over, and tomorrow just go for it and get a big score. The buoys are definitely out there. It's just a little bit different rhythm, and tomorrow I'll be second off the dock, and I think that's a good spot for me. I don't have the luxury of S-turning there. I'm going to go for it.
Right, and let's also talk about the 12-meter start tomorrow will be sort of routine as far as that goes, but will you make any changes sort of gate-wise based on what you learned this afternoon?
Yeah, I think it'll depend on the wind. I'll be honest, the wind was a little squirrely. You don't see it at all on the water. It probably looks like glass, but there's quite a bit of wind around, and it's kind of swirly, and so I pulled out once thinking it was a tailwind, and I got stuck in the headwind, and so I don't think I'll change anything. I just didn't quite have my timing there. No,
we were chatting about that. This site is almost unique as far as the height of the trees. The drone pilot's like, hey, I'm flying at well over 100 feet. I mean, so you do get some weird, funky winds in the middle of the course.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for tomorrow, though. I think it'll be good, and happy with where I am in the list. It is what it is. I'll have to go for it.
Awesome. Good stuff, Dane. See you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then. So coming on in, we've got We've got Brando Caruso coming in on pass number 2, I believe. This is 11.25 meters of Brando Caruso. European men's slalom co-champion this season. Shares that title with Thomas de Gasperi, another Italian who we get to ski that we see in a moment.
It's the one interesting thing that you see there is you're starting to see, and I heard Dane mention it in the interview, is you're starting to see the sun flickering on the face. And this time of the day,
It's a strobing effect.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but it's. I had that last time I was here, and it was pretty challenging. You can see him coming into the 3-ball, and you can really see from the exposure on the face, but it's kind of strobing. He gets hit there, you hit into darkness, and watch it kind of light up his face through that, and it's not very comforting, we'll say the least. So he's going to want to, he's going to be ready for that at least on the 41, but at least that should go away for the 39.
Also in his favour for Brando, at least, is that he's coming. I mean, it's more on the way back, right, more than the way there.
Yeah.
So on the way back, it's just into his onside turn. So he doesn't need to have quite the vision that he might do the other way. I mean, speak for myself. I would rather have that into my onside than my offside.
Yeah. I guess that's a little different for everyone. I don't really know what I'd prefer. All a challenge, I guess, but. Yeah, it'll be a much better this way. The only thing I remember last time, a lot of people were complaining about half the boys being in the shadow, but I mean he's already in the final. He's just out here to just kind of set a seeding and see where we can end up.
And should we go over the breaking news, Rob, which you've just bought?
Is that we may have breaking news. I've been told not to tell it by Vince, but we're going to say it anyway. There may be a runoff.
We'll get shouted out by Vince.
There may be a runoff, but we have to check on the rules and see whether they were just written incorrectly or that's what the rules actually are. Yeah, am I right? I don't know. Either way, Brando Caruso coming in here, 39 off. Lovely little head breeze on the gate. Maybe a little slow, but gets a beautiful move out to 1. Fantastic start. This guy's
I like this.
Onside is a thing of beauty, and his offside is questionable, we'll say the least.
Glad you said it.
But it's like watching two different skiers.
Oh, nice.
Well, it's sort of Aaron Larkin-esque, isn't it? I mean, Aaron used to just, and we've seen I think I've seen John run passes like that in the past. I mean, he looks so good right now in his offside, but it is quite a nice thing for a lefty to be able to just turn absolutely backwards on your onside and kind of survive to and forward. We can't do that as righties, Rob.
No.
That's not how it works.
I mean, this is just a pure, the 1 ball is the cleanest thing I've ever seen, and 2, there's just nothing. There is no rotation at all. Comes in good, a little bit straight, but just not
back of the ski.
Not one bit of rotation. Again, smashes 3, absolutely perfect. You wouldn't think anything's happened, and we're back. We're back off to the no turn side. I like to joke with Brando that he has 1 turn a set. Maybe 2.
One offside a set.
Maybe 2 offsides a set, and he. I always like to think that when he gets an amazing 2 at 41, there we go, 4's done because he's used it all up too early.
Well, he's got plenty.
When he does get that boy 2, he's always at 4 because he'll come to 3 and he'll turn it.
He's got a few months to perfect that in time for the World Championships next season, which is going to be held in the first weekend of September in Rocchetto.
It is.
Yes, indeed. All right then.
All right, we're getting breaking news from Vince.
I'm not sure.
There was one. All right, so we're just getting news from. We'll let you say it, Tony. You're the man in the middle.
No, you say it.
Okay, so there will be a runoff between Cole and Tim. Not a rule that we've necessarily maybe seen before in my memory.
No, it's extremely unusual. I have to say,
we'll go through it just after Brando. Here's Brando, 41 off. This is going to decide his seeding. He has a 3 in the first round. Fantastic gate. Maybe pulls a smidge long. Amazing one, like always. And there's the 2 ball. Tripping him up, saving it for tomorrow, we shall say. But yeah, so back to the Tim and the Brando. So there is going to be a runoff. Cole is going to go second because it is seeded off Pro Tour. But yeah, this is a little bit of a rule all by itself. Essentially, there was no mention of backup scores in the rules. I read it and presumed that they just kind of meant
that. It's interesting because all year, all year we have rules that the backup score comes into play, and
absolutely.
It's always the way that we work. It's the way that we think, and then I guess you can read that rule that way. I mean, I guess it is. I'll read it. If a tie exists that includes 8th place after qualifying rounds, there'll be a runoff between all tied skiers. Well, to me, and the way that Rob, you'll be thinking about it, and the way I think about it,
presumed,
it goes to backup. But I mean, Cole definitely benefiting from that hugely. That he's got another opportunity. I think poor old Tim will feel pretty hard done by having done 2 heroic sets to run 10.75, and I think I shouldn't sit here and be negative. I think that's not really in the spirit of it, is it? I mean, we all know who should be in the top 8 after 2 rounds. Cole's run to that score the whole year, run to that sort of rules all year. Of course, there is that rule here. I don't know if it's been badly written or if it's intended like that, but I mean.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, every organiser's set to make their own decision, and whether this was a mistake that they can look at next time or not. At the end of the day,
an oversight.
We're rolling into a runoff. That means more skiing, a little bit more excitement. It's easy for me to say since I'm not going to be skiing anywhere near it, but I'm sure it's going to be a show.
If you'd have run a 2 and a 1.5,
I'd be miffed.
You'd
completely miffed.
Miffed is right.
Miffed as you like. But again, we all read the rules. I read the rules and was like, there is no mention of backup score. I wonder what it'll be. But it is what it is, and we'll just have to watch a little bit more skiing. But here we go, Mr. Tigas. So Brando there finishing off with a 2 at 41. I believe he was the first of the 3s that we just saw.
So he's actually gone behind Dane, right? Sorry, no, I'm wrong. Dane ran a 2.5 and a 1. So Brando's got a 3 and a 2.
Yes.
So he ties with Sasha, which will put Sasha ahead of Brando on Pro Tour ranking. So that's an interesting thing. Sasha's moved from sort of being in that sort of tied for 7th spot to ahead of Brando at least, which means that he'll be at worst 5th. Brando is at worst 6th, I believe, with Dane in 7th and one of Tim and Cole in 8th.
But there's still a lot of room for change, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you still got the other skiers to come in this round. And then we can really start to work definitively to find out who has to do what in order to get to a specific spot. Whether it be 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th, because 1st is already a done deal with Will Asher as your champion.
So we're hearing, interestingly, that there's actually a bit of controversy because we're hearing there might not be a runoff because I mean, the intention we're hearing is, I'll read it again, but the intention is to use the backup. It's just not written explicitly. So there's an argument. If I was Cole McCormick, I think
I would be arguing the same as Cole McCormick.
There's an argument. I think again, it's not really in the spirit of things, but if a tie exists that includes the 8th place after qualifying rounds, now you could argue that a tie is the best score, but it also comes to 2nd best score as well. It's not the best written rule of all time. There's an argument both ways.
That's the issue. The rule is open for the rule is very much open for discussion, which is always a big issue when rules are written like that, and it's tough because I think you've got to put yourself in both people's shoes. Obviously, Tim doesn't want the runoff. Obviously, Cole does. And at the end of the day, I think there's definitely room for an argument on both sides. But to me, if it doesn't say it, it doesn't say it, and there probably should be a runoff going ahead. But here we have Tigas on the water, 38, making this look incredibly smooth, 11 meters. A little bit out the front there at 5, but quite a smooth pass.
I think I'm on the other end of it, Rob. I think that everyone that turned up today, they would have thought that it would go to backup. So in some ways, you could say that Tim is the more deserving person to be in the final. I mean, you could is a tie for 8th place. Look, okay, on the International Federation ranking website, if someone gets a 2 and a 2, and someone gets a 2 and a 1.5, then the person that gets a 2 and a 2 is ranked in 8th. So I would say actually there's no tie there. That is not a tie. It's a tie on your primary score, but your secondary score comes into account.
True.
So I think that's automatically you're shuffled based on backup score. So I think that actually Tim is the superior skier. I mean, I don't have a dog in the fight.
I think, and I think he definitely is. And I think if you look at deserved, obviously Tim technically is more deserved because he has a bigger backup score. I would just purely taking a step back, and if I was a completely normal person looking at the rules, you could read it either way. But all right, here we go. We're gonna see Wade and see what he has to say for us.
Hey guys, so we're in a bit of a holding pattern as far as trying to determine if there's going to be a runoff. So each event normally submits rules. So there was a challenge to the rules. So we're waiting on the judge's clarification or maybe a vote to see exactly the way we're going to proceed. So anyway, to be determined.
About as ambiguous as the 10th Amendment to the Constitution.
I'm not smart enough to know what that means, Tony, unfortunately.
Basically, any rules or laws that are not explicitly set aside for the federal government can revert to the state's government.
I don't think the state government's going to be interested in this Waterski tournament, unfortunately.
It might come down to the person running this tournament to step in and clarify what the rules were intended as. So
at the end of the day, is it Chief Judge's discretion? But whoa, Tigas getting a little bit aired up there. Oh my God!
Oh look, look at that slide.
He's higher than the planes out
there.
Still
there. Look at that. Round 5.
We all
what a number 3 that was.
We all know how uncomfortable it is to kind of get a bit railed on the wakes like that, and to get 1, 2, and 3 all like that, all progressively actually getting worse. That's very, very impressive to stay very calm there and keep that ski in the water. He got absolutely launched into 3. And you'll see it from this angle a lot, but already at 1.
And to have enough confidence in the ski as well, because I mean that is an asymmetrical slalom ski.
Bouncing.
Yeah, he's bouncing like hell. Well, he's skied on that ski for years. I think if someone's got confidence in something, it's that. But getting launched there, that often comes from getting maybe a smidge angle too early and then getting pulled off the edge ready as you hit that wake. But yeah, that's a very, well done pass. He came out of 6-ball quite early, and if you ignore the bouncing and the little bit of risk that we would maybe know he took there at 3, it's
I think 3 was a pretty special turn, wasn't it, given everything? I mean, he wouldn't have been on balance, but he came through really well, and that gave him the pass back, I think. And you know, he's let's see what he's got to do. If he ties with Brando with 2 and Sasha with 2 in terms of a backup, he will go ahead of them. So he'll want to get at least 2, and I think he's going to be able to, probably get over 3 like he's used to doing very consistently.
Considering there's 3 lines of rules, there's a lot of pieces of paper flying around there. There we see the judges trying to figure out which way they're going to go, and I'm intrigued. I kind of feel sorry for both sides of this. It's probably something that will definitely be avoided next time, and something for all organisers or judges to learn from is you leave the rules open. Somehow there'll always be a hole in there, which is unfortunate, but
yeah,
I hope...
a certain amount of ambiguity.
Okay, we roll in with Thomas de Gasperi.
Let's see what he can do. He ran 3 in the first round. He ran 5 last weekend. He'll need more than 2 to improve his seat, or 2 to improve his seat. That's over the front, but he's actually in pretty good shape here at 2. Big 2.
Oh, look at this.
Over to 3. Can he turn 3? He will turn 3. Over to 4.
What has he got? He's round buoy number 4, and...
Wow.
I think...
Thomas
I
de
wonder
Gasperi.
if he got... Did he definitely get around that?
I think he got around it.
He was tight on it.
I think the good thing about these events is we see always a direction that the judges take, and I would hope that here things can stay consistent.
Why would you say that, Rob?
No, because it's been but they've been maybe a little bit harsh on the boys, and it'd be interesting to see if he managed to clip that 4.
It's what we're looking for is like in Formula 1, it's
nice
consistency.
one.
Yeah, incredible. And that's, again, looking incredibly uncomfortable off the second side, but he just does such a good job of trusting, like there, he's back open. The moment he hits that buoy,
that's where his ski comes
he makes the
into play.
confident move, and ski or not, you're on...
I think he might have gone right over that. I'm going to be interested to see that.
I would give it, but I probably don't think he's going to get it today.
I've taken a second look, and I think that it's probably going to be a 3.
We'll see what happens. We might have to slow it down here. The thing is, the rule is if you significantly displace it, which is obviously down to judges' discretion. At 41 off, people are hitting buoys. They have to. Your bindings.
This is going to determine whether he takes the lead or not.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
I think it also depends big time on the buoys. Very soft buoys can pull the whole buoy under. And it looks
we
good
see a
to
red.
me. Oh no, was that a red?
Is that a red boat
shore
path? Is that a red boat path we're hearing?
Oh, we
boat
have
path
red
towards where?
Actually, it's immaterial, isn't it? Boat path is rejected. So
on cumulative.
One sec, we're going to hear from Vince here.
Okay. So we're hearing that the score was 4.
Yeah.
But the red boat path was cumulative at 4. So that means he's maxed out at 4. If he runs 4 again, he will get 4 buoys. If he runs 5, he will get 4 buoys, I believe.
Does that not mean it's a cumulative? For him to get the 4, does that not mean the cumulative had to be cumulative, you're not going to get negative, but how did... So if the cumulative is out at 4, does that not mean
what's
that
the minimum he can accept?
Too much...
So he had help to get to 4. So I think at buoy 4 it's 49 at buoy 6 it's 42. I think it's 35 centimeters. So I think that means it was a 36 centimeter cumulative at buoy 4 or more, meaning that he will be maxed out at buoy 4.
This is the central question. How valuable is taking the lead and keeping it at this point?
No. I think with the way that the light is out there, if I had a 3 and a 3 right now, I know that I'm going to be somewhere not at the bottom of that seeding, kind of somewhere in the middle, and I think everybody wants to be in a different spot here, whoever
he's
you
calling
speak
the
to.
boat over.
But he's calling the boat because it depends if he's guaranteed the 3 or not.
I think he will be guaranteed 3.
So there is
it's guaranteed 3 right now. It's just if he takes it, I think he gets nothing guaranteed. So I think, like you say, Rob, I think the smart money would just be, okay, I'll take 3, right?
It's prelims. No one's winning today. And for me, I like to look at seeding as
it's
purely...
putting yourself in the best position to win tomorrow.
But it's purely a mental exercise, I think, seeding. At the end of the day, it's going to take 4 or 5 at 41 to win tomorrow, probably. And yes, there is some advantages to going late in the seeding, but is it worth risking some challenging light conditions? He didn't look I would say he did a very good job to get to 4 there, the way that his 39 looked and the way that his 41 looked. If he was absolutely stroking it, then I would say go again, but we know Tigas, and to me, I would take the safe bet. Interested to see what you would do here, Freddie?
Yeah, I think, what's the point, right? I mean, he's got past 3 today with a red boat path, and he's got past 3 last week, so he's obviously skiing well, but I would save that big score for tomorrow. I mean, he's ahead of Brando, he's ahead of Sasha, so worst case he's gonna start 4th to last. That's a good spot to be in. Go and put some pressure on. I mean, he'll be pissed off if he goes and runs 4 or 5 now, and then he's more tired for tomorrow. Also, the longer he's waiting, the longer his heart rate comes down. He'll have to go right back out immediately at 41. He won't get a warm-up pass. So I think,
and if he's not protected, which we don't believe it is, then you're risking tumbling to the bottom, right?
Yeah, the problem is we don't know the rule inside and out because it just happens so infrequently. But I'd say that the smart money would just be take 3, that's fine, and go, be happy with your dual 3s.
But what's the general spirit of the rule here for the folks that are tuning in and seeing this for the very first time?
I mean, cumulative is often in a pro event. You're going to have a very tough time finding someone out at the buoy. 25 centimeters for a driver that can pull pro skiers all day long. You're not going to be 25 centimeters out. You'd
hope not.
You'd hope not.
And if they are getting plus or minus 25 centimeters, then probably shouldn't be in the boat.
But so we just saw it. We have an official wording there from the judges that Tim Tonkvist is in without a runoff. They've made the decision that Cole is not going to be able to run off to fight for his spot in, and Tim will be through to his final. And that's his second final of the year for Tim.
Second final after Monaco.
Second on Monaco,
which is fantastic. And he skied incredible both rounds, fighting his way through those 39s the way that he did. He kind of had a bit of a Brando situation. His onside was just on fire and struggling a little bit to find that offside. But I mean, at the end of the day, it sucks. it doesn't really suck. It sucks for Cole in this moment because he thought he had a way in and a way to fight for tomorrow.
Yeah, but it was a reprieve, wasn't it?
It was a reprieve.
It was a second chance. So I'm going to say, you know, he when he ran 2, he probably would have felt, oh, you know, I've let myself open. So I think Tim, we all probably thought the same as what Cole did, which was that he was out, and I think he was given an opportunity to come back in. I don't think he's going to be going to bed too upset.
No, I think I know that because he came back in off the water thinking that he thought the rule was what we thought. What everyone
thinks it was.
But it was only when the judge kind of came over to him, and now he got that, like you say, it's more of a proof that, I can go ski again. And
a bit unfair on him, really, that he's sort of, hey, you can go and have an opportunity.
Yeah,
the rules are written in such a way. So, you know, he'd have rather that the rules are written in the way that they've been interpreted finally, so that he didn't have that feeling of, you know, the adrenaline pumping again. I could maybe make it into the farm that he so dearly wants to.
I mean, the way that you've got to look at it is he's going to be annoyed for 10 minutes, rightfully so. We all would be, because we all get that moment of retrieve. We read the rules and we go, yes, you can see it this way. But the decision's gone against him a little bit. And yeah, it's tough for Cole, but it's awesome to see Tim in a final, second time of the year. He's been grinding away.
Second ever, and actually he got 8th at Monaco, and he's had a 9th at the Slastad Pro-Am a number of years ago. I think you were there, Rob.
I think that was World Games, I believe.
Okay, right. But anyway, so he's had a 9th and an 8th, but he's never had a 7th or higher. So he's really in it. He's skiing well. He's run 2:41,
incredible.
2 rounds in a row. So you know he's in there. You know, Cole's had his moments this year. Cole's had some big moments. He had some podiums. He had a win. So, you know, Tim will be very excited to go out there and try and get his best ever result in a professional tournament, and good for him.
And and it's a good time to do it end of the year. Biggest points on the line, biggest obviously money on the line that comes with that. So it's an awesome one to make in that final, and yeah, he has skied incredibly. I mean, he's kind of blown up on tour this year, and he's been close every time he gets close. That 39 through Europe wasn't maybe as consistent as he wanted, but he's been deserving this second final for a long time.
All right, then, looking at some of the live chat that's coming through, Alexandre Huganin, and I think I've heard that name before. And this is his belief. I don't know whether it's rooted in reality. I do apologise if I would suggest otherwise to you, sir. But he says that 4 is protected in the case of cumulative negative. Does that sound good?
Yeah, but it's not a negative. It's a positive.
Yeah, it's a positive. Okay, which means it's
so the 4 you can't protect a boy that the boat was out for. So if he's got an unfair advantage to get that boy, then you can't give him the boy that he had the unfair advantage of.
And at boy 3, it was in. I mean, it would have probably been fairly tight. I think it's 28. It's 20's boy 1, 28, 35. Anyway,
Cumulative is one thing that it's not. It's very easy when you're doing the job that Becky's doing. It's incredibly tricky. She's driving 22 pros twice a day. You put me in this. I'm quite comfortable driving anyone on this earth for 2 skiers. You give me 3 or 4 where I'm having to drive to 2 and 3 centimeters. All of a sudden, I'm just off. But let's hear what Wade has to say. He's there with T-Gas.
Yes, indeed.
Hey guys, here with Thomas DeGasperi, and Thomas, another final. Does it ever get old? Like zero? Oh yeah, it's not that big a deal to make a final.
Oh, no, it's a big deal, especially with the level of all these guys nowadays. A little bummed because I went around 4 and I was pretty happy, but unfortunately the sure path was out by 1 centimeter, which is nothing. And so I had an option to go back out with an unprotected score of 3, but I could only run 4. So it was like, okay, really, can it get worse than this? So yeah, I guess the rules are what they are, but I'm happy I got to 4. So tomorrow's another day, and I don't blame anybody. Becky did a great job. It happens. I'm heavy. I pull a lot. I'm happy that I got to 4.
No, same, man. The fact that you secured your spot, you had a look, got the 12-meter start pass out of the way, for tomorrow. Will you guys be starting at 12 tomorrow?
I don't know. But, today the sun at this time of the day is a little off, and, you got some buoys a little bit in the dark, some buoys with some sun. So a little bit distracting, and reaction has to be a little quicker, but nothing too bad.
He adjusted like a real champ does, and he'll get to do that tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Looks like we got a message in from Sean Freitag. He says that these announcers do such a good job. I learn so much every time I watch. I love how Freddie and Rob keep it honest and real. Yeah.
I've been here for 5 minutes.
I was going to say,
I'm
that's
half
really
a job on
that's
this
really
one.
nice, Robbie. You've been
I'm
here for
calling
2
that
minutes.
one 2 minutes, and I'm getting the props already.
I'm going to come in for the last 5 minutes of a day next time instead of doing
Yeah,
10
exactly.
hours.
Exactly. You half day.
I like it. Hey, when you ski absolutely horrendously, this is what you do for the last half of the day to take your mind off it. That's always the move. But here we see Nate coming in 35, and it's interesting to see. So we're kind of getting the next phenomenon that is past the barcoding or the zipping of the light. We're now kind of moving into half of the course is just in shadow. So you see there from the boat, you're going to be coming into, so on this 38, this next pass, 1 through 5 is going to be shadow, 2, 4 is going to be quite bright. So it's no longer, it evolves. And that's I think the reason for the 10 or 11 o'clock start tomorrow is let's give everyone the same conditions. And we're very lucky that in this instance, all of these people are in. Everyone's now just skiing for seeding, so it can be a little bit tricky skiing in this light, and it can almost make it a smidge unfair, but everyone's skiing for seeding. It is what it is, and they're all at least in that final now.
All right, then. So for those of you that are watching via the webcast, I mean, what we were discussing so far as the boat path and everything is all part of Rule 8.15, and I just put a poll up that said, should the rule be modified? Vote now.
Modified how?
But how do you modify I think the...
What do you mean? What do you want to modify, Tony? I mean, it's a fair rule.
Yeah, I think it's tricky in that it sucks. No matter what you do, if the boat path is red, there is 0 times where as a skier you're happy. There isn't an instance. So no matter what, the rule sucks, and we're very lucky to have incredible drivers. But at the end of the day, they are humans, and I think throughout the tour this year we've had, I can't even remember, 2.
Yeah, I mean, very few. I mean, I can't remember barely any.
Very few, and
that's like you say, that's the level of drivers. I think the rule is good. I think that it's just it's unfortunate for the skier, but of course, if you move towards one skier, you move against all the others.
Yeah.
So I think that you can't. I'm sorry to Thomas on this, but I think that if you run 4 with a helpful boat path where you're over the limits, then you don't deserve 4. You can get 4 if you go again and right away get that 4 in the next one under proper tournament conditions with a green boat path. So I think it's written fairly well. It's just unfortunate. And that's why we put the best drivers in the boat all the time. It's unfortunate it happened to Thomas today, but it'll happen to someone else another day.
I'm going to gloss over Nate's beautiful 38 on another question.
No, we don't need
to
watch
I mean, that was fantastic, yeah. But if he, if say Tigas had got 5 then, but the cumulative was out at 4, what's the protected backup situation?
3. It's maximum.
It's 3 is the score, but it's
the last buoy before it goes
because
into the red.
there's no protection. Yeah.
We're hearing that if you run the whole pass and it goes red, then you can either continue onto the next pass and hopefully run it. If you don't run it, then I think you're in trouble at that point. But if you can go again and run it. The only way you can improve with a red boat path is if you get 6 full buoys.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think it gets a little bit tricky when I believe was it Jamie had a negative on at Lake 38 one time, and it all, or was it positive or something? She fell at 4 from something, but then she was capped to this. Oh no, that was it. She had a big positive. And
which can also be negative.
But essentially, but then that's probably the only argument to the. I was trying to think. There was definitely one argument that maybe the rule should be changed, and I think this was a 1 buoy out situation.
Out at buoy 2 by 25 plus centimeters. Which when you move towards a skier that much quickly, that's no good.
And I believe she was out at 4 at 39. It was in the finals. She obviously needed to get through it to win, and she fell at the buoy that there was a plus 20. Something.
Just seeing Will Asher here walking away from the dock, it looks like he might choose not to ski, maybe because of the huge glare. That I mean, if you look across the lake now, the glare is crazy. So Will might just be taking the 3 that he has.
Maybe.
Let's just watch Nate here. 10.75. He's over to 1. He's over to 2 and in good shape. And 3's better than 1. He's got a little bit of slack, but I think he might be struggling to see across. It's not the best 10.75 he's running his life, but he's over to 6, without too much of an issue. A little bit of slack there, 1 and 3, nothing too mad. But yeah, we used to, Rob, I mean, you'll agree that we're used to seeing him run him easier than
a smidge of loose line there at 1. It's like, oh, there's a problem. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the 39s that we've seen today, very smooth, incredibly balanced. And Will is walking back with his ski now, or is he walking away? We never know. But
he's taking the bag off of his ski.
It wouldn't massively surprise me if Will didn't ski. I know that he likes to be slightly earlier on the seeding, but it also would surprise me in that he just wants to go out there and ski. He's obviously had a little bit of a trip up in the last 2 events, so just water time is incredibly important, and trying to figure out the situations we've got going on.
All right,
John Travis has confirmed he's not skiing. He's just tapped his head at me.
All
So
right.
he will not be in, but I think that means that, he definitely is in the top 3, given that, even if Will and Nate are to beat him, then he'll be 3rd.
Yeah, he said to me that, because I was like, hey, what's the level that you ski or not? He's like, if 2 or 3 people, as long as he stays in that top 3 for tomorrow, then he wasn't going to ski in. Just saving himself, keeping things fresh. I mean, he's just been skiing phenomenally. Like
Yes,
these past
indeed.
two events has just been absolute. He's skied well all year, but he's another level right now. And you were talking earlier about where he is, and he's definitely solidified himself through the end of the season as one of the top 3 best skiers on tour right now. He looks fantastic.
Well, okay, folks, as we continue on, I can confirm a couple of things as a result of our poll. 70% believe that rule 8.15 should be changed. I mean, this is a non. This is an.
I'm sorry to say to our viewing
But
audience
in amongst all of that discussion, I've gone completely cross-eyed and completely.
Okay, 1 second. Let's tune in on Nate here. 41
absolutely.
off. He's going to want probably to be last out. I know he likes that spot, so he's going to want a piece of 4, or the full 4, sorry. Getting a little rarely down to 1, but a good 1. Will he get the 2? Yes, there it is. There's the line that he's been looking for. Little loose line out of 3, but he gets the 4. And that will put him currently in the top seed for tomorrow.
Yeah, because John's not going to ski. That puts him in top seed. That's pretty good skiing. Looked pretty easy, just sort of targeted skiing. I think, that'll put him. And it'll put him 1st or 2nd, depending on what Will does.
Yeah.
And from John's perspective, I mean, it's an example of how confident John is about his skiing, that irrespective of what anyone does, in order to protect himself physically, he's prepared to forego his second round because he believes that he can still come through with a good enough performance in the final round tomorrow to prevail.
Well, he'll have weighed up, he's mentioned his back, he'll have weighed up his body and the need to be higher up in the list. And I think that he's probably just said, well, look, I'll have a better chance of skiing really, really well tomorrow if I have my back working correctly. And he looked really good today. Kind of similar to Nate, actually. He thought he might have carried on a little bit further.
Maybe I should have done that poll, huh? John, do you ski or not?
Explain the poll that you did, Tony.
I just put the question up there that said, should Rule 8.15 be changed and let people go after it?
As a relatively 3-season pro skier, I have no idea what the rules even say. And I have no idea what Rule 8.15 links to. But
it's the sure path and the rewrite and stuff.
Know,
the thing is, I always hear is people say, it's so unfair on whoever the skier is. In this case, it was Thomas. It's so unfair on him that he had it. He didn't get the score that he actually got around the boys of it. So, well, the boat's got to go straight, and if it's going for straight for one person, not for another. I mean, the rule I think is actually very well written. I'll give the rule writers credit for that. I think it's fair. It was written poorly to start with. We saw a number of years ago there was a skier that went out and pulled the boat over, and then got a rewrite and improved. And what's going on here? Is that a miss?
Hello. Did the rope come off?
No. Was not a misfire of the boat or anything.
Nate's just giving Will some useful insight, knees bent, arms straight. Got to really work on the starts. There you go. Good job.
Excellent stuff there. And actually getting a message from Brian Detrick saying we need to uphold the integrity of the sport. We already see people taking advantage of short path already. I'm guessing you guys agreeing.
I think so. And I think the only time it does suck is when you get a plus 25 and you fall at the buoy and it's in a final, then you're then limited. But let's see what Will does here.
At that point, Rob, I think that if someone's getting plus 25 at a turn, then they probably shouldn't be driving that boat, right? I mean, that's what it comes down to.
All right, then let's check in with Wade.
Here's your guys here with Nate Smith. So Nate, you took your option to ski. You're already in. You had already done the 35 start. So it was sort of basically hit the repeat button. But did you grab anything from that set that was going to help you tomorrow?
Like you said, I didn't really have to ski, but I just want to feel the side out and the ropes a little bit. Last round, as a lot of other skiers have said, the ropes are very stretchy. And for me, trying to gain a lot of angle out of the buoy and create a lot of space, it's just kind of pinging me off the second wake a lot. So I just want to go out there and try to feel out what I could do or could not do, and kind of a practice round. But really, I don't know, I skied okay, I would say, for that. I wasn't happy with it, but the score-wise, I'm happy with.
Well, good stuff. He will get to ski tomorrow in the final, and we will be watching. Back to you guys.
All right, there, continuing right along, I've got Rob Hazelwood on my right and to the left of your screen.
Sun-baked.
Yes, indeed. He's getting slowly toasted. And we've got Freddie Winter on my left and to the right-hand side of your screen. A quick reminder, yes, indeed, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You're a subscriber, aren't you?
I hope so.
You better be.
Better be.
You better check your
If
phone.
you've ever commented, then it means you have. I know I am, because they don't let commenters, they don't let non-subscribers comment.
Yeah. Yeah, it's to keep the riffraff away.
Oh, look at me, I can chat. Okay, here we see Will coming in. And interesting to see here what he does. There's mention of, well, we're all intrigued to see whether he does the full set or not. I think he will, because I think that seeding spot is going to be a little bit important. There's a lot of people hooked up there at that 3. If Will can get another 3, it is really going to help any tie breaks tomorrow for points and for points and for money. So just confirming, tomorrow's start time will be 11 o'clock EST.
Eastern Standard Time.
But watch the time change. We are all getting an extra hour in bed.
That's why I said EST.
Well, we all are. Europe did last week, right? So that's the difference. So people that are looking to tune in tomorrow, it will not be the same time difference today as tomorrow.
Ooh, very fair. Yep.
But even if you are a little bit late to the show, then you can actually wind back and actually do like a time or a scratch, so to speak, to the earlier coverage.
There's nothing like sport on time delay, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's my favourite. I always just watch all my watch the World Cup, at a sort of 3-hour time delay just to have.
Or the Olympics in this part of the world, which is absolutely atrocious. All right, there. Here we go. We see Will Asher. Let's send it.
2 rounds. Hey guys, sitting here with John Travers, and I was sharing my jealousy. I'm so envious that you get to take a round off. It's your first time in your life, right?
I believe so, that I made the cut without having a backup score. So I'm pretty stoked about that. I'm just trying to rest my body for tomorrow. I think I'm skiing good enough to do something big, so I just want to be able to have the opportunity to do that with a more fresh body than going out here and trying to feel it out again and possibly tweaking myself a little bit more.
No, I agree 100%. My old coach, Mike Ferraro, would have said, be fresh. That's all you need this time of year.
Totally. It's late in the year, so I'm just trying to be as smart as I can here and just try to get day by day and set by set.
We get to see him rip tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Okay, so here we have Will Asher coming in 39 off, 10.75 meters. Fantastic move there, one.
Oh,
much
nicely done.
better. Ooh, getting railed a little bit off to 3 again.
Good 3 though.
But
keeping it going, staying ahead of the course here, bringing the handle down nice and low, and that signature turn on 246.
I think that's one thing that you see some people are incredibly good at, and I am very bad at, and I'd be interested to hear what you say here, Freddie. From skiing here before, it's incredibly deep. Obviously, as you can tell from the incredibly long drop times, it is a little bit movie, and the drop times are very much helping that. And I think Will does a fantastic job of just ignoring it, staying calm on top of his ski. Like you see here, when he gets the great one, he just stays calm into that first wake, connects to the swing really well, and just doesn't freak out. Here he gets a little bit to the inside, stays incredibly calm, commits to the rotation, and the rollers and doesn't really affect that.
And I wanted to ask you, you made some adjustments to a ski earlier, wasn't that right? Before, or someone else did. And
I think I was caught in action by the roving TWC cam setting up someone's new ski. Someone bought a
always on duty.
Someone had a one that they tried at Wade's the ski with Wade clinic yesterday, and they wanted to try an 01 today. So yeah, just setting up the ski for people.
Okay.
But no, I just like to
for
check.
this kind of depth. How would you set it?
Stock's always a great place to go. Reach out to any pro on the ski. I'm always happy to help, and I know the rest of the team is. We might sometimes get lost in the requests a little bit, but there's always usually a pro on a team that you can message, and they're going to have a good idea of the stock settings. I know we try.
They're also on the website, right?
They're also on the website, but sometimes numbers change. Sometimes, hey, this isn't working for me. Is there anything that I can try? And we can just be a little more personal and help you out, But yeah.
Let's see, Will Asher. There's no
Here
John Travers, so this is the last pass. Let's see what we can do.
Team Syndicate.
3 will put him ahead of Thomas de Gasperi due to his top seeding as the leader of the Waterski Pro Tour. From there, he'll have to beat the rest of the guys that have a tied 3 with him. That's a good one. Well, it's an average one.
Ooh.
And actually, he'll go over to 2, but he's actually done a good job here.
A bit
And that's
twisty
3.
off 2. He gets round number 3 to the wakes, and that will conclude today's action.
So that is why John didn't ski, in case that 2 ball happened. That's what doing 100 miles of biking saves you in. We would all be compressed into little pieces of dust right now. So, yeah, that was not a great start at 41. I thought his gait, I know he works a lot on attacking off that second side and trying to move well, and I think the gait he'll be happy with, and I think maybe doing what we talked about earlier and just taking a quick look down, seeing some movement and sitting out the back at that 1 ball. But what do you think, Freddie?
Yeah, he was loose here. I thought the approach was good, but yeah, came over to 2, very long pull, and very deep
elbow in
and
the water.
Compressed. But it's 3, and that's pretty solid skiing. So that means he'll be 3rd to last seed. He'll be out just before Nate and John, which is no bad place to be, just after Thomas de Gasperi. It's a place I'm sure he probably quite likes to be, actually. That makes a lot of sense. I'm not sure he would have necessarily gotten any further if he'd have really needed to, but he'll save that for tomorrow. Will's had a phenomenal season, and actually has missed the last 3 finals as much as the last one was a top 4. It was kind of brutal. Sorry, he didn't miss the final at the Mastercraft Pro. There was just one final with everybody in it, but he ended up, I think, 10th. He came 10th in the Travers Grand Prix, which is a big shock, and 5th at the last tournament. So he'll be looking to get back on that podium where he was the first half of the year every single time. And yeah, I'm sure we'll see him go very hard for that tomorrow. So Tony, I'll leave it to you.
All right then, Nate Smith currently top spot via superior backup ahead of Jonathan Travers, electing not to ski in the second round. In 3rd spot to Thomas de Gasperi, 3 buoys in a perfect tie situation with Will Asher, both at 3rd place. Both of those competitors qualify for the next round.
But Will will be after Thomas tomorrow just because of his superior seeding on the tour leaderboard, right?
Absolutely.
As will Sasha be ahead of Brando in terms of seeding.
Okay, so that's the only instance in where an external factor affects.
We have our finals there, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, then you see Asher in a tie for 3rd. Then you see Caruso in a tie for 5th with Deska. 7th place Dane Meckler. 8th place Tim Tornquist. And the remaining skiers on that list are Cole McCormick, Rob Hazelwood, Corey Vaughan, and Nicholas Nelson. Unfortunately, on the outside, looking in.
At least I made the first page of the list this time.
Yeah.
There's always a
You got some Pro Tour points there, Rob.
Oh, yeah. For another 4 to add to the bottom.
Hey, it's more than I've had for a while. So.
All right, then. Let's quickly send it over to Wade.
Hey, so guys, here with Will Asher, our 2024 Pro Tour champion. And Will, my best thoughts at the end of the first day. The day's over.
Yeah, I mean, it's as much as we think we might have this under control, we never do. I mean, it's the level of talent is unbelievable, and I've probably shown that in the last couple of weekends. It's really, really tough to make a final, and I feel like I was skiing well and I wasn't able to make it, and just to be able to come and make it today, I'm super happy. Just a couple of solid rounds, get to play tomorrow.
No, exactly. And at the end of a long day, when you do get to say, hey, the day's over, you get to go, hey, job well done, because another final. It never gets old.
Yeah, it never gets old. Life sends you curveballs, and you just have to just roll with the punches, and got to keep your head up, you got to keep going, you got to believe in yourself, believe in the future, and just have fun. I mean, we've lost so many greats, so I'm just here to have fun, enjoy the process, enjoy the people. Life's awesome.
No, well, man, I've enjoyed you again this year, and I can't wait. We'll be chatting tomorrow. So you guys enjoy your day. We're going to enjoy the rest of ours. Back to you guys.
All right there. So good to have you. Great to have the guys surrounding me. I know the off season for you, Freddie, kind of started a little bit early, but for you, Robert, the off season starts today.
It does. I wish it happened a day later, but hey,
Are you having a beer?
Probably. Yeah, no, it's been a long season, but excited to be able to change paths a little bit and get things ready for next year.
All right, then. That brings to a conclusion coverage of day one action here at the 2024 Miami Pro Slalom. I thank these guys here. I've got Robert Hazelwood here. I've got Freddie Winter over there. Also, earlier on in the competition, also had Matt Reaney. And great to have each and every one of you on board, especially those that took the time to comment and get involved with our broadcast. But on behalf of everyone here who has had a stake in making sure that this competition is a success, including our complete production crew here at TWBC, my name is Tony Lightfoot. And until tomorrow morning, where we start at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that is 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until
Times
then,
change in America.
It's ciao for now.
For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac. For over 20 years, Houston has been setting the standard of automotive excellence. Hi, I'm Dave Houston. I'd like to welcome you to the Houston family. We are committed to offering exceptional Cadillac models like the all-new electric Lyriq, redesigned XT4, and the legendary Escalade. At Houston, our personalized service and friendly staff will exceed your expectations. Feel the thrill of buying a new Cadillac from Houston Cadillac.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.